Chapter 1. Silver Moon, Clouds of Suspicion. As the end of October approached, Qingjiang city embraced the chill of winter, with delicate snowflakes dancing down from the sky, blanketing the city in a coat of pristine white akin to sugary frosting. The biting wind, reminiscent of a mischievous child, playfully disrupted the pedestrians on the streets, while the sky hung low and gray, as if shrouded in a veil of ash. In stark contrast, the vicinity of Limin Mall in a newly developed area buzzed with life. Today marked the anniversary celebration of the Limin Group, with trees lining the roadside festooned with decorations. Vendors called out their wares in a lively chorus, and soothing music flowed from the loudspeakers, while laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a joyous atmosphere. On the eastern side of the square, a long queue formed in front of the Cambert Tavern stall, where citizens gathered around a converted shipping container filled with drinks. The Cambert family's exquisite wines were renowned throughout the northwestern wilderness, with some even reaching the distant realms of eternity. At the bar, a statuesque woman sat alone at a table, clad in a snow-white coat, a blood-drop-shaped red crystal hairpin adorning her head. Her long, white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her striking features held the gaze of those nearby. Her blood-red eyes outshone even the finest rubies, while black stockings enveloped her slender legs. With elegant fingers, she swirled the wine in her glass, quietly observing the intersection in the distance, seemingly awaiting someone. Taking a sip from her drink, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Beep! The call connected swiftly. "Where are you?" she inquired, her tone leisurely. "I'm at the intersection, searching for a parking spot." A slightly anxious male voice responded from the other end. "Where are you? I'll come find you shortly." The woman glanced toward the intersection, spotting a familiar gray sedan making its way into a nearby parking lot. "I see you at Erg's place, near a large sign that you can't miss." "Landy, I see it. They'll head over in a moment." He paused, nervously fidgeting with his nails. The sedan pulled into a parking spot beside the exit, and a handsome young man stepped out of the car. Dressed in a puffy jacket, his demeanor was cool and composed, silver gray hair braided into an elaborate plait that shimmered like metal under the streetlights. His pale blue eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of blue crystals. Distinctively, the young man sported two plush animal ears atop his head and a bushy tail trailing behind him, instantly drawing the attention of those around him as he exited the vehicle. "Hey, is that a personal design? Your ears and tail look incredibly lifelike." "That's amazing. Can I take a picture with you?" "Sorry, I'm not really in a position to do that right now," the young man politely declined. Seeing his attire, Kafia's face lit up with a smile as she approached, taking his hand in hers. "Absolutely stunning. No wonder you're my little wolf cub," she remarked, gently pinching his ear. "It's ticklish. Stop." Ao Jiang's face flushed, his tail swaying behind him, while his ears twitched enticingly, sparking an urge to touch them. "Here, try this." Urge has a new drink he's experimenting with. Kafia handed him a glass of wine, which he took and savored slowly. As he sampled the drink, a soft gasp escaped his lips, his ears perked up, and a blush crept across his cheeks. Turning to glance back, he saw Kafia playfully tugging at his tail, occasionally giving it a gentle squeeze. He set his glass down. "It's too ticklish," he murmured, gently pushing her hand away. "Come on, let me have a little more fun. Your tail feels so nice." "Just be gentle," Ao Jiang replied softly, retracting his hand. "By the way, how's the team been lately?" Kafia inquired. "What's Old Wong been up to?" "The team is doing well. We've had plenty of visitors looking for cats and dogs. Not many dangerous individuals needing our attention, though," Ao Jiang replied. "As for Wong, he recently went to Kertalian, supposedly to find Caliborg, but I'm not sure the details." "Kertalian? What's he doing at that underground prison? Going to watch the prison boxing championship?" Kafia teased. "Oh, speaking of which," Kafia pulled a flyer from her bag. "Look at this. For today's anniversary, Limin Group has borrowed some artifacts from the museum for an exhibition. Since you're interested in history, we should go check it out." She handed him another flyer. Ao Jiang took the flyer and began to read intently. A golden water jug from the reign of Tsar Nosivov XII. A steel sword from ancient Qingjiang. This sword looks impressive in terms of penetrating power. He continued to peruse the details of each exhibit. As he reached the last item, a frown creased his brow. The final exhibit was a golden long knife, with a hilt crafted from blue crystal, wrapped in frayed cloth, and adorned with a blue crystal at the base. Strangely, the blade was encircled by several strips of talisman paper. Silver Moon? Odd, I don't recall seeing this knife in the museum, he mused. He read further, discovering scant information about the knife, merely noting that it had been unearthed in the Wailing Gorge, with no additional details provided. How peculiar. Judging by the designs and craftsmanship, this piece must be an ancient artifact, yet there is hardly any description, he remarked, puzzled. Well, since we're curious, let's go see it, Kafia encouraged, patting his shoulder. All right, let's head over now. I hope it's not too crowded, he agreed. After downing the last of his drink, Kafia took Jiang's hand, and together they made their way toward the mall. They chatted amiably along the way, soon arriving at the artifact exhibition area. As Jiang had anticipated, the exhibition zone was teeming with visitors, much like the bustling activity zones of the mall. Aside from a few soldiers assigned for security, the area was packed with onlookers. Jiang and Kafia slowly explored the exhibits. With a fair understanding of historical artifacts, Jiang took photos of items worth documenting and jotted down notes about them. Look at that ceramic vase, it's so oddly shaped, resembling a screaming clod of earth. And that mask, the paint on it is so strange, like a palette exploded onto it, he remarked. In contrast to Jiang's serious documentation, Kafia quietly commented on some of the bizarre artifacts nearby, snapping photos with her phone. I have to post this on social media. These artifacts are so unique. As they reached the second section of the exhibition, an inexplicable chill washed over Jiang, causing him to tighten his coat. Perhaps it's just my imagination, he reassured himself. However, as he delved deeper into the second section, the chilling sensation intensified, as if something unseen were watching him. Do you feel that? It seems a bit cold, Jiang voiced softly. Yeah, it does feel a bit chilly, Kafia said, wiping her phone screen. Maybe the air conditioning is set low to protect the artifacts. Ah, that makes sense. Perhaps I'm just overly sensitive, Jiang chuckled ruefully. As they continued walking, they arrived at the area housing the last few artifacts. Jiang checked the map. The exhibit titled Silver Moon was located in this section. Strangely, unlike the other areas, this one was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered visitors. Simultaneously, the sensation of being scrutinized intensified. In the center of the exhibition hall, Silver Moon was displayed within a glass case. Oddly, 2 talisman seals were affixed to the glass, and a nearby sign indicated that touching the case was prohibited. Moreover, the organizers had erected a barrier 1 meter from the case, allowing only distant observation. The blade glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an air of mystery. These seals, I've seen their inscription somewhere before, Kafia remarked, but I can't quite recall where. I'll look it up when I get back. She captured a photo of the inscriptions. Please send me a copy of that photo later. I want to take a picture of the knife, Jiang said, tucking his phone into his pocket. Ugh, it's really getting cold in here. Let's head out, Kafia shivered. Let's go. The duo exited the exhibition area, navigating through the dense crowd. So, what should we do next? Hey, there's a dessert shop nearby that's renowned for its delicious treats. I've heard their signature chocolate cake is fantastic. Let's go try it together. Kafia exclaimed with excitement. Sounds great. Lead the way. Jiang replied. Let's go. As they walked away, engaged in light-hearted conversation, a figure clad in black, concealed within the throng of people behind them, produced a walkie-talkie. Target confirmed it is undoubtedly the genuine Silver Moon. We can initiate our operation after the exhibition concludes. Additionally, we have identified a potential reincarnation of a demoness. Proceed with caution, the figure instructed. With that, the figure slipped into a nearby security passage, vanishing into the shadows. Inside the dessert shop, the pair ordered cakes and beverages, sitting by the window to enjoy the view outside. Kafia pointed toward the grand tree at the center of the square. The deal you remember, when we were children, how our elder brother brought us here to play. We spent hours beneath that tree, playing house, where you took on the role of the wife while I pretended to be the husband going off to work. Yes, it seems that way, Jiang replied, sipping his drink. After I went off to work, I would come back at night with money in hand. To make it more realistic, you even carved numbers into it with your nails. During the day, I'd take that money to find the merchant played by Inua to buy groceries. Kafuya chuckled. Back then, you loved being the wife so much, always eager to take the role. Do you remember? Ao Jiang's cheeks flushed. I was just a child, unaware of the implications. Really? Kafuya teased, pinching his cheek. You even said you wanted to marry me. I recall how affectionately you held me, calling me your husband. Excuse me. Your cake is ready, the server announced, bringing the desserts to their table. Ah, let's not dwell on that anymore. The cake is here. Let's eat. He pushed the cake towards Kafuya. All right. I won't tease you anymore, Kafuya said as she took a piece of cake and popped it into her mouth. Ao Jiang exclaimed. The flavor is simply exquisite. Your taste is impeccable. If it's delicious, then indulge a little more. Kafuya mischievously caressed his leg. The more plump, the better. Not far away, a man dressed like an ordinary citizen sat at a table outside the CAF, holding a newspaper while observing the two inside the dessert shop. Beside the newspaper lay a walkie-talkie. This is Grasshopper. I've located a suspected reincarnated demon from Raven's report. Continue to tail them, look for the right moment to capture them. Boss Qing is at his wit's end. Received. Inside the cake shop, Ao Jiang noticed the citizen. He did not make a scene, but instead set down his cutlery and stood up, heading towards the door. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished the cake, Kafuya asked, puzzled. Oh, I just need to go to the restroom. Then hurry back. As Ao Jiang stepped outside, the citizen picked up a black handbag from a nearby chair and followed him. Ao Jiang walked leisurely down the street, with the citizen trailing behind him, clutching the handbag. TSK, is this guy a creep? Ao Jiang glanced back in disdain before entering the restroom. The citizen followed him into the lavatory, sliding into the adjacent stall. He retrieved a pitch-black handgun from the handbag, expertly attaching a silencer and disengaging the safety. Strange, why is this gun so cold? He wondered aloud. Having completed his preparations, he tucked the pistol into his coat, waiting for a moment when no one was around. He then propped up a sign indicating maintenance at the door, pulled open the stall door, and aimed the gun inside. Oddly, despite having seen no one exit, the stall was empty, with only freshly formed frost on the floor. Suddenly, a chill swept through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In the next moment, an unseen force shoved him into the stall, and with a click, the lock was secured from the outside. The citizen frantically pushed against the door and began to shoulder it. He drew his handgun, hoping to shoot the lock open, only to find that, no matter how he pulled the trigger, it remained silent. Damn, those bastards gave me blank rounds again, he cursed. He quickly pulled out the walkie-talkie. Grasshopper calling Raven. I've lost sight of the suspected target. Remain vigilant. The walkie-talkie remained unresponsive, and just as he pondered this, Ao Jiang's handsome face appeared above him. Goodbye. The temperature around him plummeted, and before he could react, he was encased in ice, with a snap of Ao Jiang's fingers turning him into a pile of ice shards that were swept away by the drain. TSK, why did I have to take this job? Ao Jiang washed his hands, adjusted his hair, and briskly exited. These people mean trouble. Fufu might be in danger, he muttered softly as he hurried back towards the dessert shop. Inside the dessert shop, Kafuya stirred her hot tea, gazing out at the scenery. I'm back a bit late, Ao Jiang said, panting as he approached her. I had to deal with some pests, which took a little longer. Oh dear, what a pity. I've finished the cake, Kafuya replied, handing him a cup of hot tea. Here, have some tea to warm yourself. I love you, he said, taking a sip of the warm beverage. Take it slow, Kafuya teased, pinching his ear. How is the food? Do you want more snacks? No need. I'm quite full, Ao Jiang replied while sipping the tea. What about you? I'm full too. Oh, by the way, I bought some snacks for Grandma and Grandpa. Remember to take them back later, Kafuya said, handing him a beautifully wrapped red bag. After finishing their tea, Ao Jiang approached the counter to settle the bill. The cashier appeared to be a recent university graduate, her youthful energy still evident on her face. After carefully reviewing the bill, she informed Ao Jiang, Sir, that lady has already taken care of the payment. Oh, really? I apologize for the inconvenience, Ao Jiang said, smiling sheepishly. No problem, sir. We welcome you to visit again. As they exited the dessert shop, Ao Jiang surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no suspicious individuals before taking Kafuya's hand and leading her downstairs. I remember there's a shooting competition today, and the first place in each group wins a mysterious prize. It's about to start. Let's go take a look. A shooting competition? That sounds exciting, Kafuya exclaimed, rubbing her hands in anticipation. I'm so curious about what the prize could be. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the entertainment area on the first floor, bustling with activity. Near the shooting competition venue, a crowd had formed, and they quickly filled out their information, choosing their preferred equipment from the nearby supply depot. Ding! The announcement echoed. The shooting competition will commence shortly. All participants, please enter and prepare yourselves. Having selected their gear, Kafuya opted for the rifle group, while Ao Jiang chose the crossbow group. As the competition began, a series of rapid gunshots rang out, with spectators cheering for their favorite contestants. Let's see who will claim the prizes in this year's shooting competition, the host announced. In the rifle group, Kafuya hit the bullseye with every shot, garnering significant attention from the audience, while Ao Jiang also performed exceptionally well, with each crossbow bolt striking true. As expected, both secured the championship in their respective groups. After collecting their prizes, they navigated through the noisy crowd, exiting via a safe passage. Strolling down the street, darkness had fallen around them. They discussed the shooting competition, unknowingly wandering to the stall outside the Camber Tavern. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Ao Jiang's phone rang suddenly. Upon seeing the caller's name, his brow furrowed. "I'll take this call," he said, stepping into a nearby grove. Beep, the phone connected, and a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Xueyi, where are you located right now?" "Currently at Limin Square in the newly developed area." "What's the matter?" "Perfect timing. There have been reports of unidentified individuals exchanging fire with the escort team in the old port storage area of the new development zone, suspected to be a robbery. Get to the scene quickly and assess the situation." "We'll be there shortly. I'll head out right away," he replied before hanging up and exiting the grove. He handed the bag of snacks to Kafuya. "There's an urgent matter with the team that I need to attend to. I might not make it back. Can you take this back to Grandma and Grandpa for me?" "All right," Kafuya accepted the bag. "Just make sure to stay safe." "Oh, and this," Kafuya said, pulling out a red crystal amulet from her bag. "This is for you. I just finished it yesterday. It will keep you safe." Ao Jiang accepted it and wore it around his neck. "Don't worry, you'll be back tonight," Ao Jiang assured confidently. After bidding farewell, he hurried towards the car, starting it up and speeding off towards the storage area. Hopefully, it's just a simple robbery, he thought to himself. Chapter 2. The Cultists and the Spectre. In this world, there exists a deranged cult known as the Storm Church. They emerged during the First Storm War, believing that temporal storms are a magnificent miracle leading humanity toward evolution, fanatically worshipping this catastrophic phenomenon. They have orchestrated destructive temporal storms and armed assaults across various regions, bringing devastation to countless areas. They traffic survivors from storm-stricken zones and the infamous Needlers as commodities to individuals with peculiar tastes, while also selling terrifying interdimensional creatures like rift hounds as biological weapons to mercenaries, thus profiting illegally. In response to these lunatics and the rising tide of magical crimes, both civilian and official forces in cities have established specialized teams, primarily composed of veterans from the war, to combat these heinous madmen. Ao Jiang is a member of the Qingjiang City Glint Special Operations Team, serving as a magical combat operative, codenamed Xueyi. On the surface, his identity was that of a network engineer at the Arc Light Detective Agency and auto repair shop. Ao Jiang swiftly drove his vehicle to the storage area. He opened the trunk and retrieved a long black case from within. Inside, on the right side, lay a black crossbow, accompanied by a long black cloth bag beside it. He unzipped the other side, revealing a cloak-like combat suit and an ammunition pouch brimming with crossbow bolts. With deftness, Ao Jiang donned the combat suit, the oversized hood perfectly concealing his ears, while the lengthy garment effectively masked his tail. He picked up the nearby crossbow, affixed a sight, drew the string, and slung the ammunition pouch over his shoulder. Having completed these preparations, he opened the cloth bag. Within lay a gleaming long knife, meticulously crafted, glinting coldly under the streetlights. He sheathed the long knife at his waist, locked the car, and ascended to the rooftop of a nearby warehouse, hastening toward the site of the gunfire. Upon reaching an advantageous position, he set up the crossbow and surveyed the scene. The escort team had fallen victim to an ambush. The lead armored vehicle had been overturned by a bomb, reduced to a smoldering wreck. The situation was dire, with the majority of the armored vehicles in the convoy having been destroyed by rocket fire, resulting in severe losses for the escort team. Several surviving squads took cover among the burning debris, retaliating against the armed personnel. A shard of ice coalesced in A.O. Jiang's hand, and as it formed, frost began to gather upon him. As the ice crystal solidified, his figure gradually vanished into the air. This is Frost Edge, calling Crossstar. The enemy possesses heavy weaponry, suspected to be members of the Storm Church. Requesting instructions. Cover the escort team members, stall them as long as possible until we arrive. Received. Frost Edge raised the crossbow, aiming at the enemy's heavy fire vehicle. Sleep well, he said coldly. Whoosh! The bolt sliced through the air, crystallizing into ice as it struck the machine gunner, pinning him to the vehicle, deeply embedded in its frame. Before the cultists could react, the surroundings began to freeze around the ice shard, quickly encasing several fleeing cultists in ice. Retreat swiftly. I will cover you. The search team will handle this area, Frost Edge communicated through the escort team's channel. With that, Frost Edge unleashed a series of shots. Several ice shards exploded in midair, creating a protective mist of ice. The escort team seized the opportunity, leaving a few members to provide cover fire while they retreated with the wounded into a nearby engineering passage. It's a spellcaster. Quickly locate and eliminate him, the cultist leader commanded. Frost Edge pivoted with his crossbow, moving to the next rooftop. Just as he departed, the previous shooting point was riddled with a barrage of bullets. He leaped beside the exhaust system on the rooftop, swiftly setting up the crossbow and firing a bolt at each of the two entrances. The arrows rapidly cooled in the air, solidifying into ice shards that penetrated the concrete, causing a swift drop in temperature, quickly forming an ice wall. The wheels of the cultists' vehicles froze, rendering them immobile. As A.O. Jiang retracted the crossbow, preparing to relocate, a grenade whizzed past him, obliterating a nearby pile of scrap metal. That was close. This is madness, he muttered. He jumped down from the rooftop, concealing himself in the shadows. Another grenade soared by, demolishing his previous firing position. The leader ejected the spent shell, declaring, by the will of the storm, let the sorcerer deal with this enemy. Vanguard team, follow me. Let us reclaim what belongs to the storm. The leader hoisted a rocket launcher, aiming at the escort team's position, when suddenly, an arrow flew and struck the launcher, misaligning it, resulting in a rocket that collapsed an old signal tower nearby. A few cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, their cloaks inscribed with strange runes, chanting unknown incantations. As they intoned their mysterious spells, several fireballs gradually coalesced in their hands. Minutes later, they ceased their chanting and hurled the fireballs toward the escort team's position. In an instant, the escort team's base erupted into flames, leaving several members caught off guard, thrown to the ground by the explosion. The leader swiftly surrounded the escort vehicle with several cultists, affixing explosives to the armored doors before retreating into a nearby cover. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the heavy blast doors were obliterated, and the leader brandished his rifle, charging in with a few cultists. At that moment, Frost Edge had moved to the second floor of the factory. A shard of shrapnel had grazed his left arm, but rather than bleeding, frost had formed over the wound. Struggling, he aimed the crossbow at the escort vehicle. Inside were numerous crates of mirror silver and silver sand, originally stacked neatly, but now scattered on the ground due to the explosion as some crates had broken open. Goodness! Just a single crate could ensure a lifetime of comfort if sold, A.O. Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Strangely, the cultists ignored the valuable mirror silver strewn about, instead extracting an unassuming long wooden box from within. His shoulder-mounted radio crackled to life, the voice sounding remarkably youthful. This is Thunder Light. Frost Edge, mark the enemy's location. It'll blow them sky high. Received. Bomb the location where the ice shards exploded. The box they're moving seems suspicious. Avoid attacking if possible. He lifted the crossbow, though his injury rendered his grip somewhat unstable. Frost formed on the arrowhead, a gentle white glow flickering in his hand. The arrow split in midair, detonating into two at the spellcaster's position, enveloping the area in a shroud of white ice mist. A low hum resonated from above as a large drone approached, two missiles streaking toward the spellcasters. The drone circled overhead before diving straight for the leader. "Take that drone down, quickly," the leader bellowed, as two armed personnel carrying the box were struck down, collapsing to the ground. The leader kicked aside the bodies, seizing the box and hastening toward the exit. Seizing the opportunity, Frost Edge launched another attack. The sharp arrow pierced the leader's shoulder, causing the box to tumble to the ground, a knife falling from within. It was none other than Silver Moon. It glimmered with an eerie green light, appearing particularly sinister under the moon's glow. Moments later, a nearby rocket exploded, flames engulfing both the leader and the knife in an instant. As the flames dissipated, Jiang noticed that Silver Moon had somehow ended up in the leader's grasp, the blade unscathed, save for the seal that had been burned away, its ghostly green glow intensifying. The leader, using the knife for support, slowly rose from the ground. The cultists beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Truly the chosen one. The storm has blessed our leader. Long live the great storm." However, their expressions swiftly transformed into terror. They beheld the leader's abdomen, a gaping wound from which his entrails spilled forth. Half his face had been blown away, revealing a ghastly skull, blood dripping down in grotesque fashion. "Leader?" A bolder cultist approached, extending a trembling hand toward him. Suddenly, the leader raised Silver Moon, slashing diagonally at the cultist. In an instant, the cultist was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The leader emitted a chilling laugh. He slowly spoke, "After all these years, I have returned, you madmen." His voice resembled that of an old, malfunctioning radio. The cultists raised their firearms in unison abruptly. A fierce wind swept through, blinding them. The leader wielded Silver Moon, like a tempest, reaping the lives of the cultists. Above, the drone dove toward the leader, preparing to drop its payload. Yet the leader merely waved a hand, summoning a gust that sent the drone spiraling off course, crashing nearby. Such trivial gadgets, less threatening than the man-eating hawks of the wasteland, the leader mocked. He flicked the blood from the blade and ambled toward the cultists by the convoy. With each step he took, the fear within the cultists intensified. "What manner of monster are you?" A cultist quavered, shakily aiming his rifle. "Did your superiors not inform you? I recall slaying several grand sorcerers back then." The leader scoffed. "Well, go ahead and inquire yourselves." The cultists attempted to fire, but their trembling hands lacked the strength to pull the trigger. The leader cleaved through a nearby cultist, kicking his corpse aside. A cultist attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be swiftly dispatched with a reverse strike. Before long, only one cultist remained. "Come now, reunite with your comrades." As the leader prepared to swing the blade, an ice shard flew forth, knocking the weapon from his grasp. "Is there still one I have not discovered?" the leader remarked with a cold chuckle. He retrieved the knife, arrogantly challenging the surroundings. "Come forth. Hiding serves no purpose. Let us engage in a glorious battle." Frost Edge disregarded his taunts and launched another assault. "That I have found you." The leader commanded the wind, sending the ice shard flying back. The ice shard struck the wall, creating a large hole and embedding itself within. Frost Sharp narrowly evaded this lethal blow, quickly repositioning himself to pull the trigger. "Is this all you are capable of?" Truly uninspired, the leader swung his sword, unleashing two blades of wind. What he did not anticipate was that upon contact with the arrow, it exploded midair, enveloping the surroundings in a dense, icy mist. The temperature plummeted rapidly, a layer of frost forming on the ground, as the leader's battered body began to freeze from the feet upwards, soon transforming into a statue of ice. "Cunning tactics," the leader murmured. He struggled to break free from the icy prison. A bullet engulfed in flames tore through the night sky, akin to a meteor descending from space, striking the leader squarely in the head. In an instant, he was consumed by roaring flames. The surrounding ice vaporized into steam, dissipating along with his ashen remains. Half a kilometer away, atop the command tower, a sniper draped in camouflage collected a spent shell, standing beside his sniper rifle. Beneath a military green cap was the weathered visage of a middle-aged man, equipped with a wireless headset, his olive green mask insufficient to conceal a prominent scar on his face. Beside him stood a man in his 30s, observing the battlefield, adorned in similar attire, with a terrifying scar across his left eye. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Arc Light search team and the sniper Crossstar, while the individual beside him was the observer Red Light. A flicker of crimson light danced in Crossstar's hand as he fixated on the silver moon that had fallen to the ground. This fellow reminds me of those modified Neeglers from Minstov. Even after being battered, that Neegler captain still fought on. Could this guy also be some sort of biological weapon conjured by the Storm Church? Red Light whispered. Crossstar adjusted his scope. The issue lies with that blade. The Storm Church could not possibly possess the means to manufacture such a biological weapon after that assault. What is that thing? Have you heard the tales of phantoms? Red Light chuckled. Isn't that just a story to frighten children? My mother used to tell me about it when I was young. That thing is far more than mere folklore. Even if it exists, you could easily incinerate it. Crossstar shook his head. Not necessarily. Red Light scrutinized the readings on the observation device, perplexed. Why is the wind speed rising so rapidly? I don't recall any strong winds today. Upon hearing this, Crossstar furrowed his brow. Before long, everyone witnessed a shocking sight. From the flames, the silver moon began to rise slowly, hovering in the air as if held by an unseen hand. Am I hallucinating? Red Light pinched the back of his hand. Seems your hallucinations are contagious, Crossstar remarked. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the intense flames engulfed the silver moon. A powerful gust of wind dispersed the flames. The crowd soon realized that a figure had appeared around the once empty silver moon. A most peculiar individual. His face was obscured by a tattered mask, dark hair interspersed with a strand of green, skin pale as that of a corpse. His worn military attire resembled the uniform of the Xueyi army from the Second Storm War, a charred metal tag hanging from his chest. His ghostly green eyes glimmered with a faint luminescence, and he held the silver moon, assuming a defensive stance. Crossstar quickly cautioned Frostsharp, do not engage. Be wary of that fellow's sorcery. Earlier, the spell work was quite effective, the figure spoke. Frostsharp concealed himself within the building, observing this individual. Is anyone there? Don't hide. Speak up, the figure repeated. The only responses were the whispers of the wind and the crackling of burning debris. The figure shook his head, and a ghostly green light began to shimmer around him. As the glow intensified, the wind surged. In a flash of brilliant green light, the figure suddenly vanished from sight. Frostsharp felt a chill behind him, quickly ducking to the side as a blade of wind sliced through the wall behind him. He swiftly drew his long sword, clashing it against the oncoming silver moon. The 2 blades emitted a fierce metallic clang, causing Frostsharp's camouflage spell to dissipate. The blades rebounded, both parties retreating a few steps. Frostsharp gripped his sword tightly, leaning against the wall in a defensive posture. The figure, noticing Frostsharp's blue eyes, pointed his blade at him and inquired, Are you an anomaly? Is that a problem? The figure glanced at the moon, continuing. The cadaver's body was far too decayed. The previous attack lacked any vigor. Who are you? The figure traced the blade of the silver moon, stating, Berries? Samantha? On Lord? I've been confined within this blade for far too long. My memories have deteriorated severely. You are not human? I just glimpsed what was in that person's mind. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what it feels like to fight using your body. No sooner had he spoken than the figure gripped his sword tightly and charged at Frostsharp. He struck first, aiming for Frostsharp's forehead. Frostsharp deflected the blow, countering with a blade imbued with magic aimed at the figure's heart. Strangely, the blade pierced through as if nothing were there. Not good. Frostsharp retreated just in time to narrowly dodge the figure's strike. Impressive. The figure conjured a ghostly green spell in his hand. He struck again, and suddenly a blood-red glow flickered around Frostsharp, fiercely rebounding the spell back at the figure. The figure plunged his sword into the ground to steady himself, clutching his head, coughing a few times as the ghostly green light around him diminished significantly. Huh. Life-base spells, the last time I encountered one was 20 years ago. The figure struggled to stand, propping himself up. That spell does not belong to you, anomaly. It has nothing to do with you, Frost Sharp replied coldly. Then let us see if you can withstand my next move. What? Frost Sharp grew wary. He lunged at Frost Sharp, thrusting his sword towards him, but the figure vanished before him. Until we meet again. A gust of wind brushed past Frost Sharp's face as the window behind him swung open. The battle concluded. Frost Sharp sheathed his long sword and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Crossstar and the others. Frost Sharp, what is the situation? Crossstar inquired with concern. I am relatively unscathed, aside from allowing him to escape. I have contacted the cleanup team. They will arrive shortly to handle the debris, White Shark stated. Oh no, my drone! Lightning lamented, cradling the damaged device. That guy was ruthless, my Thunderwing. Crossstar glanced at the drone in his hands. The core components are intact, just have Old Wong swap out the chassis for you. Nearby, several captured cultists sat on the ground, weakly groaning. Frost Sharp removed his hat, revealing 2 fluffy ears. The cultists nearby recoiled in terror, shouting, Monster die! Stay away from me! Frost Sharp felt a pang of sadness at their words, his ears drooping. Crossstar delivered a solid punch to one of the cultists' faces, nearly embedding him into the ground. The cultist groaned and fell silent. White Shark drew his pistol, furious and ready to execute him, but was halted by Black Crow. Calm down. We still need to interrogate him tomorrow, Black Crow urged. Damn it, you beasts. I want to kill you right now. White Shark cursed vehemently. Frost Sharp felt dizzy, his body wavering as he nearly collapsed. Frost Sharp, are you all right? Black Crow asked, concern etched on his face as he caught him. Frost Sharp rubbed his temples, leaning against the wall. Just a minor issue, will be fine shortly. Crossstar declared, all right, White Shark, Black Crow, and Red Light, take these individuals back. He turned to Frost Sharp, saying, you should go rest for a bit. I will contact you if needed tomorrow. Frost Sharp nodded, donning his hood and vanishing into the darkness with a swift motion. Chapter 3. Deji Steam Bun Shop at dawn. The newly developed area commenced a fresh day on Red Star Street. A breakfast shop was filled with patrons enjoying their morning meal, workers, students, and white-collar professionals alike. An old radio perched atop the cash register broadcasted the morning news that a young man entered, seeking a table beside the counter. The owner, with a warm smile, greeted him. Ah, Xueyi, you've arrived. What would you like to eat? A steamer of pork and 3 flavor soup dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding, no cilantro, please. Coming right up. While awaiting his breakfast, Xueyi picked up a newspaper from the table and began to read. The owner, Deji, now in his 50s, had opened this breakfast shop over 30 years ago as a young man in Qingjiang. Xueyi had been a regular since childhood, and they were quite familiar with each other. Before long, a steaming basket of dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding were served that he stood to adjust the volume of the radio. Yesterday morning, in the old storage area on Old Port Road, a robbery occurred. According to police reports, 18 armed assailants were killed and 5 were apprehended. Preliminary assessments suggest involvement from foreign armed forces. The police urge all citizens to report any information regarding unidentified armed individuals or illegal entrants, promising cash rewards for useful tips. Who are these people, driven mad by greed? I haven't heard of any notorious gang operating in Xueyi, Deji remarked while clearing the dishes. Who knows, attempting a robbery in Qingjiang? Do they think soldiers carry stationary boxes filled with candy? Xueyi replied. Given the current state of affairs, Xueyi, be cautious while driving deliveries. You wouldn't want to encounter such lunatics, that Xueyi chuckled. Rest assured to be by the way. Please pack 3 more servings of dumplings and tofu pudding. For Xiaoka, yes. After wiping his mouth, Xueyi settled the bill and took the packed breakfast as he stepped outside. He glanced at his phone. It was exactly 7 o'clock. At 10, the 5 disciples would accompany the authorities to the city police station for questioning, and unless an emergency arose, he was not required to intervene. He rubbed his temples, still feeling a slight headache from last night's spellcasting. Hurrying down the street, he paused in front of a tavern. The establishment boasted a modern decor, its curtains drawn, occupying a spacious 300 square meters in a 2-story building. With a sign reading Camber Tavern hanging above to the left of the tavern stood an antique shop named Lao Ao Antique Store, founded by Ao Zhang's grandfather and now his family's heritage. A sign on the door indicated closed for today, with operating hours listed as 9 in the morning to 11 at night. Upon entering, a warm breeze greeted him. The bar, a fair-skinned young man in the tavern staff uniform. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had snow-white hair and an exquisitely handsome, yet aloof demeanor. His eyes sparkled like beautiful rubies, and every movement exuded elegance. "Welcome back, Xiao Ao. Would you care for a drink?" he inquired. The Ao Jiang placed his breakfast on a nearby table. "Just a glass of water, please. I got home just before midnight last night, and I have a headache." Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he felt a chill in his body and a slight ache in his chest. Burns poured him a cup of tea. "I heard about a robbery on the escort team last night. It seems they didn't even touch the mercury silver and silver sand." "Indeed, but what they stole was far more powerful than mercury silver. By the way, where are Fu and Nora's brother?" Fu just got up. "She should be washing up now. Nora is resting. She was quite exhausted yesterday. The anniversary celebration at Limin must have been a success. I noticed quite a line outside." "Yes, everything sold out yesterday. Do we need to restock today? Hence the closure." They conversed. Kafuya descended from upstairs, clad in a white sweatshirt. She seized a cup of tea from the table and downed it in one go. "Fu, you haven't tea at breakfast yet. Come eat something." Ao Jiang opened the plastic bag, and the enticing aroma of the dumplings wafted through the air. "Delicious. Little wolf cub, you're the best." As she sat down to eat, she inquired, "Did you check your phone? There was a robbery in the old storage area last night. Quite a commotion. I heard both the escort team and the robbers suffered many casualties." Ao Jiang glanced at his phone. The news mirrored the radio broadcast. "The media does seem to align with the facts," he remarked. "Were you injured during the altercation with those individuals?" "Let me help you tend to it," Kafuya said, her concern evident. Ao Jiang's ears perked up. "No, I'm quite skilled. Those minor terrorists couldn't possibly harm me." "Are you certain?" "Xiao Jiang?" Kafuya asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. "Absolutely." Ao Jiang confidently patted his chest. "Those petty thugs? I could take them down one by one without breaking a sweat. Then could you fetch me the tofu pudding?" Ao Jiang stood to retrieve the bag. Suddenly, Ao Jiang's ears perked up, and his body felt weak. Kafuya wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, lifting his chin with one hand, her lips brushing against his ear. "When you lie, your ears instinctively twitch. It's been that way since childhood. Moreover, I'm quite sensitive to the scent of blood." Ao Jiang let out a muffled sound, his face flushing as he stammered. "I didn't want you to worry. And I'm shy about being seen like this. The curtains are drawn, and the tavern is closed for the day. No one will come, will they?" Burns seemed unfazed by the scene, continuing to wipe glasses, as if accustomed to such interactions. "All right, you look like you're about to cry. Am I really that frightening? Let us check your wounds," Kafuya said, gradually releasing Ao Jiang. She wiped away the tear from his eye and took his hand, leading him upstairs. Upon entering the room, she searched for the first aid kit while Ao Jiang obediently sat on the bed, his tail gently swaying behind him. The room was impeccably tidied. A red laptop rested on the desk, alongside neatly arranged office supplies. A plush toy of a small wolf cub sat by the bedside, and the walls were adorned with photographs of the two of them throughout their childhood. Ao Jiang picked up a photo of the three of them together. In it, Kafuya wore a school uniform, her arm around him, while a girl of similar age stood beside them, her black hair streaked with white, lending her an air of uniqueness. "I found it. Show me your wound." He removed his outer jacket, leaving only a shirt, and rolled up his sleeves to reveal the injury. "You must have used magic to staunch the bleeding, but you didn't address the gunpowder and metal fragments inside. Am I right?" Kafuya remarked. "Just as I expected from you." Kafuya swiftly dressed his wound and noticed the photograph in Ao Jiang's hand. This our high school photo? You, me, and Inoa." "Yes, I wonder what Inoa has been busy with lately. Her social media has been quiet for some time." "I heard that the National Security Technology Team is on the verge of a breakthrough with a new technology. It's only natural she is occupied. Their press conference is coming up. Once it's over, let us three of us go out for a day of fun. Speaking of which, aren't you busy today?" "Ugh, don't remind me. Those guys from the northwestern wasteland were eliminated. Thankfully, we didn't ship any goods. It's a pity we'll miss out on that profit." Ao Jiang glanced at his watch. Is there something urgent? Oh, I need to deliver the armed assailants captured yesterday for questioning at 10. I see. It seems there is still time. Fuya grasped his hand, pulling him into her embrace. For your dishonesty, I think a little punishment is in order. Would you prefer I be gentle or a bit rougher? She teased, her fingernails lightly grazing his throat. That my little wolf cub is so tempting. I long to pin you to the bed and gradually bite through your neck. Please be gentle, if you would. Ao Jiang blushed like a ripe tomato. Very well, I shall be gentle. Let us begin. She gently sank her teeth into Ao Jiang's neck, the vivid crimson blood seeping from his wound. Kafia savored the taste of Ao Jiang's lifeblood, as bat-like wings gradually unfurled from her back, a sinister crimson glow igniting in her eyes. It hurts, Ao Jiang murmured softly, his body trembling slightly, a rosy hue blooming on his face, his tail drooping limply by his side, his hands weakly clutching Kafia's back. 20 minutes later, Kafia released her hold, licking the blood from the wound. You are still ever so delicious, she said, embracing Ao Jiang's form and contentedly licking her lips. Ao Jiang lay atop her, tears welling in his azure eyes. Despite the pain in his neck, he felt the chilling sensation within him dissipate. The ache in his chest considerably alleviated, warmth spreading through his body, that he gazed at the red bite mark on his neck in the mirror, a hint of worry shading his voice. What about this bite mark? It won't heal any time soon. What does it matter? Kafia replied, retrieving a red scarf embroidered with hearts from the nightstand and handing it to Ao Jiang. Just remember to return it to me tonight. All right, he said, draping the scarf around his neck. Your body was attacked by magic yesterday, and the lingering chill seems rather intense. Could there be spellcasters among those armed men? No. It was a ghost. A ghost? What? Kafia could hardly believe her ears. They stole that knife we saw yesterday, the one that made me feel so uneasy. That knife contains a ghost. If so, it would explain the cold aura lingering around you. Do you still feel that chill? Not anymore. I feel much better. Ghosts, entities that emerged after the first storm war, are often remnants of humans or animals who perished in the tempestuous zones, lacking physical form. They can only be harmed by magic. Most ghosts possess neither consciousness nor memories of their former lives, acting solely on instinct, rendering them perilous adversaries. They vanish completely as their spiritual essence dissipates. With only a few remnants currently found in the northwestern wastelands, that if you encounter that being, do not engage him directly. His swordsmanship and magic are formidable, Ao Jiang advised. Rest assured, I am aware. After a leisurely chat, Ao Jiang departed from Kafia's residence at 9, making his way to Team 712 shop. The cold wind brushed against his cheeks, the red scarf billowing in the breeze. The repair shop was merely a block away, where the team members congregated in the garage, inspecting their weaponry. That it seems I am the last to arrive, Ao Jiang said, feeling slightly embarrassed. That in the center of the garage stood a cargo truck, adorned with advertisements for Hero brand canned meat. Housing several captives, White Shark and Black Crow watched over them. That on the left side of the vehicle, two fully armed individuals sat beside the repair station. The team's demolitions expert, Poison Sting, was examining a grenade launcher, while the team scout, Chin Pai, polished his firearm. That in the back seat of the truck's cab sat a girl with a cold demeanor, the team's intelligence officer, Ice Fox, standing at over 1.7 meters tall, her hair cascaded over her shoulders. Next to her lay a black laptop adorned with a fox emblem on the display. That as the time arrived, Cross Star and Red Light occupied the front seats of the driver's cab, while Poison Sting, Chin Pai, and Ao Jiang settled in the back. Black Crow, White Shark, and Ice Fox remained in the rear compartment. Ao Jiang cast a spell to render his ears and tail invisible, altering the color of his hair to appear more like an ordinary person. Approximately half an hour later, they drove into the underground garage of the city's Public Security Bureau. 2 individuals awaited them at the elevator entrance. One sporting a beard, donning an old military cap, dressed in a worn Soviet officer's uniform with boots and a scar running across his left eye. The other dressed in police attire, resembling a cadre. The latter was the director of the Qingjiang City Public Security Bureau. Alongside him stood the warden of the Krytalian prison, a collaborative facility between the two countries, and the military defense commander of the Northwest Frozen Region, Krytalian Korbog. Chapter 4. Krytalian Korbog, aged 59. Immigrated to the Red Star Republic after the First Storm War. That he is the military commander of the Northwest Special Region. With his aide Wang Feng, that he fought alongside Cross-Star in the Second Storm War, and following the war, was promoted to military commander due to his distinguished achievements. After the war, he spearheaded the construction of a large prison in the northwestern wastelands to house war captives from the Moskva Mechanized Corps and various criminals, sometimes presiding over their trials. Numerous records exist regarding his judicial decisions, one notable instance being over a decade ago when he led a team to apprehend a multinational human trafficking syndicate comprised of ruthless killers. The public rejoiced at their capture, and the trial was conducted in the central square of Qingjiang City, broadcast nationwide via television. The citizens expressed overwhelming support for the imposition of the death penalty on the syndicate-esque criminals. Yet, just as the soldiers were about to escort the prisoners for execution, a group emerged from the crowd to denounce him, criticizing Qingjiang for the inhumanity of his death sentence, in response to their outcry. Qingjiang scratched his head and announced a modification of the verdict. If the criminals could obtain the forgiveness of the victims, who were all deceased, he would amend his decision to facilitate their forgiveness. He resolved to allow the criminals to meet the victims. "Well, didn't bring your flagship today. What brings you, the military district commander here?" Cross-Star quipped. "Take a guess that I asked about the firearms. Indeed, it seems you haven't lost your wit. My men examined the weapons those individuals used, and there are significant issues. Let's head to the conference room." The group entered the elevator, ascending to the conference room on the top floor, while the captives were escorted by military police to the interrogation room. Upon entering the conference room, Jiang, who was last to arrive, automatically locked the door behind him. In the center of the conference room lay an arms box containing the firearms used by the cultists yesterday. Cross-Star picked up an assault rifle, summoning red light to inspect it closely. The firearm was in good condition. However, remnants of oil lingered in its crevices, and curiously, the section where the firearm's serial number should be had been filed off. Type 85 assault rifle. ISNT. This weapon retired. Where could they have acquired these? White Shark inquired, puzzled. Jiang reached out, feeling the oily residue within the rifle's crevices, rubbing it between his fingers before saying, "These firearms must be from the civil defense stockpile. The gun oil was not cleaned properly. It appears these individuals lack experience in handling firearms." He pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the oil from his hands. Astute observation. This type of weapon is one I used over 20 years ago when fighting alongside Alexeyevich Cross-Star. These individuals are severely unprofessional. I can tell just by looking that they used a specific brand of file. Qingjiang remarked. Military surplus firearms had not only infiltrated civilian hands, but had somehow made their way into the possession of terrorists. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Qingjiang projected images of the confiscated firearms onto a white screen. Pointing at the images as he spoke, a total of over 30 Type 85 rifles, more than 80 Type 79 grenades, 5 Type 76 rocket launchers, and over 2,120mm rockets were seized, along with more than 4,000 rifle cartridges and over 20 standard machetes. "These items are sufficient to arm an infantry squad," Cross-Star noted. The group discussed the case details, yet apart from the weapons left behind, no useful leads emerged, prompting them to focus on the knife stolen by the cultists. Cross-Star turned to Ice Fox, asking, "Ice Fox, do you have any leads regarding that knife?" Everyone turned their attention to Ice Fox, who propped her chin on her hand, sifting through relevant data, after more than 10 minutes. She shook her head. "There is very little information on the knife the cultists seized last night. We only know that its previous owner was a Soviet soldier, but no further specifics are available. It seems we can only interrogate those cultists to see if they possess any useful information." Qingjiang concluded. "I'll arrange that immediately," said the director of the Public Security Bureau beside him. The group descended the stairs to the interrogation room on the next floor, unaware that a shadow lurked in the corner of the hallway adjacent to the conference room, watching them. Jiang felt a slight chill creeping over him again, sneezing as he rubbed his head. "Is it because I didn't sleep well last night?" Qingjiang and Cross-Star proceeded to interrogate the cultists while the others waited in the observation room. Jiang sat in a chair, catching up on sleep. The two first asked 5 cultists unrelated questions, identifying the most timid one before dragging a cultist into the interrogation room for questioning. The two faced the handcuffed criminal across the iron bars. The harsh glare of 2 spotlights illuminating the cultist's face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Cross-Star initiated the questioning, asking, "How many of you are there?" The cultist, exhibiting a hostile attitude, shouted angrily, "You blasphemous beasts! You are unworthy of knowing anything about our sacred organization." The two exchanged glances. Qingjiang replied, Think carefully. Otherwise, we may have to take some necessary measures, and by then, you may not find yourself in such a position. The attitude of the cultist remains deplorable, and Critalian has ceased to engage in idle chatter. He seizes the baton beside him and storms into the interrogation chamber, unleashing a barrage of memory recovery techniques upon the cultist. You can beat me to death, but I shall not speak. For the supreme storm god. Are you certain? Crossstar inquires. For the storm god. Critalian commands. Keep striking until he confesses. Crossstar gestures towards the timid cultist, who is confined in the adjacent interrogation room. The sounds of the cultist being beaten send beads of cold sweat trickling down the timid one's forehead. After a severe beating, the cultist is left barely conscious. Yet he still refuses to divulge any information. In desperation, Crossstar uses his phone to capture the battered visage of the cultist before turning his attention to the timid one. The two interrogators maintain a similar environment for their inquiry. The timid cultist wipes the cold sweat from his brow and trembles as he gazes at the two. Critalian shows him the photograph and asks, "Will you answer truthfully, or will you follow in his footsteps?" The timid cultist, already frail in spirit, is further terrified by the sight of his comrade's plight, nodding vigorously as he replies, "I promise to be honest." Crossstar poses the first question. "How many of you are there?" "Aside from our team, there is a larger group. I am not sure where they are specifically," the cultist responds. Critalian rubs his wrist and remarks, "If that guy were as cowardly as you, he wouldn't have to endure such beatings. My hand still aches from the blows." Crossstar continues the interrogation. "Next question. Where is your stronghold?" The cultist mutters, "I am unsure of the exact location, but I remember it being in a sewer. The stench is unbearable. Where did you acquire your firearms?" "I do not know, only that our leader distributed them to us." "You removed the serial numbers yourselves?" "Yes, we filed them off with a rasp point. One of the interrogators produces a rasp." "Can you recall the serial numbers?" The cultist scratches his head, and after a moment of painful recollection, he stammers, "HQJ 1, the next line is QX 10-12. That's all I remember. I asked that it. Surely there was a date as well." Crossstar gazes at the cultist with suspicion. "Be honest. Do you wish to end up like this fellow?" Critalian thrusts the photograph close to the cultist's face. The cultist, pale as a ghost, hastily shakes his head, exclaiming, "I wouldn't dare. I swear on my life. That's all I can remember." Critalian raises the baton to the cultist's throat, his tone stern. "Confess, quickly." The cultist, now thoroughly frightened, stammers, "Two esteemed gentlemen. I truly do not know. Even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare to withhold anything." Next question. "What food do you receive, and from whom?" "Every day, the same group brings us supplies. Do they have any distinguishing features?" The cultist replies, "They smell like garbage and wear all black." "Do you have any accomplices remaining?" "I am unsure. We are prohibited from communicating between safe houses." Final question. "Why did you attempt to steal that knife?" The cultist explains, "Our leader told us it was a sacred relic of the church, not meant to be wielded by people like you. I do not know its specific purpose. But as you can see, that cursed knife holds a demon within. I am merely a hired hand. I do not wish to lose my life. Is there anything else you wish to confess?" Crossstar holds up his notepad. "If I tell you, you won't harm me, right?" "That depends on what you disclose." "Have you heard the prophecy?" "Prophecy? What prophecy?" The two interrogators look at the cultist, perplexed. "The one about the snow demon, of course. You must have heard something about it." Upon hearing the term snow demon, both men tense up. "The one named Snowafina, who died over 20 years ago. I heard our leader mention that the church has circulated a prophecy stating that at the moment of the Great Voyage's collapse, the snow demon will return to devour the lives here. At that time, the entire northwest region will become a desolate wasteland of ice and snow. Is this related to that knife?" Crossstar inquires. "I do not know. I lack the rank to be privy to such information. They did not tell me." Crossstar puts away the notepad and says, "Thank you for your cooperation." With that, the two leave the interrogation chamber to organize the information. The term snow demon resonates deeply with both of them. Over 200 years ago, during the era of the Nasharov Empire, a powerful and beautiful specter, synonymous with death, appeared across the northwest wastelands. Freezing all in her path in ice and snow, she roamed the snowy plains, hunting the nobility, and the deaths were often gruesome. Parents in both nations would recount tales of the snow demon to frighten their children. During the final battle of the Second Storm War over 20 years ago, It was the snow demon who, utilizing her formidable ice magic, froze the enemy forces on the battlefield, granting respite to the united army and aiding them in their victory. Yet after that last battle, she vanished without a trace. The fate of the snow demon has remained a closely guarded secret among military leaders, with the public largely unaware of her end. There are two prevalent theories. One claims she dissipated, while the other asserts she was executed by the magical task force. Neither man believes these versions, for they witnessed the snow demon's demise firsthand. The snow demon, a hero, Critalian murmurs. Will she return? It is uncertain whether it bodes well or ill. Crossstar remarks that I recall Burns mentioning that her soul has found liberation. What could compel her return? Unclear. It appears I must contact the informants of the Blood Scourge Market. They may have pertinent information. Perhaps we should examine the firearm serial numbers he recalled. They might yield some clues, Critalian suggests, pointing at the codes on the notepad. Translating weapon codes is no challenge for the two veterans. The first string of codes, read from left to right, indicates the Red Star Republic's Qingjiang City First Armament Factory. The second line, also read from left to right, refers to the Light Weapons Manufacturing Department. The 10th Production Plant, 12th Production Line, .it seems I'll need to trouble you to retrieve the records from the first factory, Crossstar states. Critalian produces a walkie-talkie and communicates with his aide.my assistant. Please come here swiftly. Critalian's aide, Wang Feng, enters. Critalian instructs him to investigate the flow of all weapons from the 10th Production Plant and the 12th Production Line at the First Armament Factory. After confirming some details, the aide sets off to prepare for the investigation that let's convene shortly to discuss the situation, Crossstar suggests, rubbing his eyes. The wall clock indicates that it is past 1 o'clock. More than an hour has slipped away. As they deliberate the case, a sudden commotion erupts in the hallway outside. Critalian, already nursing a headache, is further aggravated by the noise. He pushes open the door and steps out. With Crossstar following closely behind, in the spacious corridor, a group of officers is escorting several unruly thugs, their blonde hair a stark contrast to the tension in the air. The thugs are agitated. Hurling curses. Critalian, irate, exclaims, "What are you ruffians shouting about? And you officers, what are you doing? This is the police station, not a marketplace." The leader of the thugs, brazen despite his handcuffs, points defiantly at Critalian and retorts, "You old fool, mind your own business. You might not even outlive me." Critalian's temper flares at these words that he angrily questions the nearby officer. What have these thugs done to warrant their presence here? The officer explains these individuals caused a disturbance at a restaurant, smashing tables and chairs with iron rods simply because the food on the adjacent table arrived faster than theirs, injuring staff, patrons, and several officers. "I see this little brat has no injuries at all. Why haven't you dealt with him?" Critalian interrogates. The officer, exasperated, replies, "We dare not, sir." "What do you mean you dare not? Tell me, should we not use the harshest measures against criminals?" "Yes, sir." "Then why not employ force to apprehend them? Because the leader of this group is the son of the vice mayor. Is that the reason?" Critalian exclaims in disbelief. "Enough, give them a proper lesson first." Crossstar suggests that do not hesitate to beat them. Scum like these deserve a thorough thrashing, that if anything goes awry, let them come to me, Critalian orders. With that, the rain of batons descends upon the thugs, their cries of agony echoing through the corridor. Yet, the leader continues to hurl insults at Critalian. "You old fool, just wait. Once I get out, I'll make sure you pay. I'll have your old bones mounted on my sports car." Critalian strides forward, signaling the officers to remove the leader's handcuffs. "Kid, you claimed you'd hang my old bones on your car, right? Here's your chance. If you hurt me, you won't be held accountable." With that, he makes a provocative gesture toward the thug. "Fine, old man, you asked for it. Today, I'll show you why the flower is so red." The thug shakes his hands, spits on the floor, and brandishes a switchblade, lunging at Critalian. The other thugs cheer him on. "Go, boss. Eliminate that old wretch." Critalian sidestepped the spring knife. Seizing the thug's arm and twisting it with force, the sound of cracking bones reverberated, causing the ruffian to emit a pained cry. He attempted to attack with his other hand, but Critalian delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing against the wall. The thug collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Critalian stretched his shoulders and addressed the remaining thugs, asking, "Is there anyone else who dares to defy me? You still have a chance to challenge me." The other thugs, terrified, bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. Criterion grasped the thug, lying on the ground like a dead dog, and warned the others, "Do not let me see you again, or I shall make you suffer worse than this wretch." He then declared, "All right, take these individuals away. They are merely taking up space here." But he disdainfully kicked the thug on the ground and instructed, "Find a doctor to check if he still breathes. When he awakens, he shall compensate the victims tenfold for their losses." Meanwhile, in the observation room, Jiang was lost in a dream he had nurtured since childhood. Chapter 5. Dreams and Phantoms. The howling winds across the desolate plains echoed like the anguished cries of the deceased that a relentless snowfall nearly engulfed the black earth as a girl, dressed in tattered clothing and clutching a basket, trudged through the wilderness. The basket contained wild fruits and mushrooms she had foraged that day, a desperate attempt to feed her family amidst the blizzard. Tall and beautiful, the girl appeared somewhat emaciated due to malnutrition. She possessed a tail and ears identical to Jiang's, with silvery gray hair and pale blue eyes. Apart from their differing genders, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang. She glanced at the food in her basket, and a sudden jolt of pain surged through her head. The provisions would suffice to last until tomorrow. In the distance, she spotted flames rising from the direction of her village. They hadn't made it out. She hurried towards the village, the biting winds cutting against her face like daggers. Upon reaching a hill near the village, she encountered several battered villagers. They spoke to her in panic. "Young lady, a group of Norshov soldiers has invaded the village, killing and setting fire. We must escape." The girl did not flee with them. Instead, she raced towards the village. Her grandparents and younger brother remained there, and she could not abandon them. She witnessed hunters engaged in hand-to-hand combat with soldiers, and, using the cover of smoke and night, she maneuvered towards home. The inferno consumed every dwelling in the village, the scorching air mingling with black ashes, while the bodies of villagers lay covered in dark snow, their blood staining the earth beneath them. "You must escape," she silently urged within her heart. Yet soon, her hopes were shattered. Her home, that little wooden cabin, erupted into a fireball before her eyes. Her grandparents and brother lay lifeless in the yard, and as she trembled, she reached out to touch their bodies. Met only by the chilling breath of death, no. She grasped her basket and stumbled towards the village's edge, but just a few steps later, she collided with two Norshov soldiers wielding firearms. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, the soldiers' sinister intentions ignited. They raised their rifles, grinning maliciously as they approached Xueyi. The girl seized a charred stick nearby, trembling as she retreated. The soldier in front thrust his gun forward, knocking the stick from her hands. Then sneered, "You filthy outsider, behave, and perhaps death will be a little more comfortable for you. Don't come any closer. Die, beast." A surviving hunter plunged his knife into the back of the soldier, while the soldier in front raised his gun to fire. At that moment, a crossbow bolt from a distant water tower struck his weapon, causing him to lose grip. The hunter seized the opportunity to slice his throat. Once the battle concluded, the hunter swiftly scavenged the fallen soldiers for gunpowder and bullets. Collecting two firearms from the ground, he handed a short knife to the girl, saying, "Little one, let us flee towards the village entrance." With that, he signaled to his comrade atop the water tower to retreat. And together they led the girl towards the village's entrance. Navigating through the darkness, the girl followed behind, the path strewn with corpses and debris. Jiang observed the devastation, a fierce flame igniting within his heart. After considerable effort, the trio finally approached the vicinity of the village entrance. Flames engulfed the houses, snow melting in midair, and apart from the crackling of burning wood and the patter of melting snow on the ground, silence reigned. The hunter gestured for silence to the girl, whispering, "Let us scout ahead. Do not emerge." They hid her in a pile of firewood and cautiously advanced towards the village entrance. They encountered no attacks, and the hunter felt a slight relief that it seemed safe. That he gestured for the girl to emerge. But as soon as she stepped from the alley, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the two hunters. A group of Norshov soldiers lay in ambush, and the hunters fell lifeless to the ground. Xueyi, panicking, fled towards the village, but stumbled into another band of soldiers. The leading officer leered at the girl, saying, "A rare outsider. Capture her alive. The Duke will surely be pleased." Several soldiers lunged to restrain her. The girl fought back with her machete, inflicting wounds, yet ultimately succumbed to the disparity in strength and was overpowered. The officer, grinning cruelly, placed a sack over her head and struck her unconscious. Know why? the girl thought as darkness enveloped her. When she awoke again, she found herself in a dim dungeon, surrounded by stone walls adorned with various knives and whips. A thick stench of blood permeating the air. What is this place? She turned to see her reflection in a mirror, only to realize she had transformed into the girl. Desperate to struggle, she found her body bound by iron chains. Even in dreams, she could feel the cold, sticky residue of blood, that a sharp pain erupted in her head as the door creaked open, and a finely dressed man entered, holding a scalpel, his gaze filled with malicious intent as he approached Xueyi. Bound to the wooden frame. Perfect, too perfect, he murmured. I wonder how long it will be until I find such a flawless specimen. That no. The girl cried out in fear, watching him approach with the scalpel and whip. The man roughly tore at her clothing, exposing her alabaster skin to the air. She struggled violently, but ultimately was powerless to resist. Before I offer you as a sacrifice, I shall enjoy your beautiful body. The divine favor soul steeped in despair and suffering. The man leered. After a time, he fastened his belt and departed, leaving her body in excruciating pain. After enduring a horrific assault and violation, the girl, bound to the frame, was on the brink of death, her body marred with wounds, only able to emit feeble groans. Before long, the man returned, placing a bloodied bowl beneath her neck that he used the scalpel to slice her throat. Blood gushing from her neck and filling the bowl. Once it was full, he approached a nearby sigil on the ground, dipping his fingers into Xueyi's blood to draw a dark array. After completing the drawing, he unshackled her and dragged her, barely alive, to the center of the array. Raising his arms, he recited, O Divine One, I present to you this perfect offering. Please relish her soul. The red sigil on the ground emitted a faint glow, the man's lips curling into a grin. Yet, the red light flickered out, replaced by a blinding white light. The man stared in shock, his voice quivering. This is impossible. The ritual cannot emit white light. Could it be that this offering failed to please the divine? The white light intensified, followed by a sudden explosion of icy magical energy erupting from the array. Once the magical shockwave subsided, the girl gazed in astonishment at her surroundings. The body within the array had vanished, and another wave of pain surged through her head. She collapsed to her knees, gazing into the reflective ice surface before her pupils widening in horror. Did I end the ice? Or rather, the mirror was her own face. But her once pure skin had turned a ghastly gray, akin to that of the deceased. Sharp, black nails had sprouted from her slender fingers, and the softness in her eyes morphed into a cold, painful murderous intent. Her body was clad in a gown seemingly woven from ice that no. Who are you? You are not me, the girl uttered in disbelief, addressing the reflection. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, and Ao Zhang's face overlapped with the girl's in the fragmented surface. A cold voice echoed in her mind. You are me, and I am you. With a gasp, Ao Zhang awoke, touching his throat and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he rose to head outside. Where are you going? White Shark inquired. That I'm just heading to the restroom. He replied. He pushed the door open and stepped outside, traversing the dimly lit corridor while reminiscing about the dream he had just experienced. Since he could recall, this dream had recurred at intervals, wherein he embodied the tragic girl who met a sorrowful end. The agonizing sensations endured by that girl in the dream felt as if they were occurring to him in reality. And perhaps due to the wounds from his childhood, each time he awoke, his throat would ache faintly as he approached the staircase. The chilling sensation enveloping him intensified. It felt as though something lurked in the shadows. Watching him, his body trembled slightly. It seems I might be catching a chill, he murmured, tightening his down jacket. He entered the restroom, with a flickering light exposed a somewhat eerie atmosphere due to the damaged circuitry. He hastily finished his business, but as he prepared to exit, he noticed a dark figure seated at the door, emanating a faint green glow. Ao Zhang recognized the knife in the figure's hand and exclaimed in astonishment. Inu, is that you? How did you find this place? The shadow rose leisurely, stretching with a languid air, and replied in a flat tone, Aren't you supposed to follow the traces of spells to track someone? Ao Zhang's hands transformed into icy claws as he assumed a combat stance, solemnly inquiring, What is your purpose for coming here? I don't know. I just followed you in for a look that I can't quite remember much of the past. But perhaps I might recall more things that Ao Zhang retorted coldly. There are several spellcasters here. The moment I send a signal, they will rush to my aid, that I have full confidence that my signal will reach them far quicker than you could bring me harm. The Spectre shook his phone and remarked, "Are you referring to this little gadget? A rather exquisite piece. I like it. If I could regain my corporeal form, I would purchase one as well." How infuriating. When did that happen? The Spectre snapped his fingers, and the phone returned to A.O. Jiang's pocket. "Now, let us sit down and converse. Do not think about summoning your companions. They cannot breach my barrier." A.O. Jiang realized he had been drawn into a magical space. "Rest assured, time flows slowly here, so it won't hinder your discussions with your companions regarding those lunatics. That it seems I owe you my gratitude. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Boris Samantha, own lord. And you?" "A.O. Jiang, do you know? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt as if I had seen you before. Might you tell me who your mother is?" Upon hearing the word mother, a wave of sorrow washed over A.O. Jiang, and he forced a stoic expression, saying, "She is not an extraordinary person. That is all you need to know. Also, you could not have seen me. I doubt I was even born when you were alive." "Ha ha ha ha. Perhaps I was right. Where does your power originate? Is it innate? That is classified." A.O. Jiang replied icily. "Your team leader, and that burly old man, tell me his name." "From the moment I arrived, I felt a sense of familiarity with that fellow. Perhaps I have seen him before. I cannot trust you. That it seems I will not be able to extract any information from you. How unfortunate." The Spectre rose, snapping his fingers as a green mist enveloped the room, obscuring him until he vanished, leaving behind a single statement. "Please convey to those two that on the evening of the second day, at 8 o'clock, they should come to warehouse number 13 at the old transit station in the old port to find me, should they be interested." The environment returned to normal, and A.O. Jiang felt the chilling presence receding from him. He dispelled the spell and relaxed his nerves slightly. A.O. Jiang hurried towards the interrogation room, panting as he pushed open the observation room door, urgently asking, "Where Cross-Star and Cretalian?" The team members looked at him in surprise, with White Shark remarking, "What happened to you? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Poison Sting pointed to the adjacent room, saying, "They're in the conference room, probably sorting through intelligence. What do you need them for?" "Thank you." A.O. Jiang dashed out once more. Upon encountering the two, he first ensured that no one else could overhear, then quickly reported the encounter he had just experienced and the message the Spectre wished for him to convey. The two listened attentively to A.O. Jiang's report. Cross-Star furrowed his brow, while Cretalian appeared incredulous. "Boris Samantha, own lord. Are you absolutely certain that is his name?" Cretalian questioned in disbelief. A.O. Jiang nodded affirmatively. "Does that mean that Ghost is Owen Lord?" Cross-Star's eyes widened, as if he had realized something. "That he has returned." Tears welled in Cretalian's eyes. Cross-Star lit a cigarette, taking a drag as he mused. "It seems we must pay a visit to this old friend who has returned from the subspace." Cretalian retrieved a metal insignia from his pocket, lost in thought. Chapter 6. Memories of War during the Second Storm War. Cretalian, then a company commander, was dispatched alongside Cross-Star to Minstov to suppress a rebellion. Unfortunately, like Cross-Star, his unit was ambushed by traitors, narrowly escaping complete annihilation. His troops found themselves cornered on a street, with armored vehicles at both ends destroyed, resulting in significant casualties in an instant, leaving the entire unit in peril. That he and his men valiantly counterattacked the traitors, but were ultimately forced into a narrow alley due to the overwhelming numbers and devastating losses. The surviving soldiers retreated gradually behind the cover of intact armored vehicles and burning wreckage. Just as they were about to retreat to another street, 2 rockets collapsed buildings beside the street's exit, trapping them in a dead end. At the brink of life and death, a barrage of rockets rained down from the sky, blocking the traitors' approach. An armed force, seemingly emerging from nowhere, launched a fierce assault against the traitors, allowing Cretalian and his remaining men to breach a gap and escape. The traitors, having suffered severe losses from the rocket bombardment, were compelled to retreat, and Cretalian managed to save his own life. It was only later that he learned this squad belonged to the border militia, led by Owen Lord. That he met Owen Lord again at a war conference in the Minstov combat zone, attended by nearly all commanders engaged in the Minstov operations. He presented Owen Lord with a gold bar as a token of gratitude for saving his life, and Owen Lord reciprocated with a heavy sniper rifle captured from the enemy. That he and Cross-Star invited Owen Lord to dinner in Qingjiang after the war, to which Owen Lord agreed. Crotalian never anticipated that this would be his last encounter with the living Owen Lord. 2 months later, Owen Lord's guerrilla forces, along with many loyal troops, were lured into the Wailing Valley area, where traitors within the military colluded with the Eastern biochemical troops to unleash biochemical weapons, resulting in the deaths of the vast majority of soldiers. Owen Lord led the surviving fighters in a desperate charge against the traitors, most of whom perished under the traitors' artillery and machine gun fire. Owen Lord's body was never recovered, and Crotalian learned of this news only after the war concluded. Over the years, he and Crossstar had been searching for his remains, but to no avail did he place the metal insignia back into his pocket and rubbed his sore eyes. Crossstar convened the team once more in the conference room to discuss the intelligence obtained from the interrogation and the matter concerning the Spectre. He projected the information gathered during the interrogation onto everyone's devices. White Shark frowned at the information, exclaiming, "Hiss, where on earth did those people supplying resources to the cultists come from? They didn't provide any useful information." A.O. Jiang analyzed the data. Noting the garbage odor emanating from those supplying the cultists, he remarked, "If they carry the scent of garbage, where might that originate? A waste treatment facility? Or perhaps they picked up the scent while traversing the sewers." "Those few individuals certainly reeked," Qingjiang added. "It baffles me how they managed to remain hidden in the sewers for so long. Don't they have noses?" Crossstar expressed his disdain. "Perhaps they genuinely lack noses." A.O. Jiang mused, taking a sip of water, that I suspect these individuals likely work at a waste treatment facility or in sanitation and have grown accustomed to the smell. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they are deliberately using this odor to hinder our investigation. Black Crow inquired, "Crotalian, do you have any insights regarding the source of their firearms? I've dispatched my aide to investigate. It may take some time to uncover any leads, as they are quite cunning. Having removed all identification codes, can we analyze the coded information they remembered?" A.O. Jiang asked. Crotalian translated the codes one by one. Red Star Republic, Qingjiang City, 1st Weapons Manufacturing Plant, Light Weapons Manufacturing Zone. 10th Production Plant, 12th Production Line. They cannot recall the dates, but this information will certainly aid us significantly. Next question, does anyone here have a certain understanding of mythology? Crossstar inquired of the group. Mythology? Aren't we analyzing clues? Why are we suddenly discussing mythology? The White Shark, filled with confusion, said, while the Black Crow tapped the White Shark's head. The leader inquired, "This must be useful. Do you know anything about this matter?" I do not." "Then kindly remain silent." The Ice Fox rested one hand on her chin, while her other hand danced over the keyboard. "What mythological tale are we discussing? I can retrieve any recorded information." "Can you find out about Xueyi, the source of that snow spirit?" asked the Crossstar. "That I shall do my utmost," replied the Ice Fox. "That I recall my grandfather had a book that documented her. Let me search for it when I returned." Oh, Jiang appeared to ponder something, looking at the Crossstar with uncertainty. "If I am not mistaken, has she been absent for over 20 years? Very astute. According to the information provided by the followers, she will re-emerge at some point in the future. Though this news remains unverified, the authenticity of this information has yet to be established." The Crossstar responded. The Ice Fox swiftly located data concerning the snow spirit. It was rather peculiar. While there were numerous images, most were folk paintings and illustrations from books, and despite the abundance of depictions, none featured a clear photograph of her face. The best they had was a full-body image, yet her face was obscured and indistinct. She sighed to A.O. Jiang inquired gently, "Did you discover anything?" The Ice Fox sighed again. "Quite the opposite. I found nothing at all. Everything is either too blurry or lacks a clear visage. Most are merely folk tales and storybook illustrations." "What do you think? How could they purchase such a large quantity of food without being detected?" asked the Black Crow. "Could it be through special channels?" "It's also possible they utilized others," replied the Crossstar. "Wouldn't buying so much at once attract attention?" A.O. Jiang questioned. "What if they used inconspicuous channels? Perhaps a corporate cafeteria or similar?" suggested Crotalian. "I see. Our next focus should be on the food purchases of various enterprises," A.O. Jiang concluded. "Let us not forget those ordinary food stores. What they discard daily could also be supplied to these individuals." Crotalian added, "You never fail to think ahead," A.O. Jiang commended. The Crossstar commanded the police to concentrate their search on cafeterias and food stores, while Crotalian prepared to deploy a chemical defense team to inspect the city's drainage system. As the meeting adjourned, Team members gradually exited the conference room. Jiang also stood to leave when Criterion called out to him. Xueyi, please inform Burns that we shall convene in the Tavern S basement at 7 this evening. Certainly, I will relay the message that if you have time, feel free to join us. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Well, I may indulge my curiosity. Is there anything else? No, nothing further. The Cross Star and Criterion had additional matters to discuss, while Jiang and his teammates returned to the repair shop. You should still remember the appearance of that woman, right? Caliborg, I am quite sure I haven't lost my wits. Her final visage is etched in my memory until my dying day. 9 out of 10 of their prophecies come to fruition. How do you plan to confront this one? Criterion, a veteran who had endured many wars, fell into contemplation as he tapped his fingers on the table. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. Who among those who participated in that operation still lives? Qingjiang, that old stone, Burns, and then there's Shidriel and Master Wang, who are both gravely ill. Xueyi is missing, and the brothers Dehong and Deyong perished 2 years ago. Moreover, Owen Lord has returned. We still do not know if his consciousness has been distorted by those energies from the subspace. If he too has been warped, we face an additional threat. You speak true. Have you noticed that young man in your team? He bears a striking resemblance to someone, Criterion mused, but I cannot quite place who it is. Jiang replied. Which person do you refer to? The Black Crow? No, it is that one named Jiang. I sensed at the moment he joined the team, yet I too cannot identify who he resembles. The two endeavored to recall anyone who bore a resemblance to Jiang, and ultimately, they exchanged knowing glances. You go first. One prompted, that I wager you have not remembered. The Cross Star teased. You are mistaken. This lad, he truly resembles Xueyi, the other declared. Indeed, they appear as if they could be twins. How strange. It is unlikely he is related to her. Let us not dwell on it. Do snow wolves not share similar features? Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Shall we consult Master Wang one day? I hope he hasn't succumbed to dementia. Have you lost your senses? You just stated he has passed. How could he converse with us? Impossible. I remember it was Dehong and Deyong who were gravely ill. Master Wang is still well, is he not? You haven't prematurely lost your marbles, have you? Those two brothers are clearly missing. No, wait, I recall now. Those two perished 2 years ago. How is it that I remember it the same way? How odd. I distinctly felt they were merely missing just moments ago. Let us converse with Burns tonight. With her prophecy of return, I hope we can devise a strategy against her reappearance. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. It seems that is all we can do. Chapter 7. Illusions. Jiang accompanied the other members of the Special Operations team back to the repair shop, where he informed Burns about Criterion's evening gathering. Yet, for reasons unknown, Burns appeared somewhat troubled. Jiang glanced at his watch. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, and with over 3 hours until the meeting. He could afford a brief respite. Please bring me a cup of coffee and a small cake. Thank you. Burns quickly returned with refreshments. Allow me to treat you this time. Much appreciated. By the way, Burns, have you ever encountered the snow spirit? Jiang suddenly inquired in a low voice. What? Which snow spirit? Burns responded with curiosity. Well, the one often recounted in tales by Qingjiang during my childhood. Did you not train the snow plains before? Burns seemed to recall something ominous, his expression darkening further. No. Why do you ask? It's nothing. The Cross Star should inform you later. Are you not going to visit Qingjiang? She should be upstairs, after sipping his coffee. Jiang remarked. She is probably busy. I believe I heard her conducting a video conference that I won't disturb her just yet. Your hearing remains sharp as ever. Jiang set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and said, Thank you for the refreshments. I shall make a quick trip home and see you shortly. What a lovely day, he murmured to himself. Old Ao's antique shop. Let us see if there's anything I desire. An elderly man dusted off the antiques on the counter. Grandpa, it's me. Jiang exclaimed. The elder turned to glance at Jiang. Off work? You're back quite early. The Cross Star still needs to see me tonight. Since there's nothing pressing, I returned early. By the way, where's Grandma? Oh dear, she cannot sit still. She has gone out for a stroll. Jiang smiled. Finding it consistent with his thoughts, he noticed a treat sent by Qingjiang on the counter and took a cream puff, saying, You should eat these treats quickly, otherwise they will spoil. Old Ao meticulously polished a porcelain vase. The girl is quite kind, but alas, These treats are too sweet for me and the old lady. You should indulge a bit more. A.O. Jiang soon located the book documenting the Snow Woman. The cover was severely yellowed, and the pages were tattered, making the entire book appear as if it had been salvaged from a refuse pile. I have a few things to attend to. I shall take my leave, A.O. Jiang announced, heading toward the door. Upon finishing that book, please return it. Old A.O. shouted after him. A.O. Jiang returned to the tavern. Seeking an unused room to peruse the book, he recalled the last time he had read it was during his childhood, and he flipped through a few pages when old A.O. had taken it back to lend to Burns. Although Burns returned it weeks later, he had not revisited it since. The book's introductory sections chronicled tales of the Snow Woman, often utilized by adults to frighten children. Mischievous Kafiya delighted in recounting these stories to A.O. Jiang, frequently leaving him too frightened to sleep alone. Within the book, there was only one page describing the Snow Woman's appearance, and due to the passage of time, the illustration was indistinct. One could only vaguely discern a girl with white hair and wolf ears. Wow, it seems this lady is also an extraordinary being, he muttered to himself, having turned the page, only to find the next one contained records of the Snow Woman's magical abilities, the text equally challenging to decipher. Beside it lay some notes, unmistakably penned by Burns, as suggested by the handwriting, that he felt a slight discomfort in his eyes and set the book down to rub them. Unbeknownst to him, the words on the page began to twist and emanate a faint blue glow. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself in a dimly lit alley. Beneath a somber sky, a light rain fell, and the ground was awash with murky water, while the wooden chair he had been seated upon had transformed into a heap of scrap metal. He quickly grasped the gravity of his situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched down, clutching his head. In the distance, he heard a voice calling for help. A small boy cried. He rose and sprinted towards the source of the plea. As he moved, the surroundings grew increasingly bleak, resembling unstable matter that flickered and shifted shape. He beheld a group of individuals encircling a small boy, the ringleader pinning the boy to the ground and tearing at his clothes. While those nearby wore wicked grins, that a blue glimmer sparked in A.O. Jiang's eyes as he extended his icy claws and charged at the thugs, engaging in a fierce struggle. The environment around him became ever more unstable. Posters on the walls warped into grotesque visages, and pipes slithered down like metallic serpents. The ruffians brandished spring knives, lunging at A.O. Jiang, whose only thought was to obliterate them. He swung his claws, shredding those who charged at him into pieces, blood splattering across him. With entrails hanging in disarray, he resembled a wild, bloodthirsty beast. Untamed and ferocious, he extracted his icy claws from the last thug's body, only for the ringleader to brandish a machete and rush at him. The clash of ice and steel reverberated with a dull thud as the thug struck A.O. Jiang's arm, bringing him to the ground. The blue light in his eyes intensified as he struggled to rise and leap at the thug. Suddenly, a pipe ensnared his arm, as he attempted to sever it with his other hand. Another pipe coiled around that wrist as well, followed by one wrapping around his waist, pulling him upwards. But he felt his strength waning as the thug approached with a malevolent grin, his face contorting grotesquely, a long tongue protruding from his gaping maw. The thug seized A.O. Jiang's throat, constricting him with the pipes, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. The distortion of his surroundings escalated, and he sensed the flicker of life ebbing away. Gradually succumbing to darkness, in a daze, he glimpsed a colossal storm advancing towards a city, twisted, horrifying faces darting within the tempest, reaching out to him with outstretched hands. He heard those distorted beings repeating a single phrase, "Sinner." He shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then a familiar voice broke through. It was Kafiya. "Hey, wake up, little Jiang." An anxious Kafiya shook his body, and as he opened his eyes, the surroundings reverted to normal. Upon seeing him awake, Kafiya's expression softened with relief. "You finally woke up. How do you feel? Can you see me?" She inquired with concern. I think I remembered. It must have happened again," A.O. Jiang said weakly. "How is your body feeling? Shall I assist you upstairs to rest?" Thank you." Kafiya supported A.O. Jiang, guiding him slowly upstairs. Burns looked on, astonished at A.O. Jiang's weakened state, and together they helped Kafiya bring him to her bedroom to rest. Once A.O. Jiang was settled on the bed, Burns turned to Kafiya and asked what had transpired. Kafiya, equally perplexed, explained that she had sensed Ao Zhang's sudden distress through their life bond and had rushed down to find him, soothing him with her magic. They both understood that Ao Zhang had suffered from intermittent visions and auditory hallucinations since childhood, but thanks to Kafia's magical treatments over the years, such occurrences had become infrequent. However, the reason for this sudden episode remained a mystery. Burns decided to let Kafia tend to Ao Zhang while he investigated the resting room. Kafia first removed the scarf from Ao Zhang's neck, then fetched a basin of warm water. She dampened a towel with the hot water and wiped the sweat from Ao Zhang's forehead before placing a cup of sweetened tea on the bedside table. "Do you feel any better? Is your head still spinning?" "Thank you. I feel much improved," Ao Zhang replied, taking a sip of the tea. It was then that he noticed a significant bite mark on Kafia's neck and several scratches on her arm. "Did I do that to you?" he asked Ao. "You mean this?" Kafia touched the bite mark on her neck. It took quite a bit of effort to subdue the little wolf cub. "I'm sorry for biting you." "No worries," Kafia said, snapping her fingers, and the wounds on her body quickly healed through magic. "Compared to these minor injuries, what matters more is how my little wolf cub is doing. Do you remember what you saw before falling into the illusion?" "I was reading." "What book could have caused you to see such things?" Kafia questioned, puzzled. "It was a book about the Snow Woman, the one Burns had used before." Kafia immediately understood the reason behind Ao Zhang's condition. Burns had mentioned that book during his lessons on magic. It was not an ordinary tome. It contained detailed information about the Snow Woman, but was inscribed in the long-lost script of the Crescent Moon clan, making it nearly incomprehensible to most. Only Burns could decipher it, and most importantly, it held the sole portrait of the Snow Woman in existence. Burns had also noted that the book's content seemed to harbor some form of magical energy, capable of influencing those without magical abilities, or those whose powers resonated with its energy. It appeared that Ao Zhang had been affected by this magical force. Although many had encountered the Snow Woman, few could vividly describe her appearance. Kafia herself had only seen the Snow Woman once at the age of 3 and, like others, could hardly recall her features or the circumstances of their meeting. Kafia began to discuss the issues surrounding the book. Her curiosity piqued as to why Ao Zhang's magical abilities would be linked to the powers within that tome. Ao Zhang, however, was uncertain. His magical abilities were innate, a rarity in this world. There were generally 3 ways to acquire magical powers: being born with them, inheriting them, or surviving a temporal storm, the last of which had a survival probability of merely 1 in 10 million. At that moment, Burns located the book concerning the Snow Woman. The design on its cover appeared oddly distorted, and he deduced the cause of Ao Zhang's sudden episode. He took the book and placed it in a specially designed sealed box. Such a peculiar artifact this book tailored to target him. An hour later, Ao Zhang rose, preparing to leave. Kafia gently pressed him back onto the bed. "What is the rush? You always catch colds easily after such episodes. And I'm not even sure if your symptoms have stabilized." She caressed his ear. "Let me inform old Ao that tonight I intend to thoroughly entertain you." Blushing, Ao Zhang nodded. Kafia touched his face, feeling its icy coolness, which was rather pleasant to the touch. She retrieved a set of pajamas she had prepared for him and placed them beside him before heading downstairs to prepare something to eat. Soon she returned with a plate of grilled sausages and a handheld pancake topped with fried eggs. Ao Zhang devoured the food ravenously. "Slow down. Don't choke," Kafia cautioned, pouring him another glass of water. After finishing his meal, Ao Zhang felt considerably rejuvenated. It was now 5:30, with an hour and a half remaining until the meeting with the Cross Stars. The two engaged in conversation, and before they knew it, the time for the meeting approached. Feeling much better, Ao Zhang was still accompanied by a concerned Kafia as they descended to the basement. Kafia's second brother, Brand Noricambird, was at the counter, managing the shop. He bore a striking resemblance to Burns. Crotalian, Cross Stars, and Burns were already waiting in the basement. Due to Kafia's formidable magical prowess, the 3 permitted her to attend the meeting. Burns produced the book that had plunged Ao Zhang into his hallucination. This book contained the only portrait of the Snow Woman in existence, and he hoped to jog Crotalian and Cross Stars' memories regarding the Snow Woman by showing them the image. Regrettably, after viewing the portrait, neither could recall anything. So you 3 have encountered the Snow Woman before?" Ao Zhang inquired. "What does she look like? Is she beautiful? Does she have a good figure?" Kafia asked Actually, we can't remember what she looked like." Crotalian admitted, somewhat awkwardly. Yes, we encountered her while traveling together. It was quite a harrowing experience, Cretalian recounted to A.O. Jiang. Are you certain this happened while you three were on vacation together? Kafiya questioned, eyeing Cretalian skeptically. It seems highly improbable that you three could have gone on a trip together. I've investigated your leave schedules, and for nearly 20 years, your vacation times have never overlapped. It's likely that you were all required to be present for some military operation. Little A.O. isn't that an invasion of my privacy. Burns remarked that it was evident they could no longer conceal the truth. The three exchanged knowing glances and resolved to inform Kafiya and Aojung of their involvement in the demise of the Snow Woman. Upon hearing this revelation, the duo displayed little surprise. They had long suspected that the three had participated in that fateful battle. How did you manage to overcome that foe? Aojung inquired that it was not solely us three. Numerous master sorcerers were involved in that conflict. Even so, we barely managed to inflict significant damage upon her, said the Cross Star. Significant damage. If what you say is true, she should still be alive. Why then did you not finish her off? Kafiya questioned. No, she is indeed dead. Her remains are currently secured within the stone coffin district of the wasteland. However, it is merely an empty shell. Her soul has been liberated. If nothing unforeseen occurs, she should now be about the same age as Xiaojiang. Burns replied that if they intend to resurrect her, they will likely seek to seize her body. Correct? I believe we should fortify the stone coffin district's periphery. Given the capabilities of this band of marauders, their equipment is nearly on par with that of a regular army. Aojung suggested, though we anticipated this, that I have already dispatched an armored unit to assist the garrison in the stone coffin district. Rest assured, even if they infiltrate, the subspace energy field surrounding her remains will claim their lives. Aojung assured, it is no wonder you do not recall her visage or wish to view her remains for a moment of reflection. Aojung remarked, the prophecy foretold the Snow Woman's return, yet the pressing concern is to ascertain the time, place, and manner of her resurgence. The silver lining, however, is that they are aware of the followers' actions being linked to this prophecy. Based on their attempt to seize the Silver Moon, I surmise their plan may involve using the Snow Woman's remains in conjunction with a soul possessing potent subspace energy to summon her spirit. Finally, there is the invitation from the subspace visitor, Owen Lord. None of them know whether this visitor might suddenly lose control, as Aojung did that if Aojung were to lose control, Kafiya could help him regain his composure. But considering the previous battle-esque circumstances, if Owen Lord were to spiral out of control, even 10 cross stars might not suffice to subdue him. Burns proposed to set up a magical array around the warehouse in advance. Although it would not immobilize Owen, it would at least confine him within. The two concurred with this suggestion, but to err on the side of caution, Cross Star decided to have team members lie in wait nearby. Burns resolved to depart for the Blood Erosion Market the following day, as the local sorcery association might possess further leads. The two veterans also chose not to remain idle, opting to gather more intelligence through informants. After the meeting concluded, in a bid to unwind, Kafiya suggested they visit the bar for a drink. After politely declining, she took Aojung's hand and returned upstairs to prepare for rest. After freshening up, Aojung sat at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a novel, while Kafiya silently sat beside him, clad in a white nightgown, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders. She sensed Aojung's inner turmoil and sorrow through her magic. Gently embracing him and softly inquiring, "What burdens weigh upon your heart, little wolf cub? Speak, and let your sister assist you." Aojung set down his book, leaning against Kafiya's embrace as he confessed, I am somewhat afraid. Afraid of what? You are the closest person to me, that I fear that one day I might lose control and harm you more grievously than this time, that I do not wish to hurt you. He tenderly traced the area on Kafiya's neck where a wound once lingered. Does it still hurt? The cold sensation traveled along his fingertips, creeping across her skin. She held Aojung close, assuring him, do not worry. It no longer pains me. Since I have chosen you as my partner, regardless of how you may change in the future, I shall do my utmost to heal you. I am, after all, the most powerful healer in the Northwest Wasteland. Thank you for always being by my side, Aojung murmured, his ears twitching slightly, that it is of no consequence. Chapter 8. Old grudges. As the dawn broke, a seemingly unremarkable vehicle quietly emerged from the underground garage of the tavern. Its destination set for the blood-tied district of Qingjiang. The Blood Tide district boasts a rich history, having existed since Qingjiang's nascent development. Its name derives from the nearby Blood Lake, which spans approximately 12 square kilometers and reaches a depth of about 1,000 meters. The lake is home to a peculiar type of crimson algae, which proliferates wildly during the summer months, drifting ashore and giving the appearance that the water has been stained blood red, thus bestowing the district with its ominous name. Many outsiders flock to witness the blood tide phenomenon, yet they can only observe the lake from a distance, constrained by a security perimeter. Numerous eerie tales surround Blood Lake. Once, an individual seeking fame dismantled the barricade and stealthily entered the sealed area. Live streaming the entire escapade, he intended to unveil the lake's secrets, but as he approached a desolate area nearby, a mysterious force dragged him away before the eyes of his viewers. The camera remained affixed to him, capturing the harrowing moment as he was submerged by the blood-red algae, never to return. Following the report of his disappearance, authorities, in coordination with the military, scoured the area but unearthed no trace of him. Not even a single bone. Ultimately, the case was closed as a missing persons report. Rumors abound that beneath the lake lies a creature that grows by consuming humans, and that the red algae are not mere plants but rather the tendrils of this beast, which becomes active during summer, resulting in the algae's frantic growth. Following this incident, officials urged citizens to refrain from entering the Blood Lake's restricted area and to dismiss the rampant rumors circulating in the marketplace. Yet, the public's fascination did not wane. Instead, increasingly outrageous tales emerged about the lake, claiming it to be filled with skeletons, with those snatched by the algae becoming sustenance for the monster beneath. Over time, the algae allegedly transformed into grotesque beings that actively sought to capture and devour people. Some even claimed to have witnessed humanoid figures wrapped in algae emerging from the water at midnight. And others spoke of a secret vampire lair lurking beneath the surface. Each story grew more absurd and terrifying than the last. Yet rather than instilling fear of the area, these tales only intensified curiosity regarding the secrets hidden within the sealed zone. As the vehicle navigated the outskirts of the restricted area, the towering barbed wire fencing cast a shadow over the surroundings. Despite the impenetrable barriers, reckless adventurers repeatedly attempted to breach the zone. The car halted near a lakeside neighborhood, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. With dawn still lingering, only a handful of vendors hawked antiques along the dimly lit streets that a weathered sign at the entrance bore the barely legible words Blood Erosion Market. 3 individuals disembarked from the vehicle, led by Burns, with Kafia linking arms with Aojiang as they followed behind. Aojiang still donned the scarf, and with Kafia's assistance, his health had notably improved. The vendors noticed the trio of peculiar individuals wandering about before dawn. An antique dealer scrutinized a shell casing on his stall, while a faint sound of loading firearms echoed from a nearby shadowy alley. Burns approached a beggar, tossing a metal coin into his bowl. The beggar, startled by the coin's appearance, gestured for those around him to lower their weapons, rising to bow before Burns. The trio then entered a nondescript dilapidated building behind the beggar, where a fully armed team awaited them inside. They took an elevator downwards that as the elevator doors opened, they found themselves at the entrance to an underground street, marked by a large metallic sign crafted from mirrored silver, emblazoned with the words "Welcome to Blood Erosion Market" in bold red letters. This subterranean thoroughfare starkly contrasted with the streets above, adorned with exquisitely decorated shops, showcasing an array of gold, silver, ancient artifacts, and gemstone trinkets. The merchants here did not engage in the typical shouts of street vendors. Instead, some shops displayed anachronistic magical instruments, weapons, and firearms, while others showcased animal pelts and the skulls of unknown creatures. The 3 wandered leisurely along the street, enjoying the well-ventilated and fresh air. Strangely, Kafia, who usually spoke animatedly in Aojiang's presence, was unusually silent at this moment. As they approached a narrow alley, a lavishly dressed man emerged from within. He possessed serpent-like eyes, adorned with patches of green scales at the corners, unmistakably marking him as a member of the Qing snake lineage among the "Greetings, Mr. Burns, that I did not expect your esteemed presence today." He extended his hand, seeking to shake Burns' hand. "It is an honor to see you, Snake Fong." Burns extended a handshake to the indifferent figure before him. The man, known as Snake Fong, was originally named Qing Yufei, a native of Qingjiang and the current leader of the Qing family, one of the overseers of the bloodshed market. During the epoch of the First Storm War, Burns' ancestors, along with those of another bloodshed market overseer, Tian Lu, had ruthlessly purged the entirety of the bloodshed market using iron-fisted methods. Each of their families retained a fraction of control over this notorious market. In its nascent days, the bloodshed market was far from a mere hub for antiquities and military relics. It surpassed even the Golden Triangle in its prime. It was, at that time, the largest center for arms, narcotics, and human trafficking in the entire northwestern wilderness. The crime rate in Qingjiang surged to unprecedented heights almost daily, with an arsenal of weapons available except for bombers and fighter jets. Criminals wielded firepower formidable enough to contend with local military forces. The Burns family belonged to a lineage of spellcasters, with each generation birthing a master of the arcane arts. His ancestor, Dragus, established a branch here during the Nashawav era with the intention of securing a stable future for his family. However, he could not have anticipated that the mafia lord controlling the bloodshed market would seize his wife, intending to auction her off. This transgression proved intolerable for Dragus, whose fate was intertwined with that of the mafia lord, who was exceedingly unfortunate, for Dragus was indeed the spell master of his generation. Soon, Dragus allied with Qin Yifei and Tian Li's ancestors to storm the bloodshed market. It was then that the mafia lord realized the monstrous adversary he had provoked. Throughout the battle, he maintained an air of elegance, wielding sanguinary spells to eliminate every foe in sight. Some foes exploded like blood-filled balloons. Others were torn asunder like strips of cured meat, while others were rent or pierced by blood-red tendrils. Blood pooled beneath their feet, flowing like a river as he concentrated the crimson liquid into a long spear that pierced through the mafia lord. From that moment onward, all criminal activities were prohibited within the bloodshed market, with only intelligence and antiquity transactions permitted. Consequently, control was divided among the three families. Today, the bloodshed market stands as a crucial component of the underground world in the northwestern wilderness, with the three families enjoying significant stature and authority within Qingjiang's underbelly. However, such power and prominence have inevitably attracted the envy of certain individuals. Why did one of the triumvirate of the bloodshed market not arrive through the VIP passage? Have you forgotten that you are one of the overseers here? Snake Fong remarked with ill intent toward Burns. Mr. Snake Fong, there is no need for your concerns. It's better to keep a low profile, Burns replied. Surely this is Miss Kafia. It has been a while. You are even more beautiful than before. And who might this be? Snake Fong inquired, directing his gaze toward Ao Jiang. Feigning ignorance of his identity, partner, I recall you've met him before. Haven't you? Kafia replied, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Were you not the one who bowed to us previously? If your mind has faltered, perhaps it should be discarded. She added sincerest apologies. My memory fails me. He stammered as the conversation unfolded. A rustling sound emanated from a shadowy alley nearby. What an annoying noise, Kafia expressed with disdain. A stunning woman lay quietly by a window several streets away, her lower half transforming into a robust green serpentine tail. Her eyes mirrored those of Snake Fong, adorned with a few scales at the corners. Emerging from the shadows, her tail gradually morphed into human legs, and within moments, she stood with the lower body of an ordinary person. This woman was Snake Fong's younger sister, Qing Yunmei. Though she attended school alongside Kafia, Ao Jiang, and Su Inua, her relations with them had always been strained, particularly with Kafia. Kafia harbored a grudge against Qing Yunmei for covertly seeking vengeance on Ao Jiang after her romantic advances had been rebuffed during school. On a rainy afternoon, 1 month prior to Ao Jiang's birthday, Kafia waited at the school entrance for him to gather his materials. Yet, what should have taken only minutes extended into half an hour without his appearance. Sensing something amiss, Kafia dashed into the school to search for him. She first visited the resource room, which was now in disarray. Bursting through the door, she risked discovery by employing spells to locate Ao Jiang, ultimately finding him in a storage room on the basement level. Upon seeing Ao Jiang's condition, her heart nearly shattered. Bruised and battered, Ao Jiang lay amidst a heap of old books, his clothing torn and discarded. His body was riddled with bloody wounds and contusions, with 2 conspicuous puncture wounds on his pale neck seeping a greenish venom. He stared blankly at the dark ceiling, mumbling incoherently that I end the fleeting moments before entering the operating room. Ao Jiang grasped Kafia's hand and pressed a hard object into it, finally making her comprehend his desperate pleas. please don't despise me. Fortunately, due to Qin Yunmei's youth, the venom was not as lethal as it had been for Qin Yufei. Although the toxins were expelled from Ao Zhang's body after urgent care, they had inflicted significant damage. He required hospitalization for recovery. Observing the weakened Ao Zhang post-surgery, Kafia could no longer contain the raging inferno of fury within her. She visited him daily, assisting with his studies, and as time progressed, the individuals involved in his assault began to vanish one by one. Rumors circulated throughout the school that these individuals had either suffered broken limbs or severe injuries leading to lifelong disabilities. With the most terrifying being that many of them were found hanging at the gates of the Qing family. Those who had bullied Ao Zhang lived in constant fear, uncertain of who would be the next to suffer a similar fate. As events unfolded, the entire underground world of Qingjiang became aware of the handiwork of the third miss of the Cambert family. Qin Yufei knew full well that his sister's limited skills would be insufficient to confront Ao Zhang without the assistance of witchcraft relics. Otherwise, 10 of them would fall short against him, let alone contend with the wrathful Kafia, who resembled a reincarnation of a vengeful deity, alongside her equally formidable brothers. Unable to seek external aid due to the Qing family's notorious arrogance and foul reputation, Qin Yufei ultimately relinquished a significant portion of authority and knelt before Ao Zhang alongside Qin Yunmei, begging for forgiveness. Kafia, who yearned to dismantle Qin Yunmei, consented to spare her life on the condition that she remained far from their vicinity. Departing from the school entirely, some individuals seemed to be feeling a tickle around their necks, perhaps in need of a massage. Kafia declared loudly, her displeasure evident. Qin Yunmei remained silent, glaring fiercely at her. "We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave," Burns announced as he led the two away. In a non-saleable item section of a magical artifact shop, Burns tapped his finger 3 times, prompting the owner to unlock a back door, allowing them to enter. "I'm infuriated. Just thinking about that wretched woman makes my blood boil. I could just tear her face off," Kafia exclaimed, her anger palpable. "Do not let it affect your health," Ao Zhang said, embracing Kafia. "By the way, brother, are you certain Yulin will be here today?" "Do not worry. She will undoubtedly be present." After traversing a lengthy concrete corridor, the trio finally arrived at the Bloodshed Sorcery Association. The origins of the Bloodshed Sorcery Association are shrouded in mystery, with its members being the Crme de la Crme of spellcasters. Consequently, its membership has always been exceedingly scarce, never exceeding 20 individuals. Currently, the leader of the Bloodshed Sorcery Association is a master of flame spells, Yin Lai. Upon pushing open the door, a woman clad in a white robe had already prepared tea and refreshments. Gesturing for the 3 to take a seat. "Welcome, please come and sit here." Her demeanor was graceful, and though she appeared to be in her 30s, she had actually lived for several centuries. "The Sea of Fate has foretold the impending arrival of the 3 of you. You seek snow, Ifna, do you not? Truly, you are the captain of the Sea of Fate. Can you divulge those secrets to us?" Burns inquired. "Certainly. I would not wish to see the precious territory I have painstakingly discovered fall into such terrifying hands. As you surmised, her soul has indeed been reincarnated. There is no need for you to worry on that front. Then their aim in seizing that dagger is to acquire the soul of Owen Lord within?" Yulin nodded affirmatively, continuing, "His soul's manifestation within that dagger is no mere coincidence. The 20 years of confinement have severely dissipated his intrinsic self-awareness. At this juncture, should a compliant soul be fused with his, it would yield a being endowed with his magical capabilities and obedience. You can surmise their next move without me elaborating. Her reincarnation will undoubtedly inherit her powers. Perhaps we can enlist her assistance in confronting the looming crisis." Ao Zhang suggested that I cannot assist you in that regard. However, you will discover her reincarnation at the appropriate time. I cannot disclose this directly, as it contravenes my pact with the Sea of Fate. Could you not offer even a hint? Burns pressed. "Do you not recall her appearance or the spell she wielded?" "Figure it out yourself, I must admit, I truly cannot recall," Burns replied awkwardly. "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, who is that handsome young man beside Xueyi? I feel as though I've seen that face somewhere before." "Ao Zhang, my boyfriend and personal blood bag. Perhaps you encountered him during his childhood." No. I have never encountered him in Qingjiang. I must have seen this face in another place." "Burns, have you infected me with your senility? I can hardly recall that me, senile." I am merely 60 years old, and our average lifespan knows no bounds. How could I possibly be senile? It must be that I stayed up too late last night. Had I known, I would have gazed less at my crystal chandelier. No, you must provide me with a reward that satisfies me. Agreed, but we have only obtained a fragment of that prophecy. Could you divulge to us the entirety of its content? Particularly, what does the phrase "the shattered voyage" truly signify? The voyage, the voyage. It is not merely the ships that traverse the waters. That is all I can disclose. Understood. Though we are all aware that most prophecies do come to fruition, the Sea of Fate resembles a vast library, filled with numerous tomes regarding the future. What we perceive is but one book among many, and events may not necessarily unfold as foretold. Best of luck. Thank you for your assistance. That I possess another prophecy that may aid you, though it appears to be a fragment of poetry. She procured a piece of paper and inscribed the prophecy upon it. I in the warmth of dreams. I am reborn from his enchantments. Memories gradually obscured, a sorrowful past flowing into a beautiful future. Her requiem, which she could not perform, escapes from his lips. May her dreams be realized through him. This was news I received while navigating the Sea of Fate a few days ago, though I have yet to decipher its true meaning. Perhaps you would be interested in researching it further. Jiang analyzed the text, suggesting that she and he may refer to past and reincarnation, possibly implying that the previous life was a girl and the current life a boy. Moreover, it is likely that this girl endured great suffering, with her dream of becoming a musician ultimately unfulfilled. It is also possible that the boy has an affinity for singing lullabies. Lullabies? There are countless versions of folk lullabies. Who can say which one he sings? Kafia remarked, for now, we must place our hopes upon the corpse of Snovievna, that I only recall that she was an outsider. Finding one with magical abilities should not be overly difficult. After speaking, Burns rose, preparing to depart with the two that Yulin, sipping her tea, commented, I knew you would leave at this moment. To be by the way, Xueyi, allow me to offer a small reminder. Do not be too hasty. There are things I cannot disclose to you. To be exceedingly careful. May the Sea of Fate bless you. Thank you, Sister Yulin, that I shall return to visit you when I have the chance. That I will have refreshments ready for your arrival. Chapter 9. Clue's stars hang high in the night sky, embracing a weary teddy bear. The moon gazes upon you. A warm bed awaits you. Books and toys lie down together. Sleep now. Even fairy tales enter dreamland. Sleep now. Hold your doll tightly. Sleep now. Let us meet in dreams in a daze. Jiang reminisced about his childhood. Due to his identity as an outsider, he was often bullied by the surrounding little brutes during his wandering days. Taking advantage of their numbers, these little brutes would frequently corner Jiang in narrow alleys. Beating him mercilessly, alone and frail, he would emerge each time covered in bruises. That it was not until he was 3 years old that he wandered near old Ao's antique shop, where those little brutes caught up with him once more and gave him a beating. Bruised and battered, he could only lie in a dark, damp ditch, awaiting his demise. Just before death, he beheld the visage of his long-departed mother, who attempted to lift him to a place with people. Yet her hands could not touch him. Fortunately, old Ao happened by and quickly carried Jiang to Burns' shop in hopes of urgent treatment. However, Burns was with Criterion at that moment and was absent. Nora, who was tending the shop, could only provide emergency first aid, which was of little help to the critically ill Jiang. That moment, he encountered 6-year-old Kafia. From the instant she laid eyes on Jiang, she felt a peculiar connection to the Snow Wolf boy. Are you all right? The still youthful Kafia reached out to touch Jiang's forehead, and in that instant, the painful memories of his past flooded her mind. How could they treat you so? Don't help me anymore. I am not worth your efforts. Jiang protested. But no, there is a way to save you. Kafia bit her lip and kissed Jiang, the blood of a vampire flowing into his throat. This method carried considerable risk, as some individuals have a rejection to vampire blood. Recklessly administering it could exacerbate his condition. Yet, Jiang was near death, and there was no other option. Fortunately, after drinking the blood, Jiang exhibited no rejection, and his condition began to improve. As Jiang's consciousness gradually returned, he weakly addressed Kafia. Thank you. Why do you wish to help me? Because I want to assist you. From this day forward, you are my good friend, and I will protect you. If anyone bullies you again, I shall knock their teeth out. Kafia's blood saved Jiang's life, enabling him to survive to this day. The ground was now filled with stalls selling second-hand goods, typical of the blood erosion market's trading area. Numerous vendors hawked old currency and books of unknown origin that in his spare time. Jiang enjoyed wandering through this market. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the broadcast, followed by a man's voice. "Good morning to all at the blood erosion market. Let us commence the new day with music. The first piece is the classic from Eternal Land. Requested by Mr. Tianla. You cannot escape. Please enjoy." The broadcast played the music of Eternal Land. The melody sounded cheerful, yet those who understood the language of Eternal Land would not perceive it as a joyful tune. "Upon that burning land lies our former homeland, where we once thrived until the wolves arrived. That my homeland burned amidst the cannon fire. The soul of my beloved wanders, buried in a shallow grave. That my heart blazes with fury. In the wails of the sandy sea, our silhouettes emerge from the dim sandstorm, that we gaze upon their loathsome faces. Amidst the howling dust, we brandish our weapons. Everyone, run, launch an assault. None shall escape. All draw your swords. Let them pay for their deeds. Everyone, charge forth and reclaim our homeland." Amidst the chaos, all individuals and foes alike fled in a frenzy, as the invasion descended into a stalemate, destined for failure. Hurry, follow me. Let us launch an assault together. Our homeland is but a stone's throw away. Let us return home. The origins of this song's creator remain shrouded in mystery, but it was first sung by the legendary armed forces of the Eternal Realm, the Desert Phantom Brigade. This unit is renowned for its elusive combat style and terrifying magical prowess, striking fear into the hearts of many across the world. The identities of its members are unknown. They wreak havoc upon their enemies amidst the swirling sands. Even now, they continue their battle against the Xueyi in the Eternal Realm. Just a couple of days ago, news from the Eternal Realm mentioned that the joint forces of Galasas and Hilia Fortress launched another offensive against the Xueyi-controlled city of Syria, which seems to have expanded their control to 67. Burn stated that the Eternal Realm is composed of various nations and tribes, situated to the west of the northwestern Great Plains and to the north of the Sea of Stars. Within its borders, 59 is desert, with low forest coverage. The desert regions are rich in oil and mineral resources, yet these riches have attracted greedy wolves since the latter stages of the First Storm War. The Xueyi tribes, once scattered, united and invaded the Galasas region, spurred on by the remnants of the defeated Moscow Mechanized Legion from the Red Legion, a coalition of the Xueyi Alliance and the Red Star Republic during the First Storm War. The malevolent Xueyi declared this land as their rightful territory and relentlessly launched inhumane attacks on the civilians of Galasas. Furthermore, they bombarded and assaulted the surrounding nations of Arafis, Hilia Fortress, Glax, and Laraja, transforming the once beautiful and prosperous Galasas into a blood-soaked battlefield. With the plundered wealth and military might of the Moscow Mechanized Legion, the Xueyi established their own nation upon the land of the Galasans, claiming it as ancestral land, insisting they were merely reclaiming what was theirs. Their assertions are deemed nothing but nonsense by other nations, as the Galasans have lived here for thousands of years, a fact recognized by nearly all countries. The Xueyi attempted to invade over 1,000 years ago, only to be repelled. The Xueyi's brutal atrocities against the Galasan civilians have incensed many nations, particularly the Red Star Republic and the Xueyi Alliance. The Xueyi's heinous acts evoke memories of the Eastern Empire's invasion of both nations. During that war, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, in alliance with the Moscow, crossed the raging Sun Strait, now known as the Strait of Victory, to launch an invasion, employing chemical weapons and viral bombs that transformed fertile lands into barren wastelands. They also unleashed chemical agents on local civilians and systematically slaughtered those who resisted. Although over a century has passed, the Xueyi and Red Star citizens still harbor deep resentment for these malevolent invaders. Following the conclusion of the First Storm War, in response to the Xueyi's rampant attacks on the Xueyi Alliance's borders, Xueyi began to systematically provide military assistance to the resistance forces in the Eternal Realm. To combat the increasingly deranged Xueyi, Hilia's leaders invited Xueyi troops to assist in the capital, Hilia Fortress. To this day, with the support of Xueyi and Red Star, the joint forces of the Eternal Realm have reclaimed many lost cities, and it is believed that they will soon recover their homeland entirely. The Xueyi, however, are not without their silver linings. Each time I witness their barbaric actions, I am reminded of the atrocities committed by the Easterners, Kafia remarked. After having breakfast at the blood-cursed market, Aojiang and Burns planned to escort Kafia home before heading off to find Crotalian to investigate the status of the empty ship. On the way, Aojiang pondered the contents of the note. What could their wish possibly be? It surely referred to Snuafina, yet she has already been reincarnated, making the task of locating her amidst the vast sea of humanity akin to climbing to the heavens empty-handed. Alas, what do you think her dream might be? Aojiang inquired of Kafia. According to legend, she perished over 200 years ago in Nosha Wolf, and considering her penchant for hunting the corrupt and the ruffians. Her dream might simply be to live peacefully, that I truly wish for the ability to foresee the future and glimpse the past. It would certainly make things much easier. Burns switched on the car radio. And Channel 110 was broadcasting reports of criminal activity. Yesterday at dawn, at the intersection of 3rd Street in the Blood Tide District and Chocolate Street in the Starfire District, unidentified creatures engaged in combat with the city defense forces. The monsters injured 15 soldiers from the patrol. Currently, the creature is still on the run. The city defense and police have cordoned off the Blood Tide and Starfire districts. Citizens are advised to refrain from entering these areas unless absolutely necessary to avoid unforeseen incidents. It seems we have new leads, Aojiang remarked. Upon arriving at the City Defense Command Center, they spotted Crotalian in conversation with an official-looking individual. Seeing Crotalian preoccupied, they used magic to disguise themselves as maintenance workers to gain entry to the building. Aojiang quietly listened to their dialogue from the doorway. The official's tone was exceedingly displeasing, as he spoke to Crotalian with an almost threatening demeanor. "Commander, my son is still young. He does not fully comprehend his actions. Is it not merely a matter of breaking a few things and getting into a scuffle? I will arrange for compensation. I beseech you, show some leniency. He is but a child. He cannot be locked away." "Is that so? Do you consider this a trivial matter? That little brat nearly killed someone, and you think it's insignificant? Moreover, he even attempted to stab me. He displays a complete lack of legal awareness. No matter what you say, that little rascal must be detained for 15 days. Not a moment less." Seeing that he could not sway Crotalian, the official spat a harsh remark. "Commander, I wish you and your family a pleasant life." Crotalian retorted defiantly, "I hope your son learns to respect the law during his time in detention." With that, Crotalian spat in the direction the official had departed and strode into the command center. Who was that guy? Such a foul attitude. Could he be the father of that little punk from yesterday? Indeed, he is the father of that little rascal. His position as deputy mayor is likely due to connections. I have never liked him, and I would relish the opportunity to knock him out. What is that little brat's name? How will he be dealt with? That little punk goes by Renjunyu. 16 years old, an utter waste that he got into a vocational academy through connections and has been nothing but a nuisance in school, getting into multiple fights while bragging about his connections that he spends his days playing on a broken computer, thinking he has someone important. Now he has been suspended from school and is out with his delinquent friends, causing trouble. This isn't the first time he has fought in a restaurant. Previously, he was released after 2 days thanks to his father's connections. This time, I've arranged for him and his friends to serve 15 days in detention, under the watchful eyes of my former comrades, that he will surely remember this for a lifetime. That does sound infuriating. Just listening to it makes me want to hit him. Indeed, I'm tempted to pull out my gun and deal with him myself. You are aware of the recent attack incident, right? Do you have any leads? That's precisely why I'm here. Follow me. Crotalian led the two into his office, where an iron tray on the desk held some blackened bits of flesh, a bottle of black soil, and fragments of an unidentified object. Well-versed Burns immediately recognized that these items were from the Negrellians, confirming his suspicions. Negrellians? Who are they, and why are they causing trouble? Who knows? This is a blood sample report left at the scene. Take a look and see if you recognize any of these chemical components. I get a headache just looking at them. Crotalian frowned. Burns took the report, noting that the drug components were all listed by their scientific names, which explained Crotalian's unfamiliarity. Aojiang leaned in to examine the report, widening his eyes as he exclaimed, "Are you certain this is a blood sample and not a direct drug test? The black dust content, based on the proportions, could easily overdose dozens of elephants. It's a miracle that any Negrellian could survive this." Black dust, a highly hallucinogenic substance, is primarily extracted from storm grass, a plant that only grows in areas with high concentrations of temporal energy. Cultivating it requires not only substantial electricity, but also a certain level of magical ability, that is a medicinal substance. Black dust is primarily used for pain relief, but its hallucinogenic properties and high profits have led to its illicit sale by criminals. In recent years, illegal trafficking of black dust has nearly vanished due to crackdowns by the military and police. This guy has injured many of my men and is currently hiding somewhere. Alexievich and his team are still busy with that. I would like to ask Xueyi to assist my people in investigating that individual. Burns, you shall accompany me to follow up on the Snow Lady leads. If we manage to capture the Negrellians and seize this much black dust, the entire northwestern wasteland could revert to its state from decades ago. Xueyi nodded in agreement to participate in the investigation. Let us proceed to the underground garage. Team 3 of the Divine Mechanism Corps awaits your arrival, that I specifically summoned them to assist you in your inquiries. The Divine Mechanism Corps? I never imagined you would be fighting alongside them. Burns remarked. Are they the same Divine Mechanism Corps I have in mind? Goodness, I must seek their autographs. Xueyi donned a disguise spell and soon encountered the warriors of the Divine Mechanism Corps in the underground garage. These soldiers, clad in lightweight power armor, wielded light rifles and thermal knives, forming 5 ranks beside 3 armored vehicles. The Divine Mechanism Corps was established during the First Storm War, with its earliest members hailing from the 1st Battalion of the Qingjiang City Defense Forces. They were active on the front lines during the war and continued to oversee city defense in peacetime. Each member possessed a set of lightweight power armor and specially crafted weaponry, thus earning the title of the Divine Mechanism Corps. A warm greeting was extended by an officer to Burns. Greetings, Mr. Xueyi. I am Captain Hua, leader of Team 3 of the Divine Mechanism Corps. It is an honor to meet you. I am but a practitioner of minor spells. Xueyi replied. Hello, Captain Hua. Might I trouble you for an autograph? I often watched your combat stories during my youth. Of course, Mr. Xueyi, the officer responded earnestly, signing his name with precision. Xueyi carefully tucked the autograph into the inner pocket of his attire. Where shall we proceed first? To 23 Chocolate Street, where the soldiers first encountered the creature. The captain handed him a mask, suggesting its use due to the overwhelming odor at the scene. Xueyi accepted the mask and remarked, I am quite curious about the situation at hand. The squad, accompanied by the 2, arrived at the scene, where soldiers donned masks. The walls bore numerous terrifying scratch marks stained with dark blood, while the ground was littered with fragments of chains and remnants of restraints. Strange, could that creature's blood scent be so potent? Xueyi pondered. Despite wearing a mask, he felt a wave of nausea. This odor was certainly not the stench of Neegler blood. At the scene, we discovered these electronic devices and debris. Our preliminary assessment suggests that this Neegler escaped from a nearby underground fighting venue, the captain explained, handing Xueyi a broken device contained in a metal tray. Hiss, Xueyi replied, examining the shattered apparatus closely. This creature did not emerge from the underground fighting arena. It likely fled from some entertainment establishment. Do you have any basis for this assertion? The captain inquired. Observe, these items show no signs of scorching. When in use, they require significant voltage, and the casing material would certainly exhibit burn marks. This device bears none. It appears to have been employed to mislead us. Xueyi produced a small dissection knife to slice through the remnants of the restraint. Surprisingly, the knife, which easily penetrated metal, struggled to pierce the restraint, further validating his judgment. The restraints are custom-made. Those available on the market are not nearly so robust that I suspect they belong to some affluent individual or a luxurious entertainment venue. Xueyi paused before continuing. Most importantly, the odor present here. Neeglers used in underground fighting venues lack such a lethal scent. This is the aroma of hormones emitted during mating. Neeglers at underground fighting venues are sometimes bred. I believe it prudent to investigate the nearby establishments. Indeed, but I presume you have sealed off the sewers? Yes, following the incident, we dispatched personnel to seal off the sewer entrances. There is no way it could have escaped through the sewers. 5 soldiers are stationed at every intersection above ground. It cannot possibly evade capture. Rest assured, this creature remains hidden within the sewers. That a squad of warriors will accompany me. The other 4 squads will seal the exits. Let us move now. Chapter 10. The Fox's Tail. The squad entered the breach from which the Neegler had vanished, with Xueyi leading the way, armed with a rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds. The dimly lit sewer exuded a deadly stench, with walls adorned by clusters of unidentified mold. The waters harbored bizarre, indistinct shapes amid murky sewage, with scratches marring the walls at regular intervals. The team ventured deeper. The damage inflicted by the scratches grew increasingly severe. The silence in the sewer was unnervingly profound. Aojiang could even hear his own breath. After advancing approximately 100 meters, the squad encountered a torn and battered metal door. Its sturdy structure seemingly shredded like dried meat and cast aside. Aojiang scraped a wooden stick against the residual black blood on the door. The blood retained a viscous quality, indicating it had been shed within the past hour. It appears this creature is still under the influence of the drug. All units, remain vigilant. A chilling shriek echoed from the depths of the sewer. Aojiang conjured several ice spikes, stowing them in his pocket, and swiftly directed his team toward the source of the scream. Upon reaching the abandoned drainage outlet number 3, Aojiang instructed the team to halt. Sensing the creature's presence lurking within, he positioned 2 ice spikes on either side of the outlet entrance and placed 2 more 5 meters inside, ensuring they functioned properly before discarding the remaining spikes along the waterway. To high-mobility warriors, accompany me in reconnaissance. The rest shall hold the rear. Aojiang led the high-mobility team forward, observing the environment deteriorating around them. The once supporting steel beams of the dilapidated tunnel had been shattered by the creature, lying haphazardly in the sewage, which was stained red from rust, reminiscent of a pool of blood. Crack, crack, creak, disturbing sounds of excavation and metal fracturing emanated from the depths of the tunnel. At its terminus, the squad beheld the rampaging creature, which was furiously hurling concrete against the wall with its bloodied claws. Alarmingly, the creature had managed to create a significant breach in the concrete wall, sturdy enough to withstand grenades. As the light illuminated the creature, it ceased its assault and turned to face the group. Even the seasoned captain's heart momentarily skipped a beat at the sight of the fiendish visage before him. The creature's eyes were nearly pitch black, towering over 3 meters with a muscular frame draped in tattered rags. Its skin, as dark as coal dust, was marred by scars, and a deep laceration on its abdomen oozed blood. Aojiang realized the source of the repugnant odor. Likely, criminals had ruptured its insides during capture, causing a leakage of hormones. With a roar, the creature lunged at the squad members. Aojiang and the high-mobility team retreated while firing at the enraged beast, which pursued them furiously. Just as they neared the exit, Aojiang raised his rifle to sever 2 steel beams. With the beams' collapse, the long-neglected passageway also fell apart, temporarily trapping the creature within. The stars hung high in the night sky. Aojiang, cradling a weary teddy bear, traced his fingers through the air, conjuring shimmering white lines that formed a magical array. The creature's roars grew, increasingly closer, as it appeared ready to burst forth from the tunnel. He snapped his fingers, unleashing a thick cloud of icy mist within. The creature's lower half became ensnared in place. Sleep now. Sleep now. 2 ice spikes whistled as they pierced the creature's sides, and after a brief struggle, it fell silent. The captain fired 2 shots into the creature's head, yet it remained motionless. Be cautious. Aojiang inscribed frozen runes upon the creature before allowing his team to approach. This creature is rather grotesque. The vice captain remarked. Mission accomplished. Summon the chemical response team to handle the creature's blood and retrieve its body, Aojiang declared, clapping his hands. The creature's carcass was sealed in a plastic bag and removed from the scene, leading to the impression that the ordeal had come to a close. That moment, a squad of police officers arrived to stand by in the resting area. Among them was a shorter officer who spotted Aojiang emerging alongside Team 3. To ensure his safety, Aojiang utilized a disguise spell to conceal his ears and tail, presenting himself as an ordinary human in the eyes of others. He patted the diminutive officer beside him, saying, "Look at that woman. She is truly striking." The short officer glanced at Aojiang and replied, "She is indeed attractive, but for some reason, I find her somewhat masculine." "Surely, you jest. Perhaps she just possesses an appealing androgyny. Shall we attempt to acquire her contact information?" "Do you think she would even entertain the idea? Anyone who can accompany the Divine Mechanism Corps to confront such a creature cannot be some insignificant figure. Let us give it a shot. I'll go ask. Just don't regret it later. To go on. I'll be here to relish your folly. I never anticipated things would be handled so swiftly." Magic certainly proves convenient. The captain commented that is this the only creature. We discovered this one yesterday. No others have been identified thus far. Search the entire sewer. Perhaps we may uncover something more. Are you suggesting there could be more creatures lurking below? No. We might find items related to the creature. Meanwhile, two individuals were lurking on a building located 200 meters from the tunnel exit, their eyes keenly fixed on the exit point one, armed with a sniper rifle. Lay just a meter from the window, while the other, wielding a handgun, surveyed the area through binoculars. Observing that the moment was ripe, the sniper loaded a bullet inscribed with azure runes into the chamber. Completing this task would surely yield a substantial reward. The sniper turned to his companion and said, "The gentleman will not be shortchanged. Upon completion, you shall receive threefold what you see here." The handgun-wielding man placed 2 gold bars beside him. Speaking in an odd tone, "Do not fret, sir." They emerged, hastily chanting incantations. The handgun man recited an eerie spell, and the bullet began to emit a sinister green glow. Bang! The bullet struck the creature's head. Alarm! Around Xueyi, several transparent ice shields rapidly materialized in the air, and he hurled ice shards in the direction of the bullet. The icy gust lacerated the sniper's arm, prompting the two to flee down the building. The commander informed the troops surrounding Red Brick Street via radio. "Quickly encircle the office buildings on Red Brick Street. Not a single soul must escape." Xueyi noticed the body bag emanating a strange green light and swiftly erected an ice wall around the corpse. "Everyone, stay away from the body!" Howl. To their astonishment, the body bag began to writhe, and the supposedly lifeless creature tore its way out. Sitting up, Xueyi sensed a distinctly different aura emanating from the creature. He observed that its eyes were clouded, exhibiting the telltale signs of necromantic control. The creature's high concentration of arcane energy assaulted his nerves, causing a splitting headache. Xueyi retreated a few steps, raising his rifle to fire at the creature's legs, but even armor-piercing rounds merely embedded themselves in its hide, failing to penetrate its flesh. Howl! The creature, seemingly provoked by the shots, lifted a nearby transport vehicle and hurled it at the armored car, creating a significant dent upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Xueyi launched an ice spear at the creature's neck. The creature dodged this attack, and a nearby member of the Divine Machine Squad pierced its chest with a high-powered electromagnetic rifle. A smoking hole opened in the creature's chest. Despite this grievous injury, it staggered toward Xueyi, intent on tearing him apart. "Did I sit here?" Truly terrifying, Xueyi thought as he manifested ice claws. Charging at the creature with an inhuman swiftness that in an instant, his left claw severed the creature's talon, and before it could react, his right claw decapitated it. The creature's body crumpled to the ground, its head rolling to Xueyi's feet. He flicked the black blood from his ice claws into the body bag, and the claws dissipated into mist. The severed head continued to snarl, attempting to bite him. But Xueyi nonchalantly flipped the head over, that he understood that necromantic control required a connection between the arcane unit and the physical body. Thus, if the creature's body remained still, the spell was binding its head. In other words, that bullet served as the arcane unit. Indeed, a strange green light flickered from the wound on the creature's head, that Xueyi retrieved a dagger and extracted the bullet from within. Upon its removal, the head ceased its movements, that he placed the bullet onto a metal plate and inscribed several runes on the creature's body before summoning the chemical protection team to remove the corpse. A short police officer gaped at Xueyi, while a shorter one, reveling in schadenfreude, nudged him, saying, "He has done. Why don't you go ask for your share?" "Forget it. I feel she'd dismantle me faster than a chicken," replied the shorter officer, shaking his head. Meanwhile, the two fleeing armed assailants were cornered by soldiers in the Chocolate Street alley. The injured sniper struggled to keep pace with the handgun man, and soon they found themselves trapped in a dead end. The soldiers sealed off the alley's exit, and the commander shouted through a megaphone, "Come out with your weapons down. To hell with you." The sniper fired several rounds at the soldiers with his uninjured hand. The handgun man, however, casually glanced at his watch, as if merely a passerby. While changing the magazine, the sniper queried, "Aren't you concerned? We're surrounded." "You're the one surrounded, not me," the handgun man replied leisurely, affixing a silencer to his pistol. "Are you all out of your minds in the Qingjiang? Can't you see we're trapped? What use is a silencer now? Where are your gold bars? Why do you care? We can't escape now. I can't spend the gold if we're stuck here. You keep it. You need to send someone to deliver the gold to me. Are you daft? What is with the countdown? You don't actually think someone will come to rescue us, do you? 3, 2. Have you lost it? What is with the countdown? When just then, the manhole cover beside the handgun man was flung open. And a soldier called out, Sir, I've been sent to rescue you. Hurry. They really sent someone. The handgun man nonchalantly entered the sewer, and the sniper attempted to follow. As he reached the manhole, the handgun man blocked him. Get out of my way. Let me escape with you. If we don't hurry, I'll be done for. Before he could finish, the handgun man pressed the gun to his forehead, coldly stating, Only I will escape. Not you. With that, he shot the sniper dead and tossed a white phosphorus grenade onto the corpse as he departed. Let us go. The sir has arranged for our escape route to be opened. The soldier informed the handgun man. The two fled along a prearranged path. The ground troops discovered the sniper's corpse, prompting the commander to urgently call for the team to seal off the sewer and search for the fleeing handgun man. Soldiers advanced with their guns drawn, while the handgun man raised his hands in a gesture of caution, watching the tunnel ahead. The sound of soldiers' footsteps and chatter reverberated through the sewer. The handgun man could even hear his own heartbeat. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from the tunnel ahead, and soldiers instinctively aimed their weapons in that direction. That a soldier stepped into view. Which squad are you from? Why are you here? The soldier inquired, gun trained on his counterpart, that I'm from the 1st Squad, 2nd Class of the 7th City Defense Regiment. Which unit are you from? Is this prisoner in your custody? Yes, I belong to the 9th Regiment, 2nd Squad, 3rd Class. My communication device is malfunctioning. Please contact other units to escort this prisoner. That's so. Understood. As the soldier produced his communication device, the soldier holding the handgun approached. And as he neared within a meter, the handgun man struck the soldier on the back of the head. Taking advantage of the soldier's momentary confusion, the soldier retaliated with the butt of his rifle to the handgun man's face. What? You're a traitor. The soldier struggled to rise, but the handgun man seized a nearby iron rod and struck him on the head, rendering him unresponsive after a few convulsions. The handgun man contemplated finishing off the soldier, but the soldier urged him to flee. Hurry, don't waste time. Just as they reached the next intersection, gunfire erupted in the direction of the soldier. Damn it. This guy was faking it. Let us move. A minute later, another soldier arrived at the injured soldier's side, assessing his wounds. The injured soldier, struggling to hold on, gasped. They ran east, called for reinforcements. Oh, really? What did they look like? One had a scar on his face and was exceptionally ugly, and another disguised himself as a soldier. Hurry, got it. The soldier glanced warily around, ensuring no one was in sight before drawing his handgun, identical to the one used by the handgun man, complete with a silencer. He covered the injured soldier's mouth with a torn cloth and shot him several times in the heart. Confirming the injured soldier was dead, he called for others to come over. Just as he was about to rise, a team rushed toward him. He quickly informed them, I discovered a fallen comrade. I found this gun beside him. Which way did they go? One went west, the other north. Let us go catch them. With that, the soldier followed the squad westward, leaving behind the deceased soldier. After running several hundred meters, the handgun man and the soldier finally reached the rendezvous point, where the gunman boarded a mining vehicle and escaped. The soldier searched for a long time to no avail, subsequently loading the bodies of the soldier, sniper, and creature into a transport vehicle. Qingjiang departed with the soldiers, and once the chemical protection team completed their work, the Starfire Zone and Blood Tide Zone would lift their lockdown. I never expected that gunman to be so cunning. Ambushing our soldiers, the commander remarked, gazing at the soldiers' remains. Let us not rush to conclusions. Came the reply. ASAO. Zhang unwrapped the body bag to examine the injuries. He let out a sigh and remarked, It is not as it seems. We have been ensnared by a spy. When asked why he believed so, he pointed to a mark on the soldier's face, inflicted by a gunstock. The assailant wielded a handgun, yet the evident bruise was caused by a rifle stock, suggesting that after the shooter had struck him with a metal object, someone had delivered a heavy blow with the gunstock. There must be traitors among us, he concluded. Your divine machinery team is usually impervious to spies. Isn't it, he inquired. Indeed, but this spy is certainly embedded within the regular troops. He replied that a chill coursed through Qingjiang. If the spy had facilitated the attacker's escape today, tomorrow could see an assassination attempt on other members of the squad or even their families. Once the autopsy reports for these bodies are available, Please ensure the commander provides me with a copy. What of the sniper's body? He asked. That will likely be difficult to examine, reduced to such a state. All that remains is perhaps a trace of ash. The use of white phosphorus munitions was indeed ruthless. The team leader acquiesced to Ao Zhang's request that Ao Zhang contemplated how to unearth the spy. He realized there were multiple infiltrators. Capturing them all would require an exceptionally meticulous plan that if they did not ensnare every last one, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend the remaining spies. The most perilous aspect was their uncertainty regarding the presence of other traitors within the ranks of different units, that Ao Zhang felt his head nearing the brink of explosion. The convoy entered the underground garage of the command center. Where no immediate matters required his attention, Ao Zhang donned an invisibility spell and departed the building. The sky remained overcast, and before he knew it, he found himself at the central steel bridge. Walking atop the bridge, he observed trains laden with and coal passing beneath him. He was acutely aware of the impending invitation from Owen Lord for the following evening. He needed to return to prepare his spell units, as they would also need to devise a strategy for potential contingencies. That he hailed a taxi and directed it toward home. Chapter 11. New developments. The rhythmic sounds of machinery and the hum of a spell energy core emanated intermittently from the basement of the old Ao antiquities shop. If one were to venture into the basement, they would witness a remarkable sight. Ao Zhang sat before a cluttered table filled with mechanical parts, tapping and tinkering. Silvery lines of magical energy flowed from his slender fingers into the core of the machinery, spinning alongside it. Surrounding him were ethereal halos of white magic, akin to celestial rings, as various components floated above like meteors in space. That Ao Zhang selected the necessary parts from this celestial array, and as they glimmered with white light, they drifted into his hands. Soon, a multitude of intriguing little devices began to take shape around him. Let us examine them one by one. To his left lay a contraption resembling a flying claw, designed specifically to combat specters with its soul-piercing projectiles. When deployed, it must be affixed to the tip of a crossbow bolt, its surface reflecting a violet metallic sheen. This was time iron harvested from the storm-laden wastelands. An alloy effective against specters and ghouls. Regular ghouls and specters struck by such a projectile would find their souls scattered. However, for a specter of Owen Lord's caliber, it would likely only serve to restrain. To his right hovered a rectangular object resembling a block of black ice, with a black ice dagger seemingly embedded within it. This was Ao Zhang's magical combat coordination unit, which not only regulated his magical energy, but also provided real-time updates on his physical condition. In the corner of the table lay several grenades that appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet, upon disassembly, one would discover that in addition to standard explosives, they were filled with a slushy substance, magically treated explosives that, upon detonation, would rapidly absorb heat within a 5-meter radius, thereby freezing foes or sealing off pathways. Time swiftly advanced into the evening, and 3 individuals clandestinely convened in the basement of Camber to finalize their operational plan for the following night. On the following evening's twilight, workers busied themselves as usual in the transfer station, sorting goods. Among them, an inconspicuous figure darted past, stealthily approaching warehouse number 13, that once assured that the area was clear, he quietly slipped inside, carefully opening a window and installing a series of devices resembling landmines before silently departing the scene. Before long, warehouse number 13 began to emit billowing clouds of greenish smoke. The workers looked up in confusion at the source of the noxious fumes, while a piercing alarm blared over the loudspeakers. That a few seasoned workers exchanged anxious glances at the approaching green mist. This can't be something leaking, can it? A visibly distressed worker rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Something's leaking from warehouse number 13. Many of the brethren over there are incapacitated by the fumes. We must flee." Minutes later, several fire trucks blaring sirens and a convoy of military vehicles stormed into the old transfer station. The staff, in shock, witnessed soldiers clad in chemical protection gear leaping from the military trucks, measuring the situation with instruments. Before the workers could fully comprehend the chaos, they were organized by soldiers to evacuate the transfer station. Before they could grasp the unfolding events, an announcement blared over the intercom. "Comrades, we have received a report that a batch of highly hazardous cyanide storage tanks within warehouse number 13 has leaked. For your safety, please cooperate with the soldiers and leave the transfer station in an orderly manner. Thank you for your cooperation. Additionally, wages will be disbursed as usual. Please evacuate swiftly to avoid unnecessary harm. The soldiers cordoned off warehouse number 13, while firefighters and soldiers in protective suits began spraying an unknown chemical reagent to neutralize the cyanide that in a storage room adjacent to the warehouse. The disguised A.O. Jiang removed his hat. He shed his work attire, donned sunglasses, and replaced his hat with a black one before exiting the small utility room. Gazing toward the distant sunset, he smiled faintly. Within the transfer station, elite military personnel had established a rigorous defense. For safety's sake, the military had not only deployed A.O. Jiang's Arc Light team, but also summoned 2 other specialized magical teams from Qingjiang City, including the Xueyi team that A.O. Jiang had preemptively filled the vicinity of Warehouse No. 13 with magical impact crystals. Once activated, they could incapacitate specters instantaneously. Although they would not inflict significant damage, they would enable the soldiers to bind the specter with necromantic restraints that a nondescript van came to a halt at the warehouse entrance. And Qingjiang and Cross-Star disembarked. A.O. Jiang greeted them. Before they proceeded into the warehouse, .2 seasoned soldiers sat amid the cramped quarters, awaiting the arrival of their old friend. The dim light of antiquated bulbs barely illuminated the room, where they had set up a table with refreshments in the center, flanked by 3 chairs. They sat at the opposite side of the table, all on edge, wary of missing any sound at an hour past. Then 2, and as the clock struck 9, the specter had yet to appear. The prolonged tension had begun to induce headaches in both men. Qingjiang stifled a yawn. Rising to fetch water, he wandered toward a stack of water buckets against the wall. Aside from the crackling of the fire and the wind outside, the room was enveloped in silence. They began to doubt whether their companion had left them waiting in vain. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the nearby pile of scrap. The sound of machinery whirring and an explosion echoing. Their hearts leaped into their throats. Surely this fellow had planted a bomb here. Qingjiang seized a 3-meter-long iron rod, while Cross-Star raised his rifle, aiming toward the source of the noise. Qingjiang gestured to Cross-Star, counting silently to 3 before pulling back the tarp. With a flourish, the tarp fell away, revealing a heap of scrap metal. Qingjiang quickly identified the source of the commotion. It was an old machine salvaged from who knows where. Its cover rusted and decayed, that a nearby water pipe had deteriorated over time, and the cooling water infused with rust had short-circuited the electrical system, causing the machine to malfunction and activate itself. What a false alarm! Qingjiang wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as he reached for a teacup to quench his thirst, he was astonished to find that the cup, once filled with hot water, was now empty. "Where is my tea?" he exclaimed, bewildered. Cross-Star turned to inspect his own cup, finding it equally devoid of contents. "Why has it grown so cold in here?" Qingjiang remarked, glancing toward the fireplace, which seemed to be dwindling. There remained a substantial amount of coal in the firebox, coal that Qingjiang had just added. It had been 10 minutes. Why hadn't it ignited? Suddenly, the teacup at the 3rd chair began to float eerily in the air, its contents vanishing at a slow pace. That a chilling breeze swept through the room as an enigmatic figure materialized before them. He set down the teacup and, with a voice cold and raspy, uttered, "I have been thirsty for a lifetime." That moment, the Cross-Star scrutinized the visage of the individual before him. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, draped in a weathered, ash-gray cloak, while a tattered black mask and hood obscured his ashen features. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that he possessed a rather commendable appearance, if not for his pallid skin and those eyes that shimmered with a ghostly green luminescence. He would have easily passed for an ordinary young man. A metal badge, inscribed with an unknown emblem, adorned the left breast of his antiquated combat uniform. With a rhythmic cadence, he tapped his dark green nails against the tabletop, his gaze fixed on the 2 individuals. With a snap of his fingers, pop! The furnace erupted into a fierce blaze, akin to an oil drum igniting in flames. Before either could utter a word, he poured himself a glass of water. "Your tea could certainly use a touch of sugar. Alas, we are both growing old, and excessive sugar intake is detrimental to our health." Qingjiang added some sugar to his teacup. Reminiscing, "It has been so long since the incident in Wailing Valley. I never anticipated we would meet again. I must say, after all these years, your vigilance remains commendably high. Quite a contrast to that swine-like elite. You summoned us here not merely for idle chatter, did you?" he continued. "Surely, you are aware of the prophecy regarding the woman's return. Do you possess any intelligence?" Perhaps we should relocate our discussion. This place feels rather uncomfortable, he suggested. What do you mean by that? Crossstar inquired. Owen Lord retrieved a handful of ice-blue crystals from his pocket, placing them upon the table. These must belong to that ice-wielding fellow. His skills are commendable. However, one must be cautious when dismantling them, lest one be frozen stiff. While there are numerous magical units involved, I lack the capability to disassemble them as of yet. The two exchanged awkward smiles. No worries, I am not angered by this. On the contrary, the precision of such a magical energy field only enhances my faith in your abilities. And where do you wish to go? What about the tavern that Ice Wielder frequents? I have been involuntarily abstaining from alcohol for far too long. It is time I indulge a little. Kurtalian pondered for a moment. The Camber Tavern is home to both Nora and Burns, two masters of magic, along with other magical combatants. Surely they can manage him. However, the only concern is Kafia. This child possesses an extraordinarily formidable magical prowess. She exhibited remarkable talent from a young age. It is no exaggeration to say that if she were to fully develop her magical potential, even the three of us might struggle to contend with her. Moreover, she has a notorious reputation for being fiercely protective of her partner. During her schooling, Burns often found himself embroiled in conflicts due to her involvement with those who bullied Aojiang, resulting in multiple visits to the school each month. She fought with such ferocity that her opponents frequently found themselves unable to rise, earning her the moniker of the Crimson Queen throughout her academic career. The two harbored concerns that Kafia and the Spectre might clash, yet they understood that refusing Owen Lord could lead to unforeseen consequences. Ultimately, they resolved to escort Owen Lord to the tavern. They continued their journey in the van, initially intending to bring Aojiang along, but he had mysteriously vanished, leaving them to proceed without him. Vice Officer Wang remained behind to manage the aftermath, while they boarded the van. Perhaps due to the weather, Kurtalian shivered upon entering. Throughout the ride, Owen Lord's eyes remained fixed on the nightscape of Qingjiang City, occasionally posing questions about unfamiliar sights. That I envy you both. You have lived through so many years of development. Look at that building over there with its display screen. Everything on it appears almost lifelike. And those individuals wielding those sleek, black, luminous metallic glass panels. Such fascinating contraptions. Back in my day, we relied on radio communications. Now, one can simply tap on that metallic glass panel to conjure forth myriad wonders that I wish to acquire one myself. Kurtalian chuckled. We have both grown old, yet you still retain your youthful appearance. Ha! Surely, you haven't lost your wits? I have long since passed. How could a corpse grow old? I have a spare device. I'll let you try it out when the time comes. Crossstar waved his phone, which was no ordinary gadget. As the trio engaged in conversation, they arrived at the tavern. Owen Lord disembarked last, but instead of closing the van door, he smiled at the empty interior. Why aren't you leaving? There is nothing left in the vehicle, Kurtalian queried, puzzled. Not quite, he replied, polishing his nails, that we still have one more guest who hasn't alighted. What? There's someone else in the van. The two immediately deduced who Owen Lord referred to. Seated at the back, Aojiang, having been exposed, gradually shed his magical disguise, and no wonder I felt chilly. Even with the air conditioning, it was still cold. Turns out it was you, rascal, Kurtalian remarked with a grin. Impressive technique. Aojiang stated coolly to Owen Lord. Your magical units are quite well crafted, Owen Lord responded. The trio and the Spectre entered the tavern, where Burns was polishing a silver longsword embedded with red crystals at the bar. Kafia sat beside him, playing with a black and white kitten, while Nora perused a cookbook nearby. Kafia was the first to notice Owen Lord standing among the three, that she sensed an aura of death emanating from him. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Owen Lord addressed the trio. Hello, Kafia replied coldly. Please follow me, Nora instructed, guiding them to a reserved room. Could I trouble you for a few cups of tea wine? Thank you, Owen Lord requested, observing the red magical auras enveloping the three, with Kafia's glow being the most vibrant. Kafia discerned that he was the Spectre who had clashed with Aojiang. However, she refrained from reacting, simply watching as Owen Lord and the others entered the private room. Outside, Aojiang seated himself beside Kafia. How was work today? Not too bad. That team leader is as foolish as they come. If it weren't for the screen between us, I'd have liked to give him a punch. Did you bring Juan and I? Not quite. Grandma was cleaning and worried that Juan and I might jump around and break Grandpa's antiques, so she asked me to keep an eye on her. Kafia gently stroked the kitten's head. This black and white kitten, named Juan and I, was now over 6 months old, having been acquired by old AO from an old acquaintance. The little creature was quite the handful, often bouncing around the house, forcing old AO to keep her confined to Aojiang's room. Due to her ample diet, Juan and I had already grown to the size of cats several years older than her. Meow. Juan and I nuzzled Aojiang's hand affectionately. Such a good girl, Aojiang exclaimed, tearing off a piece of jerky to feed her. Juan and I eagerly grasped the treat with her tiny paws and began munching. Who is that fellow? Why are Cretalian and Cross Stars so familiar with him? Kafia inquired, passing Aojiang a cup of hot water. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is his name is Owen Lord. Though that might not even be his real name, that he possesses wind-based magical abilities, and his combat prowess is formidable. He didn't give you any trouble, did he? Not at all. You needn't worry, Dada. My brother mentioned that after you killed that Neegler creature, it resurrected itself. What is the story behind that? Kafia asked curiously. Someone shot a magical unit into the creature's corpse. During our visit to the Li Min anniversary celebration, someone was tailing me, and I suspect it could be the same group. You need to be cautious and avoid acting alone. While the two were engaged in conversation, Burns had polished the knife until it gleamed like a mirror. This blade, forged over 5 centuries ago, possesses lethal potency against undead creatures that IT is one of the treasured heirlooms of the Cambert family. Alongside several others, a necklace adorned with red crystal gemstones, a pair of silver diamond swords, and the Draco Phi's spell compendium. The gemstone necklace and the Draco Phi's compendium are currently in the possession of Kafia, while the silver diamond swords belong to Nora. After the meeting concluded, A.O. Jiang and his companions uncovered a crucial piece of information. On the night of the monstrous incident, Owen Lord witnessed the entire event unfold. Chapter 12. Lord of the Night, to illuminate the events of that fateful night for everyone. Owen Lord gathered Qingjiang and others in the basement, with the ever-inquisitive Kafia joining as well. Once all were assembled, Owen Lord placed the silver moon upon the table. As the silver moon refracted brilliant light, the attendees were enveloped in an illusion, experiencing the events from Owen Lord's perspective. Curious about the new phenomena, Owen Lord, while soaring through the sky, spotted a brilliantly illuminated structure. The parking lot was filled with exquisite luxury cars. Piquing Owen Lord's interest, he crouched atop a building over 100 meters away. Scrutinizing the establishment, that he noted that nearly all individuals entering and exiting were adorned in gold and silver and accompanied by 1 or 2 members of the opposite sex, prompting his confusion about the nature of such clientele. Unbeknownst to him, this edifice was a nightclub funded by the owner of a real estate company in Qingjiang City, renowned for its vast scale across the northwest wilderness. However, over a decade prior, a heinous crime had transpired there, involving the abduction and brutal murder of a 23-year-old woman by gang members. Qingjiang presided over the case, leading to the public execution of all involved criminals and several key figures, earning Qingjiang the moniker Death Judge in Xinjiang's underworld. Yet Owen Lord remained oblivious to these grim details that in the blink of an eye, he materialized near the nightclub. Suddenly, a heavy truck, jarringly out of place amidst the luxury vehicles, entered through the back gate of the parking lot. Owen Lord, having just arrived, found himself directly in the path of the truck, which screeched to a halt before him. A menacing man leaned out from the driver's seat, hurling insults at Owen Lord. "Are you blind? Where did this destitute fool come from? Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this a place for scum like you?" Owen Lord remained silent, his eerie green eyes fixed intently on the man. The man, unnerved by Owen Lord's gaze, broke into a cold sweat and reached for a shotgun from beneath his seat, intent on exiting the vehicle. In an instant, Owen Lord snapped his fingers and the man vanished without a trace. The 2 individuals in the driver's seat were seized by terror at the sudden disappearance, one of them spitting in frustration. What bad luck! Unbeknownst to them, Owen Lord had positioned himself above the cab, following the truck into the nightclub's underground storage. I am intrigued to discover what secrets this vessel conceals. After navigating a labyrinth of winding underground passages, the truck finally came to a halt. That a dozen burly men awaited their arrival, and the armed man tucked his shotgun into his waistband. The leader of the muscular men handed him a black leather case. Upon receiving the case, the muscular man directed another scarred companion to open the truck's compartment. While the leader commanded the others to assist in unloading it, 10 hefty men struggled to lift several metal boxes from the truck, each measuring approximately 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, with unfamiliar electronic devices affixed to one side. Suddenly, one of the men faltered, causing the others to lose their grip, and the metal box crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the control panel atop it. With a loud snap, the box swung open, releasing a chilling mist. Upon witnessing the box's opening, the leader kicked the man who had stumbled to the floor, shouting, "Everyone, grab your weapons." In unison, the men drew their handguns, aiming at the box as if it contained some unspeakable horror. A terrifying roar erupted from within, and with a thunderous crash, the heavy metal lid was flung aside. A Negro creature emerged from the box, sitting upright. "Use tranquilizers. Whoever kills this thing will meet their end," the leader shouted, raising a long gun to fire at the creature. The tranquilizer round, however, failed to incapacitate the beast. Instead, it incited further fury. As the creature howled and dismembered the nearest henchman with ease, that IT then swatted another against the concrete wall, leaving him bloodied and lifeless on the ground. Realizing the dire situation, the armed man pulled a grenade launcher from the truck, prompting an outraged cry from the leader. "Are you insane?" The man, seemingly deaf to the warning, fired 2 shots at the creature, which sustained significant damage. Engulfed in flames as it fled toward the exit, "Don't let that thing escape. If the old man finds out, you'll all lose your heads." The armed man retrieved another machine gun and pursued the creature. How intriguing. Owen Lord materialized at the tunnel entrance, where the sound of gunfire erupted like a storm. It seemed that the creature was about to be riddled with bullets. Owen Lord mused to himself. The creature has not perished. It has burst forth from the underground passage. How fascinating. He followed in the creature's wake, with the henchman trailing closely behind. The creature sprinted over a kilometer before seeking refuge in an abandoned skyscraper, with the henchmen closely pursuing. None of them noticed the enormous shadow that enveloped the entire building. "Where did that damned thing go? Split up and search," the leader commanded, unwittingly sealing their fate within the confines of the skyscraper. Owen Lord lay in wait outside the building, certain he would detect the creature the moment it emerged. Yet as time elapsed, the structure remained eerily silent. Unable to contain himself, Owen Lord leaped from the roof into the dimly lit interior. Within the building, darkness prevailed, the expansive lobby echoing only with the sound of the wind and dripping water. Owen Lord found it strange that the henchmen had not exited, yet there was no trace of their life force within. Soon, he discovered the grim truth that in a forsaken office, a mangled male corpse was pinned to the wall by several steel rods. The head appeared grotesquely smashed by a sharp object, its arms gnawed to expose stark white bones. With blood dripping steadily onto the floor, a sight that would surely evoke nausea in any ordinary person. Owen Lord was appalled by the horrific scene before him. Had the creature not been vanquished, how many more would have suffered? Deservedly, so he cast a scornful glance at the body, when suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from below. Rushing downstairs, Owen Lord discovered that the creature was indeed present, but it was not alone. Before it stood a figure that could hardly be described as human, more aptly a demon. Towering at nearly 2 meters, the figure donned a long, heavy cloak adorned with raven feathers and was clad in armor that shimmered with a bluish-black metallic sheen. Disheveled black hair cascaded over its shoulders, and a pale face bore eyes glowing with a terrifying red light, streaked with blood. Its sharp, bloodied teeth appeared capable of severing any creature's throat. The creature was battered and bruised, numerous wounds exposing bone, likely a result of the mysterious figure's handiwork. Even after years of confinement in the subspace, Owen Lord had never encountered such a fearsome being. What manner of creature is this? The enigmatic figure paid no heed to Owen Lord. Instead, it lunged at the creature with an astonishing speed, brandishing metallic claws extending over 30 centimeters. As the mysterious figure attacked, the crimson patterns on its armor pulsated like veins. Seemingly alive, with a swift motion, the figure tore a gaping hole into the creature's abdomen. The creature howled in agony, retaliating by hurling a steel beam at the figure. The figure dodged effortlessly, but Owen Lord could not escape its trajectory. As the beam hurtled toward him, the figure seized it, crashing it violently to the ground. Everything, every sin, must be eradicated, The enigmatic figure surged forth towards the monstrous creature, two metallic claws carving deep gashes into its form. As the creature realized its impending demise, it roared furiously and charged at the mysterious individual. Just as the enigmatic figure was about to strike, the creature forcefully smashed down onto the ground, causing the floor to splinter and crack. Both the mysterious figure and the creature plummeted into the depths below. Owen Lord hastened forward to investigate. The creature struggled to rise and leapt from the building, while the enigmatic individual remained buried beneath a heap of rubble, uncertain of their fate. Owen Lord followed the creature into the night, noticing that its injuries had significantly impaired its speed after running approximately 100 meters. A chilling shriek pierced the night sky. Turning back, Owen Lord beheld the mysterious figure soaring from the debris, their cloak transformed into a pair of immense black wings. Bathed in moonlight, the figure resembled a colossal raven. The raven let out a heart-wrenching cry before vanishing into the darkness. After running an additional 200 meters, the creature was spotted by the patrolling city defense unit. At this point, everyone emerged from the illusion, and Owen Lord withdrew the silver moon from the table, remarking, "I believe you are all aware of what transpired next." "That was incredibly lifelike, as if I had experienced it myself," Nora exclaimed. "May I inquire about the origins of that great raven? It's a pity I did not get the chance to confront him. He certainly appeared formidable." Owen Lord lamented that it's no wonder you are unaware. He first emerged over a decade ago. Crotalian recounted the tale of the raven. Following the nightclub incident, dismembered corpses began to sporadically appear on the streets of Qingjiang City, resembling the body found in the office building. Beside each corpse, a skull drawn in blood would materialize, instilling fear among the citizens. Many schools commenced early dismissals around 3 or 4 o'clock, and parents prohibited their children from venturing out at night. As the cases escalated, the identities of the deceased were unveiled, revealing a common thread. All were gang members with notorious reputations. Yet the question remained, why were they murdered, and who was the perpetrator? Unfortunately, the crime scenes were located in remote areas, devoid of surveillance footage, and bore minimal signs of struggle. The only clue was the black feathers left at the scenes. The true emergence of the Night Slayer into the public eye stemmed from a particularly heinous incident. Over a year after the Night Slayer's appearance, a robbery and murder occurred at Qingjiang City's 6th middle school. The principal actors were 3 15-year-old students, and the victim was a second-year student from the same school. After luring the victim to a designated location, the trio robbed him of his belongings and, in a brutal act, buried him after his murder. The severity of the crime and the brutality of their methods shocked the community. Yet during the trial, a judge, having accepted bribes from the families of the offenders, sentenced them to a mere 15 days in detention due to their age. This verdict sparked outrage online, with nearly everyone rejecting the outcome. Crotalian was particularly incensed, losing sleep for 3 days straight. However, just days later, the 3 detainees and the judge mysteriously vanished, prompting a thorough search by the police and military throughout Qingjiang City, yet they remained elusive. That night, a live broadcast appeared on the largest social media platform in the Red Star Republic, originating from one of the missing criminals. The viewership rapidly swelled to tens of thousands. The broadcast was shrouded in darkness. And amid the audience's curiosity, a man wearing a raven mask emerged before the camera. This man was the Night Slayer, clad in the same attire Owen Lord had previously encountered. Behind him, for chairs held the bound forms of the 4 missing individuals. The broadcast erupted into chaos as the viewership surged from tens of thousands to millions. Many daring viewers began questioning the man's identity, but he remained silent, extending his metallic claws to replicate, in gruesome detail, the actions of the 3 criminals upon the victim. The viewers were left in stunned horror. Although the cyber police swiftly terminated the stream, numerous users recorded the footage, which later proved difficult to erase from the internet. Attempts to trace the broadcast location yielded no results, despite the device being connected to the network. The incident ignited a firestorm of discussion online, with some labeling the mysterious figure a vigilante and others deeming him a psychopathic killer. A faction even began to idolize him, dubbing him the Lord of the Night. Meanwhile, the military and police classified him as a Class A wanted criminal, placing him at the top of their list with a reward of 500,000. Days later, the corpses of the 4 individuals appeared at the courthouse where the trial had taken place, positioned precisely where they had been on that fateful day. The floor bore the chilling inscription, Death is inescapable, written in blood. Years later, a gang specializing in motorcycle robberies emerged in Qingjiang City, targeting pedestrians' mobile phones and wallets during the late hours. The police found themselves at a loss, as the criminals would suddenly appear from the shadows, snatch their loot, and vanish before the patrols could arrive. Yet, a turning point was imminent. One night, a man escorted a woman to the police station to report a robbery. Upon their arrival at the scene, officers discovered two men lying on the ground, alongside a severely damaged motorcycle. According to the woman, a factory worker in the vicinity, she and her boyfriend had been robbed by these two men. During the pursuit, an unidentified object had descended from above, dragging the assailants into an alley, followed by terrifying screams. The couple sought assistance from the police. One robber had been gruesomely disemboweled, while the other was left in a state of shock, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently. Almost overnight, all the robbers in Qingjiang City vanished, and the streets were devoid of motorcyclists. Why now? The Lord of the Night had amassed over 200 lives, and the reward for his capture had soared to 5 million. So, according to your account, this individual only targets evildoers and spares the innocent? Owen Lord inquired. That could be one way to interpret it. Qingjiang replied that I am incredibly eager to confront someone of such caliber. It would be an excellent opportunity to hone my combat skills, Owen Lord declared, rubbing his fists in anticipation. After their discussion, the group began to determine their next course of action. The Negroes could only be provided by the Storm Church, since it was confirmed that they were conducting transactions at the nightclub. Following the trail could potentially lead to the provider to gather intelligence. Someone would need to infiltrate the depths of the nightclub. Who will go? Cross-Star asked. All eyes turned to A.O. Jiang, who possessed skills in disguise and invisibility, coupled with formidable combat prowess and striking appearance, making him an ideal candidate for such infiltration. A.O. Jiang awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, I have never been to such a place, and I am concerned I might not adapt to that environment. We're not asking you to frolic about. You merely need to blend in. Rest assured, I will cover the expenses, Qingjiang assured him, patting his chest confidently. It's settled then, Cross-Star declared. Ice Fox, Black Raven, and White Shark shall accompany Frost Sharp, while the other members will observe from the periphery, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Where will I be staying? Owen Lord queried. Burns, do you have any available space? Cross-Star inquired. Burns pondered for a moment before suggesting. There's a storage room in the basement. If you don't mind, you can stay there for now. That works, as long as I can store Silver Moon. I can fit inside it, Owen Lord replied. As everyone began to rise and depart for home, Owen Lord followed Burns to find the storage room. Suddenly, Qingjiang stood up, blocking Owen Lord's path. Should you wish to stay at my home, you must first duel me. If you win or draw, you may remain. If you lose, you shall leave and never return, she declared. Chapter 13. The duel. What? Qingjiang and the others, who were about to leave, turned in unison to gaze at Qingjiang. I thought those two wouldn't end up clashing, Qingjiang sighed. The group then turned their attention to Owen Lord, curious about his forthcoming response. Madam, may I ask what you propose to compete in? Owen Lord inquired with a smile. Qingjiang rubbed her wrists, her tone hostile. Magic and swordsmanship, that if you win or draw, you may reside at my home, that if you lose, you will return from whence you came. And I never wish to see you again. Owen Lord rose, puzzled. Engaging in a battle here would surely devastate the entire neighborhood. Might I inquire where you intend to hold this contest? That can be arranged. Qingjiang approached the door, gently tapping on its surface that a radiant crimson light enveloped the entire wooden door as she pushed it open. What lay beyond was not a conventional room, but rather a realm nearly indistinguishable from reality. A personal magical space? Little Qingjiang has mastered the art of creating her own personal magical realm. Qingjiang exclaimed in astonishment. The strength of magical abilities is classified into 8 tiers, each of which is further divided into 4 standards: low, medium, high, and exceptional. The criteria for evaluation, ascending from low to high, are as follows. 8th tier, possession of magical abilities. 7th tier, proficient in unleashing one's own magical powers. 6th tier, magical prowess sufficient to engage in combat with other magic wielders. 5th tier, mastery of advanced magical combat skills, capable of contending with 10 or more individuals possessing 6th tier abilities. 4th tier, competent in utilizing magic for combat, able to hold their own against storm cultists or extra-dimensional beings. The minimum recruitment standard for the Special Operations Unit's magical combat personnel is 4th tier. 3rd tier. Capable of destroying heavily armored units while simultaneously confronting multiple 4th tier sorcerers, and can create their own magical space. Members of Huayan teams such as Haipao, Luwenyu teams Luwenyu, and Jing teams Jingsha and Jingyan all belong to this high 3rd tier standard. Additionally, members of Luwenyu teams Huiganjian, Jinkai teams Aluminum Alloy, Lin teams Cypress, and Huayan's Quartz and Ice Sand fall within the medium 3rd tier standard. 2nd tier. Acquisition of high-range destructive spells or mastery of high-level spells within their magical ability branches, capable of simultaneously confronting 20 or more 3rd tier individuals. Kafiya, Aojiang, and the likes fall within this tier. With Kafiya at a medium 2nd tier level, while Aojiang and the Cross Star occupy a lower 2nd tier level. 1st tier. Mastery of top-tier spells within their magical ability branches, capable of unleashing spells that can obliterate entire cities or even larger areas. Currently, the number of 1st-tier individuals on the entire planet is exceedingly rare, with Snuoifna being one of the few exceeding 1st-tier entities. The classification of magical energy strength at each level is determined by mathematical formulas. For instance, the energy of a 7th-tier spell is twice that of an 8th-tier spell. 6th-tier energy is 4 times that of 7th tier. 5th tier is 8 times that of 6th tier. 4th tier is 16 times that of 5th tier. 3rd tier is 24 times that of 4th tier. 2nd tier is 32 times that of 3rd tier. And 1st tier is 40 times that of 2nd tier. Personal magical spaces are categorized as higher-level spells, necessitating a minimum of 3rd tier magical ability to create one's own personal magical realm. Clap, clap. Owen Lord applauded. Well done. So, when do we commence? Now, Kafiya replied, taking Aojiang's hand as they stepped into the space together. Glad to join. Owen Lord followed suit into the realm. The remaining individuals exchanged glances and subsequently entered the space as well. After traversing what seemed like an underground passage, the group arrived at a viewing platform, facing a vast arena. To their astonishment, the area that should have been a football field was instead replaced by sand. I can't believe it. Little Kafiya can create such intricate structures, Criterion marveled, recalling the last time he witnessed her conjuring a magical space where she could only produce simple scenes, such as ordinary tents. The texture of this construction felt remarkably authentic, far surpassing the paper-like fabric from their previous encounter. As Crossstar patted a nearby steel beam, Criterion's stomach growled audibly, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head and inquire, "Is there anywhere to grab a bite? I haven't eaten properly all night." Almost as if in response to Criterion's query, a female voice emanated from the nearby concession stand. Drinks, fried chicken, popcorn. The curious group approached, only to discover a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kafiya standing in the fast food stall. "What is this, little Kafiya? Isn't she supposed to be dueling Owen Lord?" Crossstar questioned, puzzled to know. "This is a puppet she created using her own likeness," came the reply. Burns handed over $200 bills, requesting, "We'll take an A-tier super combo and a B-tier deluxe combo, please." "Certainly. Here is your super combo. Please take care." The puppet politely presented 2 oversized paper bags to Burns. Criterion remained in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the nearly identical figure of Kafiya. "Sir, do you require anything else?" The puppet inquired courteously. "Did I know?" "Thank you," Criterion stammered as he leaned toward Burns, who was sipping a drink, and whispered, "Little Kafiya can create such lifelike puppets now. She only learned it half a year ago. It's perfectly normal for you not to know." "All right, let us head to the stands over there," Nora suggested, pulling out a giant cup of drink and taking a sip. "That I'm parched." "Let me have a sip." Criterion snatched the cup and took a big gulp. "Hey, wait a minute." Nora attempted to stop Criterion, but the next moment he spat it out. "What the heck is this? It tastes so fishy." Criterion gagged into a nearby trash can, while Nora flashed a playful grin, revealing her elongated canines. "Why the rush? This is blood-flavored drink. Naturally, you humans can't handle it." She took another sip. "Is there anything more palatable for normal people?" Criterion gagged. "Although I've known you two for quite some time, I still find it impressive that you can drink such things." "Who told you to drink without asking me first?" Burns offered Criterion a cup of soda from the paper bag. Criterion took a sip, sighing in relief. "Now this is delicious. By the way, where's little AO?" Crossstar inquired, holding a cup of soda, and he should be in the preparation room with Xueyi. "Those two kids are always glued together. As you know, Criterion mumbled through a mouthful of fried chicken. At your age, you should be eating less greasy and salty food, Burns remarked while munching on a hot dog. How dare you lecture me about age? You're older than I am, Criterion retorted, somewhat displeased. Ding, ding, ding. The stadium's loudspeakers crackled to life, and Kafia's voice echoed. Please welcome the competing contestants. The match is starting. Nora eagerly watched the entrance on the right, that in contrast to her excitement. Burns simply sipped his drink. Lacking the same vivacity, the gate slowly rose. Kafia and Aojiang emerged from the right side. Upon seeing them both enter, Owen Lord's expression shifted to one of surprise. Are you two teaming up against me? Isn't that a bit unfair? No, this is a one-on-one battle between you and me, Kafia declared, summoning a long sword. The blade resembled an ancient sword, measuring an impressive 1.2 meters in length, with its hilt wrapped in black cloth. Flanking the circular guard were exquisite rubies, and the cross-shaped guards resembled the wings of swans. Owen Lord noticed that Aojiang instinctively recoiled at the sight of the sword. The sword of Dracaries? How intriguing. Upon observing the intricate patterns on the sheath, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Owen Lord's eyes. But are you truly going to fight in that outfit? Out of respect for warriors. He advised, I believe you should change that. Of course not, Kafia responded, glancing back at Aojiang. Xiao Jiangjiang, you go sit in the stands with them and watch how I defeat him. I believe in you. Aojiang shot her an encouraging glance. Crackling once more, the loudspeakers announced Kafia's voice. This duel will consist of 3 rounds, with each round lasting 10 minutes. There will be a 15-minute break in between, and the first to win 2 rounds will be victorious. The combatants must not leave the arena, seek external assistance, or kill one another. The duel will commence in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Captain of the 1st guerrilla team of the Xueyi Alliance in the Northwest Frontier War Zone. Barry Samantha Owen Lord. Brandy Kafia Cambert. Kafia drew the long sword from its sheath, a glimmer of sharpness cutting through the air as the blade was exposed. This sword appeared slightly more slender than the average blade. Adorned with intricate red lines along its length, Kafia bit her finger, smearing her blood along the edge of the sword, and as she reached the tip, the entire weapon ignited in blood-red flames. Resembling a fiery sword, the next moment, a set of lightweight yet sturdy armor materialized around her, perfectly accentuating Kafia's exquisite figure that on her chest plate, a badge emblazoned with the Cambert family crest shone brightly. She tied her long hair back, donned her faceplate, tucked her left hand behind her, and raised her sword, pointing it at Owen Lord. The sword in her grasp, Dracolius, was once the companion blade of Burns, possessing terrifying lethality against undead creatures. Its history traced back to the Undead Wars centuries ago, where it was said to have slain thousands of undead beings. However, over 20 years ago, Burns abruptly replaced the Cambert family's heirloom, Silverwing, with this sword, bestowing Dracolius upon Kafia. Since that moment, it had become her companion. Yet, inexplicably, whenever Aojiang laid eyes on or drew near this sword, he would tremble uncontrollably, his limbs growing weak, and the mere act of holding it instilled a profound terror within him, an unease so deep that even Kafia's spells could not assuage it. To this day, Kafia had yet to uncover the reason behind it. Now, it is my turn, Burns said softly that a gust of wind swept through the previously tranquil arena, followed by a green flame descending from the heavens. Upon touching Burns' cloak, the green fire instantaneously transformed into a massive fireball, engulfing him. Did he just commit suicide? The Cross Star exclaimed, astonished to know his magical prowess has surged exponentially in an instant. Burns replied calmly, his abilities are far stronger than we anticipated. Previously, he exhibited a level 3 capability, but now he is at least level 2. Level 2 Criterion gasped in shock. With a whoosh, the green flames were cleaved apart by a sword's aura, and Owen Lord emerged from the blaze. His body adorned with a set of old-fashioned Xueyi melee armor, riddled with cracks through which green flames erupted. His eyes, burning with emerald fire, radiated a fierce battle intent. Any ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear at the sight of him. 3, 2, 1, the duel begins. With a crackling sound, the colossal arena shield enveloped the dueling ground. Owen Lord, wielding the Silver Moon engulfed in green flames, dashed towards Kafia. To an ordinary observer, he appeared as a blur of rapid motion. Yet to Kafia, he moved at a normal speed. Bam! The 2 swords clashed, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact left Kafia's hand tingling. Owen Lord retreated a step and then swung his sword diagonally at Kafia. She deftly stepped back, dodging the deadly strike, and stabilized herself to unleash a powerful downward slash towards him. Though he managed to block the blow, it still forced him to stagger back a few steps. Excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Kafia, that let's see something thrilling, Owen Lord exclaimed, launching a series of rapid strikes at her. Several ghostly green sword auras, accompanied by eerie wails, surged towards Kafia. In an instant, a red magic circle materialized before her, from which a crimson spell ray erupted, dispersing several of the sword auras. The remaining ones, howling, collided with Kafia's barrier, leaving behind mere cracks no matter how fiercely they struck. With a swift motion, Kafia unleashed a red blood blade, cleaving them in two. Though Owen Lord possessed intermediate strength, Kafia wielded necromantic and life-based spells, both of which countered the undead nature of Owen Lord. Thus, despite his higher magical prowess, he could not overpower Kafia. While Kafia dealt with the sword auras, Owen Lord stealthily approached her at high speed. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped through the arena, whipping up sand and debris into a violent storm that engulfed the entire area. Encased in a blood-red shield, Kafia observed her surroundings, her vision blurred, relying on her magical senses and hearing to discern Owen Lord's position. "This situation is quite unfavorable for my sister," Nora remarked to Aojiang. "What do you think her chances of victory are?" "I have faith in my sister," Aojiang replied. Meanwhile, Kafia sensed Owen Lord approaching rapidly from the east. She raised her sword to block his attack. Bam! The enemy before her suddenly vanished. No, that wasn't right. Kafia swiftly turned and swung her sword behind her. "That you've lost." The silver moon was now mere centimeters from Kafia's neck as Owen Lord gazed at her. "The first round of the duel ends. Owen Lord wins." "What?" "That move was rather underhanded," Criterion exclaimed, visibly irritated. "In a magical duel, there is no such thing as underhanded tactics. This is a reflection of one's own strength." Burns stated, "By the way, where is little AO?" Criterion wondered aloud as he scanned the surroundings. Both combatants sheathed their swords and returned to the preparation room. "Alas, I couldn't win the first match against him." Kafia sighed as she hung her sword on the wall. She noticed a cup of warm water had mysteriously appeared on the table, that a familiar chill brushed against her back, and Kafia felt her emotions stabilize significantly. "Not winning this time doesn't mean I won't win next time. It's all right that indeed, do you have a way to counter his spells?" "Ah, that could be quite troublesome," Kafia mused, a spark of inspiration igniting in her eyes. "I have a plan." "What plan?" "You'll find out shortly, but I need some of your assistance." Aojiang began to unbutton his collar. A blush crept across his face. "Be gentle." "Okay." Kafia chuckled lightly. "That's not necessary." She rolled up Aojiang's left sleeve and gently bit into his wrist. 2 minutes remain until the second match begins. "Please prepare yourselves," a mechanical voice announced. "Watch closely." Kafia squeezed Aojiang's waist playfully, fastening her sword to her side as she stepped towards the door. Clank, clank. The sound of armor clashing echoed as Kafia donned her faceplate, her resolute gaze fixed on Owen Lord across the arena. Aojiang, seated in the upper tier, watched Kafia tenderly, his eyes conveying a silent message of encouragement. 3, 2, 1, begin. "Please enlighten me," Owen Lord roared, drawing his sword with a swift motion towards Kafia. His figure vanished from sight, blending into the air like a specter. "Ha!" Kafia thrust her sword into the ground, crimson lines spreading from the blade to the surrounding earth. A magic circle appeared beneath her, measuring approximately 5 meters in diameter. She drove her sword deeper into the earth, and an immense shockwave erupted beyond the circle's confines. "I found you." Kafia sliced through the air with a blood blade. "Such a simple move?" Owen Lord countered with a slash from Silver Moon, effortlessly dispelling the attack, yet he soon realized something was amiss. The blood blade did not dissipate. Instead, it surged towards him relentlessly. Confounded, Owen Lord unleashed several sword auras. Yet no matter how many times he cleaved the blood blade, it would not fade. Thud. The blood blade struck Owen Lord, but contrary to everyone's expectations, he was not cleaved in two. Rather, the blood splattered upon him like paint, causing no substantial harm. What is happening? The spectators were left bewildered. Is this some sort of paintball shooting? Your technique is remarkably sophisticated, leaving me utterly perplexed, Owen Lord remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Among the crowd, only Aojiang understood Kafiya's intentions, though he remained silent. Owen Lord unleashed 2 tornadoes towards Kafiya, simultaneously conjuring a whirlwind that stirred the sand and dust in the arena that a fierce tempest engulfed the battlefield, scratching the protective barrier with debris, culminating in a massive sandstorm that consumed Kafiya, she employing the same tactic again. Kafiya sensed the magical energy around her, detecting at least 5 objects moving swiftly in her vicinity. With a whoosh, 3 figures leapt from the storm, brandishing their weapons towards Kafiya. Yet she merely observed them approaching, hesitating to unleash her left-hand spell as they closed the distance. Kafiya suddenly leaped from the magic circle into the swirling dust. The 3 figures following suit, while 2 others advanced towards her. Boom! She struck one of the doppelgangers squarely in the face with her spell, causing the other 4 to vanish in an instant. Owen Lord was sent crashing to the ground, sliding over 10 meters before finally halting, with his Silver Moon embedded in the earth. Boom! A powerful gust erupted around him, scattering the sand and revealing the solid concrete beneath. He struggled to rise, just as the blade ignited with the flames of life, poised to pierce the back of his neck. That you've lost. Ding, ding, ding. In the second round, Kafiya emerges victorious. Chapter 14. Owen Lord's new job meanwhile. In the blood-tied district at the Xueyi nightclub, within a lavish private room, several gangsters trembled as they knelt before Qing Yufei. Holding a bottle of red wine, he sipped while watching television, while Qing Yunmei sat on the sofa to his left, playfully teasing a snake in her hands, occasionally extending her scarlet tongue to lick its scales. Suddenly, Qing Yufei violently smashed the wine bottle against one man's head. Crimson wine mixed with blood flowed down. Not only did they fail to capture that thing, but they also summoned that monster, the Lord of the Night. A bunch of useless fools. The head of the thugs cowered on the ground, pleading, "Boss, spare us. We truly cannot contend with that monster, the Lord of the Night." He slaughtered several brothers as soon as he arrived. Useless scum daring to retort against me. Qing Yufei kicked him to the ground and drew his pistol, firing 2 shots to eliminate the thug leader. Forget it. These worthless fools are of no use. Drag them out to feed Qing, but he shook the blood from his hands that a dozen thugs entered, dragging away the pleading individuals as if they were dead dogs. They were taken to the mouth of a concrete pipe, from within which hissing sounds echoed. The terrified men pleaded, "Please, give us another chance. We will surely complete the task next time." Qing Yufei approached them with a smile. "All right." Delighted, the men bowed repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice, completely oblivious to the pair of enormous vertical pupils glowing with a green light behind them, gazing at them with insatiable hunger. But first, Qing Yufei shifted his tone. "You must earn that opportunity." The golden vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and a serpent as thick as a truck roared forth from the concrete pipe, devouring several men before they even had the chance to scream, "Qing, slow down. Don't choke." Qing Yufei gently patted the giant snake's head, which nudged him affectionately before retreating back into the concrete pipe. "Boss, I have completed the installation of the spell unit that a gunman involved in the earlier operation against the Neegler people handed a report to Qing Yufei. This individual was a secret operative within the Qingjiang, of unknown origin, codenamed Wizard, ranked 16th on the wanted list with a bounty of 500,000. That upon seeing the first page, Qing Yufei furrowed his brow. Another one of those snow wolf types. Did the last team uncover anything? There was one who encountered a suspected snow wolf, but when he approached to follow, he was locked in a restroom. Our infiltrator within the military has also reported nothing. Did that man notice any distinguishing features? None. Just after notifying me of this information, he was killed. From the method, it appears to have been executed by military personnel, disguised as a suicide. Very standard. My good brother. What are you up to? Qing Yunmei approached, having arrived unnoticed. Hey, Qing, take a look at the report. Qing Yufei replied without raising his head. Wizard, is there any further intelligence? The spies involved in the operation reported that the snow wolf was female, spoke in a delicate voice, and wore a mask, revealing only her gray eyes. Who on earth is this woman? She has disrupted our plans countless times. Qing Yufei exclaimed angrily, throwing the report to the ground. If it weren't for her meddling, my arranged operatives would have already stealthily retrieved the item. Damn it. Qing Yufei furiously stamped his foot. Damn it, boss. I suspect they are likely to infiltrate and scout this nightclub next. What preparations should we make? Arrange more than triple the guards in the confidential areas and special service zones. Appoint a wizard in each sector. Activate the installed anti-invisibility spell formations. And anyone suspicious must be brought to the interrogation room immediately. If we discover police or military personnel, after questioning, send them to feed the Rift Hounds. Additionally, summon that bald man. Understood. The wizard opened a magical array in the darkness behind him. Wait, increase the bounty on that vile woman to 10 million. Yes. The wizard vanished into the shadows behind him, that I find that Kafi a fellow rather suspicious as well. After all, he is also a snow wolf, is he not? Qin Yunmei toyed with a dagger in her hands. Tish, you must not have had enough of that madwoman's torment last time, have you? Qin Yufei scoffed. That may not be the case. Once I eliminate that wretched woman, I intend to drag him to my dungeon, where I will make him suffer beyond endurance. A dangerous glint flickered in Qin Yunmei's vertical pupils that I hope you can achieve that. Qin Yufei's tone dripped with mockery. Just wait. I plan to gouge out his eyes and turn them into specimens. Qin Yunmei sheathed her dagger and swung her enormous green serpent's tail to push open the iron door of the secret chamber. Beyond the door lay a grand, opulently decorated hall, filled with the strong scent of alcohol. Unmentionable sounds emanated from several closed private rooms, and Qin Yunmei cast a disdainful glance at the men and women indulging in pleasure around her, that a heavy stench of liquor wafted closer, nearly making her retch that a portly man with an oily complexion and sparse hair stumbled toward them, his zipper undone. Qin Yunmei recognized him as the nominal owner of this nightclub, the boss of a real estate company. Nicknamed Baldy.in truth, the actual owner was Qin Yufei, merely operating under his name. This man was notorious for his lewd behavior, having a history of multiple sexual harassment and assault cases that he staggered into the secret chamber, prompting Qin Yufei to quickly cover his nose in disgust. Baldy belched and vomited on the floor, instantly filling the room with a sour stench. Drunkenly, he stepped in his own vomit, nearly slipping. Qin Yufei's face was contorted with revulsion. Enough, just leave that I'll speak to you tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Baldy turned to exit, that as Baldy stumbled against the door frame. His hands inappropriately landed on Qin Yun. My dear beauty, Qin Yunmei could no longer contain herself. She delivered a kick to Baldy's groin, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground, clutching himself. Had it not been for your slight usefulness, I would have fed you to Qing right now. A murderous intent glimmered in Qin Yunmei's eyes that I end the dueling arena. Visible cracks had begun to appear on the protective barrier, signaling that the battle between the two had entered its final phase, determining whether Owen Lord could remain here. Boom, boom, boom. Kafia unleashed a series of purplish-red flame sword strikes, causing the ground to erupt in a shower of sand and debris. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Kafia's eyes glowing with fury as she wielded the strength capable of cleaving the hardest boulders against Owen Lord. The two blades, ablaze with different colors, collided continuously, the sound of their massive metallic clashes reverberating throughout the arena. Bang! Ding, ding, ding. Time's up. The match is over. Both sides. A draw. With a swish, the flames enveloping Owen Lord extinguished, and his armor transformed back into a grand cloak. Kafia sheathed her sword, her armor dissipating into red light, akin to pink snowflakes melting into the air. Since it ended in a draw, you have proven your combat prowess. You may reside here, Kafia said wearily. Your strength remains formidable. You are a worthy opponent. The crowd in the stands rose in applause. Kafia snapped her fingers, and a brilliant light flashed as the entire magical space began to slowly fade away. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the tavern. Krita stared blankly at her empty hands. Wait, where are my hot dogs? Where's my soda? The items created by the magical space can only exist within it. They vanish upon returning to reality. Burns dusted off his clothes. Then, please, Mr. Burns, lead me to my quarters, that I wish to accompany you. Kafia grasped Eo Zhang's hand. Did you not already agree? Owen Lord asked, puzzled. You don't know how to use those things. Don't blow my house up. Burns opened the door to a basement. Measuring 20 square meters, down on the left stood a dusty wooden bed, surrounded by boxes filled with old items, most of which were books and weapons. Creaking, the antiquated light bulb provided dim illumination. Owen Lord placed Silver Moon on the bed, blowing off the dust with a gust of wind, satisfied as he lay down. Qingjiang connected an old television to the power source, confirming it still worked before retrieving an old game console from a dusty box and connecting it to the television. Then, she pulled out a game cartridge from a pile of old books, saying to Owen Lord, "If you want to play, insert this cartridge here. This box should keep you entertained for a while." Before she could finish her sentence, Owen Lord snatched the game cartridge, examining it intently. "We're going to sleep now. If you need anything, knock before entering, but if you dare to come in without knocking, I'll beat you senseless," Qingjiang warned, shaking her fist at Owen Lord. "All right, I will do my best not to disturb your rest." Owen Lord meticulously examined the game card in his hand, a relic from over a decade ago, his curiosity piqued by the mysteries contained within that small piece of plastic. The following morning, two officers prepared to depart, with the cross star set to gather information on the Golden Water nightclub in anticipation of their upcoming mission. Before their departure, they bid farewell to Owen Lord. As they pushed open the door, they were momentarily frozen in shock, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. Qingjiang stared in disbelief at the pile of game cards beside the gaming console. "How long have you been playing this?" "I've completed each game several times. They are rather simple and quite engaging," Owen Lord replied, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. The cross star suggested, "How about I have Xueyi set you up with a computer? It would be far more exhilarating." "What is a computer?" Owen Lord inquired. "That I would love to see one. And what about that device called a mobile phone? Can it also play games?" "All three can indeed play games." "I can hardly wait. I'll cover the expenses. I still have some savings," Qingjiang declared, patting his chest. "How much could it cost to assemble a computer?" An hour later, a series of urgent knocks roused Kardao and his companion from their slumber. Sleepily, Qingjiang yawned, fastened her blouse, and opened the door. "What is it?" "Miss Brandy, the television has suddenly stopped working. Could you please take a look?" "Oh, the television is off." "Wait, it's off? How long have you been playing games?" "Since you left last night until now." "Goodness, don't your eyes hurt? Playing for so long?" Qingjiang seemed to recall something, quickly shaking Ao Jiang awake. "Xiao Jiang, go check. I hope this fellow hasn't burned out our circuit." Fortunately, after Ao Jiang inspected the circuit, he confirmed it was intact, only to exclaim, "You used nearly $100 worth of electricity in one night? How on earth did you not blow the television up?" "I kept a fan directed at it for cooling." Owen Lord explained that I think we might need an additional maid at home. Qingjiang smirked. "Should I then start working here?" Owen Lord questioned. "Do you expect us to cover this electricity bill?" "So, if I work here, I can play games?" "Yes, as long as your wage can offset your electricity consumption." "All right." Owen Lord readily accepted the terms. "What will my duties entail?" "Cleaning, sweeping, dusting, and serving drinks during business hours." Qingjiang tossed him a broom. "Moreover, since today is Sunday, we expect a crowd tonight, so unless you clean thoroughly, gaming is off the table." She confiscated the game cards. Sighing, Owen Lord watched the cards disappear from his grasp, lamenting the difficulties of life. After resolving the power issue, Ao Jiang dressed and returned to the basement of the antique shop to prepare the necessary magical tools. Soon after, the two brothers, now awake, were astonished to find Owen Lord, with his second-level skills, diligently sweeping dust, while Qingjiang sat at the bar, sipping red wine and overseeing his efforts. Burns pointed at Owen Lord, glancing at Qingjiang. "What is going on here?" Qingjiang swirled her wine glass. "This guy used over $100 worth of electricity last night, so I had him clean as compensation. From now on, he'll be our taverness cleaner and server." Nora asked in surprise, "How much are you paying him?" Owen Lord looked up. "As long as it covers my gaming electricity bill." Burns calculated. "In that case, this arrangement seems quite profitable. Don't you eat?" Nora inquired. Puzzled, "I can handle my own meals. I don't need to buy anything." A peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere. Qingjiang waved her hand dismissively. "We have a large crowd coming tonight. You both should get busy. I can keep an eye on him." "Where will my computer be set up?" Owen Lord asked. "Computer? What computer?" Qingjiang replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Qingjiang mentioned he would have Ao set one up for me, with him covering the costs. "Well, once Xiao Jiang is free, we'll see. But first, you need to complete your tasks. The space for the computer also incurs a fee." Qingjiang's eyes brightened. "Perhaps you could significantly boost our revenue." Chapter 15. The operation days later, in the Blood Tide district, Golden Flake Street, at the Golden Water nightclub within the casino area, several alluring women clad in bunny outfits served drinks at the gambling tables, occasionally receiving champagne from gamblers who placed bills on their platters or in their decolletage. What a big win! At the center of the casino, a well-dressed man gathered a stack of square chips shimmering with golden metallic luster, each inscribed with the value of 10,000 in bold black font. With 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, the scarred visage of this man, known as Scarface in the underworld, radiated arrogance at 45 years of age. His real name was Majun. Scarface had spent 5 years in prison for deliberate assault, and upon his release, he operated several casinos, gaining notoriety in the local underground world. However, a few years prior, Scarface abruptly sold all his casinos and disbanded his crew, choosing instead to gamble his way through various establishments, living off his winnings in every game he participated in. His winning rate exceeded 70. And rather than depleting his savings after selling his casinos, he had multiplied his wealth several times over. He took a drink from one of the women, stuffing a handful of cash into her cleavage. As she gazed at him alluringly, a silent smile gracing her lips, nearby, a despondent gambler, gaunt and desperate, drew a rusty fruit knife from his pocket and slashed his throat in despair. Scarface, embracing the dark-skinned woman beside him, contemptuously regarded the deceased gambler, one hand groping the woman's chest as he sneered, "People like you should never gamble in places like this. If you can't handle a loss, don't ruin my mood by dying here." With a wave of her hand, several burly men in black suits pushed through the crowd to carry away the body, leaving only bloodstains and the bloody fruit knife behind. Another portly gambler, witnessing this scene, was so terrified that he fled without even collecting his useless chips. Beside him, a young man clad in a black tuxedo, with a black feather tucked in his breast pocket, scrutinized the cards left behind by the deceased gambler, his gray eyes narrowing slightly. Thud! A glinting throwing knife embedded itself beside the cards. The young man looked up to see Scarface occupying the seat of the dead gambler, a smirk playing on his lips. "Kid, having seen these cards, you're obliged to play," he rasped, rubbing another knife in his hand, his greedy eyes fixated on the young man as if wishing to extract every ounce of value from him. "Such a pity," the young man shook his head. "I have no money, no money," Scarface scoffed. "What are you doing here if you have no money? I see those pretty eyes of yours. Why not leave them here as a decoration for me?" Behind him, several muscular men brandished knives, glaring menacingly at the young man, their expressions suggesting they were ready to devour him alive. "Kid," a man clad in a white leather coat tossed several stacks of 1,000 chips onto the table. "I don't gamble. You play a few rounds for me, that if you win, you're fine. If you lose..." He produced a contract of servitude and, without waiting for the young man to respond, pressed his finger into the blood on the table to leave his mark. After signing, the man smirked, his shark-toothed necklace swaying slightly. Before the young man could grasp the situation, a charming yet icy woman parted the crowd, also dressed in a white leather coat. Her long, silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and she wore a half-face fox mask that obscured her features. Her crystalline eyes glimmered like ice under the sun, fixated on the man in white leather, who returned her gaze with equal intensity. The woman produced a sum of chips that was double that of the man and tossed them onto the table, then grabbed the young man's still-bloodied finger to press it onto a similar contract. "Not you again, you wretched woman," the man growled. "I've taken a liking to this young man. You back off." The woman regarded him with disdain, as the surrounding gamblers and onlookers awakened to the gossiping spirit within them. Although they were unfamiliar with both individuals and the reason for their animosity, it hardly deterred their eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. The young man timidly glanced between the two. Silence. They both interjected in unison. "Gamble your way out." Their gazes remained locked in a fierce duel. The young man's gray eyes glimmered with resolve. "Let the games begin." Scarface thrust the knife onto the table, as the dark-skinned lady produced several decks of playing cards and placed them before the onlookers, ensuring they were unopened. After confirming their integrity, she began shuffling the cards, each piece fluttering through her fingers like delicate paper butterflies that in no time. She dealt the cards to the 4 players. "Kid, what game do you play?" Scarface inquired, his expression blank as he regarded his hand. "Let's play do de jeu," he suggested. The young man, equally expressionless, replied, "I'll bet 100,000. Scarface pushed a mound of chips forward. The young man surveyed his stack, furrowing his brow, before pushing a quarter of it out. ILL bet 10, 000. Ding ding ding. The lady rang a bell, announcing the commencement of the game. The surrounding gamblers formed a tight circle around the table. Even the guards lurking in the shadows of the casino cast furtive glances at the unfolding match. One guard, wielding a submachine gun, nudged his companion armed with a shotgun. "Do you think we need to inform Mr. Qing?" he asked. The shotgun guard scoffed. "This is merely a squabble between two rich young masters over a woman. Such occurrences are numerous. That gray-eyed pretty boy will be lucky to gamble a few rounds with Scarface that Mr. Qing has already adopted an anti-magic stance. Any suspicious individuals are to be taken straight to him." Unbeknownst to anyone, a silver-gray figure melded into the crowd, infiltrating the entertainment area of the nightclub. That a man and woman clad in white fur coats simultaneously directed their gaze toward the entertainment zone, their lips curling into a smirk. The first step of the plan was complete, the three of them thought. Once blended into the throng, the young man muttered to himself, "This is Frost Sharp, successfully infiltrating the periphery of the target area." The venue pulsed with adrenaline-inducing music. Vibrant lights incessantly shifting hues illuminated the space, and the beams from the stage's rigging caused discomfort to the eyes. Surrounding men and women swayed to the rhythm, and the silver figure joined in the dance, his crimson eyes scanning the environment instead of gazing at the stage. After surveying the area, he smiled and maneuvered toward the most crowded spot where the music blared the loudest. The first floor had 3 stages on each side, 5 entrances and 10 scattered throughout the venue, totaling 5 patrol groups, each consisting of 2 members. The second floor hosted 7 trios patrolling, with 2 to 3 guards near the bar on both levels. All armed, mission accomplished. Outside the nightclub, on the 10th floor of an old office building facing the nightclub, the Cross Star and Red Light took aim with their sniper rifles. Lightning, equipped with headphones, sat beside a cluster of equipment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Frost Sharp has successfully entered. "I'm reporting the defensive situation." Frost Sharp evaded the guards and entered the restroom, confronted with a scene that made him wish to gouge out his own eyes. He covered his face and ventured deeper, entering a stall. "Damn it. I need to collect mental damages from Curatarian." He struggled to banish the horrid images from his mind, focusing his attention as blue-gray lines of magic began to flicker from his hands. But they dissipated into thin air shortly thereafter. After several failed attempts, he cursed, "Damn it." Informed the White Shark, "This cursed place is equipped with anti-magic defenses that I cannot infiltrate undetected. I need to think of another approach." Suddenly, a furious male voice boomed from outside. "Hey, you in there? Are you dead? Get your ass out here. You're wasting my time. Your head has forfeit." Frost Sharp cursed under his breath as he pushed open the door to find a burly blonde glaring at him, while a red-haired girl beside him shot a disdainful look. "Sorry for the delay," Frost Sharp said, making his way toward the exit, only for the blonde to seize him by the arm. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "Pretty boy." The blonde slapped his face, growling, "You're wasting my time. Empty your pockets." He brandished a knife, pressing it against Frost Sharp's throat. All right, just let me go." Not wishing to prolong the interaction, Frost Sharp reluctantly pulled out several $100 bills and handed them over. "Consider yourself lucky. Now strip. I might have a use for your clothes." The blonde pressed the knife closer to his face. Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in Frost Sharp's eyes as he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before a surge of lethal intent ignited within him. The blonde, noticing Frost Sharp's stillness, began to lower the knife. "Hurry up, or I'll make you regret it." He took a step back, and in a flash, Frost Sharp twisted the blonde's knife-wielding hand, breaking it with lightning speed. Seizing the opportunity, he slammed the blonde's head against the wall, delivering a heavy elbow strike to his back. The blonde collapsed before a scream could escape his lips. "Daring to eye my girlfriend's clothes," Frost Sharp muttered, rifling through the blonde's pockets to reclaim his money. "You think you can take my cash and live to spend it?" The red-haired girl stood frozen in terror, paralyzed in fear. Frost Sharp washed the blood off his hands at the sink, preparing to leave when he abruptly turned to face the red-haired girl. Her strikingly delicate face sent a shiver of soul-piercing dread through her, but by the time she regained her senses, he had vanished without a trace. The guards outside remained oblivious to the commotion within. He exited through the front door, stealthily maneuvering behind the stage into the employees' lounge. According to the blueprints provided by the City Defense Department, a passage leading underground lay behind the lounge, granting access to the Black Gold Entertainment Zone, which was exclusive to special clientele, a veritable den of suspicion. Meanwhile, in the office on the highest floor of the nightclub, a knock echoed. "Come in." The wizard guided several cloaked figures into the office. Qingjiang observed the insignia of two swords crossed over a skull, weeping blood and tears, his brow furrowing slightly. "Tia, what do I owe the honor of your visit? Holy One. The saint has tasked you with locating the reincarnation of the demoness. How is the execution of this task progressing?" In response, "Holy One, my subordinates have been diligently searching, but as you know, Qingjiang has a population of over 10 million, making the search for one reincarnated demoness a lengthy endeavor. I expect you to expedite your efforts in locating the demoness reincarnation. It is crucial to the plans of the great saints." Yes, we will act swiftly." Qingjiang's expression grew strained. "Very well. What are the Negrels the great saint assigned you a few days ago? How is the situation?" The leading acolyte glared coldly at Qingjiang. This acolyte was the 13th saint of the Storm Church, infamous and ranked 15th on the wanted list. Dado. Qingjiang retrieved a report from his drawer and handed it to the Bone Saint. "They have all been deployed, save for the one taken by the military." Before he could finish, an explosion of magic surged from the Bone Saint, causing Qingjiang's subordinates to kneel, not daring to lift their heads. "This matter is not so simple. I will act with urgency." Qingjiang stood before the saint, who warned, "This is your first mistake. I shall grant you a warning. Should there be a next time, you know what fate awaits your father." The Bone Saint retracted his magic and departed with his acolytes. Turning a blind eye, once the acolytes had distanced themselves, the subordinates dared to rise. "Reincarnation, reincarnation, reincarnation! To hell with reincarnation!" He furiously shattered a vase nearby, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Sir, we've been operating under anti-magic protocols daily. Thus far, we have not encountered anyone suspiciously affiliated with the military," the wizard reported. "Then maintain our stance." Qingjiang slammed his fist upon the table, causing it to creak ominously. "Did I in the depths of the lounge?" A metallic clanging echoed from the distribution room. "Hey, something's going on in the distribution room. Go check it out." The veteran waitstaff playing cards instructed a new hire to investigate. Damn it. Though the new hire was reluctant. He donned a jacket and stepped outside to assess the situation. Creak. After a circuit around the distribution room, he discovered a few rats gnawing on the metal panels of the machinery. Seizing a steel rod, he smashed the rodents into a pulp. Done. Just a few dead rats. "It's all taken care of." He called out toward the direction of the distribution room that the new hire prepared to leave. Darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed to the floor. Frost Sharp extracted a numbered key from his pocket, quickly imprinting it onto a malleable substance before pouring silver liquid metal into the mold. Soon, an identical key appeared in his hand, and he pocketed the items and hoisted the unconscious staff member toward the storage area. Rest easy. Chapter 16. Operation 2 I've won. The Black Crow gathered the chips before him into his embrace, while the scarred face threw his cards onto the table. This marked the 5th time he had lost to the Black Crow. Initially, in the first 2 rounds, the Black Crow had lost nearly all his chips, leaving him with merely 10,000 that the scarred face had assumed he could completely vanquish the Black Crow in the 3rd round. Yet to his astonishment, from that point onward, the Black Crow seemed to possess extraordinary luck, drawing excellent cards in every hand. Not only did he reclaim his own chips, but he also seized more than half of the chips belonging to the scarred face and another gambler. In the face of the Black Crow, the scarred face's strategy of keenly observing and reading his opponent's psychology was utterly ineffective, regardless of the circumstances, even if a gun misfired. The Black Crow remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, 2 wealthy individuals clad in white coats continued to fixate on each other, their expressions as if they were intent on dismantling one another. Now, the value of chips held by the scarred face and the Black Crow was nearly equal, and the former regarded the latter with increasing disdain. Before the next round commenced, the scarred face exchanged a glance with the lady in black leather, who then produced 2 decks of cards. "Shall we play with 3 decks in the next round? Any objections?" The Black Crow's gray eyes revealed no hint of emotion as he pushed forward half of his chips. Splendid, in the opulently decorated ballroom. Several women performed an unsightly striptease on stage, while numerous scantily clad men and women reveled beneath it. Hey, waiter over there, bring me 2 more cases of alcohol. Oh, certainly. Please state your request. 1 case of golden bottles. 1 case of black pepper. Hurry. After the waiter departed, the order swiftly appeared on another server's tray. The server circled around the black gold entertainment area, and additional orders soon materialized in the hands of other waitstaff. This is Frost. I have entered the black gold entertainment area. Please update the map according to my location. Over. Frost's objective was to locate the area where the Neglerians were imprisoned and where data was stored. He sensed that among the thugs surrounding him, there were not only those wielding firearms, but also several spellcasters. His eyes brightened as he discreetly pocketed a lighter from the table and stealthily approached. Since there were enemy spellcasters present, they must possess something that could nullify the effectiveness of magical stances. Jiang observed that each of these spellcasters wore a silver ring, that he scanned the entire hall. Finally settling his gaze on a group of inebriated men and women, he picked up a blanket from the side and draped it over them, then carefully adjusted one woman's hand to tuck it in. These individuals seemed completely unresponsive, akin to the dead. Dear gentlemen and ladies, please do not catch cold. Next, he seized a bottle of high-proof liquor, poured it into a glass, ignited it, and placed it on a tray. After completing these tasks, he grabbed a server and pointed towards the most dazed spellcaster. That gentleman requires a drink. Please serve it to him. The server, slightly tipsy, staggered over with the tray. Clatter. Damn it, are you blind? The spellcaster was doused with liquor, and flames climbed up his body. In a fit of rage, he slapped the server, who stammered, I'm sorry. Let me put it out. Out of nowhere, Jiang appeared, producing a towel to extinguish the flames. Then carefully wiped the spellcaster's arms. The spellcaster shot a furious glare at the drunken server, his eyes ablaze with anger. Just as he was about to draw his knife, he restrained himself. Muttering, forget it, just get lost, that if I see you again, I will surely kill you. Yes, thank you for sparing my life. Sort of my brother has had a bit too much to drink. I truly apologize. Jiang hurriedly assisted the server away. Feeling a silver ring in his palm that matched the one on the spellcaster's hand, but he helped the server into the restroom, where a bouncer blocked their path, inquiring about the situation. Jiang gestured to the server, saying, my brother is quite drunk and needs to vomit, and I'm helping him inside. Get lost, let this drunkard in, the bouncer replied, his face one of disdain, holding his nose as he allowed them to pass. In the office, an overwhelmed Qingjiang had yet to recover from the recent magical tremors that a nearby wizard handed him a report, stating, we have just received news that the saint who crafted our rings has been severely injured by the mirror people, causing a decline in the ring's magical potency. What on earth is going on? Qingjiang slammed his hand on the table, dark red blood oozing from the wooden surface. After a moment, he managed to regain his composure and dialed a number. Lady Evil Flame, may I inquire if you are satisfied with the lounge I prepared for you? Thank you, Mr. Qing, for your hospitality, that I am quite pleased, but I am more eager to know when our discussion will commence. On the other end of the line, a robust woman clad in a deep red trench coat rose slowly from an elegant sofa. Her long, deep red hair cascaded over her tan neck, revealing a small patch of crimson scales at the nape. Beneath her black-framed glasses, a pair of golden slit pupils rapidly scanned the documents in her hands, occasionally knitting her brows that I am encountering some difficulties here. It may take 10 more minutes before I can meet with you. Qingjiang let out a wry smile. The corners of Evil Flame's mouth curled slightly. Please, Mr. Qing, take your time. Thank you for your understanding. Qingjiang rubbed his temples, glancing at the documents on the table with a troubled expression. The Evil Flame transport team had never held him in high regard, and now, with the loss of the ring's magical potency, they would need to dispatch more personnel for heightened security. That'd be why the time all this was settled, it was unlikely that the Evil Flame's people would agree to work for him, let alone allow his schemes to succeed. In the lounge, Evil Flame took a sip of beer, flipping through the earlier records. Upon reaching the later pages, her pupils dilated sharply, nearly choking on her drink. You all must be insane. Effective. Jiang concentrated, channeling his magical energy, his hands shimmering with a silver-gray light. This time, the magical energy did not dissipate quickly as before. Instead, it flowed steadily between his fingers. He pressed his fingertips against the door of the stall, and the silver-gray magic seeped into the wooden door. With a click, the door swung open. Outside the door stood the same men and women, yet the once bustling restroom was now eerily silent, but he knew he had succeeded. The magical space could replicate the environment in which the caster resided, but the range of replication depended on the caster's own circumstances, typically spanning from 0 to 1,000 meters. With a series of clicks, the surrounding space warped and contorted, the embarrassing sounds resurfacing as the magical space alternated with reality. Jiang furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he directed the silver-white magical lines into the ground, forming a silver-gray circle beneath his feet, gradually restoring the environment's stability. Jiang intensified his magical release. And indeed, the lines of magic in his hands flickered like an old light bulb, as the surrounding environment began to twist and merge with reality. It seems your little contraption isn't all that impressive, Jiang mused, examining the patterns on the ring's surface, but you will certainly find it intriguing, utilizing the spatial transference properties of the magical barrier. Jiang infiltrated the underground special area that Owen Lord had been unable to access. That I sincerely apologize, Lady Evil Flame. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances, Qingjiang announced, entering the lounge with a wooden box in hand. Not a problem. What do you wish to discuss this time? Evil Flame inquired, her brow furrowing. I believe you may already be aware of the prophecy regarding Snowy Fenna, that terrifying creature who is destined to return to this world at a future point. And then, Evil Flame pressed. Our intelligence indicates she is long dead, her body sealed by the military in the Stone Coffin district of the Ashen Wastes. How can you suggest she will return? What proof do you have? Evil Flame's sharp gaze bore into Qingjiang's eyes. Qingjiang chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had yet to bring Evil Flame under his command, that if he divulges collusion with the Storm Church at this juncture, not only would he fail to recruit them, but they might even seek out the military to eliminate him. Moreover, he continued, as far as we know, to resurrect someone, two things are essential. First, the person's corpse, which must not be too severely damaged. Second, the person's soul. After Snowy Fenna's death, she would undoubtedly be reincarnated. Yet we have not encountered anyone capable of rivaling her ice-based magical prowess. The fact that her soul has completely dissipated or cannot be reborn is evidenced by this. As Evil Flame scratched her nails across the table, she remarked, this indicates that her soul is either utterly gone or cannot be reincarnated, and if that is the case, who could possibly resurrect her? Even if that group were to locate her soul, given the firepower density in the Stone Coffin district, that I genuinely doubt any group could breach it. Better safe than sorry. Haha. Qingjiang retrieved a beautifully adorned box from the wooden crate, revealing a dark golden metallic plate nestled within. This was excavated by my subordinates from a ruin in the wastes. It possesses considerable enhancement properties for spells that I believe this would be of great assistance to you and Miss Hansong. Qingjiang then produced several identical boxes and slid them toward Evil Flame. Thank you for your generous offer, Evil Flame replied, pushing the boxes back, that I believe we are unworthy of such a gift. Please bestow these upon those who rightfully deserve them. Furthermore, she waved the documents on the table. I have perused them, and you all are quite audacious, that in that case, I shall speak plainly. Qingjiang retracted her smile, stating, my subordinates have uncovered a relic from the era of Nasharov 9 in the depths of Betrayal Valley, which emanates a potent magical energy, but we discovered a trove of treasures within. Yet your men encountered unidentified creatures, resulting in significant casualties and forcing a retreat, during which they detonated explosives to collapse the entrance of the relic. Indeed, so, let me surmise, you wish to enlist our Evil Flame gang to assist in exploring that relic. Correct, Miss Evil Flame responded candidly. As long as Evil Flame aids us in the exploration of the relic, we are willing to grant you an 80 share of the treasures within. However, we shall not proceed otherwise. Evil Flame coldly continued, consider this. The gold and silver treasures inside would suffice for you to squander for several lifetimes. Before Qingjiang could finish her sentence, Evil Flame interjected, without the proper capabilities, one should not undertake tasks beyond their means. The report you provided indicates that such creatures are beyond our Evil Flame gang's ability to contend with. That if you seek a resolution, I recommend you approach the military. They are undoubtedly equipped to handle it. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Evil Flame donned her military cap and made her way toward the exit. Once Evil Flame departed, a wizard emerged from the shadows, realizing that this tactic had proven ineffective and that a new approach was necessary. Qingjiang lamented, Leader, I've arranged for a team of elite armed men. They require a warning to understand the gravity of the situation. The wizard smirked. Let us hope you do not create a counterproductive scenario. Qingjiang sighed, observing the empty corridor upon Evil Flame's exit. The CPU was engaged in rapid calculations. What trickery is this? Alas, Qingjiang, if you do not acquiesce, you resort to subterfuge, do you? I shall see whom you send to ensnare me. She drew a black dagger adorned with fiery lightning motifs from her waist. Meanwhile, Ao Jiang sensed an intrusion within his magical barrier, and he swiftly produced a silver hilt from his sleeve, flicking it to reveal a long, ice-cold blade in his grasp. One must swiftly eliminate any rodents. A flicker of icy malice glinted in his sapphire-like eyes as he approached a heavy iron door, which, according to the schematic, led to a storage area, typically locked and filled with discarded junk. Seldom visited by anyone, creak. The rusty iron door screeched against the floor as Ao Jiang entered reality, only to be taken aback. Winky face, winky face, winky face. The emergency passage, which should have been deserted, was occupied by 3 gangsters smoking, accompanied by several others chuckling foolishly that on a wooden crate before them lay some dark red powder cushioned with paper, while one of the lackeys lit a cigarette for the boss. The group gawked at Ao Jiang in disbelief. Wait, boss, didn't you say this place was absolutely safe and that no one would come here? How do we get caught on our first visit to indulge in this powder? A lackey trembled, questioning. How should I know? This is impossible. I clearly locked that damn door. You all witnessed it? How did he get in here? The boss snatched up a nearby machete, exclaiming, if he reports to Mr. Qing, we're finished. We might as well eliminate this waiter and feed his corpse to those black creatures. Hold on, boss. Mr. Qing mentioned that military personnel might infiltrate and search for criminal evidence that we all confirmed you locked the door. This person must be a military spy. Another lackey exclaimed excitedly. Capture him and present him to Mr. Qing. We shall no longer worry about the black dust. Another lackey said, raving madly. Then let us proceed. If this fellow is on the bounty list, we could earn a reward. The boss licked his lips in excitement that we are many, and he is but one. We shall eliminate him. As the gangsters brandished their machetes and charged at him, Ao Jiang did not flinch in fear, but instead chuckled. You dare to underestimate me. I will flay that pretty little face of yours. Chapter 17. Whispers, what a nuisance. Bang. Ao Jiang deflected a bullet, striking the foremost thug's machete aside with the back of his blade, sending him sprawling. Immediately, 3 thugs attacked from different angles, and he met 2 of them head-on, severing their blades, then turned and decapitated them in one fluid motion. He ducked to evade a horizontal strike from a thug behind him, reversing his blade to plunge it into the thug's chest. Roar! A fire dragon surged toward him, and Ao Jiang traced a silver-gray arc in the air with his fingers, which the ice shield successfully repelled. Damn it. Increase the frequency. The flames in the spellcaster's hand intensified. Just as the fire dragon threatened to breach Ao Jiang's ice shield, the spellcaster suddenly coughed up blood, and the fire dragon vanished into thin air. Where did you procure that worthless ring? It is utterly unreliable. That on the other end of the earpiece, Lei Guang anxiously exclaimed, Frost Edge. This is Lei Guang. What is happening? Please respond. Ao Jiang lunged forward, slashing the throat of the armed thug. Bang, bang, bang. The boss wielded a heavy machete, relentlessly attacking Ao Jiang's ice blade, the sharp metallic sounds reverberating through the empty emergency passage. The boss, exerting himself to push Ao Jiang back a few steps, retreated, pulling out a black-purple talisman from his pocket and rubbing it against his blade. The blade ignited with violet flames, and the boss's hands transformed into an inky hue. This is Frost Edge. I am encountering enemies and engaging in combat that Ao Jiang raised his blade defensively. Witchcraft, known as the legacy of the ancient eternal lands, operates by infusing one's magical energy into talismans imbued with subspace energy. These talismans are crafted from a blend of cherry blossom fragments and evergreen grass, and due to the scarcity of raw materials and the complexity of infusing magical energy, their prices in the black market are exorbitantly high. A significant investment. That a slight smirk curled on Ao Jiang's lips. That I recognize you. Are you not the infamous Black Hand ranked 39th on the bounty list? You are aware of my name? My bounty is a staggering 50,000. The Black Hand boasted proudly. Then let me grant you a swift demise. The Black Hand fired a shot at the two thugs still lying down, commanding, "Get up and kill him." The two high on black dust staggered to grasp nearby katanas, wobbling toward Ao Jiang, their eyes shimmering with a crimson glow, a symptom of excess black dust consumption. Ao Jiang parried the blade of the foremost thug and kicked him aside, swiftly dispatching the other with a single strike. He then reversed his blade, plunging into the gut of another thug. The two thugs groaned a few times before lying still. "You touched something you should not have. You deserve it." He gazed coldly at the two lifeless bodies. The Black Hand roared, charging forward with his machete raised. Bang! Bang! He deflected the incoming ice spikes. Bang! The weapons collided again, and the black flames seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly creeping up Ao Jiang's ice blade. Empowered by the spell, the Black Hand became immensely strong, and Ao Jiang struggled to sever his black blade, but he could feel the black flames gradually consuming his magical energy. Crack! The ice blade shattered, and a new blade began to sprout from the hilt. Behind him, several corpses staggered to their feet. The crimson glow in their eyes intensified, deep red blood trickled from their mouths, and their nails elongated ominously. They moved as if impervious to pain, dragging their mortally wounded bodies towards Ao Jiang, weapons in hand. Roar! The corpses opened their bloodied mouths, and Ao Jiang was momentarily distracted by the horrifying sound. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Hand swung his blade at Ao Jiang. Although Ao Jiang hurled a corpse at the Black Hand, he could not evade the knife thrusting toward him from behind. A bloody gash appeared on his right shoulder. The Black Hand had cleaved the corpse from his right shoulder down to his spinal column, but his blade became lodged in the bone. Ugh! The pain radiating from his shoulder tightened his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he decapitated the two corpses behind him. That a third corpse stealthily approached from behind. That Ao Jiang, enduring the excruciating pain, thrust his blade into the corpse's body. The corpse, now numb to any sensation due to the drugs, howled as it pinned Ao Jiang against the wall. Roar! The corpse opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite through Ao Jiang's neck, blood dripping from its sharp teeth onto him, its claws embedding deeply into his flesh. The Black Hand intensified his spell, incinerating the corpse that had become stuck. Seeing the Black Hand advance with his blade, Ao Jiang channeled all his strength into his hands, and the sharp ice blade cleaved the corpse in half. With a powerful kick, he shattered the body into ice shards. Puff! Before he could catch his breath, the Black Hand's black machete whistled toward his waist. Bang! Remarkably, he still possessed strength. The Dark Hand grinned malevolently as it relentlessly struck Ao Jiang. That Ao Jiang understood that under the current circumstances, where the counterspell stance was still in operation, such a high frequency of magical assaults could not be sustained by his body for long. To vanquish him, one could not engage in prolonged confrontation, but must seek an opportunity when he revealed a flaw. Indeed, after a few minutes of evasion, the magical glow on the blade began to visibly dim. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Ao Jiang knew it was time. Swish, swish, swish! Ao Jiang unleashed several shards of ice in quick succession. The Dark Hand struggled to deflect them, and as the black blade collided with the ice shards, a vast plume of icy mist erupted into the air. The Dark Hand was caught off guard, and the ice blade pierced through the fog, aiming straight for his heart. "That a mere smoke screen cannot kill me," the dark blade boasted arrogantly. "Is that all you've got?" However, with a sudden thrust, the ice blade penetrated the Dark Hand's neck from behind, and before he could react, another ice blade pierced his heart. His murky eyes were filled with astonishment and dread. "This is impossible." The ultimate technique. Silent kill. Ao Jiang sheathed his blade, the wound on his shoulder already frozen and staunched. It seemed there was no need for disguise. The scene resembled a gruesome display of self-inflicted carnage. "Here lies Frost's edge," he mocked. "The skirmish is over, and we are about to reach the enemy's core area." Cough, cough, cough. "Moreover, having slain the Dark Hand, I shall seek my bounty upon my return." Cough, cough, cough. He pushed open the metallic door at the end of the passage, re-entering the magical barrier. Just as he closed the door behind him, Evil Flame stepped through another entrance. LOL. What the hell? Although Evil Flame had taken down numerous bounties and slain many bandits and armed factions, the sight of the bloodied corpses strewn about shocked her nonetheless. The blood was still warm. The battle had only recently concluded as she inspected the Dark Hand's body. She noted 2 fatal wounds. What kind of person could accomplish this? He cannot have gone far. Golden flames ignited beside Evil Flame. These bodies must not be left behind. The golden flames swept through, corpses and blood alike turned to ash, and Evil Flame, too, pushed open the metallic door. Following suit. Have they followed? Jiang unsheathed his ice blade. Hoping not to encounter them, he ventured deeper. He felt waves of dizziness and a chill creeping through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This is bad. The further he advanced, the more ominous the feeling became. This is dreadful. It is a witchcraft labyrinth. He quickly analyzed the structure of the place, pulling out a magical beacon and tossing it into the air to begin locating himself. After completing this, he continued into the magical space. Upon arriving at an iron door that resembled a research facility, a severe pain erupted in his head, and whispers echoed in his ears. Curse the power thief. That damned fiend, a lecherous male voice declared. You have taken my strength. Do you think you can live unscathed? We can make you die once. We can make you die again. A piercing female voice chimed in. We shall strip the power from you. Your soul will become our favorite toy. A sultry female voice added. Once that moment arrives, even you will lack the ability to thwart our descent. A harsh male voice proclaimed. Our divine might is unstoppable. Savor your final moments, power thief. A hoarse voice rasped. Ack. Jiang steadied himself, taking slow steps back along the path. This is Frost's Edge. Notify White Shark that I am preparing to retreat. End of message. Beep. He closed the headset. Power thief. Power thief. Power thief. Power thief. Power thief. Power thief. Enough already. Silence yourselves. Jiang gritted his teeth against the pain. Why are you shouting at me? Though I know not what you speak. Nor do I know what manner of beings you are. The fact that you can have your strength stolen, yet lack the ability to reclaim it, resorting only to shouting at me, suggests your strength is rather lacking. Jiang scoffed. Moreover, Jiang produced the protective talisman crafted for him by Kafia, placing it over his heart. That I possess this. I wager none of you strange entities have anyone to craft a talisman for you. Do you, precious ones? You? How? The ruby on the talisman glimmered with a crimson light. Streams of red magical lines flowed from the gem into his body, restoring his color significantly, and the whispers began to fade. Power thief, we swear, we will dismember you and that damned woman into pieces. Come then, you have been shouting since childhood, yet I have yet to see you accomplish anything. Bang! The whispers abruptly ceased, and he suddenly felt a surge of intense energy. On the other side, in the gambling area, Frost's Edge mission failed. You are to prepare for retreat. Black Crow and Scarface maintained a delicate balance in their gambling contest, with both sides holding equal stakes. Much to Scarface's irritation, White Shark and Ice Fox exchanged glances, simultaneously exerting their strength to hoist Black Crow, who stood at 1.8 meters, as though he were a child. And oh, more betting. No more betting. White Shark exclaimed angrily. How long do you two intend to keep this up? Ice Fox echoed. We are taking this man with us now, immediately, at once. What about your stakes? Black Crow and Scarface queried in confusion. We will only take back what we originally wagered. We do not want the rest. Is that acceptable? The two looked at Scarface. Fine, fine, fine. Scarface replied with a calm expression. The do not do this. Tears welled in Black Crow's gray eyes. But he was no match for two opponents, and they dragged him, along with a bag of cash, towards the exit. Hey, send someone to follow those three. They are undoubtedly up to no good, Scarface instructed a woman. The woman whispered something to a guard, and several men in black stealthily followed. Hey, those two are dragging that kid away. The guard with the submachine gun excitedly nudged the guard with the shotgun. Want to guess how they will torment that kid? Why bother with that? You know how extravagant those wealthy folk can be. The shotgun guard rolled his eyes at him. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang sensed the temperature around him rising. Had he encountered the rat again? Evil Flame also felt a cold wave approaching her, clenching her fists as golden flames ignited upon her hands. Creak. The two simultaneously pushed open the iron door leading to the safety passage. A rat. It does not seem like it, but I feel as though I have seen it somewhere before. Jiang's mind raced. This does not appear to be an assassin, either. Evil Flame scrutinized the attendant before her, struggling to reconcile him with the pile of corpses. Cough, cough. Are you a member of the Green Gang? Are you? Evil Flame inquired, perplexed. Jiang sensed a familiar aura, but could not immediately recall who the person before him was. Your background is of no concern. Since we are not enemies, I believe we can coexist harmoniously for a while. Evil Flame was even more confused. What kind of trick is this? How do you know I'm not a member of the Green Gang? What if I am a cadre of the Green Gang, capturing you to take back? I think Lord Qing would be quite pleased. Evil Flame's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Heh, as you can see, I was nearly killed. In my current state, I would not survive a return to my leader, and even if you handed me over to that fellow, he would glean nothing from me, and instead, you would likely face retribution from him as well. Besides, killing me here brings you no advantage. Jiang replied weakly. You make a valid point. Evil Flame licked her sharp fangs. What if I simply devour you here? What? Jiang's pupils constricted suddenly. Your blood carries a unique flavor. Quite appetizing, at least for me. Evil Flame approached Jiang. That I have not consumed human flesh in quite some time. You seem tender and delicate. The texture would surely be delightful, and no one would come looking for you. Consuming you would greatly aid in my magical advancement. Are you jesting? Jiang aimed the tip of his ice blade at Evil Flame. He recognized the woman before him, yet she was unaware of his current predicament. No, Evil Flame replied earnestly. Before her words had fully settled, Jiang hurled 2 shards of ice, disappearing into the mist as he passed through the iron door. He fled just like that? Did he not wait for me to finish speaking? Evil Flame sighed. Very well, he likely would not survive upon return anyway. It is better to let him go, that if he stayed, I might truly have to consume him. Minutes later, in a dim alleyway, Jiang crawled out from the sewer. Here is Frost's Edge. I will rendezvous with the Cross Star in 5 minutes to prepare for retreat. End of message. Not far from the alley. In the bustling street, Evil Flame opened the door to a red sedan. In the driver's seat sat a youth with brown bare ears, while a red-haired girl occupied the passenger seat. Beep, 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 Evil Flame's phone rang. And upon seeing the caller's name, her eyes lit up to, oh my, a distinguished guest. What could Boss Burns want with me? Nothing much, a cold voice from Burns echoed. Tomorrow morning, there's a batch of liquor I need your help to deliver. Are you free? Sure, no problem. I've been worried about not having any work lately, Ian replied with a smile. Then I'll call you tomorrow morning. Drive over, and we'll go together. Done, boss, we're about to secure another big deal. The brown-haired youth in the driver's seat turned around and said, at least at LL keep us fed for a while, ditto. By the way, Xiao Xiong and Hong Do, did you notice anything suspicious while you were parked here? Suspicious people. Xiong Bin and Hong Do pondered. There were just 2 individuals in white leather coats escorting a man who vanished down that alley. Nothing else stood out. That hardly qualifies as suspicious. Ian shook his head. There are plenty of such occurrences, boss. What did Qing Fei bring up this time? Hong Do asked curiously. Let us discuss it later, I'm a bit tired and need to rest for a while. Ian frowned. Nothing particularly useful, but I did encounter an intriguing spy. Chapter 18. The falling stars, the piercing alarm shattered the tranquil night sky of the city, prompting the city defense forces on the walls to hurriedly take combat positions. As dozens of missiles disengaged their safety locks and entered combat mode. What the hell is that? The people on the street halted, gazing in the same direction. Over 1,000 kilometers outside Qingjiang city. A sudden, intense blue light flickered in the desert as several meteors, radiating brilliant blue flames, streaked across the pitch-black sky towards the depths of the northwestern wasteland. Meteorites? The vice commander of the city defense forces stared at the phenomenon in astonishment. Didn't the astronomers mention anything about meteorites in recent days? The streets of Qingjiang remained bustling with vehicles late at night, as a black van drove into the newly developed area. This is absurd. They've set up an entire counter-witchcraft array and even gathered a bunch of witches. Yet it's been utterly fruitless. Jiang gritted his teeth as he bandaged himself. That I asked there really something that could harm you? Heya inquired while simply dressing his wounds. That I ran into a bunch of drugged-up people. They were gnashing like zombies, and I couldn't dodge a blade in time. These folks are truly a menace. Jiang exclaimed angrily. I appreciate your hard work. Once Cretalian completes his task, I'll request a bonus for you and grant you a couple of days off to rest. Zizixing clapped a hand on his left shoulder. Not only that, but I also took down a wanted criminal, the Black Hand, with photographic evidence. I must get a reward for that. Look, what are those things? Bai Sha pointed at the meteors in the sky. Oh my god, Ao Jiang pulled out his phone to record a video of the meteors. This is so fascinating. Aren't you worried these things might blow us all up? Qiguang asked in surprise. These meteors are indeed quite exquisite. Bing, who also took out his phone and pressed the shutter. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors plummeted into the depths of the northwestern wasteland, the impact site instantly erupting into massive mushroom clouds, causing the ground of the city to tremble slightly as a wave of air lifted dust and debris towards Qingjiang. What are those things? Prepare for sandstorm attacks. The vice commander commanded the soldiers to initiate defensive positions. Good heavens! What is that? Ka Fuya stared wide-eyed at the explosion site, that in the northwestern wasteland. Within an unknown valley, 5 gigantic electromagnetic cannons were neatly aligned, connected to a massive power cable, surrounded by dozens of tanks and armored vehicles. With hundreds of soldiers and the Divine Machine team patrolling the area, Crotalian observed the exploding shells through binoculars, a slight smirk on his lips. The Observer-S report indicates that the first round of the Starfall system salvo is functioning normally. All 5 shells exploded as expected, and the City Defense Force's response met the standard that a black-haired researcher in a white lab coat with silver-rimmed glasses handed him a report, a streak of silver hair glistening like a shooting star across the night sky. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Su. Crotalian patted her shoulder, and I'll grant you some time off. Make sure to rest well. Thank you, this is quite a spectacle. Isn't it? Su Inua inquired, looking at the tablet in her hand. Well, considering it's the Starfall system, I feel we could have summoned even more personnel. What about my grandfather? What has he been busy with in prison recently? That's a secret. You'll find out in due time. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ka Fuya picked up a baseball bat and glanced towards the door. Ao Jiang stood at the entrance holding a black bag, dressed in the Store-S uniform. Xiao Jiang is off work. Ka Fuya embraced his shoulder, catching a whiff of the blood on him. What happened? Ka Fuya gently touched Ao Jiang's wound, swallowing hard. Hey, it's nothing. Just a minor cut from someone who got too close while I was infiltrating. I've already dealt with him. Ao Jiang replied with a smile that, oh dear, is the wound serious? Let's go upstairs and have a look. She took his hand. Really, it's fine. It'll heal in a couple of days. I must tell you, when I entered that secure passage, there was a bunch of thugs on drugs inside, and the leader was that Black Hand from the wanted list. He's tough to handle. Tomorrow, I need to ask Crotalian for the bounty. Then I'll take you out for a nice meal. Ka Fuya applied medicine to Ao Jiang's wound, while he animatedly recounted his infiltration experience at the nightclub. I tell you, that Black Hand was gasping for breath after I wore him down. I threw 2 ice shards right in his face, and then Ao Jiang mimicked a knife attack with his left hand. I made a big leap behind him, and then when he lunged with his left hand, I executed him. Stars gleamed in Ao Jiang's eyes. Little wolf cub, you did great. That Ka Fuya stroked his ears. All right, I treated your wound again. It's much better than last time, but you still need to take some medicine. Of course. What kind of medicine? Ao Jiang asked curiously, wagging his tail. Close your eyes. You'll find out soon. I think I might know. Ka Fuya kissed Ao Jiang's lips, leaving him bewildered as she pressed him onto the bed. The vampire's blood flowed into his throat from the pierced tip of her tongue. As tears streamed down his glistening eyes, after several minutes of kissing, Ka Fuya finally released her lips, and Ao Jiang, his face flushed, gasped for air. You need to exercise more. You're already winded after such a short time. She licked her lips, still tinged with blood. How does it feel? Isn't it delicious? Cough, cough. It's a bit metallic. Ao Jiang's eyes turned slightly red, and before long, he fell asleep. Looks like I might have given you a bit too much this time. Ka Fuya gazed at the tranquil night sky, realizing that transforming you would require patience and gradual effort. Early the next morning, a taxi pulled up at the tavern's entrance, dressed in casual clothes. Su Inua rang the doorbell with a suitcase in hand. Who is it? Xiao Sa. Go check what is going on. Ka Fuya said to Owen Lord, who was engrossed in a game while having breakfast. Sai coming. Owen Lord pressed pause. Su Inua gazed at the handsome boy in front of her, both having dyed hair, her eyes widening in surprise at Ka Fuya's request. Owen Lord swapped his large cloak and military uniform for a fitted tavern staff uniform. His long hair tied back in a braid, his previously ashen skin now slightly resembling that of a normal person, except for a slightly pale complexion. He looked just like an ordinary young man. "Where did you find such a handsome lad while I was away?" Xueyi asked while putting things down. "Let me introduce you. This is the former captain of the 1st Guerrilla Brigade of the Northwest Wasteland. Bailey Samantha Owen Lord. Our new waiter here, an officer?" "Wait, was he introduced by Cretalian? He looks so young." "They know each other. But he wasn't he the one who introduced him?" Kafuya and Xueyi recounted their experiences with Owen Lord. "You re a ghost? I always thought ghosts were mindless, that I've been wanting to find one to study. Would you like to contribute scientifically?" "Forget it. I don't want to be a test subject." Owen Lord rolled his eyes at her. "What a pity," Xueyi sighed. "Ghosts like you are exceedingly rare. That be why the way. Could you show me what you looked like originally? Are you sure? Don't be scared." "I am a scientist. Nothing can frighten me," Xueyi declared proudly. "Just don't regret it." Suddenly, a fierce green light erupted from Owen Lord's entire being, and then a terrifying ghost appeared, with eyes ablaze with green flames. Gray skin and sharp fangs. Instead of being frightened, Xueyi's excitement surged. She lifted Owen Lord's chin, fixating on his burning eyes, and exclaimed, "Let me see." Owen Lord gazed at her, utterly bewildered. "Do you not find this frightening? How did your eyes catch fire? What exactly is burning? How did you manage to alter your skin tone and your teeth to resemble that of an ordinary person? Is it magic? Perhaps you could teach me upon your return?" "I have been unable to master the art of disguise despite learning it from Kafiya." After a moment's contemplation, Xueyi shook her head and remarked, "Nonetheless, I believe it would be best for you to revert to your original appearance. Your handsome self is far more pleasing to the EY the way. Where is Xueyi? Has he gone to work? What about Burns and brother Nora? What are they up to?" "Burns and Nora departed for the winery early this morning." Qingjiang interjected, a faint blush gracing Kafiya's cheeks that he hasn't risen yet. "What time is it that he still slumbers?" "I shall go check on him." Xueyi ascended the staircase. Wait. Kafiya hurriedly followed, hoping to intervene. But alas, she was too late. Xueyi beheld Ao Jiang, whose skin still bore a tinge of redness, and tears streaked down his eyes. Observing his bandaged shoulder, she cast Kafiya a peculiar glance. "You haven't gone too far and injured him, have you?" No. Kafiya quickly shut the door behind them. "What on earth are you imagining? He sustained a minor injury last night, and I fed him some of my blood that I may have administered too much. And he hasn't quite recovered. Why, it seems I was overthinking it." Xueyi shrugged. "All right then, let us descend and converse." Kafiya guided her downwards. "Last night, there was a spectacular meteor shower. It was quite the spectacle. Do you know what it was about?" "I do not." Xueyi paused to down a glass of water. "I was parched to death. The internet has gone wild with speculation. Some claim that a place in the northwestern wilderness emitted a blinding blue light before the meteors appeared, suggesting a celestial omen heralding great calamities. Others assert that this is an extraterrestrial phenomenon. The theories abound. Owen Lord scrolled through his phone. "That I wonder if these occurrences possess any anti-ghost energy." I suddenly felt faint at that particular moment. In the Old Port District at the Frost Thunder Express headquarters, Kumamoto was assigning today's tasks to the ordinary couriers, while Red Bean was checking weapons and vehicles with the armed escorts. Frost Thunder Express was a delivery service founded by the trio of Evil Flame, Thunder, and Frost Dew, primarily responsible for logistics in Qingjiang City and its surrounding areas, with many of its members being extraordinary individuals. The company's mission was to assist every extraordinary person seeking work to the best of their abilities. In the office on the top floor of the gray building, a snow-white beauty, strikingly similar to Evil Flame, sat at her desk reviewing reports. However, unlike Evil Flame, her dragon horns were a blue-white hue, and her skin resembled freshly fallen snow. Beneath her silver-framed glasses, her ice-blue slit pupils sparkled like two exquisite gems, and a small patch of snow-blue scales adorned the nape of her neck. Clad in tactical gear, Evil Flame entered the office, shouldering a fire-red assault rifle. With excitement, she exclaimed, "My dear sister, you would never guess the monumental task I've just taken on." Frost Dew's snow-blue hair swayed slightly as her ice-blue eyes boredly regarded Evil Flame. "Did Burns place another order? How dull. I thought you might have guessed something more exciting." Evil Flame leaned her rifle against the desk and opened a can of beer. "You should drink less. When are you heading out? How much gear should I allocate for you?" Just the standard military equipment will suffice. We're transporting alcohol, so I doubt anyone will attempt to rob you. By the way. Did you see that meteor last night? It was absolutely thrilling. Evil flame enthused that I did. Thunder woke me up in the middle of the night to see it. You two truly have boundless energy. Frostdew remarked while shielding her eyes that we should tune into the radio later. With all the commotion last night, the news will surely cover it. It's almost time. I'm heading out with Thunder to find Burns. Farewell. In the driver's seat of a delivery truck parked downstairs sat a breathtaking woman with golden hair, fair skin, and striking features. Her golden slit pupils were fixed on her phone screen, and sparks occasionally flickered from her golden dragon horns. When are we departing? No rush. Let's listen to the broadcast first. We still have over an hour, she replied. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this morning's Qingjiang Daily. I am your number one announcer. I believe many citizens witnessed the meteor shower last night and are curious about its origins. We have invited military personnel to clarify the confusion. Hello, everyone. I am Vice Officer Wang. Following the meteor's descent, we dispatched 2 teams to investigate the impact site and confirmed that the fallen object is a meteorite from outer space, not the extraterrestrial beings or projectiles circulating online. Today, we have brought samples of the meteorite fragments collected last night for your inspection. They are those glowing blue stones. Vice Officer Wang, has the military determined the cause of the strong blue light that appeared before the meteorite's fall? Well, we discovered a vast deposit of high-purity phosphorus and sulfur ore in the area where the light emanated. The blue glow was a reaction caused by high-temperature fragments from the ore and meteorite igniting. Therefore, we advise everyone to avoid the direction where the light appeared last night. The military's chemical defense unit is neutralizing toxic gases in that area. Those who venture there do so at their own risk. It seems the online theories about celestial omens and impending disasters are rather exaggerated. Owen Lord scoffed. Oh, you are back. A.O. Zhang's eyes had returned to normal. Indeed, I completed my project and was granted a few days off by the higher-ups. Is there anything wrong with your health? Wait here. I will prepare breakfast for you. Kafia rubbed his tail. You seem a bit biased, she remarked. Does your company not provide breakfast? Kafia feigned surprise. Since that's the case, I shall make you a portion as well. Little Eno, she smiled and entered the kitchen. I am merely a year younger than you. Do not call me Little Eno, by the way, Mr. Owen Lord. I have yet to see you eat anything these past few days. A.O. Jiang inquired that I lack a physical form. Thus, the significance of consuming food is negligible that if pressed, I could capture a soul from the subspace to eat. After all, during those years sealed in the silver moon, that was how I sustained myself. That my favorite delicacy is the soul of a rift hound, best prepared braised. ASA scientist Xueyi Nua's understanding was once again profoundly challenged. You mean your silver moon can connect to the subspace? Xueyi Nua stammered. What is it? How did you establish such a connection? Our company has a research team dedicated to developing controllable connections between reality and subspace, yet we have made little progress over the years. What exactly is this silver moon of yours? Could you possibly show it to me? If we could decipher its workings, it might lead to a significant technological breakthrough. Xueyi Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Owen Lord cast a pleading glance at A.O. Jiang. Shouldn't you show her? Given her temperament, she might pester you until she sees it. All right, I'll fetch it for you. After a brief interval, Kafia emerged with breakfast. While Xueyi Nua was eating, she meticulously examined the silver moon. Living beings cannot enter here. Only spirits can. Owen Lord remarked. Sigh, might I borrow this blade someday, or invite you to our company for research? No, Owen Lord firmly stated. Xueyi Nua reluctantly returned the silver moon to Owen Lord. The Cross Star just awarded me a bonus, a considerable sum. Now that you have returned, let us go out and have some fun. A.O. Jiang exclaimed. Absolutely. After spending so many days at the company, I feel as if I'm suffocating. Where shall we go? Xueyi Nua replied excitedly. How about the Xueyi Lake Amusement Park? There's a great restaurant nearby. After we have some fun, we can eat, Kafia suggested. All right then, let us head to Xueyi Lake Amusement Park. Owen Lord, will you join us? I think not. I must remain here to oversee the store. Moreover, it is not suitable for spirits to venture out during the day. Then let us tidy up and prepare to depart. I'll drive you all. A.O. Jiang offered. Did I your shoulder all right? Should I drive instead? I have a driver's license too. Kafia expressed her concern. It's fine now. It doesn't hurt anymore, so driving is no problem. The group ascended to gather their belongings, while Owen Lord continued to engage in gaming on his phone. Chapter 19. Little Yeko in the Xueyi district. At the Cambert family winery, a large delivery truck was parked at the entrance. "Burns, where are you? I've arrived at your winery. Hurry up and come out." Evil Flame shouted into her phone. All right, your shouting is deafening. Just come in the open area before the winery villa. 2 rows of wine barrels were neatly stacked. The head maid, Melia, along with other servants, was meticulously inspecting the barrels while Burns scribbled notes in a small notebook. "Oh ho, you mean I don't have to help you move things from your cellar this time? It's better if you handle it yourself. It's not appropriate for me to keep asking for your help." Burns squinted. "Sigh, assisting clients in alleviating their burdens is our duty at Frost Thunder Express. Next time, feel free to request my assistance." Ian gazed greedily at the wine barrel, licking his cracked lips. "Fear not. No need to salivate. I shall gift you a whole crate." Nora patted the nearby wooden box. "Okay. So, when shall we embark, esteemed bosses?" Ian exclaimed excitedly. "Well, we could set off right away. Let's load the vehicle. Okay." In Qingjiang Lake Park, a colossal metallic sign stood by the lakeside, announcing that the area was open for ice skating from November to mid-January, managed by the Qingjiang Lake Paradise. Numerous young couples strolled hand in hand across the frozen surface, while several anglers drilled holes in the ice at secluded spots. Kafia and Aojiang sat nearby, switching into their ice skates. "Woohoo! I have arrived!" Kafia exclaimed as she finished changing, pulling Aojiang onto the ice. "You two, take it slow. Be careful not to fall." Xueyi shouted from the refreshment stand. "It's been a while since we skated together. Let us see if your skills have dulled." Kafia tightened her grip on Aojiang's hand. "Watch closely," Aojiang confidently replied. Delicate snowflakes drifted like white threads from his fingertips as they glided across the ice. "I adore this effect." Their splendid movements captured the attention of everyone present, resembling a graceful dance that drew applause from the crowd. "Your technique remains impeccable," Kafia beamed at Aojiang. "The ice dancer is splendid as well," Aojiang replied. The two traced a heart shape on the ice, moving from opposite directions towards the center, in their embrace. An ice flower quietly blossomed beneath their feet. "Wow, you two are truly remarkable," Xueyi remarked, a smile gracing her lips. After skating for a while longer, they finally descended, feeling a bit fatigued yet utterly joyful. Especially Kafia, as it had been some time since Aojiang had the opportunity to enjoy such a day out with her due-to-work commitments. This skating session was exhilarating. Kafia wiped the sweat from her brow. "I'll pop into the restroom. Xiaojiang, please wait for me outside." "All right, I need to go as well." Before long, they found the restroom as indicated, but to their surprise, it had been transformed to resemble an ancient structure. "Wow, why is the restroom built like this? I don't recall it looking like this last time," Kafia questioned. "Perhaps it's newly constructed, a feature of the scenic area," Aojiang speculated. "Maybe, but could you wait outside for me? This place feels rather eerie. I'm not quite comfortable." Kafia tightened her clothing. Moments later, Aojiang emerged, having washed his hands, and hid in a narrow path, intending to surprise Kafia. However, after a while, she still had not appeared. "This is unusual. She should have been out by now." Just as he approached, a figure clad in armor stepped from a side path. A samurai of the Eastern Isles, with a vintage sword at his waist and a massive yari in his left hand. "How they started cosplaying while I was away? What is the purpose of cosplaying as a samurai? They truly have no fear." "Hey, you over there, what character are you portraying?" "I'm Oda Nobutaka." "Who are you? Why have you come to my lord's territory?" The samurai boomed. "Is this fellow delusional?" Aojiang remained silent. "Since you choose not to respond, you must be a ninja sent by the enemy. Capture him and take him to be executed alongside that white-haired female ninja." The samurai waved, and several more individuals in samurai attire emerged from behind him, some brandishing swords, others wielding long spears. That white-haired female ninja? Before he could finish, the leading samurai charged, slicing through the bamboo behind him. Aojiang swiftly grabbed a bamboo pole and retreated a few steps, instinctively sensing trouble from this group. The remaining samurai lunged with their spears and swords. Aojiang swung the bamboo pole, knocking one samurai's sword from his grasp, then deftly countered the attack from the spear-wielding samurai, sending the weapon flying with a swift kick. Engaged in combat with the remaining samurai, he found himself struggling against Oda Nobutaka. when Aojiang thrust towards him. The samurai countered, stepping on the pole, and had Aojiang not retracted it in time, he would have been struck. The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. "Tell me, where have you taken that white-haired woman?" Aojiang bellowed in fury. "That white-haired ninja disrespected our leader and assaulted a samurai. She has been taken to the dungeon. You shall be next." Oda Nobutaka charged with his spear. "Let us see who will be the next to perish here." "Ha!" Aojiang, seizing the moment as the samurai lunged, kicked his spear away. Surprisingly, the samurai did not lose his balance, but attempted to throw Aojiang off. Aojiang steadied himself, flipping the spear to strike downwards. Leaping again, he narrowly evaded the horizontal sweep of the samurai's spear, then jumped high to deliver a powerful downward strike. The samurai raised his spear to block, but the force sent him stumbling back. Aojiang seized this opportunity, leaping once more to strike at the samurai. Just as his attack was about to connect, Kafiya emerged from the restroom, witnessing the scene, and Aojiang redirected his spear to the ground. "What is happening here? Xiao Lenkai, when did you take on a role in a play?" Kafiya exclaimed, astonished at Aojiang wielding a spear. As Kafiya spoke, a man dressed in modern attire and carrying a katana burst from the bamboo grove. "Wasn't I supposed to portray the time traveler? Why did you change actors during rehearsal?" "Ah, rehearsal." Aojiang glanced at the spear in his hand, realizing it was not sharpened. "Winky face, why did you arrive so late?" This handsome fellow's lines matched perfectly. "I thought he was a rehearsal actor. I was curious where the director found such a skilled performer." The samurai looked utterly bewildered after all this time. "You refilming a scene? Sister, why did you take so long to come out? I had quite a struggle to break the lock on that door." She admitted sheepishly. "Clap, clap, clap. That was a splendid rehearsal. Truly impressive. As expected of you, Brother A.O." A man in a photography vest emerged from the bamboo grove, his eyes strikingly unique, one a standard black, the other a deep crimson. Xueyi followed closely behind him. "Wait a moment." Aojiang examined the director closely. "Isn't this easy? Are you shooting a movie? Brother A.O. and Sister Kafiya, I never expected to encounter you two here." Yi Chensi warmly approached Aojiang, shaking his hand. Yi Chensi, 22 years old, a Red Star citizen, was a childhood neighbor of Kafiya and the others. "What film are you working on? Why is there a white-haired female ninja?" Aojiang looked reproachfully at Xueyi. "You knew this was filming and didn't inform me. I couldn't help it. Your performance was too spectacular. Opportunities to see you in action are rare that I wrote this script myself." The story revolves around modern Red Star citizens and Suo Islanders caught in the conspiracy of the Storm Church, who then traverse to ancient Eastern Isles, gradually unraveling the truth to return to their time. That Yi Chensi handed a script to Aojiang. Aojiang skimmed through it, finding it satisfactory, noting no plot holes and plenty of action. He turned to Oda Nobutaka, saying, "Your skills are commendable. You possess considerable strength. I believe you are well suited for such roles. Thank you for your praise. Now, since there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave." Aojiang took Kafiya's hand. "Oh, by the way, Brother A.O., I plan to direct a movie about the Lord of Night. If you're interested, please contact me. I feel you'd be perfect for the role." Yi Chensi expressed eagerly. "The Lord of Night. That resonates with your name. This film must be executed well. I look forward to seeing your portrayal of the Lord of Night. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about that segment you just performed. Please send me a copy via WeChat later, if you wouldn't mind," Kafiya said to Yi Chensi. "Not at all. You are a benefactor to our family. Were it not for your assistance in enlisting Mr. Burns, my sister would have perished bearing the stigma of seduction. You helped her regain her honor. A debt of gratitude I shall remember for a lifetime." Tears welled in Yi Chensi's eyes. "It's nothing. As long as I could help you. Fortunately, those who harmed your sister and their accomplices have been eliminated. Thanks to Commander Italian, had enough that Yi Chensi wiped his tears. You all go have fun. It's unfortunate to bring up such sad matters again." The trio departed the bamboo grove, and a colossal Ferris wheel came into view. "Wow, the Qingjiang has been revamped. Shall we take a ride?" Kafiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. It just seemed quite intriguing. "Why don't we go up and see? It's been a while since we visited. Let us check out any new attractions." The Ferris wheel before them loomed impressively high, and Aojiang widened his eyes as he gazed at it. "What? Are you afraid, little wolf cub?" Kafiya teased with a mischievous smile. "I'm not. It's just that my wound hurts a bit." Why don't you both go up and ride it? A.O. Jiang replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. I want to ride with you. Will you accompany me? Kafiya said, playfully shaking A.O. Jiang's arm. All right, I'll do as you say. After purchasing their tickets, the trio arrived beneath the Qingjiang Eye, where a long queue awaited them. Stretching through several resting areas, that it seems we shall have to wait for a while, Kafiya remarked as she picked up a magazine to read. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Xueyi district, in an abandoned factory area, 4 individuals laden with liquor were heading towards their destination. For some inexplicable reason, Burns had felt uneasy since he woke up that morning, his gaze fixed intently outside the window, scrutinizing every suspicious figure. The weather is splendid today, by the way. Why do you look so grim? Are you troubled by something? Ian asked while pouring himself a drink. That it's nothing, that if you're facing difficulties, just say so. I can offer some advice. Ian patted his back. By the way, I heard Qing Fei approached you yesterday. Yes, he was trying to persuade me to join him, that I refused. Among the 5 of us in the Evil Flame group, myself, Laming, Shuanglu, Hongdo, and Benbin. Who was he deserving enough to invite? I would be embarrassed to work for someone with such a notorious reputation. Ian scoffed. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted, and the ground before them exploded as masked gunmen emerged from the surrounding buildings. Opening fire on their vehicle, Laming swiftly maneuvered the truck behind a cover. Let us get to work, Ian exclaimed, grabbing a rifle. You two watch closely. Laming, let us eliminate them. Thunderstorm protocol, activate, Laming declared, grabbing a metal rod in one hand and a rifle in the other before exiting the vehicle. ILL joined the fight. You stay here. Burns donned a bulletproof vest and grabbed a rifle, jumping out of the truck. Good luck to you. The metal rod in Laming's hand suddenly expanded into a long gun, shimmering with golden light. The sky darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Wow, it's been ages since I've seen you pull that off. Ian cheered. Burns conjured a blood shield to protect Laming from incoming fire. Laming hefted the long gun and leaped into the air, the sky erupting with flashes of lightning. Observing Laming's actions, Burns and Nora gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Good luck to you, they both prayed, clasping their hands together towards the assailants. Laming's gun. A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky as it struck Laming's long gun, which became charged with electric energy. With a sweeping motion, Laming unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning toward the armed assailant's position. My goodness, Xiao Jiang, look over there. Is it thundering? Kafiya exclaimed, tapping A.O. Jiang, who was munching on chocolate. He looked up at the dazzling lightning, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Wow, this is incredible. Is this magic or something? Xueyi gasped in awe, and nearby visitors turned their heads to witness the spectacle that a mushroom cloud of electric lightning began to rise from where the lightning struck, that I haven't even had a chance to act. Ian took a swig and exhaled a fiery breath. The recent lightning strike having taken out more than half the armed men, the remaining combatants left shocked, scrambling to escape. Not one of them gets away. The trio raised their guns and fired at the remaining armed Ian, in the midst of chaos. Ian suddenly shoved Burns aside. A sniper bullet whizzed past her shoulder, creating a deep crater where Burns had just stood. Ian aimed her fireballs at the sniper's location, engulfing the entire building in flames. Laming charged into the enemy lines, swiftly dispatching several armed men, and leaped after those attempting to flee. Just as she was about to seize them, the fleeing assailants pulled out handguns and fired several shots at her, but they fell lifelessly to the ground. Burns, arriving at the scene, looked at the scattered corpses with a headache. Laming seemed to understand his thoughts, her golden eyes coldly surveying the bodies. There is no doubt they were sent by the Qingjiang, that we wouldn't even need to interrogate them. Ian remarked, You should let Nora tend to your wound. Burns took her by the arm and headed towards the vehicle. That I'm a red dragon. My skin is tougher than any blade. This minor injury is nothing. Just send me a couple more crates of liquor. Hurry and let Nora treat you. After all, you got hurt because of me. Ian insisted, trying to pry his hand away, but his strength was overwhelming, forcing her to comply and get into the vehicle. Woo, Xiao Jiang, it's our turn. Let us go, Kafiya exclaimed excitedly, tugging the two towards the Ferris wheel as they saw their place in line. Slow down. I'm about to spill my drink, Xueyi panted. The 3 of them finally boarded the Ferris wheel, and once seated, Kafiya and Ian eagerly observed the amusement park. Only A.O. Jiang was sweating profusely, his tail wagging nervously behind him, his eyes glued to the travel magazine in his hands. Kafia smirked, wrapping an arm around Ao Zhang's shoulder, casually stating, "What's wrong, little wolf cub? Why aren't you looking at the beautiful scenery below?" She gently brushed aside his silver-gray hair, feeling the warmth emanating from him. "This magazine is quite captivating. I want to take a closer look," Ao Zhang replied, his gaze flitting between Kafia and the magazine. "Aren't you afraid?" "No, I'm not afraid. I'm Xuangrui. How could I be afraid?" He pressed his ears down slightly, "That I'm curious about how fascinating this magazine is. Why don't we look at it together?" She leaned against him, grasping his right hand to start flipping through the pages. "Where should we begin?" Fei. Inua tilted her head to observe the two. "I knew you would act like this." "What? Are you envious that I don't have a boyfriend?" Kafia teased, "By the way, when will you find a partner? I'm quite curious about what kind of person you would attract. Little Ina, you're worse than my grandfather at matchmaking. I'm not interested in finding a partner." Suina rolled her eyes. "To as expected of you, so dedicated to scientific research. Look over there. There's a large new building surrounded by flowers. Let us check it out later." Suina pointed to a venue in the distance. "Sure, we have nothing planned today anyway. The company has been quite idle lately." After a while, their cabin reached the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel. "Wow, the view from up here is absolutely breathtaking, Xiaojiang. Do you want to take a look?" Kafia pointed towards the window. "That I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Ao Zhang mustered his courage and looked down, but after a brief glance, he shrank back in fright. "Maybe I want to look after all. What a pity. Let me take a few photos for you to look at later. You should try to overcome your fear of heights. Who knows, one day you might need to hijack a plane or a missile." Suinua joked. "With that wishful thinking, I certainly do not want to hijack a plane or a missile." Ao Zhang replied, looking at her with a hint of sorrow. But as the three chatted, they unknowingly descended back to the ground. Chapter 20. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, vanishing without a trace, as if the earlier lightning had merely been a collective illusion. "What's the situation? Is the area secure?" Burns inquired of the repairing Ian. "The tire blew. Just replacing the glass will do. Did it take long?" Ian replied, wielding a wrench. "This vehicle is newly modified. It's not just bullets that can penetrate it. Even standard cannon shells might not do the trick." Nora sat expectantly before Lei Ming, who paused in her cleaning of the long gun and glanced at Nora with a sigh. "How many times must I say it? The orthodox thunder technique can only be used by thunder dragon species and other rare lightning variants. It's dangerous for you to attempt it." Nora's crystalline eyes dimmed slightly. Lei Ming sighed, patting her back. "Aren't you also a skilled marksman?" "Yes, so what? I've been researching talismans related to the thunder technique and have made some samples. If you want, I can sell you a few. You could also serve as my sparring partner, and I might gift you some." However, she paused. "The power of these talismans is far less than that of the orthodox thunder technique. Their inherent danger depends on your ability to wield them." "Contact me when you have time," Nora said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Nearby, on the charred command tower, a barely conscious armed man struggled to stand. Had he not hidden in the engineering pit earlier, he would have ended up like the sniper. Turned to ash, he raised a makeshift rifle, aiming at Nora's head. The click that was a sting bomb. The thug had pulled the last bullet from his gun. "Damn it!" The thug reloaded, pushing the bolt. Bang! The bullet suddenly discharged, ricocheting off the ground and striking the steel column, a sharp sound echoing through the desolate factory district. Enemy attack. The four individuals swiftly sought refuge, as Burns rapidly discharged 2 stun grenades towards the command tower. Following this, a hail of gunfire ensued, and the assailant crumpled to the ground, silenced by the bullets. The group ascended the command tower with haste. And for caution's sake, Burns tossed in 2 additional grenades before brandishing his weapon and entering. Nora retrieved a firearm and ammunition from the ground, meticulously examining them. The weapon, a makeshift contraption, contained reloaded rounds. With a smile, Nora remarked, "Congratulations to us. We've reclaimed a life a connoisseur indeed. You recognize the reloaded rounds at a glance," Ian observed, his gaze toward him infused with newfound respect. Numerous unexploded rounds littered the ground. While mercenaries may disregard wealth, they would never squander ammunition, as it was essential for their survival. Judging by the direction in which the weapon was aimed, it was clearly targeting you. Thunder glanced at Nora, inquiring, "Is that so? How much is my head worth on the blood market today?" He chuckled, Yesterday, it seemed you were rated at around 10 million, wasn't it? Oh, 13 million for you, Burns, ranked in the top 5. The highest is that military spy master. What was his name? The white-haired freak? Or was it the chameleon? His bounty recently surged to 20 million, a sum sufficient to drive many to desperation. Ian waved 2 yellowed flyers. Many wish to eliminate that military spy master. And as for your partner, she is valued at 7 million, that she stretched lazily. Over a decade ago, when I first entered this line of work, your heads were worth far more than this. Many sought our lives back then, but later, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, they lost interest. Burns disassembled the broken firearm on the ground. This is also a boon. With lower bounties, fewer will come knocking, thus enhancing the safety of our families. He stared impassively at the lifeless mercenary beside him. How many of such mercenaries had he slain? On that fateful afternoon over 20 years ago, while his parents dealt with the feuds of several vampire clans in the shadowy land of Xueyi, Kafia was sheltered by Melia in their estate. Nora, still a youth just over 20, was yet unfamiliar with Cretalian and his ilk that he stood at the tavern entrance, a long gun in hand, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Surrounding them lay hundreds of corpses belonging to mercenaries and thugs, merely the toll of an afternoon's work. Brother, this should be the last batch for today, right? Nora swung his legs. If we don't clean up soon, it will start to stink. Burns waved his hand, crimson magical lines entwining the corpses, the blood and flesh dissolving into the spell, their skeletal remains turning to dust and dissipating into the air. Before long, only the mercenaries' gear and clothing remained to testify to their existence in this world, that a hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes to be, by the way, your sister's head is quite valuable too. Her bounty stands at 2 million, which is no small sum, Ian interjected, pulling him back to reality. Regardless of the sum, 10 million, 100 million, it matters not, provided those yearning for it possess the ability to avoid becoming mere numbers themselves. Burns smiled. Xiao Zhangjiang, come here. Kafia excitedly beckoned Ao Jiang while holding a blue and white flower. She tucked it behind his right ear and adorned herself with a red and white flower in the same spot. Standing before a cherry blossom tree, enthusiastically waving to Su Inu. Little Inu, take a picture of us, she exclaimed. Click, click, Inu pressed the shutter. The trio strolled through the greenhouse, Kafia occasionally plucking flowers to place in her small bag or asking Ao Jiang to hold them for the photo. While Su Inu continuously captured images of the exotic flora, occasionally snapping shots of the two, that you cheeky fellow. If you keep photographing us, I'll have to charge you a fee. Kafia playfully hugged Su Inu and flicked her forehead. Oh dear, these are precious memories. How can they be measured in money? Su Inu swiftly raised the camera and snapped a photo of her face, laughing before darting away. Get back here, Kafia laughed as she chased after her. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the three departed the botanical garden. Where's that restaurant you mentioned? Let us go eat. Su Inu put away her camera, patting her stomach. Don't worry, we'll be there in just a few intersections. Consider it making room for delicious food. Kafia glanced at her phone. After walking a few hundred meters, they spotted a group of thugs blocking a couple. Stay here. I'll lend a hand. Addressing criminal activities is part of our duties. Ao Jiang rolled up his sleeves and removed his watch, but Kafia seized his arm, a flicker of danger gleaming in her eyes. Causing trouble on my turf? They truly have a death wish. I am coming with you. She removed her coat and handed it to Su Inu. Please record a video of us. Be gentle. You too. Su Inu sighed, raising her phone. Bullying a couple? That's not right. Kafia cracked her knuckles. Here come 2 reckless fools, the thugs jeered, as the man stood protectively in front of the frightened woman, battered yet unyielding. This area, on the outskirts of the city, had sparse patrols. And the thugs seized this gap to ambush. That you've got guts, kid. Your task is complete. Now it's time for those who should take care of this to step in, she said, shaking her arms. The man nodded gratefully, then helped the woman away from the scene. Get rid of these 2 blind fools. Smash the bespectacled one's phone first. The thugs brandished spring knives and charged forward, one attempting to snatch Su Inu's phone. Kafia stepped in front of her, her clear eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. Kafia's gaze turned red, grasping the arm of the foremost thug and throwing him to the ground. It's not too late to kneel before me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the extent of your injuries. Standing over him, she looked down upon the thugs, exuding an aura of regal authority. Take down that foul woman first, Then deal with the one with wolf ears. The leader lunged at Kafia with his knife. That-ha! Kafia struck his hand heavily with her left, followed swiftly by a powerful blow to his nose. That he staggered. She seized him by the back and delivered a forceful hit to his abdomen, causing the leader to collapse to the ground with a cry. Immediately, she dodged a thrust from a dagger, catching a baseball bat mid-swing. The thug felt as though he had struck solid steel. She crushed the bat effortlessly and kicked the thug away. She hurled the leader at the other thugs, her commanding voice resonating once more. If I see any of you causing trouble here again, my strikes will not merely land on your bellies. I'll rip your limbs from your bodies. Do you understand? What? The remaining thugs, petrified, picked up their leader and trembled as they fled. That I expected a more thrilling fight. But these fools are even weaker than I anticipated, Kafia scoffed. Daring to form cliques here, they truly have some audacity. The current societal atmosphere is truly dismal, while there were gangs in the past. None had the gall to act so recklessly against the Crimson Queen of the Cambert family. Ao Jiang remarked that it's possible these big idiots have never even seen me in person. Kafia mused, rubbing her fists. Pathetic creatures, my fists don't even hurt. Sigh, I was thinking of returning to school for a visit. I recently heard that a group of graduates went back to see their teachers and were assaulted by thugs. Perhaps I should drag both of you along, Xueyi said, her brow slightly furrowed. But you are the deputy of the Crimson Queen. Back in the day, 10 little thugs wouldn't have been enough to defeat you. Are you still afraid of this? Ao Jiang expressed his astonishment. It's different now. I'm merely a scientist, and scientists are not trained for combat. All right, esteemed scientist, let us walk one more intersection and then head in. Onward, Kafia urged as she pulled Ao Jiang along. After traversing through a wooded area for some time, a sizable wooden structure came into view, a black sign emblazoned with the words Xueyi Barbecue. I'm starving. We've finally arrived, Xueyi said wearily. As they pushed open the door, an overwhelming aroma of barbecued meat wafted over them, prompting Ao Jiang to swallow hard as he surveyed the nearly full tables. Kafia had reserved a table by the window, where several pots of fresh greenery adorned the walnut windowsill, and the spotless table was neatly set with menus. That I adore this ambience. Ao Jiang rested his chin on his hand, leisurely observing the scenery outside. That I want an extra-large serving of barbecue and a supersized mango juice, he declared. After the two placed their orders, Ao Jiang scanned a QR code on his phone to place the order, quietly awaiting the delectable meal. Wow, darling, look at this. Ao Jiang showed Kafia his phone, where a news clip was playing automatically. Mass brawl at number 16 middle school. 63 participants, 57 injured. Kafia's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. There used to be quite a few fights. Why are there so many people involved this time? Next month marks the school anniversary. I plan to return for a visit if time permits. Aojin reminisced about his student days, furrowing his brow. That I, too, am quite curious about what could have prompted such a large-scale brawl. That they truly believe themselves to be part of society. This entire situation has made me even more hesitant to return. Xueyi wore a look of exasperation as the three engaged in casual conversation. Before long, a delectable spread of food was served. All right, I'm ready to eat, Xueyi exclaimed as she eagerly tore into the roasted meat. In the Old Port District on 12th Street, the goods have arrived. 50 barrels in total. Here is the list. Please verify it, Burns said, handing a receipt to the merchant before him. Not a barrel missing. A splendid transaction. Let us collaborate again next time, Mr. Burns. The merchant presented Burns with a leather suitcase. After confirming the money was correct, Burns departed with a few companions. Once in the vehicle, Burns casually retrieved 24 bills from the suitcase and handed them to Ian. Ian nodded, puzzled. Hold on, this is 5,000 more than we agreed upon. That it's not extra. It's your bonus. Ha, the boss is generous, Ian exclaimed, beaming. Tonight I'll treat everyone. Lei Ming, please gather all members of the Ian Society. We shall enjoy a grand feast. It seems I have quite the task ahead of me today, Burns chuckled. That evening, Kafia returned home, carrying the sleeping Aojian and a plethora of souvenirs in tow with Xueyi. Members of the Ian Society mingled with other guests, indulging in drinks within the house. Ian, clutching a bottle, downed it with gusto, presenting a stark contrast to Xuan Lu, who sipped delicately beside him. That I say, boss, could you please be a bit more composed? There are so many people watching, Kong Benbin awkwardly remarked. What is the matter? Drinking is meant to be exhilarating. Ian laughed heartily, opening 2 more bottles to gulp down. "Boss, bring me 2 more packs of beer." She waved at Kafia. "Welcome back, little K." "Yes, Ian, sister, you've arrived, enjoying yourself." She ascended the stairs with Algin on her back. Meanwhile, at the suburban waste processing plant, workers were loading garbage into a massive incinerator. In an unnoticed corner, a woman and a man carrying a camera stealthily approached the old metal scrap area. Spotlights from dilapidated watchtowers scanned the surrounding land, and they crept deeper, concealed by the crimson remnants of steel. "Tell me, what brings you to such a place? What news could a garbage processing plant possibly yield?" The man grumbled at the woman. "You know nothing," she shot back, glaring at him. "You should follow my lead." The duo stealthily ventured further into the plant, discovering an enigmatic machine adorned with obscure runes. "That I told you there was something here. My informant Wu Ti lied to me." The journalist excitedly snapped photos. "Hurry, record this. This might be related to the Storm Church. We're about to become famous." Suddenly, the runes on the machine flickered with a faint light, and out of nowhere, several large dogs charged toward them. "Thieves!" A fireball exploded beside them, and without time to collect their belongings, they fled in panic. "That I warned you not to come to this forsaken place. Now we're both in peril." The man scolded the reporter. "How was I to know there were sorcerers here? Let us hurry." After running for an indeterminate time, they found refuge in an abandoned warehouse within the derelict industrial zone. "That we should be safe here." "Keep your mouth shut," the man whispered. After confirming that the dogs had left, they crawled out from behind the debris. The woman shook her camera. "With this, we can definitely return with a substantial sum. We might even become internet sensations. We're about to hit the jackpot," the man exclaimed, clutching the camera. Just as they prepared to leave, she noticed a brilliant light flashing behind them from the steel panel. It was a pale violet glow of magic. The next day, at the West Suburb scrap buying station, an elderly guard yawned as he mounted his rickety tricycle en route to the old factory. Since its abandonment, scavengers had been coming daily to pilfer metal, and the old man, frail in his age, could not compete with the vigorous scavengers. Thus he took his cutting torch to the old warehouse in hopes of luck. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a heap of broken photography equipment. These scrap parts could fetch a decent price at the electronics store. Strangely, next to these broken parts lay a mound of red powder. He pinched a bit and sniffed. It bore a faint metallic scent. Looking up at the corroded steel beams, he mused it might just be rust. The old man scanned his surroundings and quickly collected the parts into his tattered sack. As he ventured deeper, he spotted a strand of red hair beside a pile of broken boxes. The old man recalled a news story from a few days prior. Several female students had run away from home due to family disputes and had yet to return. Their families were offering substantial rewards for their whereabouts, that if this was indeed one of them, it would be worth far more than the collection of parts. With that thought, he dropped the sack and limped over to investigate. Today is a fortuitous day. However, upon seeing what lay behind that long hair, the old man was instantly terrified. Murder! At the new development zone, at the Cambert Tavern, a sudden ringing phone jolted Algin awake. The caller was Cross Star, and he answered with some annoyance. "Hello, has Old could transfer my bonus yet?" Cross Star hesitated. No, it's about the old factory in the west suburbs. We've found, a female corpse." His tone was filled with uncertainty. "What?" Algin's irritation intensified. "Shouldn't such matters be reported to the police? Why involve our special operations team?" Sighing, Cross Star replied, "You need to come to the old factory in the west suburbs. Once you arrive, you'll understand that we suspect someone with magical abilities is involved." Upon hearing the word Storm Church, Algin's eyes widened. "Okay, I'll be there immediately. Send me the coordinates." That he hung up, casting a lingering glance at Kafia. Splashed water on his face, dressed, and headed downstairs with a list in hand. "Hey, Mr. Algin, where are you off to?" asked Owen Lord, who had just finished pulling an all-nighter, yawning. Algin placed the list before him. "These are the computer parts one ordered for you. They should arrive today. Also, some medicine for my grandparents." That he pointed to the blue ink section below. "Please deliver the medicine to the antique shop next door and tell that old gentleman it's from me. The parts can go to my room. I'll set them up when I return." After that, Algin hopped into a small car parked at the entrance, zooming away from Owen Lord's sight. "Finally, I can play on the computer." Owen Lord jumped in excitement. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Across the street, over 100 meters away, a seductively clad man wielding binoculars was fixated on the tavern. His violet snake-like eyes glimmered with malice, and his blood-red tongue flicked in the air. Initially, he merely intended to surveil their activities, but unexpectedly, he spotted that ghost. Beside him, the Bone Saint's eyes glinted with a hint of danger. Such a powerful spirit. If I could devour it, I would undoubtedly ascend a level. The snake-eyed man greedily gazed at Owen. Lord, you'd best abandon that thought. This fellow once single-handedly took on the top 5 saints, killing 3 of them, his companion warned coldly. Even with you and Saint In, we might not be able to restrain him. Da-da. His soul would be a delectable treat. I can already envision the ecstasy it would bring me. The snake-eyed man grinned, his mouth stretching wide. Didn't Tisu Jin provide you with a soul yesterday? Were you not satiated? The fear contained within that woman's soul was too meager, at best. It was a mere snack. The snake-eyed man spat disdainfully, that I can sense it. His soul is brimming with resentment and fury. Owen Lord shifted his gaze toward their direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rats, are we? He mused, lowering his head to continue scrolling through his phone, idly fiddling with 2 empty pen casings. It appears this task involves exterminating a few rats lurking in the city. This tool looks rather promising. He tossed the 2 empty casings out the window. The pen tips erupted into grotesque faces, roaring as they shredded the bodies of the 2 men into a bloody pulp, all within the span of 1 second. Rats must be swiftly dealt with, Owen Lord observed coldly. Sometime later, at the west suburb abandoned factory, the scene was cordoned off with police tape, and several officers were interrogating nearby scavengers. Cross-Star, clad in a trench coat, was questioning an elderly scavenger who was so frightened he could hardly articulate his thoughts to no need to ask him. He has nothing of value to share. Aojian waved his hand. Take me to see the body. Prepare yourself. The corpse. The Cross-Star paused momentarily as the 2 individuals stepped into the old warehouse, where the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. The crimson light of the Black Raven was busily gathering clues nearby. A table. A petite and charming young boy clad in a white lab coat, adorned with 2 small horns, was engrossed in a set of records. Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Ai, the forensic doctor, a Caucasian, Cross-Star said, directing his words towards Ao Jiang. The Caucasian people are numerous and renowned for their medical expertise and healing spells. Their appearance is typically enchanting and diminutive, with the most distinguishing feature being the 2 small horns atop their heads. During the First and Second Storm Wars, many Caucasians were seized en masse by the Moscow Mechanical Corps to serve as battlefield physicians. The treatment of Caucasians varied drastically across different factions of the Moscow Mechanical Corps. That be why the time the Moscow Corps fell under the dominion of Mombasa during the First Storm War, the daily food rations allocated to them were merely half that of regular soldiers. That as the war drew to a close, many Caucasians were abandoned in the wastelands. Those who remained managed to establish themselves in this world through their skills. Dr. Wang Ai is a descendant of those Caucasians rescued by the Red Legion during the First Storm War. Wang Ai looked up at Ao Jiang, a glimmer of recognition in his eyes. You must be Mr. Shuang Rue, he surmised. Indeed. You know me? Ao Jiang replied, a look of confusion crossing his face, that I have reviewed your health report. Your physique is rather unique. Hence my impression of you is quite profound. Well then, what about the corpse? Ao Jiang inquired, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Right here, Wang Ai replied, lifting the white cloth that covered a metallic tray. Upon revealing the contents, even Ao Jiang, accustomed to the bizarre, furrowed his brow. The tray contained a corpse, or rather, the upper half of a head. The corpse's eyes were clouded, its skin a deathly gray, and the veins on its face appeared black. Strangely, the incision was remarkably neat. As if no tool could have made such a cut, that I conducted a preliminary examination of the remains. All the nerves are necrotic, that I have submitted the blood-red powder found on the ground for genetic comparison with the body fragments. Wang Ai continued that if that powder is indeed part of the corpse, I initially suspect that it was the work of an individual skilled in reconstruction and necromancy, as there is no soul response from the body. This matter is quite complex, Ao Jiang mused, stroking his chin, that I suspect this is not the original crime scene. It is highly probable that this corpse fragment was relocated here. The Black Raven approached, adding, there are no signs of decomposition in this area aside from this fragment, that if it were the result of a disintegration spell, there would surely be traces left elsewhere. After a moment of contemplation, Cross-Star replied, I have arranged for the Ice Fox to retrieve records of all registered spellcasters, as well as those imprisoned for magical offenses. Qingjiang, hey, you two should investigate the surrounding factories. Xueyi, I'll drive you to meet someone who may have information. As he opened the car door, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Dr. Wang, saying, inform the media to refer to this as a dismemberment case. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed underground facility, a man with snake-like eyes and the withered bones, Saint slowly opened his eyes. Beside them was a short man wrapped in a moldy green cloak, emanating a foul odor. His scarred face exposed. This man was the Saint of Grace, ranked 9th among the 20 saints of the Storm Church, while the snake-eyed man was the 11th, known as the Saint of Pleasure. You're back sooner than I anticipated, the man observed. Were the substitutes inadequate? They performed admirably, but unfortunately, they were reduced to mere fragments, the snake-eyed man replied with a hint of regret. Otherwise, I would have liked to experience what it feels like to be myself. It must be exhilarating, no? You remain as twisted as ever, Pleasure. Now, tell me what transpired, the withered bones Saint urged. After a moment's pause, the withered bones Saint recounted, we intended to scout the situation at the tavern. But that fellow named A.O. Jiang drove off without revealing his destination. However, we discovered that the ghost was also present in that tavern. You were both eliminated by him, the Saint of Grace inquired. Astonished, one could say that, the withered bones Saint replied. This time, we failed to gather more intelligence. The informant within the police alerted me this morning that they had found a body. The craftsmanship of the plasticine was not so meticulous. Oh well, this was merely a secondary experiment. Acquiring this information is quite satisfactory, the Saint of Grace remarked, producing a list. The 3 saints have summoned us for a meeting. We must hurry. The Saint of Pleasure glanced at the list, his brow furrowing slightly. Why must we meet with those troublesome individuals? I do not know, but it would be wise for you to behave, the withered bones Saint cautioned as he melted into the shadows. Chapter 22. Fire Lizard on the western outskirts of Qingjiang. At the Yuan-Jiqin market, throngs of scavengers lined up outside the collection point, burdened with their salvaged wares. Inside, a dapper collector draped in a black trench coat sat at a desk. A pair of golden knuckle dusters affixed to his waist, while armed mercenaries patrolled the vicinity. A.O. Jiang and Cross-Star donned their disguises, stepping from the vehicle to survey their surroundings. 2 snipers atop that tower. And there's a strong point in that building equipped with an old heavy machine gun, Cross-Star analyzed. Despite having visited numerous times before, he produced a golden card from his pocket. This area falls under the influence of the Burns faction. Thanks to his connections, I have some standing here, he added, striding to the front of the line, pushing past the scavengers, who quickly voiced their displeasure. Who the hell do you think you are, cutting in line? Are you looking for trouble? Let us take him down, a chorus of scavengers shouted, brandishing scrap metal and iron rods as they closed in. Cross-Star presented the golden card to the collector, who exchanged a knowing glance with the mercenaries, who swiftly moved to disperse the crowd. Who are you looking for? The collector inquired respectfully, handing the card back to Cross-Star. Is Mr. Fire Lizard present? Mr. Fire Lizard is indeed here. You need only follow the original path to find him. Thank you. Also, is Mr. Yuan-Jiqin available? I have a gift for him, Cross-Star said, placing a box wrapped in craft paper on the table. I will ensure the gift reaches Mr. Yuan-Jiqin, that I extend my gratitude on behalf of Mr. Yuan-Jiqin. He has instructed me that the gift giver is permitted to ask one question. What is the scope of that question? Any question of interest to you, Cross-Star pondered briefly, then asked, is Mr. Yuan-Jiqin present here? He is right here, the collector replied with a smile that he might even be sitting right in front of you. You certainly have a sense of humor, Cross-Star chuckled. Cross-Star led A.O. Jiang into the market's interior, where old vehicles and parts were strewn about, and peculiar mechanical devices could occasionally be spotted. Numerous merchants vocally advertised their wares, showcasing an array of odd contraptions and components. Engines from the flying pirate fighter jets, 90% new, perfect for replacement in light aircraft. Only 5,000 flying pirate harpoon cannons. High penetration, blowing apart a desert scorpion shell, is a piece of cake. Only 3,000. These items are quite ruthless, aren't they? A.O. Jiang remarked in astonishment. Purchasing these requires registration. Both military and police maintain records. Besides, I doubt these would be effective against the military vehicles patrolling the streets daily, Cross Star scoffed. After strolling several meters, they halted before an imposing shop adorned with a sign that read Meltwind Studio. An one-armed man stood at the entrance, wielding a broadsword as he practiced against a scarecrow, a ghastly scar marring his right. Jiang squinted, observing, "Despite having visited many times, I must say, this hardly resembles an intelligence agency." Cross Star waved, calling out Shelikov. The man sheathed his broadsword and eagerly approached Cross Star, embracing him warmly. "Did I ask that you, Alexievich? Here to see Fire Lizard?" "Yes, where's Hermamba?" "Hermamba has gone on a mission. Fire Lizard is inside." "Follow me." Shelikov opened a heavy steel door. After navigating a lengthy corridor, the trio arrived at the underground workspace of Meltwind Studio. To the left lay an array of metal ingots and several furnaces, while the right side displayed an assortment of weapons and parts. That a man stood at a table cluttered with blueprints, meticulously examining an axe. The man appeared to be in his 40s, slightly portly. Wearing silver-rimmed glasses and standing over 6 feet tall, he was adorned with shoulder armor crafted from unknown bioluminescent scales, which glimmered with a fiery red glow. He was none other than the proprietor of Meltwind Studio. Fire Lizard, whose real name was Xueyi. "Brother Cross Star, what brings you here this time?" Fire Lizard inquired, removing his gloves and warmly shaking Cross Star's hand. "That I just finished a batch of specially designed armor-piercing bullets. They can penetrate 40mm steel plates with ease. Would you care for a crate?" Noticing Jiang behind Cross Star, Fire Lizard's eyes narrowed slightly, and he grinned, handing Jiang a charm crafted from azure feathers. "A couple of days ago, I just received it. Feel free to play with it." The Cross Star's eyes widened, and the feathers of the abyss bird adorned the scene. "When did you become so generous?" "Old ding? Never mind. I have come to seek your intelligence." The Cross Star produced an envelope. "After all, people can change. Intelligence. If you wish to purchase that, please proceed to the reception room." Although referred to as a reception room, it is merely a small storeroom with a table. "Pray tell, whose intelligence do you seek?" The Fire Lizard poured him a cup of tea. "Do you possess intelligence regarding individuals with the ability to wield disintegration spells?" "Hiss, I do, but I would not recommend purchasing it." The Fire Lizard handed a key to Shelikov, who opened a nearby safe and retrieved a stack of documents. "What? Are you worried I cannot afford that?" The Cross Star chuckled. The Fire Lizard's expression turned grave as he took the document bag from Shelikov's hands and placed it on the table, while Shelikov exited the room and closed the door. "The individual you seek was encountered by my subordinates just last month. Acquiring intelligence on him cost me several informants, so you wish for me to disregard this matter. After all, clients like you are quite rare." Hence, he retrieved a box from beneath the table and handed it to the Cross Star. The box was heavy, emitting a faint sound of metal scraping within. "This item will be useful to that fellow. If you insist on intervening, please accept it." "How much?" "This is included in the intelligence package. No additional fees will be charged. However, you must remember that this item will only assist you a few times. Should you desire further information, please visit the Special Psychiatric Ward 396 at the Central Hospital. This is a pass guard. That is a rather capable mercenary under my employ, known as Tai Pian. That he handed the Cross Star a black card and a metal dog tag embedded with Fire Lizard scales. The number's 369 inscribed in silver on the card. Present this dog tag upon meeting him. Damn it, that bastard not only killed my people, but left no complete corpse behind. He must pay for slaying the Fire Lizard." "Understood. May I inquire if you are busy?" "Not particularly." "What is it?" "Actually, there is something else I wish to discuss with you." The Fire Lizard appeared troubled. "That I have some intelligence here that may assist you." "Speak." The Cross Star nodded. The Fire Lizard paused, retrieving several photographs from his pocket and placing them on the table. The two examined them closely. The images depicted a handsome young man, though he lay on a hospital bed, his body encased in plaster and bandages as if he had been in a brawl. "Your son? What happened to him? Did he get beaten by thugs?" A hint of astonishment flickered in the Cross Star's eyes. "This cannot be. Your son trained under Burns at my behest. He could easily handle 5 or 6 opponents. Indeed, but there is something peculiar." The Fire Lizard produced a report. The teacher mentioned his temper had become exceedingly volatile at school, capable of starting fights over trivial disagreements. "Your son has a rather good temperament, as I recall." The Cross Star furrowed his brow. "That is indeed the case, but strangely, When he returns home, his temper normalizes. And he claims there are many others at school in similar situations, even some teachers. Wait a moment. May I ask which school your son attends? A.O. Jiang inquired. The 16th senior high school. Hiss. A.O. Jiang frowned. I graduated from there, and I have recently heard from alumni of that class that the school has been quite unsettled. It seems to be true. Have you ever been featured on their honor wall? The fire lizard appeared to recall something, his eyes lighting up. Yes, just a minor matter, nothing to boast about, A.O. Jiang humbly replied. Truly commendable of you. The fire lizard chuckled. So, you wish to commission us to investigate the peculiar circumstances at the school. Correct? The cross star spoke. Yes, indeed. I suspect this may be the work of someone wielding emotional-type spells within the school, that we shall accept this task. You need not pay us. Addressing spell-related crimes is our duty. Just seek compensation from the military. The cross star pressed $500 into his hand. Buy something nice for the child to eat and nourish him. Thank you. I shall retrieve some potentially useful equipment for you both. The fire lizard made his way toward the storeroom. You think it could be the Storm Church's people. They have been quite active recently. A.O. Jiang pondered that it is possible. These lunatics are capable of anything. The cross star replied with anger. Before long, the fire lizard returned, carrying a long black box. This item should not be used until you confront that individual directly. Remember that he placed the box before the cross star. Understood. Fire lizard, may I pose a small question? A.O. Jiang asked out of course. What would you like to know? I have long wished to inquire about the meaning of Meltwind in your Meltwind workshop. That? It signifies the rebirth of a phoenix from the self-melting furnace. The fire lizard's lips curled into a slight smile, quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? I came up with it myself. Did I ask your shoulder armor old or newly crafted? Oh, you mean this? The fire lizard removed his shoulder armor and offered it to A.O. Jiang. Would you like to take a look? A.O. Jiang accepted the armor and examined it closely. The scales upon it appeared slightly darkened, and upon touching it with his fingers, he felt a warmth emanating. He returned the armor to the fire lizard. This set of shoulder armor was crafted from the hide of a nearly 50-year-old fire lizard. Xueyi donned the armor. At that time, I wielded this axe. He pointed to the enormous axe resting on the table, 2 meters long, its entire surface gleaming gold, a faint blue light flickering at the blade's edge. That moment, I leaped into the air with this axe and, with a crack, cleaved that creature's head clean off. That he raised the axe and mimicked the action on the ground, causing the floor to tremble. That I used a portion of that creature's hide to craft this shoulder armor, while another part, along with its head, I preserved together. Would you like to see? Enough already. You've told that story nearly 100 times. My ears are about to develop calluses. The cross star quickly covered his mouth. I love telling it. Let me continue. That he pried the cross star's hand away. Come, I shall show you. That he pulled A.O. Jiang towards the storeroom. Chapter 23. Bone Whistle. After viewing the head and hide of the fire lizard, the two departed from the Meltwind workshop. As they reached the exit, a melancholic tune wafted through the air from a distant building, drawing their attention to a man dressed in a gray robe standing atop the building, a flute in hand, with a small bone whistle hanging from his waist. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, with a gaunt face, eyes of a gloomy blue-gray, and long black hair interspersed with strands of white. He gazed deep into the desolate area, fully absorbed in playing his flute. Who is this? The bone whistle, a resident mage, a red star person. He plays his flute at this hour every day, the cross star remarked. A soothsayer? His flute playing is quite melodious. A.O. Jiang applauded, casting an admiring glance at him. Have you heard him play that whistle? No, and I hope never to. His whistling is an ill omen. However, you guessed correctly. Consulting him for a prophecy costs quite a bit, with the cheapest being over 10,000. That how does he compare to him? Asked Yulin in terms of skill. Probably Yulin. His prophetic range is limited. Unlike Yulin's broader scope, the two boarded a vehicle and headed toward the city. Seated in the back, the cross star opened a paper bag and began to peruse the documents inside. The first document was marked with a blurry photograph, barely revealing a cloaked M and a T. The top of the document. The words melted gold were written in vivid red. The Storm Church's 20 saints. The melted gold saint. The cross star frowned. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Behind them, at the source of the loot marketplace, the bone whistle set down his flute, casting his gaze toward the city. That in his eyes, a crimson beam of light shot up to the heavens. Radiating a dangerous glow, he watched the light, his brow slightly furrowed. Another such omen, clad in a white robe, Yulin slowly emerged from the shadows behind him, her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. After all these years, the seal has begun to loosen. Are you prepared? Yulin directed her gaze toward the same place the bone whistle was watching, her tone laced with worry that I have examined the seal. It can hold for a while longer, but I fear it will not last much longer, the bone whistle replied in a low voice. The souls in that place have twisted and mutated. The blood erosion spell association is no longer what it used to be. Yulin looked toward the blood-tied district. If she were to return, perhaps it would ease our burden significantly. The Snow Woman, after all these years, have you yet to find her reincarnation? There are only a few dozen snow wolves across the entire northwest Great Wasteland, and most have hidden themselves away. Each one could potentially be her. How long will it take to find them one by one? Besides, we will know who she is when the time comes. That I believe there is a substantial possibility that Kafia's partner is. Will you not go and confirm it? How can I be certain? You know very well the temperament of Xiao Landi. If I were to use him for an experiment, he would surely take my life. Oh, cover your ears. The bone whistle tucked the flute into his waist, lifted the bone whistle, and spoke to himself in a voice only he could hear, that I hope this time we can prevent it. At the very least, let it not result in so many deaths. The whistle, rather than being an ordinary whistle, resembled a charred piece of phalange. Utterly incapable of producing sound, he pressed the whistle to his lips and exhaled gently. A shrill whistle echoed above the Yuan Jiqin market, causing everyone to pause their tasks and look up at the bone whistle, their expressions a mixture of terror and confusion. The fire lizard, just emerging from a shop, gazed at the bone whistle and murmured, "How many lives will be lost this time? The Nightshade Society has been acting strangely lately. You'd best be cautious. The people from Yuanming Mountain have already begun to move." After speaking, Yulin vanished into the corridor. "What exactly do you intend to do, Nightshade Society? This is not your usual style." The bone whistle directed his gaze toward the distant peak, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It seems we must impose some constraints upon you." Some time later, at the Arc Light Detective Agency's conference room, the Cross Star retrieved a report concerning the soldiers and the bodies of the Neglarans from the mailbox at the door. He and the White Shark A.O. Jiang awaited the arrival of the other team members. "Please provide me with a copy of the autopsy report, particularly for that creature." The autopsy report included numerous photographs detailing the internal structures of the body. And as he examined these images, his expression grew grave. The report indicated that this Neglaran was merely 3 years old, yet had developed to the level of a 13-year-old. That it was evident that this Neglaran had been subjected to drug use during growth. And furthermore, the individual exhibited abnormal organ development, with a physique significantly inferior to that of a typical Neglaran, and severe damage to brain tissue. That a green bullet was extracted from his brain. Upon examination, it was identified as a type of necromantic magic unit. Once everyone had arrived, the group began to report the intelligence they had gathered. Poison Sting and Thunderlight had inspected various food sales points throughout the city, yet found no suspicious purchase orders. The Ice Fox retrieved the registered list of mages and, unsurprisingly, found no individuals practicing such spells. She also examined the construction records and blueprints for newly built structures over the past 2 decades to identify potential hiding places for cultists. Red Light and Black Crow scoured the surrounding factories, yielding no results. To the very least, we can ascertain that this individual is not a Red Star citizen, A.O. Jiang remarked, taking a sip of water. It is also possible that this person is a product of artificial magic. If that is the case, it would likely confirm the involvement of the Storm Church. That moment, Cross Star's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID, furrowing his brow as he stepped outside. Moments later, he re-entered with a grave expression. "What has happened?" Red Light inquired. "The wealthy magnate with the surname Guan in East City has been murdered by members of the Nightshade Society." "The Nightshade Society?" Black Crow raised an eyebrow. "Those fanatical followers of the Night Lord. The Nightshade Society typically targets individuals with blood on their hands. That I recall this particular fellow. He amassed his fortune through underhanded dealings, responsible for countless lives lost. However, we never managed to gather sufficient evidence against him. His demise is well deserved." A.O. Jiang's sapphire-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Things have been increasingly tumultuous lately. Red Light, Black Crow, and I will head to the scene. The rest of you continue your tasks." Cross Star donned his hat and made his way downstairs. Then, shall we proceed to investigate where they might be hiding? The white shark scratched his head. No need. I have a strong suspicion regarding their hiding place that we simply need to split up and search the Jiang studied the distribution map. What do you mean? Black Crow inquired, puzzled to conceal these weapons. They must select a location that is nearly deserted or one where they have someone to provide cover. Moreover, those individuals carry a pungent odor. They are likely either in a waste processing plant or in sewers or some other refuse disposal area. We just need to search. How can you be certain that these individuals are not intentionally masking their scent to mislead us? Thunderlight asked. They are generally in good health that if they were deliberately to apply foul odors or roll about in garbage, they would have long since succumbed to biological contamination. Hence, I surmise that these individuals predominantly work in such environments, which explains the persistent stench about them. The missing firearms were located by Criterion, who identified their original storage site as a rather isolated supply base that had been attacked weeks prior, resulting in many items being lost during the explosion. That it appears they acquired these weapons from that incident. The Ice Fox tapped away at her keyboard, stating that Criterion was currently undertaking a comprehensive search for moles, which had put him in a foul mood. Upon hearing the Ice Fox's words, unease gripped Jiang further. The locations of these military supplies were classified information known only to those within the military. However, the stockpiled arms at this base were of a militia grade, indicating that the informant's standing within the military was not particularly high, or that the enemy's strength was insufficient to assault a base housing higher-grade military supplies. Regardless of which scenario it was good news for Qingjiang. After discussing for a while and exchanging ideas, the team decided that Jiang and Black Crow, skilled in disguise, would take Chun-Pai and Thunderlight to investigate suspicious locations within the city, while the Ice Fox, adept at creating illusions, and the White Shark, proficient in close combat, would remain at the shop to monitor the area. The Ice Fox's illusions could convince any observers that the other team members were still present, thereby misleading the enemy. Then, let us commence, Jiang declared, donning an ice-white cloak from a nearby shelf and vanishing in a thin air. That I envy all of you who can wield magic. You always look so impressive. The White Shark sighed. Chapter 24. The meeting in the Blood-Tide district at an unknown old warehouse. The three saints, Desire, Bone, and Grace, pulled open the heavy iron door that on the left side of the warehouse sat two identical-looking men. The only distinction being that the man on the left had a gray right eye, while the one on the right had a white right eye. Upon seeing the three enter, the corners of their mouths curled slightly. These two, Grace's eyes ignited with fury. Just as he was about to erupt, Desire and Bone restrained him. Bone whispered in his ear, "It's best not to provoke them right now. Their strength surpasses ours." Hearing this, Grace not only did not relent, but became even more enraged, glaring at the two men and exclaiming, "Two dead fish eyes." Grace, suppressing his anger, took a seat on the opposite side of the warehouse. "Good afternoon, gentlemen." The two stood and performed a rather unrefined version of the old, noble Savoy greeting, towering over Grace by nearly a head. "Save your noble courtesies, you hypocrites," Grace retorted disdainfully. "Who says we are bowing to you?" "We are honoring Mr. Mouse and these two," the gray-eyed saint coldly replied. The two men remained expressionless, looking at Grace as if he were a fool, observing their unchanged expressions, which seemed to grow more amused. Grace nearly lost his composure. Just as he was about to explode, an elegant woman in gray pushed the door open. She stood over 1.7 meters tall, wearing a hat that concealed her entire face and a gray overcoat. The two men changed their hostile demeanor towards Grace and performed a proper greeting, addressing her with respect. "Welcome, Saint of the Heart, that you're too kind," the Saint of the Heart replied. "The twin saints have arrived quite early. We just came early for lack of anything better to do." "Has the Saint of the Heart encountered any troubles?" inquired the gray-eyed saint. "Nothing much. I ran into a few small ruffians on the way and dealt with them all," the Saint of the Heart said with a gentle smile. "Indeed, your beauty does attract attention," remarked the white-eyed saint. "Not necessarily. It could also be that the Saint of the Heart inadvertently locked eyes with them, prompting these dark-hearted individuals to seek trouble," the gray-eyed saint added, glancing meaningfully at Grace as he spoke. "Are you looking for trouble?" Grace snapped, rushing forward to confront the gray-eyed saint. "You think you're so bright and positive, don't you? Always prattling on about others, as if you're the most impressive one here." That I in a fit of rage, Grace lunged at the gray-eyed saint. You two can't stand not being snarky, can you? Bone also charged forward, attempting to grab the collar of the gray-eyed saint. The gray-eyed saint merely stepped back, causing both to crash to the ground. Oh dear, I was merely speaking of those ruffians. Surely no one is truly upset. The gray-eyed saint said with a cheerful smile. Oh, that ruffian might have overindulged, the white-eyed saint remarked with a look of disdain. You bastard. Grace sprang up from the floor, the poisonous insects on his body emitting a sharp hiss. His bloodied form exuding an oppressive aura as he lunged at the twin saints. As he reached them, the gray-eyed saint threw a spell sphere and stepped back. Grace, unable to dodge in time, was hurled against the wall, his clothes and the poisonous insects on him reduced to charred remains, revealing his bandaged body, marred with blood. How disgusting. How long has it been since you changed those filthy bandages? The white-eyed saint retched. Ugh! Xueyi hurled two venomous insects towards the white-eyed sage, and as they approached him, two steel needles enveloped in azure flames pinned them to the wall, reducing the insects to ash amidst their wails. Spare us. Those little flies cannot possibly harm us, taunted the gray-eyed sage. Did I ask you? Have you had your fill of this commotion? The Sage of Hearts glared coldly at Xueyi and his companions, emanating an aura of pressure. Why are you bothering us with your trivialities? Liu and Qingjiang glared fiercely at her. Did we mention you by name? Why the haste? Upon analysis, it appears you initiated the conflict first. The Sage of Hearts responded icily. You three. Despite Xueyi's mounting fury, he could only acquiesce and sit down obediently. You three had better temper your tempers. Otherwise, if the three sages learn of this, your fates will be dire, warned the Sage of Hearts with a chilling tone. Do not forget the fate of that traitor. The six of them gathered around a battered wooden table, and Qingjiang spoke up. Perplexed, by the way, where is Xueyi? Why hasn't he come to the meeting? The two sages assigned him a task. Recently, that group of inept individuals has drawn the attention of the police. So he must prepare diligently. He is likely busy relocating the machinery now, Liu replied. Now, let us discuss the original plan to incite chaos in the city. Xueyi has commenced the operation of that sorcerous device. How goes your progress? Fair enough. This morning, Qingjiang and I located the ghost known as Owen Lord. Those ancient spells have shattered his powers, and he has yet to regain what he once possessed. I can sense that his memories remain entirely unrecovered, yet his inner hatred and fury continue to blaze fiercely. Liu licked the scar at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, I stumbled upon something even more intriguing. He is working at that vampire's residence. Interesting. Could it be that Burns has taken him in? The gray-eyed sage mused, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. It remains unclear, but I hope that is not the case. Otherwise, two formidable adversaries joining forces would present a considerable challenge for us, Qingjiang remarked. Let us hope he is merely a casual laborer, added the white-eyed sage. What means did you employ to escape? I am certain he would not allow you to return alive, the Sage of Hearts inquired. Qingjiang tossed two small plastic objects onto the table before her. Upon closer inspection, one could see some twisted metal embedded within them. What is this? The Sage of Hearts asked, puzzled. Pencil leads. Two pieces that were shot at us as arrows. He used these to obliterate our two avatars, leaving not a trace behind, Qingjiang replied. The conference room fell into silence as all gazes fixated on the two plastic objects. And after a prolonged pause, the gray-eyed sage finally spoke. The individual who has taken a portion of his power is in for misfortune. Let us hope it does not drag us into the fray. The white-eyed sage said. What of the great sage? Does he have any new intelligence? I believe we require stronger sorceress units and devices to confront that individual, Liu stated. Not yet, but the great sage has informed me he has begun preparations. The academic research group of the church is currently restoring ancient spell manuscripts, and it is anticipated that it will not be long before they develop spells potent enough to eliminate him entirely. The Sage of Hearts replied. Let us hope it is swift. Ever since that specter re-emerged, the individual wielding his fragmented powers has grown increasingly frantic by the day. The gray-eyed sage quipped that I have heard that the Sorcerer of Wrath's enchantments are already in operation. With the scale of that school, I wonder how many delectable souls will be available for my enjoyment, Liu exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 25. The processing plant in the Central District at the Central Hospital. On the second underground level, two individuals dressed in regular attire, the cross star and red light, entered what appeared to be an ordinary freight elevator. They swiped the patient card marked 396 and pressed the button for the D1 level. The elevator did not ascend. Instead, it descended deeper. IT halted approximately 20 meters underground, and as the doors opened slowly, the cold light illuminated their faces, revealing the words "Special Psychiatry" inscribed on the shimmering silver metallic walls. The Special Psychiatry Department was established during the First Storm War. Initially aimed at treating patients affected by Fisher energy, that IT was divided into 3 treatment zones: mild, moderate, and severe, based on the degree of impact. As time progressed, it also began accepting general patients with severe mental illnesses. Upon the death of severe patients, the Fisher energy within them would seep out, and when concentrated sufficiently, it would create a new Fisher energy field around them, posing a significant danger. Thus, beneath the treatment area lies a sealed isolation chamber dedicated to handling patients who succumb to high concentrations of energy. Several nurses clad in protective gear sat at the reception desk. Upon noticing the newcomers, an older-looking nurse greeted them with a smile, while the others extended their hands towards the table, fixated on them. "Patient card and visitation certificate," she requested. The cross star presented the card and certificate, and the nurse scanned the card through a device which emitted a green light. She handed them the card, a vial of sedative, and a packet of medication, pointing to the east side of the hall. "Proceed that way. Take a left, and you'll arrive that if emotions run high, administer 1 pill. If he becomes uncontrollable, inject him with a sedative. To exit, use the display screen on the door to notify us. Do not proceed right. The consequences will be yours to bear." One nurse entered a password to unlock the sealed door, and as the two entered, the door closed automatically behind them. Unlike a typical hospital, the walls and floors here were constructed from specially designed metal, with each patient room requiring a corresponding patient card to unlock. Even standard armor-piercing rounds might struggle to penetrate these walls. The security measures here are significantly more stringent than during my last visit. "Quite impressive," remarked the cross star. They made their way down the corridor to room 396, where intermittent sounds of objects colliding could be heard. "Let him lose control of his emotions first. Do not rush to subdue him," the cross star instructed red light. They pushed open the door to find a disheveled man seated in the corner. His eyes filled with terror. Upon seeing them enter, he trembled as he spoke. "You, here to kill me? This is not the right time. What are you?" The individual, codenamed Iron Plate, stammered out strange phrases that do not be alarmed. "We are here on behalf of the boss," the cross star reassured him, tossing a pendant his way. Iron Plate picked it up to examine it, a metal plate embedded with fire lizard scales. Inscribed with his information on the front, that he exhaled in relief, hanging it around his neck, his demeanor becoming somewhat more composed. "I see you are from the boss. That eases my mind. What do you wish to inquire?" "We know you have encountered Xueyi. We seek information regarding him." The cross star exchanged a knowing glance with Red Light, who sat beside Iron Plate, ready to administer the sedative. "That bastard!" Iron Plate exclaimed, clutching his head. "Our group ran into him in the eastern section of the city at the time. We were gathering intelligence in a residential area around 1 or 2 in the afternoon when we encountered a group suspected of being from the Storm Church. Our leader had instructed us to capture anyone we encountered and turn them over to the police, that we were on the verge of winning the fight when that guy suddenly appeared." "Did he appear instantaneously?" "Yes, he crawled out from a corpse. The moment he emerged, he killed the first 2 brothers in front of him. My God. It was as if he recalled something terribly frightening." He covered his head, staring at the ground. "Those 2 brothers were reduced to nothing but dust. I even heard their screams. They turned to dust, yet they continued to scream." Noticing his emotions spiraling out of control, the cross star offered him medication and water. "It's all right. Take some medicine to calm down." "How were you rescued?" Iron Plate took a moment to compose himself before continuing. "After he killed those 2 brothers, he threw a few stun grenades that knocked us unconscious. When I regained consciousness, he and those cultists had vanished." "What did he look like?" "Just an ordinary man, probably in his 30s. Thank you for your assistance." "Is there anything you would like me to relay to the fire lizard?" "No, wait. Are you planning to kill that guy?" "He killed my men. According to the rules, I must take his life." "Please, I beg you. My 2 brothers didn't even have their corpses left." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the old industrial district of the western suburbs, at the waste processing plant, a police car parked at the entrance with 2 officers inside. One had long black hair and normal black eyes, while the other fiddled with a remote control. This is the third one. The previous ones yielded no results. These people are exceptionally well hidden, Lei Guang remarked. Setting down the remote. Stay alert. This might be their hiding place. IS the mechanism on your breathing mask ready. All set. Just press this button, and the clasp will detach. Here, take it. Lei Guang tossed a small button to Ao Jiang. Let us go. Lei Guang stepped out of the vehicle, carrying a toolbox. The Special Operations Team, while not officially part of the police force, was allowed to borrow police equipment and uniforms, along with temporary badges. When conducting inspections that could easily be compromised by spies, these temporary badges were linked to corresponding temporary files within the police system to address any potential queries. As the two men walked a few steps inside, the surrounding workers appeared unfazed, with only a few casting curious glances in their direction. The duo briefly explained their purpose to an official, and before long, a person who seemed to be a leader approached them with a welcoming smile. Welcome to our facility. May I ask what brings you here? Ao Jiang presented the investigation order to the leader, requesting to inspect financial and personnel records, as well as the premises. A surprise inspection? Haha, let me take you to the archives, the leader said, leading them with great familiarity. Lei Guang examined the financial situation while Ao Jiang scrutinized the personnel files. Occasionally calm, Ao Jiang would slightly furrow his brows, while the leader maintained a professional smile. Upon discovering a charred document, Ao Jiang's lips twitched slightly. He pointed to a name on the file and asked, "What about this one? What's the situation?" You mean this one named De Huang?" The leader replied, "Is it really possible for someone to be called De Huang? This De Huang has an intellectual disability. We assisted him in obtaining his documents that he genuinely doesn't know what his name is. So he wrote De Huang that we have him sorting metal scraps outside, providing him 3 meals a day." The leader retrieved a blurry photograph from a cabinet and handed it to Ao Jiang. The image vaguely depicted a disheveled middle-aged man who had passed away 2 years prior and was buried in a cemetery in the northern suburbs. A pitiful soul. You certainly have a compassionate side. Ao Jiang remarked gently that there's nothing special about it. Helping others is akin to helping oneself, the leader modestly replied. The finances appear to be in order, Lei Guang stated. Well then, we shall proceed with our inspection of the factory. You may resume your tasks. Ao Jiang exchanged a glance with Lei Guang, and the two stood up to exit. Please wait a moment. The leader hurriedly stood up to stop them. Is there anything else? Ao Jiang inquired. I see this is your first inspection here. Perhaps I should accompany you, to ensure your safety from any machinery hazards, the leader suggested, scratching his head. There's no need. We have prepared adequately. You can attend to your own work, Ao Jiang insisted. That won't do. The safety of the police officers is of utmost importance. Allow me to find an experienced worker to accompany you. I'll have him wait downstairs for you, he said, picking up the phone. All right, thank you. As they exited, an elderly man in his 60s waved at them. The two politely shook his hand, but as they did, Ao Jiang sensed something amiss upon closer inspection. He noticed the old worker's pinky finger on his right hand drooping. What happened to your hand? Ao Jiang asked. I lost a finger a few years back when it got caught in a machine. Please don't mind it, the old worker replied. The old worker accompanied the two as they inspected nearly the entire workforce and all the warehouses. When Ao Jiang requested to check the incineration area, the old worker hesitated. Comrades, the incineration workshop has a lot of smoke and toxic gases that might pose a respiratory risk for you. Would you like me to fetch you some respirators? No need. We brought our own protective masks, Lei Guang said, opening the toolbox and handing one to Ao Jiang. The old worker pointed to another 2 full-face masks, saying, You should wear these. The smoke can be harmful to your eyes as well. Just for a moment. We'll be fine. If anything goes wrong, we won't hold you accountable, the two assured him as they donned their masks and proceeded inside. The old worker, realizing he couldn't dissuade them, reluctantly put on his waist mask and followed them in. With a click, Ao Jiang's mask clasp suddenly broke, followed closely by Lei Guang's. How unfortunate. It seems we'll have to use those, Ao Jiang remarked with a smile, while simultaneously noticing a subtle change in the old man's expression. The air was filled with a faint haze of smoke as the two meticulously examined the machinery and storage areas. The surrounding workers wore facial masks, quietly shoveling refuse onto conveyor belts. While ostensibly inspecting the machines, Ao Jiang discreetly observed his surroundings, noticing several workers casting furtive glances toward the corner where a conveyor belt lay. He feigned ignorance and led the old worker in that direction for inspection. As they examined the machines of those workers, Jiang quietly scrutinized their actions, noting that the old worker's hands trembled. What seems to be the matter? Should we step outside for a moment? Jiang inquired with concern. Nothing. It's just an old ailment. I'm fine. The old worker hastily waved his hand that a nearby worker approached and patted his shoulder firmly, saying, You should step outside for a breather. We wouldn't want the police to worry. Indeed. We are here to assist you. Besides, we've nearly completed the inspection. You have grandchildren at home. Prioritize your health, another worker chimed in. Seeing others converge, the old man sighed and said to the two, Could you please take me to the infirmary? Just around the corner after exiting. Of course. It's our duty to serve the people. They replied in unison. After escorting the old man to the infirmary, Jiang casually asked, How long has it been since your finger was injured? 2 or 3 years, I suppose. Alas, I have grown quite forgetful. The old man lamented. Comrades, you must have other duties that I'm just dealing with some old issues. If there's nothing else, please continue with your work. Before Lei Guang could respond, Jiang interjected. Then we'll head to obtain the compliance certificate. I hope your condition improves. With that, he pulled Lei Guang away. Once they were a distance away, the leader emerged from a room adjacent to the infirmary, watching the old worker with a smile. He tossed a photograph to him. The old man sighed, trembling as he lifted the photo, while the leader tapped the table and said with a smirk, You've done well assisting the police with this inspection. I hope you continue to maintain such diligence. Chapter 26. New developments. After signing the necessary documents, the two climbed into their police vehicle and drove towards the urban area. What did you discover earlier? Jiang, seated in the passenger seat, adjusted his earpiece but did not respond to Lei Guang's inquiry. Impressive work. When did you install it? Lei Guang asked. Just now. Care to listen? Jiang adjusted the dial and handed the earpiece to Lei Guang. Absolutely, Lei Guang replied, putting on the earpiece. After listening for a while, he returned the earpiece to Jiang, his expression one of disbelief. This contains nothing of value, just some praise from the leader for that old worker. Nothing more. Not quite, Jiang insisted, pushing the earpiece back into his ear. I'm beginning to suspect that old man is under duress. Interesting. You also think there's something off about him? Lei Guang asked. His finger. What do you think caused the injury? Jiang probed. But he said it was caught in a machine. Lei Guang replied, puzzled that I doubt that. I suspect it was severed by someone else. Jiang asserted, pausing briefly. And it likely has something to do with those individuals in the incineration area. Are you suggesting his trembling is due to fear of those men, rather than a medical condition? Lei Guang seemed to connect the dots. I was wondering how that guy could hit him with such force. If that's the case, I suspect his family is being held hostage by these individuals, forcing him to comply. I believe I know what our next course of action should be. What about the listening device? How do you plan to handle it? It will self-destruct soon. It's a one-time use, and even if discovered, it can't be traced. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, though we need to keep a close watch on this location. It appears highly suspicious. Due to the recent assassination incident involving the Night Shadow Society, certain factions within Qingjiang City were in a state of panic, collectively pressuring the government to dispatch professionals for an investigation. In pursuit of additional leads, the Cross-Star team, accompanied by Qi Guang, initiated their inquiries, while Jiang led other team members in investigating the Plastic Gold Saints incident. That I'm curious what those individuals are so afraid of. Perhaps we should investigate them as well. We might uncover more cases. Jiang mused that I find it odd that the fellow died so suspiciously. Shortly after the murder, he was killed by members of the Night Shadow Society. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? Jiang licked his lips. After all, they are from the Night Shadow Society. Those individuals are notorious for gathering intelligence. That IT could merely be a coincidence, Lei Guang replied. Perhaps. Let's wait for the captain's investigation to conclude before drawing any conclusions. The two drove the police vehicle to the precinct where they had prepared in advance, returning the uniforms and badges to the Special Operations Team's management. Jiang cast an invisibility spell over the two of them as they exited. Upon returning to the detective agency, Jiang assigned Heya, Lei Guang, and Chenpai to take turns monitoring the western suburb processing plant, while the remaining team members continued to identify suspicious targets under the guise of police officers. After distributing the tasks, he stretched and rubbed his slightly sore eyes, glancing in the direction of the tavern. He tilted his head slightly. Your birthday is approaching. I wonder what you might desire. I in the newly developed district, at the Cambert Tavern. The daytime sees a sparse crowd. Owen Lord is seated attentively at the cash register. Engrossed in his new computer, which A.O. Jiang had taken the time to set up for him in recent days, showcasing commendable performance, Eno's vacation has come to an end, and she has returned to the research base to engage in her clandestine studies. The night before her departure, she was still immersed in research on the Silver Moon. Regrettably, modern science appears incapable of elucidating this particular weapon. Kafia stretched languorously as she descended from the upper floor, followed closely by Juan and I, who casually grabbed some chicken jerky from the bar, tearing it open and scattering it on the ground. She pressed the remote control beside her, activating the large-screen television recently installed in the tavern's hall. Slow down, my little one. She gently stroked the kitten's back. How's your experience been with this computer over the past couple of days? Any lag? Remarkably smooth, and the visuals are astonishingly clear. My goodness. This is something unimaginable in the era I once lived, Owen Lord exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. The games AO provided are incredibly engaging. The graphics and effects, if I recall the term correctly, are simply spectacular. And the gameplay is quite delightful. Indeed, those games are his prize selections, and the components are meticulously chosen that I wonder what expression Korobot will have upon seeing the bill, it's quite a thought to anticipate. Kafia mused, a slight smile gracing her lips. Try casting the screen onto the television, following the procedure that the little wolf cub taught you yesterday. Before long, the display from the computer mirrored onto the television screen with remarkable clarity, devoid of any lag. All set. You need to wash dishes or clean up tonight. I have a new task for you then, Kafia said, casually pouring herself a glass of red wine from a bottle she had taken from the bar. Thank you, came Owen's response. Speaking of work, I noticed that R.AO and your two brothers have all gone to their occupations. Having spent so many days here, I'm rather curious about your own line of work. I previously worked at a small company, but it went bankrupt. Now, I occasionally provide online psychological counseling or undertake various tasks. However, my primary responsibility is managing my family's trade orders. You have studied psychology? That's impressive. What else have you learned? For specifics, you can refer to my academic record, the checked items to know what I've studied. Can you truly not recall your past memories? We could assist you in locating your living relatives. Owen remained silent for a moment, clutching his head in anguish as he felt a surge of emotional energy. Kafia swiftly scooped up the kitten, and with a flick of her fingers, a shimmering pink crystal barrier materialized around Owen. She positioned herself beside the bar, her gaze fixed intently on him. This set of magical barriers is typically employed by Kafia to shield patients from emotional energy contamination from other dimensions. When necessary, she can activate a witchcraft array to erase any malevolent entities within. After approximately 5 minutes, the energy surrounding Owen gradually dissipated. He stood up unsteadily, cradling his head, and murmured, "There's something. They are obstructing my memories my power isn't sufficient to break through that barrier." Kafia placed the kitten back on the ground, humming softly as a faint red glow from her magic flowed into Owen's body. You are indeed extraordinary. The emotional fluctuations you just emitted are quite abnormal. It seems something has fused with you. The magic coursed through him. Owen felt his mind gradually clearing. Rest assured, since you can maintain this state, it indicates that the entity within you lacks the power to seize control of your body, it can stay there. Even if it attempts to take over, I can eliminate you, Kafia remarked, all the while trimming the kitten's nails. So, I am experiencing amnesia? Not entirely, I suspect. Based on your description, it seems something is blocking your memories. You must enhance your abilities. Keep striving, she encouraged. Just as Owen was about to rise, Kafia suddenly noticed something unusual at his waist and quickly stopped him. Lift your shirt, is that really necessary? Owen stammered, feeling flustered. I'm not intending anything untoward. I have my little wolf cub. Something seems amiss at your waist. Let me see. Owen complied, lifting his work shirt, revealing the specter's body to the open air. Kafia scanned the area, her brow slightly furrowing. Has it always been like this? Chapter 27. Pursuit. Due to Owen Lord having been cooped up in the basement playing games, Kafia had not noticed the anomaly about him. The upper half of the specter's torso was that of a normal human body, but the left side of the waist bore the form of an unknown creature, emanating a faint green luminescence and revealing distorted faces within its depths. No wonder Kafia's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She gently pressed her fingertip against that portion of the tissue, and in an instant, a powerful surge of emotion coursed through her thoughts. Useless. Her blood-red eyes glimmered ominously as the roaring emotional energy abruptly halted. Quickly retreating back into the tissue, stayed at a cool voice resonated, and a strand of bluish-green emotion was forcibly retained. She pinched it between her fingers, shaping it into a green orb. Simultaneously, Owen sensed a slight loosening of the blockade on his memories. He concentrated, striving to recall his past. Kafia toyed with the orb, her brow relaxing. "Did I remember?" Owen Lord rasped. "My name is Barris Samantha, Owen Lord, that I graduated from the Koronoff Military Academy at the age of 23. Looks like it's having some effect. I'll study your orb." "Continue with your game," Kafia said, cradling the kitten as she ascended the stairs. She opened the door to her room, pulling open a drawer filled with numerous black orbs of the same size as the bluish-green one. She patted the kitten's head, then compared the two orbs with meticulous care. The following night, at the outskirts of the western suburb garbage processing plant, a few rusted trucks emerged from the facility, heading towards the deep lake harbor to the south. After the vehicles had traveled a short distance, a black sedan with tinted windows and a motorcycle adorned with peculiar designs stealthily exited a dilapidated warehouse. Tailing the convoy the convoy reached the highway. A worker in the lead vehicle glanced at the rearview mirror and spoke into the intercom, prompting the trucks to accelerate in an attempt to shake off the sedan. Simultaneously, the sedan and motorcycle also slightly increased their speed, drawing closer to the trucks. The streetlights illuminated the two vehicles, allowing those in the trucks to clearly see the motorcyclist that he was a young man wearing a helmet and a black coat. Incongruous with the frigid weather, he wore a cropped tank top underneath. The exposed skin bore indistinct tattoos, giving him the appearance of a petty thug that as the individual gestured towards the car. The passenger window of the sedan rolled down, revealing a hand flicking a cigarette. The motorcyclist produced a cylindrical object from behind, and as he pulled the string at the back, sparks began to fly from the rear end of the object. The sedan's rear window also rolled down, extending something outward, trailing sparks from several of the cylindrical objects as well. The passenger in the lead vehicle suddenly sensed danger and hastily communicated something over the intercom, prompting the passengers in the other vehicles to retrieve several dark handguns from beneath their seats. Bang, bang, bang. The cylindrical objects erupted with fireworks beside the truck, illuminating the road in a dazzling display. At that moment, the passenger in the sedan relaxed and continued to use the intercom. D3, D2. This is D1. Stand down. They are merely a group of thrill-seeking wealthy youths that do not engage. Before long, the fireworks ceased, and the trucks breathed a sigh of relief, but from behind, larger fireworks were produced and aimed at them. "This is D3. These brats just won't quit. Should I teach them a lesson?" A fierce voice crackled through the intercom. "Be cautious. That esteemed individual has advised against engaging others. Have you forgotten? The next intersection is a crossroads. Split up." They remained oblivious to the three small drones that, cloaked by the smoke of the fireworks, stealthily ascended above the three trucks as a red light illuminated. All three drones landed atop the trucks, extending tiny steel nails to secure themselves before vanishing into the the sedan's rear seat. Leguang patted the driver, high his shoulder. "The drones are installed. Let us move." The three trucks turned into separate roads at the forthcoming intersection, while the sedan braked, coming to a halt by the roadside. Beep, 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 the sedan's horn blared furiously. And in no time, the trucks vanished from sight. The motorcycle also circled in place before stopping beside the sedan. "The report from those guys at the observation station was quite accurate," A.O. Jiang remarked. Adjusting his earpiece, that it appears these individuals are indeed hiding something right under our noses, that if I were in their position, I would wager that at least two of those trucks are not carrying anything. "Leguang, how is the cloaking module functioning?" "The stealth module operates flawlessly, and the positioning system is functioning properly. It appears that we are heading towards Deep Lake Port. Perfect. A.O. Jiang closed his eyes. It seems at this time a substantial bounty awaits. TSK, if we can take down that fellow named Su Jin, I want TF to open shop for quite some time. Back to the office, of course. Are you really not feeling cold at all? Even that guy White Shark would probably have to lie down for quite a while dressed like that, right? I have a special constitution point 2 hours later at the Arc Light Detective Agency. Little girl, let me tell you, That old geezer at home has been sneaking out alone in the middle of the night these past few days. TSK, I wonder which vixen he's been fooling around with. This is the place and time he often visits, so you must find out what he's been up to. A middle-aged woman held up a piece of paper and a photograph at the front desk. Addressing Ice Fox, ma'am, please don't rush. Let me register your request. We will send someone to investigate as soon as possible. You can settle the payment directly when the time comes. Ice Fox said with some exasperation. Little girl, you have to be quick. I'm worried that old fool might get involved with a vixen and steal my inheritance. The woman said, her urgency palpable. All right, we understand, she replied as she turned to leave. Ice Fox worked to control her emotions to keep herself steady. This was already the 34th time this woman had recounted her concerns to her. As the woman exited the agency, she happened upon the three returning from tracking the truck. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the lead figure, Black Crow. Jiang recognized the woman. She was quite notorious in the area, famous for her intense suspicion and insatiable curiosity, a person few dared to provoke. She grabbed Black Crow's hand, and before the three could react, her eyes sparkled as she asked, Young man, do you have a partner? I have a little daughter at home. Would you be interested in getting to know her? Black Crow Jiang. Lei Guang, standing beside the mentally stalled Black Crow, Jiang awkwardly interjected, Aunt Son, my colleague here is focused on his career and is not considering settling down yet. Perhaps you could find someone else? Hiss, a young man who is too focused on his career one do. You should listen to Annie, she replied, her eyes widening as she noticed the tattoos on Jiang's belly. Are young people these days really into such things? Is this how you honor your parents? Before she could finish, Jiang quickly said, Annie, we have some paperwork to attend to, so we must take our leave. He then pulled the two away towards the agency. Once inside, Black Crow wiped the sweat from his brow, his gray eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. I'm really not good at handling such situations. It's nothing, Jiang smiled, then rubbed the tattoo on his belly, followed by his fingers, his expression slightly embarrassed. The quality of this tattoo sticker is a bit too good. ISNT it. Chapter 28. The bill that evening. At the Camberth Tavern, after a long day of surveillance, Jiang stretched lazily and was about to enter the tavern when he noticed a new poster stuck on the door. New Game Dragon's Homeland Live completion stream. Drinks at 10 off. Wow! A hint of curiosity sparkled in his tired eyes as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Unlike usual, the tavern was particularly lively today, especially with a number of young people present. Following their gaze, he noticed the newly hung television screen broadcasting live gameplay of Owen Lord. Leaning against Cavia, he rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and grabbed a glass of sparkling water. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the combat game he had recently purchased, for which Owen Lord had researched guides extensively beforehand. Bang! Bang! Owen Lord dodged two attacks in quick succession, then skillfully evaded the boss's wide-range blade attack. The surrounding young people erupted in applause. Your new idea is fantastic. This job seems to suit him well, Jiang thought, his tail lightly resting on her leg. Cavia smirked slightly. Of course, my judgment of character is unparalleled. But his gaming talent is simply outrageous that I struggled to grasp this game. Yet he mastered it in no time. He's truly a genius. She gestured to the thick stack of cash in her hand. Thanks to him, our revenue has increased significantly today. They spoke. Owen Lord had already defeated the boss, leaping into the air to deliver a fatal blow. His sword pierced the giant's skull. A jet of pitch-black blood erupted, revealing a shimmering crystal slowly emerging from the brain matter. Has he really defeated the second major boss already? Jiang exclaimed, astonished that at this speed, he could become a streamer. Incredible? Oh, many young people stood up excitedly, their eyes sparkling as they approached Owen Lord. Master, please teach me how to dodge that elite Iron Cavalry's sweeping attack. It's simply amazing. Master, what is your trick to evading the Flame Dragon King's fiery explosion? I've even been stuck on that for ages. Owen Lord wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, stammering, you just need to backstep and jump to hit the invincibility frame. All right, everyone, please don't crowd around our employee, or it might affect his gameplay, Cavia announced, rising to disperse the gathering crowd. Seeing that they hadn't learned any game tips, the crowd sighed and returned to watching the television. By the way, Little Wolf Cub, that clip that Xueyi filmed earlier has been sent to me. Do you want to take a look? The special effects turned out quite well, Dodo. Let me see. Oh, she took out her phone and opened a video. The video began with Jiang encountering a few Easterners, and the two watched intently. When it reached the part where he exposed their ruse, Qingjiang had added a dust effect and amplified the sound of the spear striking the ground, while Jiang's leap with the spear was enhanced with a thunder effect. Hey, my little wolf cub is perfect for movie making. Not that impressive. I'm looking forward to Xueyi's movie, that I'll go watch it and cheer him on. Kavya tucked her phone away and pulled Jiang into her embrace, playfully rubbing his ears. Meanwhile, in the southern mountains of the northwest wilderness, at Qingjiang prison, an elderly man wearing glasses and carrying a military green shoulder bag held a sealed document bag and an envelope. Soldiers along his path paused to salute him. He walked to the deepest part of the corridor and knocked on the warden's office door. "Come in," a commanding voice echoed from within. The elder swiped his card on the adjacent machine, and the electronic door opened with a click. He pushed the door open and entered. The warden's office was small, around 20 square meters, with shelves on either side lined with yellowing books, some with tattered covers. In the center stood a simple desk cluttered with piles of disorganized documents and an enamel tea tumbler. To the left of the desk was an old shredder, while the right side held a water dispenser. Behind it lay a folding army bed. Qingjiang sat beside the desk, intently reading a newspaper. All done with work. Have some water and take a break. Qingjiang poured a cup of hot water and handed it to the elder, who sat down and drank it in one go. That he then lit a cigarette and handed over the document. As per your request, I've installed riot suppression equipment in zones 3 to 5 and also upgraded the security system's protection level. Now, not even mercenaries or those storm church folks can breach these walls. Qingjiang took out the documents and began reading carefully, a look of approval crossing his face. That he patted the elder's shoulder and handed him a large envelope from the desk. "Make sure to rest well for a while, Old Wong." Old Wong took the envelope and stowed it in his bag. "How have Eno and the others been lately?" "Quite well. That I gave Eno some time off. She should be back at work now. The two kids are doing fine too. I have a letter for you." "I'm not sure who wrote it," Old Wong said, handing over an envelope. Qingjiang furrowed his brow, stroking his beard. "It's been 800 years since anyone wrote to me. Who could it be?" As he tore open the envelope, a note and a bill fell out. The note read, "Owen Lord's computer parts bill. Please transfer the money to me promptly." At the bottom was written Jiang. "Who wrote this? Is it that you owe someone money and they're reminding you?" Old Wong exhaled a puff of smoke. "Oh, it's that kid Xiaojiang's note that I asked him to help me set up a computer for an old friend, and I was going to cover the cost. That I didn't expect it to be ready so soon." Qingjiang chuckled as he picked up the bill, but the moment he saw the total of 20,000, his smile froze. That he didn't understand the components listed, like DDR4 16GB, 1 TB hybrid hard drive, ATX motherboard, but the final price was crystal clear. That he suddenly felt a pang of pain in his wallet. Old Wong examined the bill closely and, after reading it, looked at Qingjiang with confusion. "These components are all geared towards gaming. Top-notch stuff. This computer should handle any large-scale game without issue. I had no idea that you had a friend who enjoys playing video games. That I have known him for quite some time." The explanation is somewhat intricate. The cost was not an issue, as I had him procure some high-end equipment for me. The IT was indeed expensive, but it was worth it, for Owen Lord saved my life. Qingjiang retrieved his phone and transferred the requisite amount to Jiang, then swiftly produced several envelopes from beneath the table, handing them to Old Wong. "You can take a couple of days to rest. My friend is currently residing in Burns. If you're interested, you might pay him a visit. These envelopes contain the bounty from Xiaojiang. Do remember to give it to him. Also, please ensure to reimburse your travel expenses." Old Wong exited the office, and a notification chimed. "Ding. You have received a new payment, Thedo. Qingjiang has transferred the money to me." Jiang exclaimed with excitement, but he also mentioned that he entrusted Old Wong with the bounty from the last task. "Is Old Wong returning as well? I wonder if he will be able to stay until my birthday." Suddenly, Jiang's phone buzzed. He opened it to find a message from Lei Guang, who was monitoring the situation. He lightly traced his fingernail across Kafia's hand, seeking a secluded room to view the photos sent to him. The images depicted items being unloaded from a truck, stacked in 3 warehouses, obscured beneath thick tarpaulins, rendering their contents unidentifiable. Quite cunning, he mused that he inputted information to prepare combat drones, as he intended to close in soon. Based on his estimations of the factory's dimensions and the potential size of the mystical machinery, he deduced that the machines might be disassembled in the coming days. The sporadic trucks transporting unidentified objects to the port further solidified his conjecture. Let me guess, where do you plan to transport those items? Upon exiting the room, he leaned close to Kafia's ear and whispered, I will go prepare the necessary equipment. Kafia nodded, her fingertip lightly tapping the ground, enveloping the basement in an invisible barrier. Chapter 29. Unexpected Changes November 4th. Western Suburbs Waste Treatment Plant. Director's office. How is the transfer of that batch going? The director nonchalantly inquired, his feet propped on the desk, a fine cigar clamped between his fingers. Aside from the incident on the first day, when some thrill-seekers set off fireworks, there have been no issues detected, replied the official. Excellent. Well done. What of that old man's family? We have someone keeping watch. That old fool has been quite subdued since losing a finger. Should he dare to speak to the police, I will ensure he is dealt with. And how fare the warehouses at the port? The captain is quite willing to store our goods for an extended period and has agreed to a long-term partnership. However, that captain's appetite is rather insatiable. We may need to seek a new collaborator. Understood. I shall arrange for someone to make contact shortly. The director flicked ash from his cigar and tossed a black gold card to the official. Go and indulge yourself. Once everything is settled, find a way to dispose of that old man.as for his family. Ensure those two children remain. That a sinister grin spread across his greasy face. The rest is up to you. Remember to keep it discreet, or that old man will ensure our demise. Even the high-ranking officials above us cannot protect us. The official picked up the card, responding with an eager nod, his gaze filled with a lascivious glint. Work diligently for the elders of the church, and rewards will surely follow. Accompanied by the director's laughter, his corpulence quivered in tandem. Oh, and regarding that matter I mentioned to you, I will send someone to handle it shortly. Make it discreet. Rest assured, it will be framed as an unfortunate accident that I have arranged everything. You need only follow him to depart quietly. Beneath their feet, in the sewer, thick patches of mold clung to the walls. Murky wastewater saturated with refuse and small animal bones from the city, some frozen together, forming repugnant icebergs. Rats scurried past workers' feet, only to be crushed underfoot, their bodies discarded into the bubbling green muck. Pay close attention. Do not let anyone infiltrate, that if anyone does, eliminate them immediately. Understood? The leader commanded. The other workers nodded, a glimmer of ferocity in their eyes. Behind them, a flicker of ice-blue light flashed silently. Such bold words. I am curious to know just how capable you truly are. The ice-blue figure vanished, leaving only a trail of snowflakes dissipating into the air. Minutes later, the ice-blue figure appeared in the control tower of the wastewater treatment plant. As the invisibility spell faded, a striking youthful visage emerged in the air. Black Crow reporting. A sedan has departed the treatment plant, heading toward the urban area. End of report that received. That Jiang tucked his silver hair behind his ear, his blue eyes wearily observing the treatment plant as he yawned. Snowflakes began to fall. He looked up at the sky and thought, it's time to build a snowman at home. Gigi, this is Cross Star. The 3 warehouses at the target location are heavily guarded and confirmed to exhibit high-energy magical reactions, that we commence operations at 8 tonight. End. This is Frostblade. Received. Buzz, Frostblade calling Black Crow. How are your preparations? Black Crow received. White Shark, Thunderlight, and Venom Sting are all set and ready for action. Perfect. He adjusted his earpiece, a blue-white ice crystal floating in his hand, reshaping into a gem, then a bouquet of roses. And finally a necklace, before solidifying into an icy heart. He propped his chin up, his eyes lightly closed, softly humming a tranquil melody that as he sang. A slight pain coursed through his throat. He coughed a couple of times. Halting his song, that a bit of progress. Haha, at least it's longer than last time. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the treatment plant, causing Jiang's pupils to constrict as he dashed downstairs, before he reached the ground level. A violent explosion erupted from the direction of the smoke, sending a powerful shockwave that shattered all the glass in the control tower, embedding shards throughout the control room. Had Jiang remained in the control tower, those shards would have undoubtedly inflicted severe injuries upon him. Boom, boom, boom. A massive mushroom cloud suddenly ascended from the combustion workshop, the deafening explosions nearly rendering him unconscious. Jiang steadied himself, quickly activating his earpiece to call his teammates. After confirming the safety of all four, he promptly connected to the cross-star channel. This is Frostblade. An explosion has occurred at the target's site, and we are currently unable to ascertain if it was caused by enemies. Requesting instructions. A cacophony of noise resonated from the other end of the earpiece, followed by the calm voice of Cross-Star. This is Cross-Star. Act swiftly to prevent the enemies from destroying evidence. Received. He switched channels. All members of the treatment plan action team. Engage in firefighting efforts under the guise of workers. Ensure your safety. Received. The other four teammates responded in unison. As flames erupted, other workers from surrounding factory buildings rushed to assist in extinguishing the fire. Most of the treatment plant workers were gravely injured, being supported by fellow workers as they retreated. A few workers attempted to open the fire hydrants to combat the blaze, only to find that no water would flow. Regardless of how they twisted the handles, Jiang surveyed the fire's progress, his brow furrowed. This isn't right. Based on the last inspection, the flames shouldn't be spreading this rapidly. He adjusted his earpiece. This is Frostblade. The fire is spreading too fast. Something is amiss. In mere minutes, the roaring flames had consumed a significant portion of the factory. Jiang hurried up to the control tower, surveying the factory before sprinting in a specific direction. What in the world? Are these ruffians attempting to incinerate the entire area? Meanwhile, at the port, move. Cross-Star commanded the soldiers to encircle the three warehouses. Three special operations team members broke through the doors and stormed inside. The soldiers swiftly secured all personnel within the warehouses. This is Cross-Star. The three warehouses at the port are under control. With a rustle, the soldiers simultaneously pulled back the tarps covering the items, exposing heaps of scrap metal to the air. Upon Cross-Star's command, the soldiers began to remove the scrap metal. Minutes later, as the last piece was cleared, the three special operations members gasped in unison. A small orb emitting a faint azure glow lay atop the pile. As the orb's luminescence dimmed, the signals on the magical detection devices of the three began to wane. This is Cross-Star. The magical instruments at the port are counterfeit. Frostblade team, be advised. The magical instruments at the port are fake. Frostblade received. While running, Jiang let out a sigh. This is the place. Jiang halted amidst a grove of bamboo. Where a thick layer of snow had settled, 2/3 of the processing plant was engulfed in flames, and in the distance, the cacophony of sirens heralded the arrival of the fire brigade. Dense smoke swirled within the factory, as numerous workers, supported by one another, fled toward the exit, while others collapsed from the inhalation of noxious fumes. Before long, a panting group emerged from the factory, arriving at this intersection, led by the factory manager, followed closely by a figure clad in black, both of whom carried two leather briefcases that a truck rolled out from the dilapidated garage behind them, and the duo placed the briefcases onto the vehicle. Exhaling deeply in relief. Everything went smoothly, the manager remarked, patting the shoulder of his superior. I will recommend your promotion to the Saints upon my return. With that, the group climbed onto the truck, preparing to depart. Those fools have no inkling that the items concealed in those warehouses are merely a ruse to divert their attention. The manager sneered, "That I end this contest. Victory is ours. Thus, we inch closer to the era blessed by the great gods." Indeed, the man in black replied with a sycophantic smile, but then turned abruptly, kicking the driver's seat. "Driver, are you dead? Why are we not moving?" I don't know. The truck was functioning just fine moments ago. And now it's utterly unresponsive. No matter how the driver manipulated the controls, the truck remained inert. Why is it suddenly so cold? A worker shivered, tightening his clothing. With a click, the man in black brandished a handgun, aiming it at one of the workers. Get down and investigate. Though reluctant, the worker complied under the threat of the firearm. Before long, he returned with a grim message. The fuel tank has cracked due to the cold, and gasoline is leaking everywhere. What impossible! This vehicle was designed to withstand extreme cold. It cannot have cracked. The man in black, panic-stricken, explained to the visibly furious manager, "And no worries, we have a backup vehicle. Please, trust me one more time." "Unnecessary," the manager commanded, raising his hands. "Everyone disembark. I assure you, you shall not perish here." A cold, youthful voice echoed in their ears. "Who are you? Show yourself." The man in black, terrified, brandished his weapon, scanning the surroundings, yet found nothing but the intensifying snowfall. Suddenly, an ice shard flew from nowhere, piercing through his gun hand that he howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Useless, the manager scoffed, lifting one of the briefcases and descending from the vehicle, standing beside the truck. He smiled broadly at the empty space before him. "Brother, grant us a way out." With that, he tossed several gold bars at Mr. Manager. "There's no need for this," the icy voice resounded again, seemingly closer this time. "Perhaps I should refer to you as the Golden Saint?" "What?" The manager burst into laughter. "We are merely a bunch of thieves on the run. If you let me go, I guarantee a life of luxury for you." As his words faded, a circle materialized in the snow nearby. "Demonstrate your sincerity." "Very well," the manager exclaimed, tossing in more gold bars. Crunch! A series of faint sounds echoed through the snow as invisible hands seized the bars. Boom! In that instant, a wave of invisible force emanated from the gold bars, disintegrating everything within a 2-meter radius into dust. "You think you can extort us without consequence? You have no idea how many lives are at stake." The manager sneered. "Good thing I have more than one life." Amidst the swirling snow, a gray figure cloaked in white appeared slowly from the nearby bamboo forest, its blue glowing eyes fixated on the manager. A dangerous smile gracing its lips. "That you've made your move. Now it's my turn." Zhang raised her hand, and several concealed ice shards surged forth, piercing the manager's body, as he attempted to retaliate. He found himself utterly incapable of casting any spells. "Damn it, you're that bounty of 20 million, the white-haired girl." The manager spat blood, which crystallized into ice shards. The passengers in the truck seized their weapons and jumped down. But upon touching the ground, their feet became frozen, and their firearms were rendered inoperable. "This is Black Crow. We have arrived at your location and stand ready to strike at any moment." Frostsharp received. The manager groaned, his body growing still, that a stream of blood-red powder oozed from his wounds, coalescing into a humanoid shape nearby. Facial features gradually formed on this entity, and as its mouth took shape, a sharp voice emerged. "That IT has been many years. Have you encountered that group of mercenaries? They should have all been eliminated back then." "Disgusting," Zhang commented. "That as the powder stabilized, the man in black widened his mouth in astonishment. "So you've been right beside us all along." The Golden Saint touched his face, instantly transforming into a male appearance, the powder coalescing into a trench coat, emanating a faint purple glow. Smiling, he patted the manager's head. "You've done well." Before the man in black could utter another word, his body exploded into a shower of crimson powder. Yet, this was far more useful. As other workers attempted to flee, they too exploded into dust one after another. The Golden Saint deftly manipulated the powder, which gathered at his feet, resembling a swarm of writhing crimson ants. With a flourish of his hands, he sent the blood-red powder in several directions toward Zhang, annihilating all life in its path. Several drones swooped in, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Golden Saint, but bullets struck him as if he were made of sand, passing harmlessly through. Boom! The crimson powder surged like a tide, consuming the bamboo grove. The Golden Saint chuckled darkly as the powder behind him transformed into tentacles, swiftly lifting the briefcases and retreating. "Thank you for the 20 million bounty." Whoosh! An ice arrow, entwined with azure magical lines, streaked toward him. The crimson powder rapidly solidified, and boom! Upon impact, the surrounding snow was swept up in a wave, exploding into a mist of ice. On an old water tower near the factory, a gray figure materialized. As the ice mist dissipated, the arrow remained embedded in the powder shield surrounding the Golden Saint, failing to penetrate. "With such meager abilities, you think you can encircle me? Are the special operations teams so arrogant nowadays?" The Golden Saint lightly tapped the surface of the arrow, yet it remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, he tapped again, but the arrow still yielded no reaction. What on earth is going on? Before he could comprehend, his crimson barrier began to crack around the arrow's point of impact. Quickly, the Golden Saint retracted his shield, yet the affected portion solidified, remaining unresponsive to his commands. Whoosh, whoosh! Zhang released 2 more ice arrows. The Golden Saint deftly maneuvered the powder to evade, But despite his efforts, some of the powder failed to escape in time, causing the amount beneath him to diminish by half. To shatter one of my projections so brazenly. I shall see just how many arrows your shield can withstand. Damn it. Why did I have to encounter that white-haired girl? The Golden Saint maneuvered the powder hastily in a different direction, fearing that if he failed to escape this time, her bounty would increase by another 5 million. Stay put. Don't go anywhere. Ha ha. The Stinger drew 2 guns equipped with miniature rocket launchers, aiming toward his path and firing twice. Crap, the Golden Saint, lacking any defense, hastily dodged as the rockets erupted into violet-blue fireballs, with shrapnel embedding into his flesh. That as he contemplated removing them, he noticed that the powder around the silver shrapnel began to solidify rapidly. He had no choice but to dislodge that portion of his body, revealing a glimpse of a translucent blue substance beneath. Damn it. To kill me, you're using silver glass fire munitions. What a waste of money. The Golden Saint altered his direction, heading toward the old steel mill. Just then, the Stinger, readying another rocket, chuckled maniacally. The Golden Saint's pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding an even larger explosion. That a throbbing headache ensued, compelling him to flee toward the sewage treatment plant. Are the special operations teams this wealthy nowadays? I haven't even broken into the top 10. Do they truly need to go this far against me? He lamented. The target has been driven into the sewage treatment plant. Rapidly relocate and execute the contingency plan number 1, Jiang stated, shouldering a crossbow as she moved swiftly atop the building. Damn it. How did I end up in this place? Xueyi surveyed his surroundings, the underground passage of the sewage treatment plant strewn with shards of stone, while the water pipes on the walls had long been encrusted with rust. And the ground was awash with water, tinged with rust's crimson hue. That he rose onto the tips of his toes, swiftly stepping across stones that rose above the water's surface. Yet the sound of footsteps behind him grew ever nearer. His hands clenched tightly. A faint lavender light emanated from him, and the wound began to heal at an accelerated pace, though the powder beneath him was swiftly depleting. Suddenly, a layer of frost formed on the surrounding walls, and 2 ice arrows thundered through the concrete floor, embedding themselves firmly within. Jiang leaped into the fray from the breach behind him. With a crossbow slung on his back, he drew his blade, closely pursuing Xueyi. In utter bewilderment, Xueyi thought, how could someone wield such expensive artillery? Some people can't even afford a blade. He dismissed the thought. Regardless, if you dare to appear before me, your life is forfeit. Taking a deep breath, Xueyi hurled 2 dazzling purple orbs towards Jiang. Clang! In an instant, Jiang's weapon transformed into an ice blade, and as he pressed a button on the hilt, a gentle white light enveloped the blade. With a powerful swing, a gust of white blade energy deflected the luminous spheres. The brilliance of the orbs quickly faded, and Jiang's eyes widened in shock as he discerned the contents within. Hand grenades. With a violent explosion, the segment of the underground tunnel collapsed, and while Jiang narrowly evaded the falling debris, Xueyi seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. That he contemplated the layout of the place and activated his earpiece, instructing everyone to head to the reservoir. This passage served as an emergency escape route leading to the reservoir, which was crucial for countering Xueyi's maneuvers. That I intended to drive you there, but it seems you have obliged me. What a stroke of luck, he cursed. Damn it, why are those grenades so potent? The old water pipes in the underground passage were ruptured by the blast, causing water to gush forth. That he struggled to evade the torrent, pressing onward. Bang! A valve suddenly exploded, and his right arm was struck by the rushing water, instantly dispersing it. As his arm dissolved, a spectral representation emerged. Exposed to the air, the sanguine powder mingled with the water, gradually dissipating. Clutching his remaining arm, he staggered toward the exit. Damn it! If I can just escape this time, I must ensure that group eliminates that white-haired fiend. He muttered under his breath. Fortunately, the 4 leather cases remained intact. He patted the cases, but even if they fall into their hands, what of it? It was unclear how long he had been fleeing underground. But soon, glimmers of light appeared ahead, stirring joy within him. Freedom! He dashed out the door, finding the outside deserted, which only heightened his elation as he began to sprint up the steel framework. Yet halfway up, an unsettling feeling washed over him. If an ambush awaited, Ascending the steel frame would undoubtedly lead him into peril, but he glanced down. The vast reservoir lay dry, and even a fall would pose no danger. As he anticipated, Ao, Jiang, and He leaped down from above, blocking his escape route that if those others had arrived, this would have been over long ago. Su Jin lamented that Ao Jiang wielded a long knife, while He brandished two short swords, both gleaming with a white radiance that in that case. Ha! Grasping the railing, he leaped down, cackling madly as he plummeted towards the ground. The two appeared unfazed, their expressions calm as they swiftly withdrew from the framework after his descent. Su Jin crashed to the ground, shattering into a cascade of powder, which, along with the leather cases, sought refuge in the pipe. Just then, from the shadows, Duji brandished a remote control and pressed the button. Chapter 31. Old photographs. As Duji activated the button, the pipe surrounding the reservoir erupted, sewage gushing forth from all directions towards the formless Su Jin. Damn it! Su Jin despaired utterly. His body had only mended his legs, rendering him incapable of escape. Since I cannot flee, neither shall you claim these items. His soul suddenly radiated a fierce violet light, causing the leather cases to tremble violently. PFF. Ice arrows whistled forth, piercing his soul. As his chest was perforated, the violet luminescence dissipated, and the cases suspended in mid-air plummeted. Damn it! Su Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the gaping hole in his chest. What are you? White-haired woman, that can harm my very soul? Before he could finish, another ice arrow shot forth, obliterating his head. Not a single word was accurate. Ao Jiang retracted his crossbow, lightning retrieving the cases. Others returned to assess the situation at the plant. What a pity I hadn't finished enjoying myself yet. This fellow was too fragile, Duji remarked, tucking away the grenades with a hint of regret. This one was merely a stealth type, encountering someone named Sheng, and would be true difficulty. Then you could truly enjoy yourself, Lightning replied. Crack, crack, crack. Ice pillars rose to support the falling cases as Lightning maneuvered a drone to retrieve them, while Ao Jiang rejoined the other team members returning to the treatment plant. Calling Frost Sharp, this is Cross Star that we have tracked the target in a sedan based on Lightning's provided coordinates. The target is located beneath Building 3, Unit 2 of the Ana community near the treatment plant. The capture operation will commence in 1 minute, over. This is Frost Sharp. The individual known as Saint Su Jin has been neutralized. Ensure the target is taken alive. He is the only surviving criminal among them. With the fire largely extinguished thanks to the firefighters' efforts and heavy snowfall, the treatment plant was littered with charred remnants and the stench of burnt debris. The police cordoned off the scene, and after brief exchanges, the four began to investigate the remaining items in pairs that will search the office building. You two check the factory premises, Ao Jiang instructed Duji and Chinpai. This place is mostly burnt. It will be quite difficult to find anything, Duji sighed. Not necessarily. We might just uncover something. Ao Jiang countered as he and He rummaged through the ruins, far from the incineration workshop, where most items had been preserved. Before long, they discovered a substantial cache of cash and gold bars in the basement, which Ao Jiang roughly estimated to be worth over 10 million yuan. Simultaneously, He stumbled upon a hidden chamber housing a sturdy safe that no safe, no matter how robust, could withstand Ao Jiang's might. Placing his hands upon it, the door of the safe rapidly cooled, and once it was encrusted with frost. He produced a metal rod and struck it forcefully, shattering the door into fragments. Hiss. This is Cross Star. We have apprehended the individuals from the sedan previously reported. He is a deranged psychopath. When we captured him, he was in a residential building, holding a family hostage, including 2 children and a couple. However, they have all been secured now. Frostsharp acknowledged, we have discovered a significant amount of criminal evidence, over. Hey, we took down a saint and uncovered criminal evidence. UV made quite the contribution. Cross Star exclaimed joyfully to Ha. We're organizing the evidence now. We'll discuss further upon our return, over. Inside the safe lay several iron boxes, marked with numerous symbols he could not comprehend. Tightly sealed. He struggled for quite some time to pry one open. Ao Jiang picked up one of the iron boxes, examining it closely. Shouldn't we wait to find some tools to open it? You might damage the contents by freezing it open. No need. Ao Jiang grasped the box, his nails elongating as a metallic distortion echoed, and the sturdy iron box was effortlessly torn apart. You probably don't need to buy pliers. Xueyi remarked quietly that a bundle of photographs tumbled out, and as Ao Jiang picked them up, his pupils constricted in horror. The images depicted gruesome scenes of torment, predominantly featuring the leader, Ao Jiang's teeth ground together. Sparks igniting in his eyes, these scoundrels, they deserve to die, he muttered under his breath. Xueyi scrutinized another set of photographs, which contrasted with those in Ao Jiang's hands, showcasing biological experiments. However, these images had yellowed with age. Inscribed below with dates in the Eastern dialect, it seems these individuals acquired a wealth of knowledge we were unaware of. Keeping these findings without reporting them, were they being paid? Delivering them to a museum would serve as evidence against the Easterners. Ao Jiang exclaimed angrily. Hiss, this is Duji, that we've discovered an entrance to an underground space. This location is not marked on the treatment plant's layout, suspected to be remnants of old subterranean works. Please respond quickly. Truly, what one speaks often materializes. Ao Jiang left Xueyi to organize the criminal evidence as he hastened toward Duji and the others. The underground entrance discovered by Duji and his companion lay within an old warehouse. Now cordoned off, with numerous workers gathered, discussing the hole, that a few elderly workers, upon catching sight of the hole, displayed expressions of disdain. That moment, an old worker missing a finger also appeared, upon seeing Ao Jiang. He excitedly grasped his hand. Comrade police, you must help me. Ao Jiang, already prepared, patted his back and gently inquired, do not worry. Tell me where your family is, that I in that nearby community, Building 3, Unit 2, Room 501, that you must rescue them. The old man nearly fell to his knees before him. Rest assured, those individuals have already been secured by us. You need not worry. The elderly man's phone rang, and upon answering, he knelt weeping on the ground. Thank you, comrade police. Ao Jiang hurriedly helped him up, stating, serving the people is our duty. Although I am not a police officer. This underground entrance resembled a well, topped with a heavy iron door, the markings on which had become indistinct. Sir, does this well hold any stories? Everyone seems to harbor a strong aversion to it. Comrade police, you best not descend. This well once contained old works left by the Easterners. Nearby, there is an elevator shaft. Over a decade ago, while constructing this treatment plant, it was quite eerie, haunted every day. Initially, the intention was to convert the site into a basement, yet during the renovations, incidents occurred with alarming frequency. Workers either went mad and assaulted others or mysteriously disappeared at night. Some even reported hearing the anguished cries of workers from deep within. It was terrifying. The old man paused before continuing. Moreover, some who ventured down at night claimed to have seen the shadows of the Easterners, and the last few foremen who took on this project all seemed to lose their sanity, ultimately leaving on their own accord. The final foreman to accept this project was fatally struck by a drunken worker near the office, which he subsequently set ablaze. When the police arrived, he had fallen down the shaft and perished. That office is just below. This place has only been explored down to the second basement level, and since then, no one has dared to approach it. There are monsters left behind by the Easterners. You should definitely not go down. Ao Jiang astutely noted the peculiar detail regarding the last foreman's demise. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that the photographs discovered in the basement were likely extracted from these underground works, indicating that those from the Storm Church were aware of this location. That if that were the case, then the last foreman's death appeared rather suspicious, and no need to worry. Old man, that if there are indeed monsters, we must descend. That it is our duty to eliminate threats to the populace. That he turned to Qingjiang and instructed, keep an eye on the elder. Later, take him back for a statement. Chapter 32. Ghosts. Ao Jiang procured several sets of protective masks for his teammates. Qingjiang remained on the surface on standby while he and Dusi opened the heavy iron door, examining the surroundings. The entrance was a vertical shaft, supported only by a rusty ladder, for safety. Ao Jiang and his team secured several safety ropes to a nearby steel column and gradually began their descent. The shaft was approximately 20 to 30 meters deep, and after 3 minutes, the two reached the bottom, relying on their headlamps to illuminate the space. The base of the shaft opened into a vast area, cluttered with construction materials, and the walls were adorned with numerous Eastern characters, most of which Ao Jiang could not decipher. Not far off stood an elevator that had long been abandoned. Soon, an iron door, buried beneath rubble, came into view. The two cleared the debris, revealing that the door had been welded shut, seemingly to prevent something from escaping. As Jiang extended his ice claws to tear open the door, Dusi unexpectedly tossed two small explosives, which detonated with a resounding boom, blasting the door apart. Jiang silently retracted his ice claws, chiding, "How many times must I tell you to inform me before detonating?" UV covered me in dust, and he brushed himself off that I'll be more careful next time, Dusi awkwardly replied. You best heed that advice. Ensure the area is secured, and if anything arises, bring reinforcements down to assist us. Jiang communicated through his earpiece to Qingpai. Utilizing the dim light, the two began their exploration of the facility. The space behind the iron door was remarkably spacious, wide enough for 4 individuals to walk side by side. For some inexplicable reason, a foul, burnt odor permeated the air, one that felt more akin to the stench of charred animal carcasses than that of incinerated objects. The duo raised their rifles, advancing cautiously. As they encountered several heaps of debris on the ground, primarily composed of shattered glass and unidentified equipment, alongside a significant amount of darkened bloodstains. Jiang swallowed hard, sensing an unsettling aura about the place. After only a few steps, they encountered several iron doors lining the corridor. Exchanging glances, they began to methodically inspect each room. The first few chambers resembled a specimen room, filled with the pungent odor of formaldehyde, where various animal organs and eyeballs lay scattered across the floor. Wooden racks, once used for displaying items, had been violently destroyed, and the specimen jars atop them lay shattered. Indeed, this location was their biological experimentation base. Jiang's eyes sharpened with realization. The final chamber appeared to be an archive room, containing a gasoline drum filled with paper scraps and several remnants that had not completely burned. Most of the documents were charred beyond recognition. Jiang and Dusi, unable to decipher the Eastern characters, could barely make out some illustrations of human anatomy. The silence in the room was suffocating, with only their breathing breaking the stillness. This is frost sharp. We've discovered a significant amount of data related to biological experimentation. Please send someone down to collect it. Over. Hiss. Qingpai's voice crackled through the radio, punctuated by static. Jiang attempted multiple times to establish a clearer connection. Concluding that the signal was poor in this location, that he muttered to himself. Have we made contact? Just a moment. The signal here is weak, Jiang replied, shaking his head. Let us delve deeper, at the end of the corridor. They encountered another vertical shaft, and the two cautiously descended the staircase. This shaft was evidently deeper than the previous one, disturbing several bats that took flight. Approximately 10 minutes later, they reached the bottom. Jiang could sense the burnt odor was much stronger here, and the dust in the air felt suffocating. Each step they took left a footprint in the darkened ground, contrasting sharply with the surrounding walls. An iron door loomed before them, presumably the office the old man had mentioned that had been burned. As the door creaked open, a wave of acrid smoke assaulted their senses. The office appeared to have been hastily converted into a storage room. With a floor plan written in Eastern characters still hanging on the wall, though it had been largely consumed by flames. The only intact item in the room was a desk at the center. Jiang opened each drawer, and as expected, everything inside had been incinerated. Nothing here, he remarked. Perhaps this place was merely an accident. Dusi, searching other areas, similarly found nothing. Not necessarily. Black Crow and I uncovered numerous photographs of experiments. The Storm Church individuals must have been here, Jiang mused, leaning against the desk, that he felt an instinctive certainty that the arson and murder incident was more complex than it appeared, yet he could find no concrete evidence. Once we return, we must interrogate that leader thoroughly. Hopefully, he proves obstinate. That way, we can employ the great memory restoration technique, Jiang said, striking the desk in frustration. Suddenly, a small box fell from within the desk. He picked it up, surprised to find that although the exterior was heavily charred, pressing the button on top allowed it to open easily. What astonished him further was the discovery of a notebook and several brown paper bags inside, both of which remained intact, shielded by the hidden compartment that a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse. Unlike the other documents, this notebook appeared to be a recent creation. Jiang recalled using similar notebooks during his school days. Dusi opened one of the brown paper bags, his eyes widening in disbelief. These are the Easterners' experimental records. Jiang tore open additional bags, finding them filled with similar experimental data, all appearing remarkably fresh. As if printed from a printer. These documents are genuine, But why would he print a copy and hide it? Ao Jiang pondered aloud. There is also an engineering blueprint here, that we are currently in the second floor's old warehouse. According to the old man, they only explored this section back then. Should we continue forward? Ducey pointed to another blueprint within the paper bag. Ao Jiang scanned the last few documents, his expression grave. Let us push ahead. There are too many uncertainties. Prepare your weapons. There may be unknown threats lurking below. I believe the explosives I brought should suffice. Ducey patted the bag at his waist, revealing a mischievous grin, crossing the perimeter. The two entered the designated experimental zone marked on the map. The chilling atmosphere here was even more pronounced. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Ao Jiang seemed to hear faint cries and wails. Scattered along the corridor were several mobile hospital beds stained with blood, and whether it was a trick of his mind or not, the blood appeared to coalesce into a humanoid shape. That IT must be an illusion. Ao Jiang reassured himself. The deeper they ventured, the colder the surroundings became, and indistinct white shadows seemed to emerge. Upon reaching a door that was ajar, the two found that, despite their efforts, they could not force it open. I'll blow it open, Ducey declared, extracting the explosives. Yet, as he ignited the fuse, the spark inexplicably extinguished. Undeterred, he attempted to ignite it several more times. Each time met with failure. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed, and they turned to see the fleeting shadows of several children. He. Are you here to play with us? The temperature plummeted swiftly, and numerous bloody handprints appeared on the door before them. Startled, the two quickly retreated as the bloodied hospital beds began to creak and move towards them. Shards of glass on the floor hurtling in their direction. Are we encountering ghosts? Ducey exclaimed, unlocking the safety of his rifle and aiming into the shadows, noting a grayish-white crystal embedded in the magazine, glowing with the same magic as the ice arrows from earlier. Stay calm. These spirits are likely the victims of the experiments from years past that do not engage. Ao Jiang urged. What should we do then? Ducey's voice trembled. IT feels like they want to devour us. Ao Jiang raised a shield to block the glass and restrained the anxious Ducey, retreating cautiously. Externally composed, he inwardly trembled even more than Ducey. He had feared such spirits since childhood. Now he could only take it one step at a time. Traitor! Scoundrel! Killing one who sought to vindicate us isn't enough. What more do you want? The sharp, piercing voices assaulted their eardrums. Kill the one seeking justice? Indeed, something is amiss. Wounded figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes filled with resentment and anguish. Fixated on the two, that a group of blood-soaked children rushed forth, gazing curiously with their hollow eye sockets. Leading the charge was a woman with intestines spilling from her abdomen, her vengeful glare seemingly intent on devouring them alive. Stay calm. We are members of the Red Star Special Operations Group, not the Eastern Devils. Ao Jiang explained that it's all a facade. Those bastards lured us here to kill us, and now they dare return. Slay these scoundrels. Exterminate these little devils. The female spirit roared, her eyes blood-red. At her command, the other spirits howled in unison and charged toward the two. Chapter 33. Monster, I shall rip your intestines out for a feast and use your face as a mask. The female spirit lunged at them, but Ao Jiang remained immobile. Ducey panicked, gripping his arm tightly. Why aren't you fighting back? My explosives are useless against these entities. Ducey's heart raced in his throat. Stay calm, Ao Jiang reassured, feeling his chest, confidence radiating from him. Die. Ha 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 ha. With a resounding thud, the female spirit collided with an invisible barrier and was flung back, that a blood-red shield unfurled around them, preventing the spirits from making even a crack in it. Truly, a testament to the prowess of his beloved, Ao Jiang thought to himself. The other spirits gathered around, their vengeful gazes fixed on the pair. With palms pressed together, Ao Jiang spoke gently. Esteemed spirits, we are the Red Star, your kin, that we come to expose the atrocities committed by the Eastern Devils. We harbor no malice towards you, so please, do not harm us. What proof do you have that you are not one of those scoundrels? The woman retorted, her voice laced with animosity. That Ao Jiang retrieved an ancient insignia from his pocket and placed it on the ground. This insignia, once a cherished possession, was now his only hope. The female spirit squinted at it. An artifact from the military. Old Zhao, come and inspect this. She beckoned a soldier-like spirit, who picked up the insignia and scrutinized it with his hollow gaze before returning it to the ground. This insignia is genuine, AT that time. Every Red Star soldier possessed one. With every word he spoke, blood oozed from the wounds on his neck. If I were an Eastern devil, would I keep such an insignia? Even so, that doesn't prove you are good people. The female spirit continued to stare at them with hostility. Observing her demeanor, Ao Jiang laid a notebook and documents on the ground. This is the belongings of the person you mentioned who was murdered. Correct? The female spirit trembled slightly as she picked up the notebook, her hands shaking as she began to read, that if we were traitors, we would have destroyed this notebook outright. With that, he produced the crystal from the crossbow and held it out before them. The spirits instinctively recoiled, fear evident in their expressions that I could easily kill you all, yet I refrained that if you trust us, please allow us to pass. After a moment of contemplation, the female spirit stood and gestured to the surrounding spirits, who parted to create a narrow path to Ao Jiang gently pushed, and to his surprise, the door that had previously resisted all efforts now swung open effortlessly. How long have you been here? Ao Jiang inquired. 60 or 70 years, perhaps? We are uncertain. The female spirit replied helplessly that I recall being captured in 1921. Ao Jiang understood. These individuals have been trapped here since the first Storm War. Why do you not leave this place? The female spirit sighed. You ask as if we wish to linger in this cursed place. Each time, we are unable to escape that shaft, as if something is holding us back. Moreover, deeper within this accursed place lies a being filled with even greater resentment than ours. We cannot contend with it that if this continues, we will inevitably be lost, that I understand now. Remain here for the time being, that if all goes well, once we emerge, people may come to organize this place, that I will ensure they keep their distance. Do not leave. I will find someone to assist you, understood? He retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and handed it to the female spirit, his eyes glistening with sadness. Please distribute this candy to those children over there. Poor, unfortunate souls. The female spirit felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just moments ago considered killing the two. Yet here they were, offering candy to the deceased children. That I'm sorry, she said, her face filled with regret. No need for apologies. We understand your plight. I would do the same in your position. Ao Jiang popped a piece of candy into his mouth, stowing the crystal back in the crossbow, and together with Dusi, they ventured deeper. The female spirit called the children over and distributed the candy. The little ones, upon receiving the treats, eagerly stuffed them into their mouths, all in unison calling out, "Thank you, handsome brothers." Ao Jiang's ears flushed red, and he hastened his pace. Passing through the experimental zone, the two discovered a staircase leading downwards. Though it had been utterly destroyed, that Ao Jiang compared the map and the signs above, confirming that the lower level was the third underground level. Securing the grappling hook, they continued their descent. The proximity of the experimental area to the victim's confinement zone was something Ao Jiang had learned from extensive historical research that if given the opportunity, he would be more than willing to exact vengeance upon those who conducted such heinous experiments on the innocent. Have you shed tears? Dusi inquired, patting his shoulder. Yes, after all, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Ao Jiang replied, wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Let us lift our spirits. Though we cannot alter the past, we can at least help them escape this place and be reborn. Ao Jiang nodded, sensing a profoundly eerie presence deep within this experimental base, one that radiated energy waves distinct from those of the other spirits. Sliding downwards, a heavy steel door emblazoned with the words "No entry" barred their path. Yet Dusi effortlessly detonated it as the smoke cleared. Yet another steel door appeared, leaving them perplexed, but they swiftly blasted it open. They traversed the cultivation zone of the third underground level, a vast space lined with numerous glass cultivation tanks filled with unknown, withered plants. The floor was littered with well-preserved notes, but peculiarly, many items appeared as though they had been ravaged by some force. With equipment reduced to scrap metal, Ao Jiang picked up a note, scrutinizing the environment, his confusion deepening. The notes were remarkably intact, yet the surrounding area bore signs of severe destruction, with numerous bullet holes in the walls and bloodstains scattered across the ground, alongside discarded firearms, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Yet with only firearms and blood, where had all the bodies gone? As they recalled the damaged staircase and the heavy, sealed steel doors, a sense of vigilance enveloped the two. Those doors might not be intended to prevent outsiders from entering, but rather to keep whatever lay inside from escaping. Should we contact the others above and have them come down? This situation feels beyond our capacity to handle. Poison Spike remarked that I concur. A.O. Jiang replied, adjusting the communication channel with some difficulty until he managed to connect with the others on the surface. After establishing contact with Chunpai, they briefly outlined their predicament. Chunpai informed them that the Cross-Star team would soon arrive to provide support and that Kafia was being summoned to their location. Once preparations were complete, the duo adjusted their gear and proceeded to follow the trail of dragged blood. According to the map, a vast warehouse lay ahead, and A.O. Jiang sensed an increasing density of malevolence the further they ventured. For reasons unknown, he had always been acutely sensitive to such things since childhood. The bloodstains intensified as they approached the warehouse, and they understood they were on the right path. Just as they were about to enter, however, their way was obstructed by a pile of rubble, compelling them to advance through a narrow passage instead. Upon catching sight of the warehouse's interior, both of them gasped in horror. Corpses were arranged in a bizarre formation, comprising victims, individuals from the east, and a number of traders. At the heart of this grotesque tableau stood a man with a deathly pallor, clad in a white lab coat that obscured a military uniform beneath. Dark, putrid wisps of energy rose from the body arrangement, coiling around his feet. While his eyes remained tightly shut, the blood-stained hands gripped something tightly, though the influence of the lab coat obscured their view of the object. From another small door, several trails of dark blood extended. Exchanging glances, Poison Spike retrieved explosives from his pack and began assembling them, while A.O. Jiang raised his crossbow to report the situation to their comrades on the ground, fixating intently on that unknown entity. The creature seemed to sense the presence of the living, its body quivering slightly, emitting a sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. Regardless of what this entity was, eliminating it here seemed the safest course of action. Boom! A.O. Jiang shot 2 explosive arrows in rapid succession, engulfing the creature in flames that as it writhed. Enveloped in fire, they finally discerned that it clutched a blood-stained military knife. It hasn't perished, A.O. Jiang mused, unperturbed. This thing is likely a product of biological and necromantic sorcery. Conventional methods will be ineffective against it. Spells won't have much effect either. Find a way to hold it off, that he instructed Poison Spike. No matter what this thing is, even if it's made of iron, I refuse to believe it can withstand this amount of explosives, Poison Spike declared, a manic grin spreading across his face as he prepared the assembled explosives. Can your crossbow launch this at its face? After a moment's thought, A.O. Jiang drew out an ice arrow, affixing the explosive pack to it, freezing them together in a matter of seconds. The weight of the explosives was considerable as he wedged the crossbow against the steel frame, and with a swift whoosh, the explosive soared toward the creature. Turn to dust, Poison Spike shouted as he activated the detonator. Boom! A blaze far more intense than the previous explosive arrows engulfed the creature, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The explosion has occurred. Move swiftly. The Cross-Star team rushed through the second-floor experimental zone, accompanied by other team members. That A.O. Jiang did not lower his guard. He sensed that the malevolence had not dissipated, but rather intensified, that a brilliant, pale purple light flickered from the spot where the monster stood. A.O. Jiang kicked Poison Spike aside and leapt to one side. Dodge! A column of pale purple light, adorned with ghastly faces, erupted through the very spot they had just occupied. It can still attack, Poison Spike exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. This thing is remarkably resilient. Boom! The creature unleashed several arcs of purple energy toward the location they had just vacated. Though the energy did not shred the structure, A.O. Jiang felt the resentment it harbored. Even a mere touch could spell their demise. This thing lacks intelligence. Scatter and run. Do not let it near you. Its malevolence is lethal. As the smoke dissipated, the true form of the monster was laid bare. Chapter 34, Liberation. Its bloodied and mangled body was enveloped in dark purple malevolence, revealing a shattered metallic skeleton within that a grotesquely large hand, composed of contorted flesh, clutched the military knife wreathed in black flames. Faces of anguish emerged upon its flesh, while its head had morphed into a twisted, unrecognizable mass, a blood-red orb rotating ominously. For a fleeting moment, A.O. Jiang almost believed he was immersed in a VR horror game. What in the world is this? He exclaimed, aiming his crossbow at the ceiling, causing several large concrete slabs to collapse. Yet, the creature effortlessly shattered the falling debris with another tendril. Roaring, the monster charged toward Jiang, its maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Fool! Come chase me, then boom! Kafia descended from the charred remains of a high-rise, her wings retracting as she landed with a thud, creating a massive crater in the concrete below. Before the soldiers could react, she produced a pass, declaring herself a senior magical advisor of the Qingjiang City Special Operations Team 712. Before striding into the fortifications without looking back. What just happened? Chenpai swiftly grasped the paper, noting the signature of the Cretalian and the red seal, sufficient to attest to its authenticity. Our magical advisor has discovered some sort of sorcerous altar below and needs to investigate. He concocted an explanation for the other soldiers. Kafia sprinted through the tunnels, everything around her blending into an indistinguishable blur, and a headache began to creep in. With a powerful punch, she sent a heavy blast door flying, finally locating the staircase leading downward. Damn it. Who knows? Are those fools lost in this place as well? She exclaimed, tearing through iron doors yet finding no passage to the lower levels. Never mind. I'll resort to the old method. She raised her sword, pinpointing Ao Zhang's location, and after ensuring her aim, she plunged the sword forcefully into the ground that Ao Zhang retaliated with 2 arrows, the creature quickening its pace in response to the pain. We're here. The voice of the Cross-Star team resonated, bolstering their spirits. Upon sensing the newcomers, the creature's blood-red gaze intensified. Its grotesque, twisted arm morphed into a tentacle, striking toward Ao Zhang, drool spilling from its gory maw. You wish to feast upon me. You should have done so centuries ago, Ao Zhang retorted, firing an arrow into its mouth, freezing it solid along with its head. The monster dropped its knife, frantically striking its own head in an attempt to shatter the ice. Boom! A fiery bullet pierced the creature's chest, eliciting a pained roar as it wildly swung its military knife, while another tentacle split into several, lunging at Ao Zhang. Thud! The tentacle slammed against his ice shield with a dull thud, and Ao Zhang drew an ice dagger from his waist, severing the encroaching tendrils. The severed appendages multiplied, launching themselves at him once more. Boom! The concrete ceiling above them was directly penetrated, tons of debris crashing down upon the monster. In the aftermath, a figure clad in stark white descended heavily from the rubble, a powerful presence radiating from her form. The creature, sensing the danger, grasped its knife and flailed blindly, unleashing several slashes of energy. With a mere stomp, the figure dispelled the energy blasts, and the monster was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense aura of impending doom. Swish! A black-red energy slash severed the tendril before Ao Zhang, causing the creature to tremble uncontrollably, instinctively yearning to escape. As it scrambled from the debris, it found itself ensnared by a layer of ice. With a hissing sound, countless icicles erupted from within its body, swiftly immobilizing its arms and upper body. Oh yeah, long live my lady! Ao Zhang cheered, and on the pile of rubble stood Kafia, donned in red and black armor, wielding the Draxler's sword, her blood-red eyes glowing ominously. You grotesque creature dare to compare yourself to my man? With a flourish, Kafia raised her sword, her left hand glimmering with red light as it glided across the blade, igniting it with a flickering black-red glow. Gripping the sword tightly, she unfurled a pair of enormous bat wings behind her, hurtling toward the creature with a fierce cry. Prepare to have your soul scattered. The sword of Dracris cleaved the monster in two, slicing vertically from its head. Yet Kafia, still unsatisfied, raised her long sword and relentlessly chopped the monster's remains into minuscule pieces. The remains ignited in a fierce black flame, swiftly reducing to ashes, while the surrounding malevolence dissipated alongside it. Ao Zhang felt the aura emanating from the long sword, ablaze with red and black flames, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, that he struggled to steady himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The other team members, witnessing Kafia effortlessly reduce the creature, previously impervious to conventional spells, to mere fragments, were left speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit a goose egg inside. When will I wield such power? Chun Pai exclaimed, his eyes glistening with envy. The cross-star tapped his head lightly. You're dreaming. Such weapons lack compatibility or unique bloodlines to wield, and for ordinary folks like us, even if we obtained one, we couldn't harness the power of the shattered souls within. It would merely serve as an ordinary weapon. The term soul-shattering weapon refers to all weapons capable of annihilating souls, encompassing more than just swords and knives. Currently, the most renowned are the Dracarys sword of the Camber family, the longing of the snowfields from Snuafuna, roar of the frozen soul, and the ominous fire of resentment, great blade. Kafia sheathed her sword, inhaled deeply, and grasped Ao Zhang's hand. Her eyes now devoid of the earlier murderous intent, replaced instead by warmth. Just as Ao Zhang was about to speak, Kafia took his hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Truly, my dear wife, you effortlessly dispatched that creature, he remarked. He was a trivial task. Had you not restrained it, I would have found it much more challenging, Kafia replied, surveying her surroundings to be, by the way, what manner of place is this? The materials used are remarkably sturdy. It took me considerable effort to break through the floor here. Ao Zhang recounted their previous encounter with the ghost and the current situation to her, prompting Kafia to fall silent for a moment, a wave of discomfort washing over her. I will check above to see if I can assist those spirits. All right, I shall search for any remaining records. Ao Zhang signaled to the distant team members, and they dispersed to organize the abandoned items. Upon entering a torn iron door, Ao Zhang realized why this ghastly place was littered with corpses and exuded a putrid stench. A crematorium, emitting a charred odor, was embedded in the wall, its interior gleaming with a greasy sheen, while fragments of victims' remains lay at the bottom. Bloodstains marred the ground, and a few notebooks rested on a table. Ao Zhang flipped through them, and although he was not well-versed in Eastern language, the crossed-out numbers indicated these notebooks recorded the daily cremation of remains. These individuals met their fate here. They got what they deserved. He scoffed, a cold smile escaping his lips. Indeed, no amount of bookish education could compare to the visceral experience of reality. This is Haya. I have discovered a laboratory containing numerous remnants of records. It appears to be the very place from which that monstrous entity escaped. Okay, I'm on my way. I am currently in a cremation chamber. Meanwhile, in the second-floor experimental area, Kafia retracted her wings and clapped her hands. Hello, is anyone here? A multitude of spirits emerged from various corners, eyeing the woman before them with caution. Yet, more than vigilance, an overwhelming fear emanated from them. Her aura was thousands of times more potent than their own lifeless essence, making it hard for them to breathe merely by being near her. Upon seeing these spirits, one word surfaced in Kafia's mind. Tragic to the spirits. The previously handsome man's soul glowed with a gentle blue light, while the white-haired woman before them radiated an intense red glow. Fear not, my dear ones. You have met my partner. I am here to assist you. She extended her hand toward a female spirit. The ghost hesitated, half convinced, reaching out in disbelief that Kafia would offer her hand. Then aren't you afraid of us? Normal people would flee in terror. Why do you wish to shake hands with us? Ah, it's akin to a medical examination. Only by interacting with you can I discern the issues you face, Kafia replied with a smile. This big sister has an aura somewhat reminiscent of that earlier brother. It feels rather cool, a child remarked. Moreover, she doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Very astute. I am a vampire, and I often drink that brother's blood, hence I carry a trace of his essence. Kafia gently patted the child's head. After shaking hands with the women, Kafia gleaned the nature of their plight. Their bodies had undergone some form of sorcerous treatment at the hands of the Easterners, akin to a shackle, restricting their souls to a limited radius around their corpses. However, such sorcery was as simple to her as snapping a lock. All right, everyone, please step forward and gather together. Once all the spirits were assembled, she drew a circle encompassing them, then bit her finger, allowing blood to drip into the formation. The crimson liquid slowly merged with the circle, which began to radiate a red glow. Chains manifested around the spirits, one end tethered to something deep within. Focusing her energy, she traced a finger along a chain. Dark red magic surged into the links, and in a matter of moments, all the chains shattered with a resounding crack. The spirits felt an overwhelming lightness. They were free to leave this place. Farewell, and thank you. The female spirit bowed with the others. That it is my pleasure. May your next life be filled with ease that a chilling breeze swept through, and the apparitions gradually faded away. Now, it was time to dismantle the malevolent entity. Kafia drew her long sword, her gaze icy as she fixed her attention on the depths of the experimental base. Chapter 35. The notes. This thing is truly unsettling. A.O. Jiang remarked disdainfully as he gazed at the nameless object positioned at the center of the laboratory. It resembled an altar. A massive black crystal, bound by numerous iron chains, was embedded within a stone base. Upon closer inspection, the chains bore inscriptions written in blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and a dismembered corpse lay gruesomely on the ground. Yet, they had uncovered many crucial items here. Among a pile of records in Eastern language, they found a notebook inscribed in red star script. Most of the pages were stained black with blood, leaving only a few that were barely legible. January 21, 1934. Our experimental base has relocated from the wasteland to here. The body testing program requires more lives for sustenance. If all goes well, it should be completed by next year. February 13, 1934. The experimental subjects delivered this week are quite promising. They absurdly believe they are here for labor. What fools! The previous batch is nearly exhausted. Currently, none can withstand the strain. It seems the experiments must continue. February 23, 1934. Today marked the arrival of the first subject capable of enduring the soul testing. The Easterners sent a new batch of pregnant women, who likely won't survive long, that I no need to ask. They surely couldn't manage the abortions in time. Coincidentally, we need to test the effects of the virus on the fetus. March 14, 1934. Teacher Xueyi has collaborated with the Storm Church. They provided new techniques and sorcerers to enhance our subjects, demanding sufficient living sacrifices in return. March 18, 1934. The addition of the sorcery unit has significantly increased the destructive power of the experimental subjects. Yet their operational duration remains a mere few minutes. Thanks to the Imperial Army, the influx of corpses from the front lines is ever increasing, allowing us to extract the residual soul energy. April 3, 1934. Today, Teacher Xueyi and Professor Jiamu Ilong from Base 516 convened. They expressed great interest in our research projects, dispatching numerous experimental subjects and researchers. April 6, 1934. Good heavens! Today, the Imperial Army tracked the Snow Woman's whereabouts in the northwestern wasteland. The fifth experimental subject has reached 64 completion. Teacher Xueyi insists they find a way to capture the Snow Woman alive. If we succeed, combined with the spells provided by the Storm Church, the Imperial Army will be unstoppable. April 13, 1934. Unexpectedly, an entire division of the Imperial Army was frozen to death by the Snow Woman. That I hear the situation on the front lines is also dire. The Snow Woman has assisted the Red Army in clearing multiple strongholds along the Western Front. Fortunately, our experiment is now 76 complete. May 3, 1934. The experiment succeeded, under the control of the Sorcery Corps. The fifth experimental subject can engage in prolonged combat, demonstrating overwhelming power against a group of Red Star Special Operations Forces during the 641st experiment. Regrettably, the teacher was severely injured by the Snow Woman during the operation and cannot attend the celebration feast. May 16, 1930, for the teacher unexpectedly reassigned me to the archive area above. What sin have I committed? Just yesterday, I was granted citizenship in the East and given the name Ma Wenlicking. Wenlicking, it appears, is the name of the notebook's owner, a traitor. It would be best if he had perished during that time. The next page was accompanied by a photograph. On the left stood an Eastern man with a small mustache, while on the right was a short, grotesquely unattractive man. What an eyesore! The latter part of the content became illegible. Shortly after A.O. Jiang finished reading the notes, Kafia descended as well. She surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze upon the stone embedded with black crystals. It seems this is the one. Little wolf cub, keep your distance. With a flick of her wrist, she unsheathed her sword and cleaved the altar into fragments. Such a harmful object is best obliterated without hesitation. A photograph slipped out from the notes, worn and tattered, depicting researchers in white lab coats from the Eastern Isles. The back of the photo bore the inscription, Wenliching. January 14, 1914. After dismantling the witchcraft apparatus, Kafia and A.O. Jiang organized the remaining documents and regrouped with the other team members. Due to the abundance of discovered materials, the Cross Star summoned the police above to help catalog them. while the team drove back to the detective agency. Following the recent skirmish, the poison sting fell into a deep slumber as soon as they boarded the Cross Star S vehicle, having eliminated a saint and uncovered an experimental base. That fellow Korobog should certainly receive a substantial bonus. A.O. Jiang dispelled his camouflage spell in the driver's seat and stretched lazily that, of course, the bonus was not the primary concern. Uncovering more incriminating evidence against the Eastern Isles was far more significant. Kafia removed her magical armor and casually tossed her sword into the back seat, plopping down in the passenger seat. Her spirits were buoyed by the prospect of rescuing those spirits, and she began to whistle mischievously at A.O. Jiang. "Xiao Jiang, what do you plan to gift me?" As she spoke, her hand mischievously ventured toward A.O. Jiang's tail. "Hold on, we're driving." A.O. Jiang gently swatted her hand away. What do you desire?" Kafia had been waiting for this prompt. Swallowing hard, she leaned closer to A.O. Jiang's large ear and whispered something that A.O. Jiang's face instantly flushed crimson like a ripe apple, memories flooding back, causing his ears to heat up. "All right, I'll heed your request." Kafia pinched his neck and tightened his seatbelt. "Can we do that? It's been so long since I've had fun. You want to join too, right?" A.O. Jiang hesitated. "That you're the best. Little wolf cub, promise me, will you?" Kafia pouted. After a moment's contemplation, A.O. Jiang acquiesced to Kafia's wishes. "Yay!" Kafia beamed with joy. "Oh, by the way," he said, retrieving the notebook he had found from his bag and handing it to her. Given the female ghost's reaction and the manner in which this notebook was concealed, it surely contained secrets regarding the foreman's demise. Take a look at this notebook and see if there are any deliberate entries. The first half of the notes chronicled the foreman's daily life, nearly lulling Kafia to sleep. That it was not until the section dated 1992 that matters began to surface. October 3, 1992, a processing plant was erected over in the West City. Unearthing a construction site, the government provided a generous sum, purportedly due to its eerie nature. As long as the pay is substantial, I'll see just how eerie it truly is. October 5, 1992. The paperwork was astonishingly swift. Those old geezers didn't even demand a bribe, which is uncharacteristic of them. Could this cursed place actually be quite sinister? October 8, 1992. Today marked my first day working in this peculiar location, which hardly resembles an ordinary military base. Dogwa and the others unearthed numerous incinerated documents from an archive room. The remaining ones illustrated a plethora of grotesque beings and objects that I suspect this place may indeed be the biological experimentation base frequently mentioned by the old folks regarding the Eastern Isles. October 12, 1992. We've now cleared to the second level, which is far more unsettling than the upper one. That it's best to finish this exploration before removing those entities. October 14, 1992. How bizarre. Alyosha and his entire team vanished during their exploration. After searching for ages, we still couldn't locate them. Tomorrow, I must personally lead a team to investigate. October 16, 1992. Alyosha and his crew were crushed to death. Damn it. How could such a commotion go unnoticed? I need to relocate my office below for further investigation. That he has been with me for so long. He cannot just die without explanation. That I must demand compensation from those old geezers. Not a single penny less. October 17, 1992. Damn it, those old geezers only offered half of the compensation, claiming the cause of death was unclear, suggesting it was a suicide to deceive for insurance money. I still haven't concocted a plan. The guy who was supposed to descend with them, but delayed, is now testifying that they collapsed the structure themselves. That I saw that scoundrel meeting with a bespectacled fellow last night. That man is a lawyer hired by those old geezers named Liston. Damn it, he is likely involved. October 18, 1992. While searching for evidence below, I encountered a horde of spirits. Good heavens, this cursed place truly was a former experimental base. I exerted significant effort to convince them I wasn't one of the Eastern Isles minions. They recognized Alyosha. His death was likely orchestrated by someone. October 20, 1992. I documented all the experiments the Eastern Isles conducted on them. Those brutes deserve punishment. That lawyer namely is back, demanding I cease my work here. That I chased him away, but upon returning from a bathroom break, I found a knife on my desk. Damn it. Something is definitely amiss. That am I to be frightened? October 23, 1992. Cursed be this week. Several workers have suffered injuries again. There must be one of their people among us. Which one could it be? The materials regarding the Eastern Isles were incinerated, but thankfully, I secretly printed a copy of everything the Eastern Isles left behind, storing it in a fireproof box. Once my investigation concludes, I will submit it to the authorities. The diary concluded on this day, coinciding with the timeline of the murder case spoken of by the old man. There's mention of a lawyer named Liston. You should investigate this upon returning. Kafia remarked helplessly. This entire notebook provides but a single thread of lead. Wu Xingyan. That name sounds familiar. A.O. Jiang contemplated. Suddenly, he recalled, wait, didn't my grandfather attend some lecture recently? The lecturer seemed to be named Liston. I just remembered too. Kafia frowned. That fellow spouted nothing but nonsense about life and morality. It gave me a headache, and if it weren't for that egg, I wouldn't have bothered attending that. I'll have Bing to check it out. Currently, Liston is the only lead aside from the leadership. We must act swiftly. Chapter 36. Interrogation the following day at the Qingjiang police station, 9th floor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds accompanied by screams emanated from the interrogation room. The team members outside had grown accustomed to it. A.O. Jiang quietly perused the notebook retrieved from the underground works. Boss, do you think this is getting a bit excessive? Let us not accidentally kill him. Bingu expressed concern. The boss knows his limits. He won't kill him. However, this fat bastard is remarkably tight-lipped. We've been interrogating him for nearly 3 hours without a single word, Baisha lamented, nursing his sore hands. Bang! The interrogation room door swung open, and a sullen cross-star emerged, rubbing his wrist. You worthless piece of trash. If you have the guts, kill me. I won't say a damn thing. Having toyed with so many young maidens, I've lived a full life. Ha ha ha. The room fell silent, and A.O. Jiang set down the notebook, patting Cross-Star's shoulder, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You worthless piece of trash. Have you truly run out of tricks? Ha 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 ha. You lot can't do anything but fight. You're utterly useless. Ha. Do you think you can triumph over the great saints? Go eat dirt. Let me handle this. That I've learned a thing or two about interrogation from my wife. A.O. Jiang said with a gentle smile toward Cross-Star. Unlike him, the other's expressions changed drastically. Haya shook his head slightly to, oh no, that kid is probably doomed. Baisha, clutching a bag of chips, relished the misfortune. Should we call the coroner now? There might still be time. Haya pulled out a handful of chips to munch on. Bingu, typing away at his keyboard, announced, soundproofing module activated, that A.O. Jiang pushed the door open and slowly entered the interrogation room. Where the leader's bloodshot eyes blinked open, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Click. The ceiling door locked shut, and everyone gathered around Bingu's computer, watching the surveillance feed. That you're quite attractive. I bet your waist feels delightful, right? Much better than the last scoundrel with a scarred face that if I were to offer you to that sane in this wretched place, he would surely appreciate it. Is this your beauty trap? The leader gulped. A.O. Jiang trembled with rage, his nails slowly elongating and sharpening. Such harassment was something he had endured numerous times since childhood, and he detested it immensely. Let me remind you once more. Confess for leniency. Resist for strict punishment that I am not as lenient as my predecessor. He, of course, you differ from the last man. Just let me have a little fun, and I'll tell you everything. 5 for 3, 2, 1. Witnessing the leader continue to leer at him, A.O. Jiang grinned. You brought this upon yourself. That as soon as the words left his lips, an icicle was thrust into the leader's restrained right hand, unleashing a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Blood gushed forth, yet before it could splatter upon A.O. Jiang, it froze mid-air, shattering into pieces as it fell to the ground, before the leader could finish his wail. A.O. Jiang tightened his grip on the icicle, slowly tearing at the flesh of his wrist, rendering the arm a gruesome mess of blood and tissue. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped. You can't do this. It's inhumane. This violates your interrogation protocols. You are so cruel. A.O. Jiang let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger crossing his icy countenance. That method is reserved for ordinary criminals. What humanity do you expect from us, you terrorists? Did you think of humanity while you tormented those victims? If we had arrived any later, that young girl might have been sold off to who knows where. You beast, and you still dare to talk about humanity. The leader let out another anguished cry, and A.O. Jiang delivered a punch to his face, silencing him. That if you wish for an early release, then speak quickly and divulge everything you know. With a swift motion, Ao Jiang pulled the icicle from his shoulder, and, as the leader gasped for breath, he plunged it viciously into the leader's left hand. As he drew it across the wrist once more, the leader raised his right hand, now exposed to bone, and pleaded in a broken voice, "I confess. I will tell you everything. Please spare me." He wept profusely, having lost all semblance of arrogance. "You realize your wrongs?" Ao Jiang paused his actions. "That I understand. I will confess everything. I can tell you all their hideouts. Please don't torture me. You don't realize your wrongs. You realize you are close to death." He waved at the camera, and the cross star, accompanied by a notebook and a doctor, entered the room. Ao Jiang extracted the bloodied icicle and plunged it into the leader's thigh, then inserted it into his arm from 2 different angles. "Only when you've been utterly incapacitated will I feel at ease." The leader's blood gradually froze. Ao Jiang could not allow him to bleed out completely. Dealing with such obstinate individuals requires your expertise. White Shark patted his shoulder. "How do you have nightmares at night?" Ice Fox handed him a box of tissues. Thanks to Ao Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead. "No, I sleep quite soundly. Even if I were to execute him, I would bear no psychological burden." After some time, the cross-star emerged with a notebook, followed by the leader, who was being carried out on a stretcher. 2 doctors rushed him toward the infirmary, having already provided initial treatment. They were quite accustomed to such matters. The team members gathered in the conference room, and the cross-star placed the notebook on the projector. Addressing everyone, that he informed them that the card was given to him by the Golden Saint. And indeed, members of the Storm Church had participated in the renovation of the underground facility. The documents had been taken by them. He did not specify which saint had instructed him to keep those photographs. Ao Jiang interjected, "Did you not inquire?" The cross-star shook his head. "Those old foxes always send someone to communicate with him. He has no idea which saint is behind it." However, he shifted the conversation. "Regarding that lawyer you mentioned, Wu Xingyun, he was indeed referenced." He paused, stating that the man had previously been hired by a faction of the Storm Church to handle a blackmail case involved in the incident during the factory renovation, but has since changed his name to Wu Diu. He pulled up a map of Qingjiang City, marking several locations. Someone altered his file. He is now a lecturer, parading around giving charitable speeches, which is quite revolting. These are the venues where he frequently speaks. Xiao Jiang, you Black Crow, and Thunderlight should investigate next. I will apply for an arrest warrant for you. White Shark, maintain a perimeter. Be ready to act at a moment's notice. The situation at the factory has been exposed, and the Storm Church will likely attempt to silence him. How ironic that a man who previously handled blackmail cases is now discussing this. My family has even attended his speeches. They distribute tickets on the street and gather at the store later. Ao Jiang conjured a dagger, that I hope he remains obstinate. Chapter 37. Hypocrisy. 2 days later. In the Central District, within an unremarkable office building, a middle-aged man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a silver necklace, approached an old-fashioned sedan. Several similarly dressed individuals stood beside the vehicle, and the middle-aged man greeted them with a smile and a handshake. They entered the car and departed, completely unaware of the black sedan lurking in a nearby alley. After the middle-aged man boarded, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming safety before removing his necklace. With a gentle twist, a memory card lay quietly in the hidden compartment. The anxious secretary handed her phone to Wu Xingyun. The factory incident has been exposed. The police found substantial information regarding the Storm Church, allegedly including records from the time of the renovation. Li scoffed. And so what if they found it? I paid those old geezers handsomely. All records were modified. Even if it fell into the police's hands, they have no evidence to arrest me. The only person who had incriminating evidence against me was killed by someone I enlisted. And all the evidence was burned. What grounds do they have to apprehend me? The secretary nodded. I was overly concerned. Li retrieved a leather case from below the back seat, filled to the brim with $100 bills. His square face remained calm as he sighed and shook his head in resignation. It appears that leader has been captured. What a shame for the money I provided him. He was supposed to procure a little girl for me. But now he is likely facing death at their hands. It's unfortunate. He previously aided my drug smuggling from the East. Rest assured, that's not a concern. The money you've acquired is enough to find another. The female secretary produced several photographs from her briefcase, featuring young girls of various ages. The wrinkles on his square face smoothed as he tossed one of the photos to the secretary. who nodded in understanding that if it weren't for the insiders within the government, we likely wouldn't have progressed this smoothly. Having to constantly find new people to donate money is quite the hassle. But I must thank those foolish benefactors that Wu Xingyin snorted. Contact those traffickers abroad that in a few months, there will be a cruise trip. Have them scout a few for me. Money is no object. The secretary nodded. Beginning to operate her laptop. This old rascal is quite self-aware, revealing all these details. Thunderlight chuckled that it's all recorded. We can skip the interrogation and proceed directly that there's also collusion with foreign forces. This water runs deep. Black Crow put away the recording pen, stating, no matter how deep and murky the waters, we must wade through them. If we don't eliminate them, who knows how many will be abducted. Thinking of Eno and Kafia. Ao Jiang clenched his fists. That guy is not honest. He is hiding so much from us that we should have broken both his legs back then. The old-fashioned sedan halted before an old assembly hall, where a group of similarly attired individuals warmly greeted Wu Xingyin, ushering him inside. Daesli Sitian entered. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lecturer Diu, thank you for taking the time to speak here. The three disembarked only after he had entered, and as they approached the entrance, a woman with a professional smile blocked their path. Welcome to Mr. Li's lecture. Please submit your tickets here. Ao Jiang retrieved 3 tickets and handed them to her. She glanced at them briefly and gestured for the trio to proceed inside. The venue was spacious, capable of accommodating several thousand people. Ao Jiang surveyed the area and noted that the majority of attendees were not elderly, but rather parents with children. You must listen carefully to what Lecturer Li has to say. His perspectives on life and ethics are incredibly beneficial for children your age. Spending all day playing games only harms your eyesight. Wouldn't it be better to hear the master's lecture? Ao Jiang helplessly covered his eyes, inwardly lamenting. How did this pervert manage to deceive these people? As he opened his eyes, he noticed an elderly man with a cloth bag. The old man walked with a noticeable limp, one eye shut, and the cloth bag slung over his back was covered in mud, appearing as if it hadn't been washed for quite some time. The elderly man painstakingly made his way to the front row, where he sat down and pulled out a filthy towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Ao Jiang observed a thick layer of calluses on the old man's hands. A veteran, he pondered, noting the calluses. The security personnel were primarily stationed on the sides and near the podium, approximately 50 in total, likely armed. Black Crow whispered, that guy is coming out. Prepare yourselves. That a series of chimes rang out, instantly silencing the crowd. The slick-haired Li Sitian, accompanied by the secretary, gracefully ascended the podium along the red carpet, smiling and waving to the audience that he stood at the lectern, opened the prepared PowerPoint presentation, adjusted the microphone, and his small eyes gleamed with confidence. Hello, everyone. I am Li Diu, an ordinary person. Welcome to my lecture. A fervent wave of applause erupted from the audience below as the 3 individuals feigned joy, cheering together. Cut it out, scoffed Ao Jiang, a seemingly ordinary man deserving of 1,000 cuts. He pushed aside the speech handed to him by his secretary, offering a confident smile, since the enthusiasm for my presence is so high. How about a round of applause? Great. Ao Jiang's expression darkened. He wished the speaker would swiftly get to the point, for the multitude of trivialities was giving him a headache. Once the clapping subsided, Li Sitan bowed to the audience and clicked on the PPT, revealing an image associated with the trolley problem on the large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be familiar with this image, right? Indeed, this is the renowned trolley problem. However, I would like to pose a question. If you were faced with such a dilemma, what choice would you make? The audience erupted in murmurs that Li Sitan scanned the room and pointed at Ao Jiang. You there, young man. Would you care to share your thoughts? Me? Ao Jiang chuckled, accepting the microphone from the staff, that I would analyze the situation to determine which group of people to save, that if those 5 individuals were criminals. While the one was a scientist or a doctor, I would choose to save the scientist. Upon hearing this, Li Sitan's smile gradually faded, and he pointed at Ao Jiang and declared with conviction, young man, you are mistaken. Everyone should understand that in such a scenario, we should not weigh the importance of each side. We ought to save the greater number of lives. That it is a matter of human decency. You are lacking in compassion. At this statement, the audience's gaze shifted toward them, many filled with disdain. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Ao Jiang retorted, since you feel that way, let me ask you, if you save those 5 criminals? What happens when they are released and harm others again? Is that not a concern? What about their families, who you would crush under the weight of your decision? You would be responsible for their demise. And what are the victims' families when they reoffend? Why is that not part of your consideration? Understand this. It is not I who has condemned them. It is the person who binds them and places them on the tracks that bears the responsibility. I merely made a choice. Regardless of whether I make a choice or not, a group of people will perish. That be why your logic. Does that not make you responsible for another set of lives lost? Li Si-tan, about to signal the burly man beside him to remove Ao-jiang, found himself interrupted as Lei Guang and He stood up, forcing Ao-jiang back into his seat while attempting to placate him. Apologies, everyone. This is my nephew, who is still immature during his teenage years and lacks the wisdom of Li Si-tan. My sincere apologies for his rudeness. Haha, it's quite all right. Children often lack understanding. I believe after attending my lecture, this young man will gain some insights. Li Si-tan waved dismissively, allowing the burly men to step away from Ao-jiang's side. Thank you, Li Si-tan. Lei Guang expressed his gratitude. What he said is utterly wrong. Why are you stopping me? Ao-jiang feigned anger, mumbling under his breath. Shut it. Listen to the master. Lei Guang hissed, his expression menacing as he squeezed Ao-jiang's arm, raising his fist as if to strike. Hey, calm down. Big guy, don't harm the child, a middle-aged woman interjected, trying to mediate. Yes, educating children requires patience. An elderly gentleman chimed in. Li Si-tan cleared his throat twice. Everyone, let us not dwell on the earlier commotion. Allow me to speak. The previously chaotic venue fell silent. All eyes fixated on Li Si-tan, except for Ao-jiang and his companions, who remained conspicuously active amidst the fervent atmosphere. Unbeknownst to most, several sneaky men quietly approached the stage from the edges of the hall. Ao-jiang signaled to the two and stealthily followed. The men appeared bulky, raising alarms in Ao-jiang's mind. Activating his invisibility spell, he conjured an ice dagger in his concealed right hand. He was not alone. Several burly men clad in black also noticed them and began to converge. The men quickened their pace, darting into the working area. This is bad. They intend to eliminate Li Si-tan directly from backstage. Ao-jiang sprinted forward, and the black-clad men revealed their weapons, drawing their hidden knives. Bang! The door to the preparation room was flung open as Ao-jiang crashed through, confronting the men who had their backs turned, hands buried deep in their pockets. The black-clad men stormed in without hesitation, pinning the assailants to the ground and rifling through their pockets. Dazed, the men quickly regained their senses. Terror etched on their faces as they questioned. Who are you? What do you want? The burly men turned their pockets inside out, discovering only trivial items within. Ao-jiang, struck by a realization, hastened outside, urgently messaging the two waiting beyond. That concludes this segment. Does anyone have questions? Wu Xingyun inquired with a trademark smile. An elderly man, limping and clutching a cloth bag, stood up, visibly excited. Several burly men probed the bag, discovering it contained only potatoes. Master, I have something to ask. Chapter 38. When Miao call all other team members, regardless of what you are doing, be on high alert. These men are merely decoys. Ao-jiang unsheathed his ice blade, running as he spoke urgently. Curse it! The other team members in the hall unlatched their gun safeties and exited the audience area. Hidden operatives aimed their guns at the elderly man. Li Si-tan greeted the elderly gentleman with a warm smile, assisting him onto the stage. Thank you, Li Si-tan, for this opportunity. Let us welcome this esteemed elder to speak. Can we have a round of applause? Wonderful. The audience rose, applauding, while Lei Guang and his companions struggled to push through the crowd. The bodyguards received orders and rushed toward the podium. Now, esteemed elder, what would you like to ask me? The elderly man chuckled, retrieving a banner from his breast pocket. That I wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your foundation, my son would still be lying in the hospital. Speaking of which, who is your son? It's understandable that you wouldn't remember, considering how many people you have helped. His name is Li Mingshun. Li Si-tan summoned his secretary for clarification, who whispered a few words in his ear, prompting an expression of realization to cross his face. Another fool, Li Si-tan mused internally. No need for thanks. The purpose of establishing the Li Si-tan Foundation is to assist those in need. Oh no, I must thank you. The elder pulled the bag closer, placing it between them. These are homegrown potatoes. Each one is top-notch. As he spoke, the elder produced a massive potato, placing it on the table. Look at these. They are all high-quality potatoes. Wonderful, Li Si-tin exclaimed, grasping the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, following the conclusion of my lecture, everyone will receive a complimentary baked potato, and the elder's other hand delved into the bag, producing a faint metallic clinking sound. What else is there? Peanuts. The elder brandished a small submachine gun from the bag, causing the audience's pupils to dilate in shock. Ha ha ha. You certainly have a sense of humor. Li Si-tin maintained his composure. I asked this a gift from your son to me, as the elder brandished the weapon. The surrounding bodyguards dropped their pretense, drawing their firearms to encircle the stage. You may set down that toy, Li Si-tin stated calmly. Ha ha. I guess if I'm holding a toy or not. The elder cocked the gun and aimed it at the secretary. Pulling the trigger, bang. The sharp sound sent panic rippling through the crowd. The bodyguards fired frantically, yet the bullet struck an invisible barrier before reaching the elder. This is a gift for you, but not for my son. Bang! The hidden operatives fired, their bullets impacting the transparent barrier, which repelled them. Defensive magic. Frostblade. Tear it apart. Lei Guang, detect the spell's origin. Identify the caster. The operative's eyes ignited with determination as he pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet, carrying a wave of intense heat, struck the barrier, creating a small crack. What is happening? Are there more shooters? The remaining bodyguards remained vigilant, and with a loud crash, the hall's door was smashed open. Officers led by Bai Sha and other team members stormed in. Special forces from the Northwest Wilderness Autonomous Region. Everyone, drop your weapons and assume a crouch position with your hands on your heads. Bai Sha fired 2 shots into the ceiling for emphasis. Other officers quickly subdued the bodyguards, while Lei Guang pinpointed the spellcaster's location in the right section of the audience. Esteemed elder, please stop immediately. This individual is a key suspect in a significant case. If you harm him, we will lose critical leads. The white shark raised a megaphone and shouted to the elderly man, No, police comrades, I certainly want to dispose of him right now. After all, we have yet to unveil his nefarious true nature. Nefarious true nature. What nefarious true nature? The audience below began to murmur. You speak nonsense. Lecturally save your child. Why do you spit venom and even wish to harm your savior? Exclaimed Li Si-tin's secretary, his face contorted with rage. The old man chuckled calmly. What is he? You shall soon find out. Meanwhile, Lei Guang and He had already locked onto the practitioner who had released the barrier. And to their astonishment, it was a young boy in shorts. Upon recognizing his face, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was none other than Wen Miao, a significant cadre of the Night Shadow Society. With a bounty of 5 million yuan from the government and an astounding 10 million from the underworld, a member of the Night Shadow Society, the two raised their guns to shoot, but were instantly repelled by the barrier. Special Operations Unit, I have seen you before. Did a wicked smile spread across the boy's cherubic face. You two are not even worthy to spar with me. When Miao leisurely approached the window, languidly leaning against the railing, unaffected by their attempts to breach his barrier, that I'm off to have a chat with someone more interesting from your team. Farewell. With that, he yawned and leapt off the windowsill at a height of nearly 8 meters, and he just jumped down. The two were too stunned to react as Lei Guang swiftly maneuvered the drone to follow him. Suddenly, the lights in the venue went dark, leaving only the large screen on stage flickering. Has it begun? The elderly man forced a bitter smile. Quickly investigate the control room and power systems. The team members split up with several police officers to conduct their search. A crackling sound echoed through the broadcast, and a languid young voice resonated. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's Crime Expo's conference. I believe you are all quite familiar with our name. Come on, shout it out loud. Who are we? The Night Shadow Society? The crowd erupted in excitement. Yes, we are the Night Shadow Society. We are dedicated to exposing and punishing all the evils of this world. The screen switched, presenting a series of slides before everyone. The first was an organ transplant file concerning the elderly man's son. Thanks to you, my son only needed an amputation, but you had the Foundation people find us and send him abroad for so-called treatment. And the result? You hollowed him out completely. The old man's eyes were bloodshot. That's so. Do you have any evidence? Are you accusing me based solely on an unfounded document? Li Si-tin replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, indeed, you present such a baseless document to claim Lecturer Li is a criminal. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Lecturer Li's charitable acts are well known. Your son died due to a medical mishap. And that is not Lecturer Li's fault, shouted an audience member. Exactly. Police, what are you doing? Hurry and arrest this armed, dangerous criminal. It seemed this villain's disguise was too effective. Evidence? We certainly possess it. The slide changed, revealing a video. The scene began in an operating room, where Wu Xingyan was conversing with several individuals resembling doctors. That on the operating tables lay an elderly man and a young man. Wait a minute. Isn't that elderly gentleman the wealthy tycoon who was killed by the Night Shadow Society just days ago? An astute audience member recognized the old man. That wasn't there news of him being gravely ill. The public was speculating on the heir to the Guan family group, but why did he hold a press conference just days ago, claiming his condition had improved, when Miao's voice chimed in again? Indeed. I saw the photos online. He looked just like that, clearly on the brink of death. Yes, yes. This was widely publicized. There were even numerous rumors of his death circulating online. Subsequently, Li Tan handed several documents to the doctors, and a group of men in black opened a suitcase filled to the brim with cash. That Tan casually counted it, then took the suitcase and left the operating room with his secretary and the men in black. The video concluded with the wealthy man awakening as he was wheeled out of the operating room, while the young man on the other table lay completely hollowed out, his empty abdomen exposed to the air. Dispose of the body quickly. I will inform the family that long-term treatment is necessary to buy us some time, Li Tan stated. Thank you, Mr. Li, for providing us with so many compatible organs. There will be a thank you bonus once the old gentleman returns to the country. That a man in black bowed to Li Tan. This is also thanks to your financial and promotional support. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to deceive so many lab rats. Ha ha ha. A mutually beneficial and pleasant cooperation. Before the video could finish, the venue erupted in chaos. Those who had just supported Li Tan surged towards the stage in anger. You damn liar! A monster that devours people without leaving a bone. Get out! The enraged crowd hurled objects at the barrier, and at that moment, Li Tan and his secretary wore expressions akin to having eaten excrement. Old fool, can't hold up the act anymore. Can you? With the combined efforts of AO, Jiang, and Cross Star, the barrier was now riddled with cracks, on the verge of breaking. That it appeared that everyone had seen through his true nature. Now, I must inform you all that this hypocrite's crimes extend far beyond what has been revealed. Next to the astonished gazes of the audience, the large screen played numerous videos of Li Tan's crimes. This is outrageous. This is a veritable den of iniquity. This scoundrel stands there pretending to be virtuous while delivering so many lectures. Kill him! Kill him! With a crack, the barrier shattered, and two streams of tears flowed from the old man's murky eyes as he raised his submachine gun. I am a veteran. In the end, I could not save my son. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the muzzle as Li Tan fell to the ground, riddled with bullets, and before the secretary could flee. A barrage of bullets shattered his left leg. Son, I have come to find you, bang. The elderly man's frail body slowly collapsed. Under the illumination of the lights, the shadow of the corpse on the wall was immense. Bang! The barrier broke apart, and the police worked to contain the furious audience while doctors carried the two criminals, lying in pools of blood, away on stretchers. Everyone, calm down. Please calm down. We will ensure this criminal receives the justice he deserves, shouted the White Shark, as team members struggled to restrain the crowd intent on tearing the two men apart. Haha, the Night Shadow Society's operation has once again been a success. Surrounding the broadcast room, when Miao dusted off his trousers, while several black-clad Night Shadow Society operatives brandished knives beside him, and a group of Wu Xingyun's associates was tied to the nearby pillars. Stop. Don't move. Drop your weapons. When Miao turned to see the corridor's exit blocked by police officers. All right, gentlemen of the police. The game is over. Goodbye. When Miao tossed several flashbangs, and after a blinding flash, the members of the Night Shadow Society vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, he appeared on the rooftop, smiling as he observed the police among the crowd. Simultaneously, he noticed a few shifty individuals approaching Li Tan. Just in time for a meet and greet. Chapter 39. Pacification. The outer hall was packed with crowds, making it nearly impossible for water to seep through. Numerous reporters had received word and arrived to capture the breaking news. What is happening? Why are there so many police? I don't know. I just heard gunfire. Could it be armed militants staging a terror attack? It's possible. I heard from a friend who went inside that members of the Night Shadow Society appeared, led by that fellow named Wen Miao. I wonder whose crimes they are about to expose. Oh my goodness. Is it that young boy Wen Miao? I almost got a photo with him at the comic convention last time. He is really quite handsome. It seems they are revealing crimes committed by that Li Tan. I heard from my friend that the large screen inside displayed plenty of evidence of his wrongdoings. He is involved in organ trafficking. He is so famous, yet he is involved in such heinous acts. How despicable. Hello everyone, this is the Qingjiang Daily, that we have just received news that the police have raided the lecture site of the renowned lecturer Li Tan. They're coming out. With a shout from one reporter, the attention of the surrounding crowd turned to the emerging police officers. All eyes focused on the officers holding shields, behind whom were stretchers bearing Li Tan and his secretary. Following them were other criminals being escorted out by the police, each one lowering their heads before the media cameras. Several reporters rushed forward to block the path of the White Shark and others. Excuse me, are you the leader of this operation? Can you share some details about the action? Greetings. Were you aware in advance that the Nightshade Society would be participating in this operation? Hello. Could you inform me who shot Liston? Was it the Nightshade Society? White Shark found himself in a predicament, as he was ill-equipped to handle the media, responding with a stony face. No comment. This is confidential. A.O. Jiang, having failed to track Wen Miao, emerged alongside Black Crow and Thunderlight, only to be immediately besieged by a throng of reporters. Gentlemen, could you share what you witnessed inside? A brief revelation would be appreciated. A.O. Jiang frowned, stating, "We are merely backstage staff. We possess no information." Realizing that further inquiries would yield no results, the reporters shifted their focus to other officers for interviews. The trio squeezed through the crowd towards the vicinity of the ambulance where Liston was located, as their primary concern was to prevent the assassin from blending into the crowd and opening fire on the two individuals. The area surrounding the ambulance was cordoned off by police, while numerous journalists brandished cameras, eager to capture the moment Liston was lifted into the vehicle. A.O. Jiang surveyed his surroundings, pinpointing one individual, and stealthily approached with a dagger drawn. With a swift motion, he struck the journalist's camera, incapacitating him before the reporter could react, throwing him to the ground. Hiding a gun within a camera? What a past tactic. A.O. Jiang summoned the police to apprehend the assassin, skillfully disarming him by removing the magazine and ejecting the bullets. The surrounding journalists turned their attention to A.O. Jiang, who made no effort to conceal his identity, as his face was already obscured and his disguise rendered him unrecognizable. Before they could speak, A.O. Jiang raised a hand to block the microphone. No interviews. The reporter awkwardly chuckled, and just then, a man carrying a camera stumbled and bumped into A.O. Jiang. Both quickly apologized and vanished into the throng. It seems the police have dealt with that fellow. Quite the blunder, as there are still loose ends. Wen Miao waved his hand as Nightshade Society warriors dragged several bound assassins, resembling Zongzi, to the edge of the building. A few assassins plummeted from above, landing on a vehicle, while Wen Miao and his fellow Nightshade members stood atop the building, gazing down at them. "Greetings, officers. Allow me to offer you a small gift." He clapped his hands, prompting the dark-clad warriors to kick the bound assassins off the edge, who were caught mid-fall. With all assassins neutralized, justice was soon to be served. I have prepared some small gifts for the fortunate spectators present. I hope the lucky ones will enjoy them. Until we meet again. The dark figures tossed out several smoke bombs, quickly disappearing from sight. Small gifts? A.O. Jiang recalled the earlier encounter and hastily checked his pockets. Discovering a note and a small card, he discreetly tucked the note away. What luck! Wow, I got it! It's a signed photo from Wen Miao, an excited female student exclaimed, "Me too. How handsome." A.O. Jiang scratched his head, sighed, and boarded the police car, accompanying the ambulance to the hospital. After emergency treatment, Liston and his secretary survived, as the old man had no intention of actually killing them. He aimed for non-lethal areas. However, Wu Xingyun's spine was broken, rendering his legs completely paralyzed. Justice was served. A.O. Jiang glanced at the throng of reporters nearly bursting through the entrance below and sighed in exasperation. Should I clear them out? These reporters care little for others' lives. They obstruct the ambulance's access. The cross star nodded, and AO Jiang signaled to White Shark and Venom to descend the stairs. This explosive news attracted journalists from all over Qingjiang, even drawing reporters from the Minstev area. Riot police struggled to maintain order. Despite their efforts, several journalists broke through the barricades and rushed towards the hospital. Extraordinary situations call for extraordinary measures that AO Jiang seized a nearby megaphone. Inhaling deeply, all journalists, vacate the hospital entrance immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. This tactic proved ineffective, as a few reporters, undeterred, approached with microphones and cameras, eager to glean information from the high-ranking officials present that we at Qingjiang Daily will be the first to secure the scoop. You small tabloids should give up. The reporters' enthusiasm surged as they pressed against the police to AO Jiang. Shaking his head helplessly, drew his handgun and affixed a silencer. The weapon emitted a faint puff of white smoke. Silencing the journalists, with an icy glare, he commanded, "All journalists, leave the hospital entrance at once. Otherwise, we will revoke your credentials and arrest you for endangering public order. All information regarding this case is confidential. Please await our latest updates." The shot had an immediate effect, clearing the hospital entrance. The riot police sighed in relief as the journalists finally dispersed. "These journalists are truly bothersome," White Shark remarked, securing his handgun. "If they publish this, it will likely sell well, but my actions were within regulations. Given their capabilities, it's quite possible they would feature you in a late-night edition," Venom chuckled, due to his severe injuries. Liston required hospitalization. The Cross Star left White Shark and Red Light to assist the police in guarding the area, while the other members departed the hospital in shifts. The Cross Star, carrying evidence of Wu Xingyun's crimes discovered backstage, arrived at the municipal police station that by the time AO Jiang returned home. It was already evening, and the tavern was filling with patrons, and I'm back. Kafia was seated at the counter, perusing the account books. Surprisingly, Owen Lord was not engrossed in a computer or phone, but rather reading a newspaper. That Mr. Owen Lord, what are you reading? There isn't much of interest in today's papers that Owen Lord held up the Qingjiang Evening News, exclaiming, "There's a huge scoop in today's edition." AO Jiang leaned in to see a photograph of himself firing a weapon prominently displayed on the front page. That it seems Venom's prediction was accurate. "Mr. AO, have you checked your phone? The news about the lecturer's arrest has gone viral online. Previously, his books were worth over 50. Now they're practically worthless." Owen Lord excitedly pointed at the news on his phone. "Incredulous that the lecturer turned out to be a criminal. I wonder what he did. I'm quite curious. I hope the police will disclose it soon." Suddenly recalling something, he pulled AO Jiang to the bar and whispered curiously, "Mr. AO, could you tell me what he did? You are a special operations personnel. You must know." AO Jiang awkwardly scratched his head, his tail hanging down from the chair. "That's classified. I can't divulge that at the moment." "Ah, can't you reveal even a little? My curiosity is piqued." "No, but it should be declassified soon." AO Jiang gestured before continuing. "I heard that a Nightshade Society official distributed some gifts at the scene. Did you manage to get one? Little wolf cub? I would quite like to have a signed photo from one." Meow. Kafia stretched and embraced him, feeling pleasantly cool. By the way, he recalled the note and card in his pocket. "I did receive a small gift, but I'm not sure if it's a signed photo." The AO Jiang produced the note and card, placing them on the table. "Wow, it's truly a signed card," Kafia exclaimed, pocketing the card. "I wonder if that note contains any signature or encouraging words. His style is indeed unique. He's secretly in love with you, writing you a love letter," she teased, covering her mouth with a sly smile. "My little wolf cub is truly charming. Don't say such things." The AO Jiang blushed, playfully nudging her. Kafia eagerly opened the note, while Owen Lord leaned in to join them in reading. However, upon seeing the first line, AO Jiang nearly had a heart attack. "Hello, officer. I knew it. I sense you might be surprised by the first line. Fear not. I am merely speculating, as you are but an ordinary officer." "That, oh dear," Kafia murmured, puzzled. "You may be aware that on the 14th of this month, near the Central Iron Steel plant in the west of the city, there will be a comic convention that I would like to invite a senior member of yours to meet with me. The address is written below. That if your schedule does not permit, we may also meet at the Garden CAF in the city center at your convenience. Indeed, the Nightshade Society tends to make an appearance at comic conventions, and they previously apprehended a number of human traffickers," Kafia remarked. "What a pity I wasn't able to catch any that isn't at the particle arc light on the 14th. A new exhibition. And dear, weren't you planning to queue for signatures?" I suppose I should keep an eye on it as well. It seems fortuitous that A.O. Jiang pondered, deciding it was better to let the team leader attend. What is a comic convention? Owen Lord inquired, looking bewildered. Kafia briefly described the event, and he nodded, somewhat understanding that, oh, may I go too? Rest assured, I won't be a bother. I can manage myself at over 40, that Owen Lord said eagerly, with the prospect of playing cards. I find myself quite elated. Certainly, allow me to instruct you on purchasing tickets online. Kafia mentioned that we might depart a bit earlier, thus we may not be able to accompany you. Ao Zheng, blushing, remarked, no problem at all, just provide me with an address, and I shall fly over. Tomorrow marks my birthday, and Eno will return as well. Kafia stated with a smile, that Mr. Owen Lord, what gift shall you bestow upon me? Ah, that scientist lady? Owen Lord shrank back slightly to, I have nothing of worth to offer. How about a soul? All right, a soul will suffice. Okay then, Mr. Owen Lord, do try to sleep a bit later tonight. We need to tidy up. Ao Zheng patted his back. May I request overtime pay? I've already purchased your ticket. All right. Chapter 40. The flames of resentment in the western region of Qingjiang City at the foot of Yuanming Mountain. Burns and Nora knocked upon the sealed gate, that a few bald men brandishing long spears emerged with amiable expressions. Sir, whom do you seek? The leader inquired. I am looking for Elder Sure. Is he present? Burns presented a copper token inscribed with the character for stone. The elder is indeed here. Please follow me. The path leading up Yuanming Mountain was strewn with fallen leaves, where several bald men dressed similarly were gathering them into a pile. After ascending over 500 meters, an ancient temple came into view. It was modest in size, housing a benevolent statue of a monkey carved from stone. Legend has it that this statue was once a white ape that guarded this location. Later transported here to construct the temple, which is now known as Yuanming Temple. Inside the temple, a few small monkeys were feasting on the offerings prepared for them by the practitioners, passing through a small door. They entered a large courtyard where practitioners were honing their martial skills. Dozens of muscular practitioners wielded their long spears or staffs, striking at wooden dummies with formidable force and precision. Please, the room at the far end is where the elder should be reading. Kindly knock before entering. The two gently rapped on the door. Come in, an elderly voice echoed from within. Upon opening the door, they found a bald, white-bearded elder seated at a desk. Beside him lay an enormous spear. Unlike ordinary spears, the tip of this one concealed a 12.7mm sniper rifle, with the magazine hidden within the spear's shaft, allowing it to be fired simply by gripping the handle. Burns, Norsvaya, what a rare visit! Eldersher exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he rose to his feet. Burns uncorked the bottle of wine he had brought, and a pungent aroma filled the air. Ha, you know me well. This wine is truly exceptional. With that, he tilted the bottle to his lips and drank deeply, letting out a contented belch. Now, what brings you here? Yulin informed me of the prophecy. Sniavna is set to be resurrected, Burns stated calmly. What? That woman is to be resurrected? Eldersher appeared taken aback. That is it not common knowledge that Sniavna was vanquished by your soul-shattering technique? Nora questioned, perplexed that by all accounts, her revival is impossible, that I am uncertain how this is possible. It is plausible that only her corpse may rise again. After all, the Storm Church excels at desecrating the dead. Burns then recounted the matter concerning Owen Lord to Eldersher. Given your account, that does appear to be a possibility. Eldersher pondered for a moment. Though that fellow often refers to me as Stone Monkey, he is nonetheless a hero. We cannot allow her corpse to fall into the hands of those lunatics. Have there been any recent disturbances on Yuanming Mountain? Perhaps groups of unidentified individuals? Indeed, we have spotted a few. I dispatched Yuan S. Foot to track them. Among them, one group is comprised of smugglers, while the others are merely traders. That be vigilant. They could be hiding among us. Rest assured, our apprentices patrol the mountain daily. Should anything unusual arise, I will report it to you without delay, Eldersher assured, patting Burns' back. You old rascal have gained some weight. What delectable treats have you been enjoying? Nora inquired, glancing at the magazines on his desk. This magazine appears quite new. Did you acquire it just yesterday? A fire lizard from the base of the mountain brought me some sweet cakes. You know well how I relish those. That I may have indulged a bit too much. Oh dear, is that not the confectionery that the statue has on display? It appears rather fresh, Nora remarked. casually picking up a mung bean cake to taste that a couple brought it as a token of gratitude for my funding in treating their daughter's illness. Eldersher produced a letter which included a drawing made by the little girl that, to my surprise, it resembles me quite well. How many lives have you aided thus far? Burns asked. Eldersher pondered for a moment. I've long lost count. My memory does not rival that of youth. Besides, what does it matter how many I've saved? The funds were generously donated by kind-hearted individuals. I merely ensured they reached those in need. Not far from the mountain at the scrap yard of the Rongfeng workshop. Hey, Helymamba, take it easy. Did you go out drinking again last night? Zhou Qingyu called to a muscular man. The man stood at 185 meters with dark skin and plastic glasses, nearly colliding with a steel pillar. I was up late writing a novel. My apologies. Zhou Qingyu's expression shifted that, I dare not speak of your novel. If readers discovered your address, they might send you a couple of grenades that I have told you countless times. This style of writing strikes at the very soul, catching readers off guard. That is the thrill of it. Before he could finish, Zhou Qingyu, exasperated, covered his mouth. All right, enough of that. Let us quickly search for valuable items amidst the scrap, that if we find something of worth and sell it at scrap prices to the steel mill, I would be at a tremendous loss. The two rummaged for a while when Helymamba uncovered an object it felt akin to a knife, wrapped in a tattered cloth bag. Helymamba eagerly waved Zhou Qingyu over, and they carefully unwrapped the cloth to reveal the blade. Upon seeing it, their eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, boss, we might just strike it rich. Helymamba exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Be why my mother. This knife is undoubtedly aged. The blade was entirely crimson, the handle wrapped in fine cowhide, and the sheath felt heavy, adorned with flickering flame patterns. Zhou Qingyu wiped away the dirt, drawing the knife from its sheath. The moment the fiery blade was exposed to the air, it ignited with crimson flames. This knife can catch fire. Goodness, we'll make a fortune. Helymamba patted Zhou Qingyu's back. Curiously, instead of celebrating, he lowered his head, fixating intently on the knife, as if sparks of light danced in his eyes. Kill them all, kill them all. Cack out your tongue. Respond. Kill them all, kill them all. Hey, I'm not the one. You should look at yourself. You probably stayed up later than I did last night. Helymamba slapped his back, causing the knife to tumble to the ground. What was that for? Zhou Qingyu retorted. Were you daft? You ignored me when I spoke, and now you blame me for slapping you. Confess, what time did you play games until last night? What nonsense. I didn't hear you speak. There was some Eastern fellow talking to me. I couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Eastern fellow? Have you lost your mind? There is no one else here but us. Don't scare me like that? Impossible. That Eastern fellow was just speaking to me. Where could he have vanished so quickly? Damn it, he even slapped me before leaving. I must return the favor. Helymamba's face turned pale as he examined the knife closely. Judging by its design, it was a traditional Eastern katana, but this was no modern artifact. The patterns and craftsmanship were undoubtedly from centuries past. Isn't this rather ominous? Helymamba questioned Ditto. Who cares if it's ominous? Some wealthy individuals fancy such things. Let us wrap it up and take it home. They returned. The market buyer happened to be waiting for them in the store. Hello. Have you acquired any fine knives recently? The two exchanged glances. What a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, we have. Zhou Qingyu produced the knife and placed it on the table. The buyer's eyes nearly popped out of his head upon seeing it. The flames of resentment. How on earth did this come to be here? Goodness, he collected himself. All right, this knife is truly magnificent. I'll offer you 100,000 yuan for it. The buyer was quite straightforward. I'll go wrap it up for you. Zhou Qingyu was elated, having acquired this knife at the price of scrap metal. Merely 1 yuan per pound, totaling a meager 5 pounds. With such a substantial profit, he carefully placed his bitterness into a beautifully crafted sword box and set it onto the purchaser's vehicle, assuring that the money would be sent back to him. And no sooner had he spoken than he leapt into his own vehicle and departed without a backward glance. I asked the buyer in a bit of a hurry today. Helymamba mused, watching him drive away. Let it be. Having just made such a windfall, we should quickly procure some fruits or the like. After all, we must deliver gifts to the third miss of the Camber family this evening. Chapter 41. The banquet on November 11th. At 3 in the afternoon, a notice board mysteriously appeared in front of the Camber Tavern, declaring that today was the birthday of the owner's younger sister. with all beverages offered at a 10% discount and a complimentary platter of marinated beef for every purchase of alcohol while supplies lasted. Squeak. I'm back. Ino has returned. Xiaoya and Xiaojing are still napping. Your grandfather will likely come home later tonight, Burns remarked, pouring her a glass of sparkling water. That old fellow has been absent for ages. I haven't seen him in 800 years, sigh. Good morning. Mr. Burns, exclaimed Owen Lord, who, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned and took a seat at the computer desk. Ghost, you have a computer now. Who set it up for you? Su Ino inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Wait, can a ghost even have dark circles? Mr. Ao set it up for me, but the funds for the hardware and system came from old Ku. Owen Lord proudly stroked the keyboard. This computer is excellent for gaming. Now Miss Ka even asked me to livestream my gameplay to attract customers. Her idea is indeed brilliant. Ever since Owen Lord started streaming games, we've seen a notable increase in young patrons. Boosting our revenue, Melika remarked with a smile from the kitchen. Sister Melika, you're here too. It seems we're in for a treat today. Su Ino beamed, turning to pat Owen Lord on the shoulder, that I've just completed my project. Do you have any multiplayer games we could try? Okay, now by the way, you still haven't answered me. Can ghosts have dark circles? Did you stay up late last night? Yes, I was helping Mr. Ao set up the birthday party room for Miss Ka until past 2.as for the dark circles. I'm not sure. Well, did Ao not give you any overtime pay? He promised to buy me a ticket to the upcoming Particle Arc Light Expo. Which is quite decent, Owen Lord replied. Wait, how did you know about the expo? Su Ino asked, raising an eyebrow. Owen Lord recounted the meeting of the Nightshade Society members with Mr. Ao, including the capture of Wu Xingyun. I knew it. I've had a distaste for that fellow for quite some time. He reminds me of those school lectures selling books. Thankfully, my grandfather introduced me to his videos that I wanted to ask Mr. Ao what he did to get into trouble, but he keeps saying it's confidential. I'm so curious. Creak. Kafia entered, carrying 2 large bags of parcels and another filled with ingredients. Wow, what a windy day. I almost got blown away. Weren't you supposed to be napping? Why did you go to pick up parcels? I love waking up early. Kafia set one bag down at Ino's feet. This is your parcel. I forgot to get it earlier. You really bought quite a hefty load. She handed the other bag to Melika, who smiled as she accepted it. How come you weren't bothered by the weight when you were flying with Mr. Ao? Isn't he heavier than you? How heavy is Mr. Ao? I was 180 pounds before I died. He must weigh less than that, right? Light as he may be, his physique doesn't seem that heavy. However, his flesh is incredibly resilient. Biting into it feels like a meatball. And his waist, oh my, the sensation is sublime. Kafia remarked, swallowing hard, that it never gets tiresome. No matter how much you bite, that I'm genuinely concerned that one day your cravings will lead to you consuming him. Ino teased. Especially when we're not at home. Kafia pulled Su Ino closer and playfully nipped at her neck. She smacked her lips. I suppose I'll whet my appetite by sampling you first. Your blood is quite tangy. Have you been eating too much jealousy? Hey, how can I not indulge in some strong flavors to invigorate myself while in the studio? Su Ino dipped her finger into the bag and tasted it. Tangy? I didn't notice. She then retrieved a paper bag from the parcel and handed it to Kafia. Kafia opened the paper bag and popped a piece of chocolate-covered cake into her mouth. Her face lighting up with delight. That's so delicious. Their pastries are notoriously hard to come by. You're so thoughtful, little Ino. Can I borrow your sword tonight for some research? Sure, the magnanimous Lady Kafia has granted your wish. However, she leaned in close and whispered something into Ino's ear, to which Ino nodded in agreement. That I've agreed to it, that I heard you're going to that Particle Arc Light event. I heard it's in an old factory at the Central Iron Steelworks in West City. Just be careful not to freeze to death. Rest assured, I read the organizer's announcement, and there will be air conditioning. No chance of freezing to death. Besides, it's a factory, so it'll be stifling. How could one freeze in there? I'm not very optimistic about that exhibit. Just be cautious. By the way, what are you two planning to bring? That's a little secret, Kafia giggled, covering her mouth. That I knew it. Rest assured, I prepared something for him. Absolutely stunning and entirely respectable. Goodness, I believe you. All right, I must go help Sister Melika prepare the meals, that if the little wolf cub wakes up, just send him to the kitchen to find me. Soon, evening descended, and guests began to arrive at Kafia's birthday celebration at the tavern. Owen Lord and the other attendants busily welcomed the regular patrons, and the marinated beef quickly ran out due to the high turnout. Fire Lizard and Haluman were among the first to arrive, finding a suitable spot to sit and engage with their phones that will scout upstairs. You stay below to provide support. Okay, there are dogs. Hurry back, I need to seal the fire. Zhou Qingyu tossed a firebomb. Before long, Haluman smacked Zhou Qingyu on the backside. You absolute fool. How did you manage to take out 3 teammates with a single firebomb? What could I do? My armor was nearly gone, and there were 3 red-eyed dogs. Right at the staircase. I had no choice. I can't believe you even burned yourself. A single person annihilated the entire team. How impressive. Fortunately, I didn't have anything valuable with me. It wasn't dying by fire, but rather being torn apart by dogs. Anyway, this place is sealed off. Our belongings are safe from others. Fool. As the two continued their bickering, the 5 members of the Evil Flame Society and Yulin arrived. Wow, I smell the scent of fine wine. Evil Flame licked his lips. Let us drink a little less, or we won't have the strength to carry her back tonight. Xuanlu replied, looking exasperated that I share the same sentiment. Lei Ming added, frowning. Who is that girl accompanying the 3rd miss? I often see her with her, and she is quite striking and tall. Xiong Benbin, curious, remarked, this is the first time she and Hong Do have attended Kafia's birthday party. That is her partner, a childhood friend. She is not a little girl, but rather a young man. Lei Ming replied nonchalantly, the young man? Hong Do and Xiong Benbin's jaws nearly hit the floor. With that physique and looks, he is actually a boy. Indeed, he has always looked like a girl. When I first met him, I thought he was a little girl. Well, aren't they just 2 fools? What, can't they break free? Evil Flame quipped, observing their phones with amusement, that I told you. You 2 fools can't function without me guiding you. Come on, let us play another round. Now, I shall narrate the tale of how a single firebomb eliminated 3 teammates. Haluman elbowed Zhou Qingyu, don't call me a fool. I see you're just begging for punishment now, Now I'll recount the story of the elbow strike tutorial, Guan Juanhao said with a mischievous grin. In the back were Yi Chenxi and Cretalian, followed by Old Wang and his spouse, Old Ao. Old fellow, I haven't seen you in a while. You put on some weight. It seems you've been eating well at Old QS. Eno remarked, kneading Old Wang's shoulders. Hey, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Old Wang retrieved a small box from his pocket, containing a newly unearthed treasure. Take this as a trinket that I in celebration of the birthday. Burns had reserved a large private room for Kafia, adorned with a bouquet of large roses placed at her seat, her favorite flower. The rest of the room was also decorated with roses, filling the space with a fragrant aroma. Several cases of exclusive Camber family wine were positioned in the corner, having been specially fetched from the vineyard by Burns. Wow. Camber wine? Today is a feast for the palate. Evil Flame exclaimed, excitement radiating from him, that as the guests offered their well wishes, the banquet commenced, with patrons toasting and enjoying their meals. Partway through, Su Eno mentioned she had work to attend to and left the private room. Little Eno is truly unfortunate. Even at a banquet, she must handle work, Old Wang remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Cretalian. Kafia, meanwhile, had consumed little food but had already downed nearly 2 cases of wine. The Red Bean and Kumamoto were both left in a state of astonishment. That it was long rumored that Miss Sam possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, but no one anticipated it to be this prodigious. In stark contrast, Ao Jiang, seated beside her, became slightly tipsy after consuming less than a bottle. Come on, you two. Keep drinking. Why are you slumped over? Ian chided, playfully patting the dazed Guan Juanhao and Zhou Qingyu. Weren't you two supposed to be competing with me in drinking? How many times have you tried, yet you haven't surpassed me? The banquet continued well into the night, past 10 o'clock. Helyamamba and the fire lizard had indulged a bit too much, prompting the market manager to find a room for them to rest. Owen Lord labored to carry the 2 hefty individuals, who together weighed nearly 500 pounds, into the adjacent room, after bidding farewell to all the guests. Kafia instructed Owen Lord and the other servants to take the remaining food to the kitchen, then stretched and picked up the sword of Draculius, making her way upstairs to Eno's room. Eno assisted her in changing out of her attire, helping her into a loose-fitting nightgown. She quietly sat beside the vanity, her expression serene. All right, let's begin. Eno skillfully tended to her long hair as Kafia meticulously touched up her makeup in the mirror. First, I'll take care of him. Then it'll be your turn. It has been quite a challenge studying your sword, Su Eno remarked, pinching her cheek, that I must attend to the guests, so you'll have to bear with me. After all, who could resist the makeup skills of our little Eno? Oh, by the way, please inform Mr. Phantom that unless there is something urgent, he should refrain from disturbing us. That I understand. The silent spell module has already been set up for you, ensuring effectiveness that he could shout hoarsely and still make no sound. You can indulge to your heart's content. Kafia nodded, retrieving a silver dagger from the drawer. She took a glass and gently sliced a small incision in her palm. As dark red blood dripped into the glass, accumulating to about 20 drops, Kafia swiftly wiped the wound, allowing it to heal. The dark crimson liquid shimmered with a bewitching glow as she raised the glass, gently swirling it. The blood gradually congealed into a small orb, which she placed into a silver box, dark red enchantments coursing over its surface. Previously, I pleaded for a drop of source blood for research. But you never obliged. Now, you're giving him so much. ISNT that a bit biased. Su Eno puffed her cheeks in protest that, oh, this INT the first time you've seen me give him so much. Here, have a little too, Kafia replied, taking a test tube and squeezing a few drops inside. 10 minutes later, Kafia suppressed her excitement as she opened the door to her room. Moonlight bathed her in its glow, revealing A.O. Jiang, clad in an ice-blue nightgown, sitting quietly on the bed. The gown accentuated his exquisite figure, his long legs elegantly crossed, and his gemstone-like eyes emitted a faint glow. His silver hair was woven into a thick braid, and the subtle scent of alcohol tantalized Kafia's senses. Note: he does not possess the unmistakable appearance of a male, but rather exudes an aura of femininity. In Kafia's eyes, he resembled an extraordinarily beautiful cake, visually stunning and delectable. "Welcome back," he said, blushing as he stood. His steps unsteadied, he nearly toppled over, but Kafia swiftly supported his waist. He looked up, speaking softly, "Am I beautiful?" Her fingers glided over his smooth neck, grasping his chin to elevate his face. "Of course, you are beautiful. You look lovely in anything." Kafia enveloped him in her arms, burying her face in his neck. Leaning against her, Kafia gently laid him on the bed, tenderly cradling him in her embrace. The coolness of his skin contrasted with the warmth from the alcohol, prompting her to hold him tighter. Wanting to savor this comforting sensation, A.O. Jiang nestled against her, his cerulean eyes misty with affection. Radiating tenderness, she adored this aspect of her beloved, utterly defenseless and wholly surrendered to her. "What are you thinking about?" Kafia asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. "Little beauty." The night sky outside sparkled with countless stars. A water-blue star hanging in the north. It was a star that had only appeared twice in 2 centuries, said to be the Eye of Snovivna, watching over the injustices of this desolate land, ready to eradicate all wrongdoing. Yet A.O. Jiang knew that soon, this night sky would shimmer with even more dazzling stars. That he held Kafia tightly, and she reciprocated, gently nibbling on his ear, that he relished the sensation of being tightly embraced by her. "How much did you drink?" he asked tenderly, rubbing his warm cheek against hers. "Just a little. I'm not even tipsy," he replied. Kafia laughed. "Yet here you are, utterly intoxicated." "Not at all. I'm perfectly fine," A.O. Jiang retorted, reaching for the wine glass on the bedside table. The crimson liquid resembled flowing crystal. Before he could drink, Kafia snatched the glass and downed its contents in one go. A.O. Jiang playfully bid her in protest. "I can still drink." All right, I know you can still drink, but overindulgence isn't good for your health. Remember, you told me that." Fine then. He pointed to the night sky outside. "Would you keep me company while I gaze at the stars?" "Certainly. Tonight I shall heed your every word." Then on the outskirts of the old development zone, at the remnants of a civil defense artillery position. Just looking at it is exhilarating," Poison Spike exclaimed, inspecting the circuitry of several firework launchers. The biting cold wind whipped against his face, yet it did nothing to diminish the smile upon it. "Everything is functioning normally. Kid, I owe you my gratitude." That he perched himself on the wall of the anti-aircraft artillery position, fingers gripping the detonator tightly, eyes fixed intently on his watch. As the countdown approached 11 o'clock, he pressed the detonator with anticipation. Then, he eagerly watched the launchers, situated 100 meters away. As the countdown reached 0, a thunderous roar erupted as brilliant fireballs shot into the sky, bursting into a spectrum of colors. The flames illuminated Poison Spike's face, as he could not help but raise his arms in exultation. Look! A.O. Jiang exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the distant fireworks, his delight akin to that of a child. The vibrant fireballs exploded in the air, resembling fallen planets, their luminous flames casting a dazzling array of colors across the night sky. Brightening it as if it were a radiant day, in quick succession, two fireballs soared skyward, exploding in a display akin to a constellation of stars, transforming the heavens into a mesmerizing tapestry of twinkling brilliance. The fireworks blossomed in the sky, each one a floral creation of flames, collectively forming a vast garden of fire, resplendent and radiant. "Kid, what follows is my magnum opus," Poison Spike declared, pressing the detonator once more. Several massive red fireballs roared into the fireworks garden, unfurling a grand message in red letters. "Happy birthday, Lady Brandy Kafia Cambert. May you be joyful every day and find success in all your endeavors." Ao Jiang read aloud the message, leaning in to share a kiss with her. "That my dear, I absolutely adore this gift," Kafia replied, planting a fervent kiss on Ao Jiang's lips. However, she playfully pushed him down, asserting, but she pinned Ao Jiang beneath her, seizing his hands, relishing the fear in his eyes as she bared her sharp fangs, a glimmer of greed sparkling in her gaze, reminiscent of a wolf savoring a lamb. "This gift is simply the best." Her sharp teeth grazed his artery, blood oozing forth slowly as she sank her fangs into his pale neck, injecting a purple venom. Just a few drops of this venom could render an ordinary person unconscious or leave a snow wolf in a half-dazed state. Devoid of any ability to resist, his vision blurred, the area where the venom entered felt searing hot, and his body gradually slipped from his control, his soft cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. She savored the taste of his blood as it flowed into her, a blissful expression spreading across Kafia's face. Then, she viciously clamped down on his vulnerable throat, the soft cartilage cracking with a slight sound. Relishing the overwhelming pleasure of his blood coursing down her throat, along with the tremors and moans of her beloved, "I absolutely adore this obedient gift." 3 hours later, Kafia reluctantly released her hold, gently kissing the fresh, bite mark on the back of Ao Jiang's neck, delicately licking the blood from her lips, her expression one of sheer rapture. Her innate aggression and possessiveness made her thoroughly enjoy this process. She draped a nightgown over him, affectionately ruffled his hair, and gently wiped away the tears from his face. "Every time I bite you, you shed little pearls, just like when you were a child. You truly are a little crybaby today." As she spoke, she pulled him in her embrace, untangling the mess of his silver hair. Ao Jiang sat obediently, resembling an injured puppy, his clear blue eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. "Cough, cough." He covered his throat and coughed a few times. "How can you say that? My throat is sore from what you did." Ao Jiang gently rubbed his throat, his voice hoarse. His body still felt somewhat stiff, the earlier excitement leaving him dizzy. "Your voice is so melodious, and your blood is so delicious. I simply couldn't resist indulging in you a little longer," Kafia replied, kissing him softly. "Besides, you've left me with quite a few strawberries. Haven to you." She gestured to the many red marks adorning her chest. "And I want to plant just one more." Ao gently nipped her collarbone, his large tail swaying playfully. Then he attempted to bite Kavia's neck. But before he could do so, he succumbed and collapsed weakly onto her. All right, my little birthday gift, be good," she said, producing a small pill made from source blood, pinching it between her fingers and bringing it to Ajiang's lips. "Swallow this." Ajiang obediently complied, and as he swallowed, a faint metallic taste spread across his palate. Before long, he felt warmth enveloping his body, and the pain from his wounds lessened significantly. "Didn't you just have some last month? Consuming too many source blood pills isn't good for your health." Kavia gently chided as she caressed his back. "That it's fine. I've taken quite a bit of your blood this month, and after today's ordeal, I must nourish you properly. Besides, my source blood has been increasing rapidly lately. It would be a waste not to use it, and it's better to help you regain your strength. Let me guess. When you were doing this, Aino must have complained about you not giving her a few drops for research, right?" He remarked softly that she was just joking. She understands how dangerous this stuff can be. It should be taken in moderation. Source blood is no ordinary substance. If an average human inadvertently inhales it or allows it to enter their bloodstream through a wound, they can easily transform into a bloodthirsty monster. Yet for reasons unknown, Kavia's source blood had a remarkably nurturing effect on Ajiang's body and soul that a wave of drowsiness washed over Ajiang, and he nearly toppled over, but Kavia swiftly caught him, gently laying him down on the bed. "I'll fetch some water to wipe you down." Just lie back for now. She fastened the buttons of her robe and headed downstairs with a porcelain basin. As she reached the kitchen doorway, she heard a series of scraping and chewing noises emanating from within. The sounds resembled a famished specter devouring flesh, consuming something at an astonishing speed, accompanied by intermittent low growls. She quietly leaned against the doorframe, spotting a shadowy figure within, emanating flickers of green flames. Roar. The figure slowly turned its gaze towards her, the shadows beneath its feet twisting, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cracking bones as it rose. Didn't I tell you, Mr. Ghost, you can turn on the lights while having your midnight snack? It's fine, Kavya remarked with exasperation. Yao and Lord swallowed a plate of honey-glazed roasted meat without chewing, simply gulping it down. My apologies. I've gotten used to wolfing down meals in the army. I'll wash the dishes afterward. Oh, right, little wolf cub, I've purchased your ticket. It's an electronic version. I'll send it to you when the time comes. Just scan it at the entrance. As he spoke, Yao devoured 2 large hamburgers in quick succession. Oh, please thank Mr. Ao for me. You all can leave first. I'll fly over. I'm genuinely curious about your appetite's limit, Kavya inquired. Yao and Lord pondered seriously for a moment. It seems there is no limit. One day, I should enter you in an eating contest. By the time Kavya finished tidying up, Ajayang had fallen into a deep slumber. His wounds had healed significantly, a testament to the long-term effects of consuming Kavya's blood. His exposed skin had taken on a slight reddish hue, his tail and ears twitching gently, while his light gray eyelashes fluttered, emitting soft murmurs. Sister, 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 stay with me a little longer, he mumbled unconsciously. How adorable. Kavya lay beside him, embracing him tightly. Chapter 42. The first taste on November 23rd. 2003. It had been 7 days since Aida-shun found Ajayang. All right, today's story is concluded. Would you like to go out and bask in the sunlight? Kavya closed the storybook, resting her hand on Ajayang's tail. It is so warm. Hee, ticklish. Ajayang blushed as he slowly got out of bed. His injuries had healed considerably. Your tail feels amazing. Kavya assisted him down the stairs. From now on, this will be your home. Uncle Ao and Aunt Zhang have agreed for you to stay with him, and you can come and play with me whenever. Ajayang swallowed nervously, asking hesitantly, why do you want me to stay here? Uncle Ao said you share his surname, and you have a connection with him. That my brother wants me to have another playmate. The local children aren't keen on playing with me, and I know. They say I'm a vampire who bites. Kavya felt a bit wronged. It's not my fault they threw stones at me first. Leaning against her, he rubbed his ear against her neck. I think you are so beautiful and kind to me that if they refuse to play with you, I will play with you. Many people have thrown stones at me too, calling me a little monster. Well, no one will dare to do that anymore. That if they throw stones at you again, we'll throw them back. If they dare to lay a hand on you, we shall retaliate together, Kavya declared. Shaking her fist, he nodded, reflecting on the past few days in this place, where Kavya had consistently brought him treats and recounted stories. The only other person who had treated him this well was his mother. But, besides, you're also quite adorable. That if Aunt Zhang hadn't bathed you, I might have mistaken you for a little girl. When I was 3, I met a sister from the Snow Wolf clan, and both of you are so beautiful, though I can't quite remember her face anymore. The two sat on a small bench outside the tavern, sunlight bathing them in warmth and comfort. Sister, try some of this. Malia brought over a plate of chocolate candies, frowning slightly as the sunlight touched her skin. Though her bloodline protected her from being harmed by the sun, she still found it difficult to adjust to its rays. Thank you, Sister May, Kavya said, giving her a kiss. Malia gently patted her head. That if you want anything, just let me know. You vampires need to drink blood frequently, right? Ajayang asked, blushing as he grasped her hand. Not necessarily. We can eat other foods as well. Usually, we drink blood every 2 to 3 days. That I'm still young and don't need to drink blood for now, Kavya replied, supporting her chin. Then would you like to taste my blood? Wow, I just had some blood, but a small taste wouldn't hurt. Ajayang loosened his collar, revealing his neck, gently embracing Kavya as she lightly bit into his neck, licking the blood that oozed out. As soon as it touched her tongue, stars sparkled in her eyes, and she held him tightly, savoring a few more sips before reluctantly letting him go. Oh, delicious. Have you considered being my blood bag? Kavya exclaimed with delight. Okay, Ajayang replied, blushing, unsure of what blood bag meant. But he felt it would make her happy, and he wished to see her smile. Little Ao is still young. You must wait until he is the same age as you before you can drink his blood. Burns placed 3 cups of hot milk on the table beside them. And you must only drink when little Ao is willing. That I understand, Kavia nodded, smiling. Don't worry, business has been good lately. Just tell Sister Meliko what you want. Yuri not completely healed yet. Make sure to eat well to replenish your strength. Burns gently patted Ajayang's head. Ajayang mumbled in agreement, continuing to lean against Kavia while basking in the sun. Before long, Aino joined them, clutching a physics book. The little bookworm has emerged. Burns set the plate on the adjacent table. Drink up while it's warm. Drink more milk to grow tall. After observing Ajayang for several days and delving into his memories, Burns had confirmed that he was not sent by any hostile organization, but was merely a pitiful stray child. His little sister's strength required a substantial amount of fresh blood to sustain it. And this snow wolf child, akin to a gift from the heavens, was undoubtedly the perfect source of nourishment for her, alone, with a flawless physique and low magical resistance. Most importantly, he seemed to have a fondness for his little sister. He mused. The blood of the Snow Wolf clan had an exceptional restraining and nurturing effect on the power derived from their bloodline. He had already devised a plan to raise him to maturity, providing fresh blood for his little sister. Once her strength stabilized, he could choose to leave or stay, that if he wished to remain by her side, that would be even better. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Ajayang resembled someone he knew. Though he couldn't recall who, Nora waved at him, dropping a handful of candies for the 3 children. The police have news. This child is the son of the couple from that murder case a month ago. IVE had the relevant documents sent over. Nora handed Burns a stack of papers that a month prior, a case unfolded in the East District where a husband killed his wife. That man was a scoundrel. The police concluded the case as a domestic dispute, and he was swiftly executed. However, their child had been missing ever since. The Black Tiger Society had been quite active in recent days. These ruffians had been operating since the conclusion of the war 2 years ago. According to informants from the blood corrosion market, a wealthy individual had been pressuring them lately. Did he instruct them to find this child? Burns furrowed his brow, recalling how adamantly he had resisted when tasked with examining Aojiang. It was only through the application of a hypnotic spell that he had acquiesced. Beyond suffering from malnutrition, the boy had also sustained moderate lacerations in his lower regions, likely the result of a significant fall. And his legs were grievously injured as well. This unfortunate child must have tumbled while attempting to scale a fence. Nora wiped the blood from the muzzle of her gun. Yesterday, I captured a few tongues. That damned wealthy man is a pervert. He previously purchased this child from them, but before the identification documents could be provided, the boy escaped. Those documents are probably still in their possession. Have the bodies been dealt with? Burns pondered. Rest assured, I absorbed all the flesh and blood, and the remaining bones were pulverized and disposed of in the incinerator at the landfill. Absolutely no trace remains, Nora replied confidently, that if Burns was not mistaken. It was highly probable that one of the child's parents had sold him to those traffickers, and that the wealthy man's intention was to mask his nefarious actions under the guise of adoption. I noticed that my little sister seems quite fond of this child. He is rather adorable. Perhaps we should discuss the possibility of arranging a betrothal for them, Melia jested. Spending a lifetime with a vampire. Let's wait until they're older. We must also consider little Ao's opinion, that I currently desire him to serve as my sister's blood servant. Whether they end up together depends on her. She continued that he recalled the prophecy that Yulin had imparted to him. Could this little one truly be the destined counterpart of Kafia as she had foretold? There were scarcely a handful of snow wolves left in the vast northwestern wilderness, making it exceedingly unlikely to stumble upon one, especially one with a resemblance to an acquaintance, that a divine gift indeed. One does not encounter a snow wolf breed once in 8 centuries. And yet here is old Ao casually picking one up by the roadside. Nora took a sip of her drink. Handing this boy to my sister would certainly be a stroke of fortune for her. Keep a watchful eye. My sister is still young and has a voracious appetite that I glimpsed into this boy's heart yesterday. Be cautious not to let her drain him of too much blood, Burns warned Melia. Fear not, she responded, her expression softening into a gentle smile. By the way, have you noticed something peculiar? Nora inquired. What is it? This little fellow bears a striking resemblance to Snoivna. I almost mistook him for a girl. Indeed, I remember now, Snoivna does have a resemblance. Let me find a photograph of her, Burns scoffed, retrieving a silver handgun from the drawer beneath the bar and loading several magazines into the inner pocket of his coat. Nora felt a surge of excitement. Are we making our move now? We ought to pay a visit to those who disregard the rules. It is a family custom that I don't recall that being part of our family rules. Nora queried, perplexed that I have amended them. Some traditions need adjusting, particularly since this isn't the land of eternal night, where certain rules could lead us into peril, Burns replied calmly. The old one's words do not warrant excessive adherence. We should only heed what is useful. Considering the time, our parents' letter should be arriving soon. The land of eternal night has remained relatively stable these past few years. The other prominent families lack the audacity to provoke us. Oh, speaking of which, I just remembered that a few brats were smoking in my car the other day that I gave them a good thrashing, but when I returned today, I discovered my car had been set ablaze. After reviewing the surveillance, it was those same little rascals, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. The police likely won't apprehend them. Did you seek compensation? Your car model is quite valuable. Burns lamented, I have a nearly $300,000 vehicle. And their parents offered me a mere $10,000. One of those brats has a parent who is a cadre under the Qingjiang. I have no idea how that little punk ended up here. Before I even entered, those people greeted me with faces like I'd just slaughtered their entire family. Without much conversation, they tossed money at me and shooed me away. As he spoke, Nora's eyes glowed with fury, her fingers cracking ominously, that I now suspect that little Qingjiang sent someone to irritate us. Damn it. Come now, why get so worked up over something so trivial? Burns patted his back. The Camberts are magnanimous. It's merely a car. While speaking, he retrieved a frozen large sausage from the grocery basket, gripping it tightly in two hands before twisting it apart, the sound echoing as it snapped. Afterward, toss it somewhere populated. We cannot afford to leave any trace of the disturbance. Understood, Nora replied, a sinister smile creeping on her face. Oh, by the way, we found the body of that child's mother, my sister, as per your instructions. Arrange for her burial in a cemetery. She handed Burns a card, indicating the location. Burns' expression softened. Once he grows a bit older, I shall take him to pay his respects. Sighed, he withdrew a crystal box from his pocket, revealing a hairpin adorned with a red gem. Ahem, what time is it? Zhang slowly sat up, still feeling sore. He held up a mirror to examine himself. The bite marks on his body had already healed. Meow. Huani bounded onto him, rubbing against his hand. Hungry? He retrieved a can of cat food from the drawer and poured it into a small bowl. Eat up. Minutes later, Kafia, dressed impeccably, gently opened the door and entered. Awake, little wolf cub. Wait here. I'll fetch you something to eat. Before long, the delightful aroma of chocolate and milk wafted into his nostrils. He picked up a piece of cake, savoring each bite. Where did you go for business this time? Minsta of a hotel, and I reserved over 20 barrels, Kafia replied, her complexion radiant, perhaps due to the ample blood she had consumed the previous night. Let me tell you, those Sewer people are shrewd. They tried to ensnare me within the contract. But fortunately, I saw through their tricks. TSK, they certainly excel at setting traps. No wonder you were so adept, she teased. How are you feeling? Is your health improving? Kafia inquired, brushing her fingers across his forehead. His temperature felt low, and his skin appeared somewhat pale. It seemed she had indeed taken quite a bit of blood from him. But who could blame you for being so delectable? If you continue to torment me like you did after high school graduation, I shall deny you my blood for an entire month. You'll have to subsist on pig's blood. Zhang put down his cup, wiping his mouth, and pouted indignantly. That won't happen, Kafia laughed, embracing him. Besides, would you really allow me to suffer on a diet of mere scraps? Perhaps, Zhang replied, revealing his sharp teeth, that I intend to reclaim my share. Very well, Kafia acquiesced, unfastening a button. Zhang blushed and cast a shy glance at her before gently biting her throat. Ha ha ha, Kafia giggled, squirming. That tickles him, Zhang huffed, intensifying his grip. After a while, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and planted a kiss on her. Is that all you're having? Don't you want more? Kafia dipped her finger in her own blood, tasting it before licking her lips in satisfaction. My blood is far more exquisite than any wine in this world, that I'm not a vampire. Just a little taste will suffice to punish you. Zhang replied, biting her shoulder again, that Kafia's wound gradually froze and healed. Your blood is sweet. Watch out, or one day I might just drain you dry. He playfully lunged at her. Upon hearing this, Kafia's lips curled into a faint smile. Drinking my blood in excess will turn you into a vampire. Having consumed so much since childhood, you might transform before your wolfish instincts take over. Aozhong playfully punched her. You're scaring me again. If I become a vampire, the first blood I will drink will be yours. I will drain you to the point where you can barely stand, drinking your blood daily. Oh dear, that tactic worked wonders when we were younger. Every time I mentioned it, you would panic, crying and refusing to let me feed you blood, requiring me to comfort you for ages before you would agree. Sometimes, I had to poison you just to get you to drink. She mischievously recounted. You wicked creature, bullying me with venom since childhood. Aozhong playfully struck her. But your reactions after being poisoned are quite delightful, Kafia teased. Besides, a few drops won't harm you. Afterward, she suddenly remembered something and retrieved a large box from the wardrobe. Since you're lacking in strength, why not try on the outfit I prepared for you? Kafia's eyes sparkled as she opened the box to reveal an adorably designed maid outfit. That I refuse. Not unless you kiss me first. Aozhong retorted, his cheeks flushing. Kafia laughed heartily, pushing him onto the bed and planting a firm kiss on him. That's so simple. Now, try on the outfit. That Kafia's eyes shone with excitement as she unfurled the maid outfit. Chapter 43. Strange events at 7 in the morning. Within the old district of the Shijiazhongtia steel plant, the faint sounds of mechanical clatter echoed intermittently from the distant industrial area. Several armored personnel carriers were stationed near the exhibition venue, with soldiers aboard scanning the surroundings with their rifles. That an old soldier nudged a drowsy recruit. Wake up, kid. We are responsible for the lives of thousands. The recruit lit a cigarette and handed one to the veteran before lighting another for himself. Old-timer, this is my first time on duty at such a large event. Did I ask there anything I should particularly watch for? The veteran took a drag from his cigarette. Just like any other day, inspect for suspicious individuals, patrol diligently, and keep an eye on those dressed like armed militants. That he cast a glance at the venue, shook his head, and remarked, to be honest, I've accompanied the troops to numerous comic conventions for duty, but this is the first time I've witnessed such an event in a place like this. A sedan came to a halt at the checkpoint, where an old soldier extinguished his cigarette and opened the safety lock to conduct an inspection. Two soldiers prepared to check the trunk, while another soldier cordoned off the entrance with barbed wire. Ladies, please lower your windows and open the trunk, presenting your identification and tickets, he instructed. The man with wolf-like ears in the driver's seat handed over the documents. And after a moment, the soldiers behind nodded in acknowledgement. The old soldier returned the documents and patted the vehicle. You are the first group to arrive today. Enter and take a right. There are signs to guide you. The man with wolf ears nodded, and the vehicle slowly passed through the checkpoint. Those two earlier were truly stunning. I feel like I've seen that woman somewhere before, the rookie said to the veteran. The veteran tapped his helmet, cautioning, don't let your imagination run wild. Stay alert to your surroundings. The vehicle drove into the warehouse, passing armed soldiers, and stopped in front of an old office. Welcome, welcome. You've arrived quite early. Caught a figure in a black tailcoat, seated atop a crate, cleaning a small knife. Absolutely, A.O. Jiang replied, opening the car door. Where is everyone? They're in the lounge having a meal, taking a few bites to avoid getting too hungry to catch any thieves later. The captain and Qingjiang are on the second floor, he cheerfully said, casually poking the adjacent concrete wall, leaving deep scratches from the knife. Make sure not to repeat the mistake from last time, when that kid with the ironclad spell, didn't he get stabbed through on the first try? If it hadn't been for you holding that kid back, several lives would have been lost. Though that kid's skin is indeed tough, that A.O. Jiang pulled them inside and closed the door, cautioning, there are too many eyes around. We must be careful. What did the captain say? Who is going to meet Wen Miao? He flicked an ice knife casually, the sharp blade embedding itself into the wall, adding, and have you arranged the photography I requested? Don't worry, when you arrive at the location, just show him this badge. The payment has already been made by the captain. Black Crow tossed him a metal badge. The captain and the deputy will meet Wen Miao. If needed, they will contact us. There is something going on inside. That he paused. Nice outfit. I must commend you. That A.O. Jiang donned a gray-white maid outfit, with Kafia having styled a large braid for him, giving him an exceptionally gentle and beautiful appearance. Kafia, clad in an off-white coat, her long legs encased in black stockings and complemented by black high heels, exuded an air of sophistication. That I designed it. Of course, it's exquisite. Kafia pinched A.O. Jiang's braid. Is there something going on? What is it? A.O. Jiang asked, bewildered. You'll find out once you go in. Enjoy your time. Pushing open the safety door, which was covered in rust resembling blood vessels, a dim underground passage revealed itself to them. This guy is being cryptic again. It probably isn't anything serious. Kafia muttered. I can't believe I'm witnessing a comic convention in a place like this, she remarked, scratching the wall. This venue is rather shabby. Isn't it? Perhaps the organizers are trying to save costs. The guest they invited is quite famous, so they likely spent a considerable amount, Jiang suggested. Maybe it would be better to take a stroll further inside? Let us hope so, Kafia replied. However, upon entering, the tension they had felt finally dissipated. Goodness, if you told me this place was a filming location for a war movie, I would believe you, Jiang exclaimed. For safety reasons, soldiers had established a security checkpoint at the entrance, piling sandbags in areas where the glass had cracked. The entrance, situated underground, alongside the soldiers, resembled a military outpost that I only have one hope, that this place isn't too cold. Jiang murmured that he instructed Kafia to rest in the lounge for a while as he went to assess the defensive arrangements. Under the directives of the Cross Star, each location was assigned a member from a special operations team, who would periodically check on other venues. Naturally, the area inside was not much better, merely an old factory. Walking deeper into the entrance, they reached in a one-storage room resembling a garage, and further inside. Through a narrow construction passage, lay the A2 assembly workshop, where the main stage was set up. At the end of the passage was the A3 storage room, featuring several gaming installations. That doesn't seem right. The first floor is the amusement area, while the second should be the signing and photography area, right? Following the map, he discovered that the staircase leading to the second floor was blocked, that he opened the door and ascended the stairs. Well, that was quick. At the top of the staircase, Cross Star smiled at him, while Qingjiang recorded something nearby. What happened here? Jiang gazed in shock at the large magical array spread across the floor. It is quite peculiar. A super time-space teleportation array unexpectedly appeared here around 5 o'clock. Can you believe it? Cross Star spoke with a hint of astonishment. According to Bing Hu's analysis, this array's first teleportation time point dates back nearly 200 years. Did you discover anything that came through? Jiang inquired. With such a massive array, if it brought over a magical creature, it could spell disaster. That's the strangest part. Despite the size of the array, evidence suggests that only one person was transmitted through. Isn't that odd? After all this effort, only one individual came through. What could their purpose be? Jiang pondered for a moment. Such arrays were typically used to transport large numbers of magical creatures for terror attacks. Yet he was unfamiliar with this particular spell, that he had only heard Kafia mention that the cost of a summoning array was exorbitant. Why would someone go to such lengths to bring only one person? It could be the work of a mad sorcerer from some bygone era. After all, such occurrences were not unheard of. Jiang contemplated. I should inform them to remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals that do not belong to this era. Alas, it's particularly hard to discern at a comic convention, that we will keep a close eye on that, Kafia assured him. After snapping a few photos of the array, Jiang descended the stairs. Given the scale of this magical phenomenon, Kafia might have some insight. Little wolf cub, you're back. How is the signing point? Kafia inquired. Jiang shook his head. Not too great. Take a look at this. Kafia took the phone, and her pupils suddenly constricted. What's wrong? Is this thing dangerous? Jiang gently patted her back. This? Oh my goodness. This should have been lost to history ages ago. It shouldn't exist in this time. Meanwhile, in a nearby old factory, a man clad in tattered noble attire of the Norisov dynasty rummaged through a trash bin. His filthy hair and soiled clothing, combined with his frantic stuffing of rotting food into his mouth, made him appear as though he had escaped from a lunatic asylum. He mumbled incoherently in Xueyi, translated automatically into Red Star language, his eyes wide with fear, his body trembling, as if he had endured something horrifying. Damn it, it seems I've traversed a vast expanse of time in this era. That madwoman will surely help me recreate my army of death puppets in this time. The man stood up, revealing a muscular physique marred by numerous terrifying scars. You there, raise your hands, he commanded, spotting two soldiers approaching with their weapons drawn. What the hell? Are the soldiers of Norisov so disrespectful to nobles nowadays? He spat at the ground in front of them. You two lowly, inferior soldiers, failing to bow before a noble and speaking a language I can't understand. Kneel before me, and I shall spare your lives. The two soldiers were momentarily taken aback. They had studied Xueyi, but the dialect spoken by this man differed from what they had learned. This guy must have escaped from some mental institution. Soldier A speculated that don't let your guard down. He could be a terrorist disguising himself as a madman to catch us off guard. Soldier B cautioned that as the two soldiers approached without responding. The man became irate. Just as he was about to lash out, Soldier B swiftly subdued him. Let go of me. I'll chop off your head and feed it to my slaves. It seemed evident that he was somewhat unhinged. Soldier B quickly searched him, noticing his numerous wounds, which indeed suggested he had escaped from somewhere. The trash pile seems fine. Looks like he's really a lunatic. Let us contact the mental hospital to have him taken away. Soldier A concluded. The man, unable to comprehend their conversation, sensed something was amiss when he saw them pulling out handcuffs that he turned and sprinted down the alley. Damn. He really is a madman, running so fast. Soldier A and B quickly pursued him, that we spotted a mental patient near the old factory, around the A2 storage area, currently fleeing towards the venue that have seen, intercept immediately. Hurry and take me to see that array. Kafia tugged at his hand as they raced towards the second floor, that Jiang, with a complex expression, thought to himself, Sister, are you leading me, or am I leading you? Upon reaching the second floor, Kafia swiftly examined the entire magical array, while Jiang sat nearby, panting heavily. The journey from the lounge to the second floor had covered nearly 200 meters, and she had dashed up in 15 seconds. After her inspection, her expression relaxed slightly, and she raised her sword, destroying the entire array. It seems the situation isn't as dire as we thought. This mystical array was acquired through the sacrificial offering of one's own life. That individual is not as formidable as I had imagined, likely having struck a pact with some malevolent deity in that realm. Kafia took a sip of her juice. How peculiar it is that over 2 centuries ago, who would have been willing to trade their very soul to transport themselves to the present? It remains a mystery. Jiang touched the wall beside him, acknowledging the organizers' commendable integrity, despite the subpar venue. They surprisingly provided us with heating. Alas, this second floor elicits a rather stifling sensation. Kafia gestured around, noting that all the windows were shut and the ventilation fans were inactive. It would likely become quite oppressive once the crowd swelled. Perhaps it was an effort to avoid wasting the heating they had turned on. Jiang surveyed the surroundings and swiftly sensed something amiss. This heating was seemingly non-existent. So from where was the warmth emanating? Chapter 44. A slap in the face morning, 9:15 a.m. Visitors gradually entered the venue, and naturally, their initial reactions mirrored those of Jiang and his companions. This place stands as the most extraordinary convention center I have ever encountered. Despite the wintry season, the temperature inside was a stark contrast to that outside to an unknowing observer. One might mistake it for a war-torn region that a person clad in what resembled the attire of the Eternal Land's armed forces remarked. Equipment is not allowed inside. The inspections are quite rigorous. Previous exhibitions permitted such items. I wonder what this organizer is thinking. Goodness, the navigation system is notoriously unreliable in this area. When I was searching for the location at the station, it directed me to move forward, then backward, leaving me utterly confounded that I thought I had gone astray, commented an individual draped in snow camouflage. Who could have anticipated that the exhibition would be held in an industrial zone? I journeyed over 20 kilometers from my home, and upon arrival, I was utterly bewildered that this place meant for us to engage in live-action role-playing. Hold on. A friend of mine mentioned she spotted a stunning vampire lady over in Zone A3. Let us hurry over to collect some trading cards. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged toward Zone A3 in a frenzy.